The Pushcart Prize, 10. Best of the Small Presses, 1985 to 86 edition, with an index to the first 10 volumes. An annual small press reader, edited by Bill Henderson with the Pushcart Prize editors. Introduction by George Plimpton. Poetry editors, Stanley Plumley, William Stafford. Copyright 1985 by Pushcart Press. Narrated by John Horton.
This book was originally created for audio cassette playback. Any announcements concerning cassettes do not apply to this recording. This version contains markers allowing direct access to major portions of the book.
Annotation. Contains literature culled from the small presses and literary magazines. An eclectic volume that includes poems, essays, and stories, plus a revealing account of the estrangement between Jack Kerouac and his editor, Malcolm Cowley. Some strong language and some explicit descriptions of sex. 1985. From the book jacket. In 1976, the first edition of the annual Pushcart Prize was published in upstate New York on a tiny budget and with a single vision: to preserve and promote the important literature published by small book presses and little magazines. Pushcart Prize 10 celebrates the 10th anniversary of this series, and the edition itself is a cause for celebration. The work of 55 poets, essayists, and storytellers, most of them new to the series, is reprinted from dozens of presses. The selections were made with the help of 229 contributing editors from thousands of nominations. This edition includes an index to the more than 600 selections from 264 small presses that have appeared in the first 10 years. Here are the writers you will meet in Pushcart Prize 10. Tim O'Brien, Malcolm Cowley, Galway Kinnel, Stuart Dybek, Ellen Wilbur, Carolyn Kizer, Maura Stanton, Sharon Doubiago, Gayle Whittier, Peter Cooley, August Kleinzahler, Gerald Costanzo, Gordon Weaver, Alberto Alvaro Rios, Crad Kolodny, Mark Crispin Miller, Jim Simmerman, Barry Goldenson, Bin Ramke, T. Corieson Boyle, William Kittredge, Annika Campbell, Jane Flanders, Charles Simic, Antonio Benitez-Rojo, Janet Kaufman, Sandra McPherson, Sheila Nickerson, Charles Bukowski, James Atlas, Beau Ball, Martha Collins, Donald Ravel, Amy Clampett, Kenneth Ganjamy, Doris Lessing, John Haynes, Stephen Dobbins, Lorenzo Wilson Milam, Bob Chakotchis, D.C. Berry, Suzanne E. Berger, Christopher Buckley, Russell Banks, Wesley McNair, Patty Ann Rogers, Jared Carter, Adam Gussow, Philip Levine, Margareta Ekstrom, Leonard Nathan, Deborah Diggs, Vern Rutzela, Linda Gregg, Eleanor Ross Taylor. Their work was selected from Plowshares, the Georgia Review, American Poetry Review, Antaeus, Stuart Wright, Telescope, New England Review Bread Loaf Quarterly, Tri-Quarterly, Poetry, Epoch, Ohio Review, Kansas Quarterly, Quarterly West, Confluence Press, Charnel House, Salmagundi, Paris Review, Blue Moon Press, Missouri Review, Grand Street, Orca Press, Wormwood Review, Crescent Review, Virginia Quarterly Review, Antioch Review, Conjunctions, Granta, Bluefish, Moe and Moe Works, Black Warrior Review, Alice James Brooks, Amelia, Barnwood Press, Ontario Review, Cedar Rock, Brown Journal of the Arts, Sonora Review. Note: nominations for this series are invited from any small, independent literary book, press, or magazine in the world. Up to 6 nominations, tear sheets or copies selected from work published in that calendar year, are accepted by our October 15 deadline each year. Write to Pushcart Press, Post Office Box 380, Wainscott, New York, 11975, if you need more information. Pushcart Press sends special thanks to the Helen Foundation of Salt Lake City for its generous awards to the authors of our lead short story, poem, and essay. In celebration of our 10th anniversary, this edition is dedicated to the founding editors of the Pushcart Prize series. The people who helped. Founding editors: Aeneas Nin, 1903 to 1977, Buckminster Fuller, 1895 to 1983, Charles Newman, Daniel Halpern, Gordon Lish, Harry Smith, Hugh Fox, Ishmael Reed, Joyce Carol Oates, Len Fulton, Leonard Randolph, Leslie Fielder, Nona Balakian, Paul Bowles, Paul Engel, Ralph Ellison, Reynolds Price, Rhoda Schwartz, Richard Morris, Ted Willentz, Tom Montag, William Phillips, poetry editor H. L. Van Brunt. Editors: Walter Abish, I., Elliot Anderson, John Ashbury, Robert Bly, Robert Boyers, Harold Brodkey, Joseph Brodsky, Wesley Brown, Hayden Carruth, Raymond Carver, Malcolm Cowley, Paula Dietz, Steve Dixon, M.D. Elovich, Loris Essery, Ellen Ferber, Carolyn Forshey, Stuart Freebert, John Galassi, Tess Gallagher, Louis Gallo, George Garrett, Jack Gilbert, Louise Gluck, David Godine, Jory Graham, Linda Gregg, Barbara Grossman, Michael Harper, DeWitt Henry, J.R. Humphreys, David Ignato, John Irving, June Jordan, Karen Kennerly, Galway Kinnel, Carolyn Kizer, Jersey Kozinski, Richard Kostelanitz, Seymour Krim, Maxine Cuman, Stanley Kunitz, James Laughlin, Seymour Lawrence, Naomi Lazard, Herb Leibowitz, Denise Levertov, Philip Levine, Stanley Lindbergh, Thomas Lux, Mary MacArthur, Daniel Menaker, Frederick Morgan, Howard Moss, Cynthia Ozick, Jane Ann Phillips, Robert Phillips, George Plimpton, Stanley Plumley, Eugene Redmond, Ed Sanders, Theo Savory, Grace Schulman, Harvey Shapiro, Leslie Silko, Charles Simic, Dave Smith, William Stafford, Gerald Stern, David St. John, Bill and Pat Strawn, Ron Sekenick, Barry Targan, Ann Tyler, John Updike, Samuel Vaughan, David Wagoner, Derek Walcott, Ellen Wilbur, David Wilk, Yvonne, Bill Zavatsky. Contributing editors for this edition: John Allman, Philip Appleman, John Balaban, Bo Ball, Jim Barnes, Charles Baxter, Barbara Bedway, Gina Berriot, Clark Blaze, Michael Blumenthal, Philip Booth, David Bosworth, T. Corieson Boyle, David Bromage, Michael Dennis Brown, Richard Bergen, Frederick Bush, Kelly Cherry, Amy Clampett, Naomi Clark, Marvin Cohen, Stephen Corey, Christopher Jane Corkery, Henri Coulette, Douglas Craze, Robert Creeley, Art Coelho, Phil Dacey, Michael Daly, John Daniel, Lydia Davis, Susan Strayer Deal, Terence Desprez, Sharon Doubiago, Rita Dove, Andre Dubus, Richard Eberhardt, Susan Engberg, Raymond Federman, Michael Finley, Jane Flanders, H. E. Francis, Celia Gilbert, Patrick Worth Gray, Donald Hall, James Baker Hall, Yuki Hartman, Don Hendry, Jr., Brenda Hillman, Edward Hoagland, Andrew Hudgens, Elizabeth Innes Brown, Josephine Jacobson, Laura Jensen, Rodney Jones, Edmund Keeley, Ted Kuzer, Marilyn Crissell, Naomi Lazard, Jerry Laughlin, David Madden, Bobby Ann Mason, Dan Masterson, Cleopatra Mathis, Robert McBrearty, Michael McPhee, Thomas McGrath, Heather McHugh, Joanne McLaughlin, Sandra McPherson, Paul Metcalf, Barbara Milton, Susan Minot, Susan Mitchell, Judy Moffat, Mary Morris, Jennifer Moyer, Liesl Mueller, Joan Murray, Naomi Sheab Nye, Sharon Olds, Mary Oliver, Alicia Ostreicher, Linda Paston, Jonathan Penner, Mary Peterson, Joe Ashby Porter, Tony Quagliano, Patty Ann Rogers, Thomas Russell, Michael Ryan, Reg Sainer, Sherrod Santos, Philip Schultz, Stephen Schutzman, James Scully, Hugh Seidman, Beth T. Shannon, Gary Soto, Marcia Southwick, Elizabeth Spencer, Elizabeth Spires, Anne Stanford, Maura Stanton, Timothy Steele, Felix Stefanili, Pamela Stewart, Elizabeth Tallant, Mary Tallmountain, Elizabeth Thomas, Barbara Thompson, Sarah Vaughan, Ellen Bryant Voigt, Michael Waters, Bruce Weigel, Kate Wheeler, Richard Wilbur, Harold Witt, David Wojon, Christina Zawodowski, Patricia Zelver. Design and production, Ray Freeman. European editor, Kathy Calloway. Managing editor, Helen Handley. Roving editors, Anthony Brandt, Jean Chips, Lily Francis, Kirby and Liz Williams. Poetry editors, Stanley Plumley, William Stafford. Editor and publisher, Bill Henderson. Presses featured in the Pushcart prize editions: Agni Review, Asata Press, Ilanthus Press, Alcaringa Ethnopoetics, Alice James Books, Amelia, American Literature, American Pen, American Poetry Review, Amnesty International, Anesthesia Review, Antaeus, Antioch Review, Appalachie Quarterly, Afra, The Ark, Ascent, Aspen Leaves, Aspen Poetry Anthology, Assembling, Barlenmere House, Barnwood Press, The Bellingham Review, Beloit Poetry Journal, Bilingual Review. Black American Literature Forum, Black Rooster, Black Scholar, Black Sparrow, Black Warrior Review, Blackwell's Press, Blue Cloud Quarterly, Blue Wind Press, Bluefish, BOA Editions, Bookslinger Editions, Box Spring, Brown Journal of the Arts, Burning Deck Press, Caliban, California Quarterly, Calliope Press, Canto, Capra Press, Cedar Rock, Center, Chariton Review, Charnel House, Chelsea, Chicago Review, Shuto Review, Chowder Review, Cimarron Review, Cincinnati Poetry Review, City Lights Books, Clown War, Coevolution Quarterly, Cold Mountain Press, Columbia, a magazine of poetry and prose, Confluence Press, Confrontation, Conjunctions, Copper Canyon Press, Cosmic Information Agency, Crawl Out Your Window, Crazy Horse, Crescent Review, Cross-Cultural Communications, Cross Currents, Cumberland Poetry Review, Curbstone Press, Cut Bank, Dakota Territory, Daedalus, Decatur House, December, Dragon Gate Incorporated, Domestic Crude, Dreamworks, Dryad Press, Duck Down Press, Durac, East River Anthology, Empty Bowl, Epoch, Fiction, Fiction Collective, Fiction International, Field, Firelands Art Review, Five Trees Press, Frontiers, a Journal of Women's Studies, Gallimaufry, Genre, The Georgia Review, Ghost Dance, Goddard Journal, David Godine, Publisher, Graham House Press, Grand Street, Granta, Grey Wolf Press, Greenfield Review, Greensboro Review, Hard Pressed, Hills, Homegangers Press, Holy Cow, Home Planet News, Hudson Review, Icarus, Iguana Press, Indiana Rights, Intermedia, Intro, Invisible City, Inwood Press, Iowa Review, Ironwood, the Kanchenjunga Press, Kansas Quarterly, Kayak, Kenyan Review, Latitudes Press, Lepervier Press, Liberation, Linquist, The Little Magazine, Living Hand Press, Living Poets Press, Logbridge Roads, Lowlands Review, Lucille, Lynx House Press, Manroot, Magic Circle Press, Malahat Review, Massachusetts Review, Michigan Quarterly, Milk Quarterly, Missouri Review, Montana Gothic, Montana Review, Moe and Moe Works, Micah Publications, Mississippi Review, Missouri Review, Montemora, Mr. Cogito Press, MSS, Mulch Press, Nada Press, New America, New England Review and Bread Loaf Quarterly, New Letters, North American Review, North Atlantic Books, North Point Press, Northwest Review, OARS, Obsidian, Oconee Review, October, Ohio Review, Ontario Review, Open Places, Orca Press, Oyer Press, Painted Bride Quarterly, Paris Review, Parnassus Poetry and Review, Partisan Review, Penka Books, Pentagram, Penumbra Press, Pequod, Persia, an International Review, Pipe Dream Press, Pitcairn Press, Ploughshares, Poet and Critic, Poetry, Poetry Northwest, Poetry Now, Prairie Schooner, Prescott Street Press, Promise of Learnings, Quarry West, Quarterly West, Rainbow Press, Raritan, a Quarterly Review, Red Cedar Review, Red Clay Books, Red Earth Press, Release Press, Revista Chicano-Riquena, River Styx, Rowan Tree Press, Russian Samizdat, Salmagundi, San Marcos Press, Seamark Press, Seattle Review, Second Coming Press, The 70s Press, Shank Painter, Shantee, Shenandoah, A Shout in the Street, Sybil Child Press, Small Moon, The Smith, Some, The Sonora Review, Southern Poetry Review, Southern Review, Southwestern Review, Spectrum, The Spirit That Moves Us, St. Andrew's Press, Story Quarterly, Stuart Wright, Publisher, Sun and Moon Press, Sun Press, Sunstone, Tar River Poetry, Telephone Books, Telescope, Tendril, Texas Slough, 13th Moon, THIS, Threepenny Review, Thorpe Springs Press, Three Rivers Press, Thunder City Press, Thunder's Mouth Press, Toothpaste Press, Transatlantic Review, Tri-Quarterly, Truck Press, Toowoomba Press, Undine, Unicorn Press, Unmuzzled Ox, Unspeakable Visions of the Individual, Vagabond, Virginia Quarterly, Wampeter Press, Washington Writers' Workshop, Water Table, Western Humanities Review, Westigan Review, Wickwire Press, Wilmore City, Word Beat Press, Wordsmith, Wormwood Review, Writers' Forum, Xanadu, Yale Review, Yardbird Reader, Y-Bird. Side 1, Tone 1, Contents. Side 1, Tone 2, Introduction, George Plimpton. Side 1, Tone 3, Quantum Jumps, Tim O'Brien. Side 2, Tone 1, Hemingway's Wound, and Its Consequences for American Literature, Malcolm Cowley. Side 2, Tone 2, The Fundamental Project of Technology, Galway Kinnel. Side 2, Tone 3, Hot Ice, Stuart Dybek. Side 3, Tone 1, Sundays, Ellen Wilbur. Side 3, Tone 2, Exodus, Carolyn Kizer. Side 3, Tone 3, Sorrow and Rapture, Maura Stanton. Side 3, Tone 4, The Art of Seeing with One's Own Eyes, Sharon Doubiago. Side 4, Tone 1, Turning Out, Gayle Whittier. Side 4, Tone 2, The Elect, Peter Cooley. Side 4, Tone 3, Shooting, August Kleinzahler. Side 5, Tone 1, Dinosaurs of the Hollywood Delta, Gerald Costanzo. Side 5, Tone 2, Whiskey, Whiskey, Gin, 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 Gordon Weaver. Side 5, Tone 3, The Secret Lion, Alberto Alvaro Rios. Side 5, Tone 4, The Circumcision Rites of the Toronto Stock Exchange, Crad Kolodny. Side 5, Tone 5, Big Brother Is You Watching, Mark Crispin Miller. Side 6, Tone 1, Child's Grave, Hale County, Alabama, Jim Simmerman. Side 6, Tone 2, The Librarian of Alexandria, Barry Goldenson. Side 6, Tone 3, The Consolation of Touch, Bin Ramke. Side 6, Tone 4, The Hector Quesadilla Story, T. Corieson Boyle. Side 7, Tone 1, Agriculture, William Kittredge. Side 7, Tone 2, Cranes, Annika Campbell. Side 7, Tone 3, Cloud Painter, Jane Flanders. Side 7, Tone 4, Birthday Star Atlas, Charles Simic. Side 7, Tone 5, Heaven and Earth, Antonio Benitez-Rojo. Side 7, Tone 6, The Easter We Lived in Detroit, Janet Kaufman. Side 8, Tone 1, Ledge, Sandra McPherson. Side 8, Tone 2, Kodiak Widow, Sheila Nickerson. Side 8, Tone 3, Dog Fight, Charles Bukowski. Side 8, Tone 4, From The Great Pretender, James Atlas. Side 8, Tone 5, Heart Leaves, Beau Ball. Side 8, Tone 6, Dickinson, Martha Collins. Side 8, Tone 7, A Setting, Donald Revell. Side 8, Tone 8, Grassmere, Amy Clampett. Side 9, Tone 1, Greenbaum, O'Reilly, and Stevens, Kenneth Gangemi. Side 9, Tone 2, Under Another Name, Doris Lessing. Side 9, Tone 3, Rain Country, John Haynes. Side 9, Tone 4, Where We Are, Stephen Dobbins. Side 9, Tone 5, From the Cripple Liberation Front Marching Band Blues, Lorenzo Wilson Milam. Side 9, Tone 6, Hot Day on the Gold Coast, Bob Shakotches. Side 10, Tone 1, Pier, D.C. Berry. Side 10, Tone 2, The Meal, Suzanne E. Berger. Side 10, Tone 3, Why I'm in Favor of a Nuclear Freeze, Christopher Buckley. Side 10, Tone 4, Sarah Cole, A Type of Love Story, Russell Banks. Side 11, Tone 1, Mute, Wesley McNair. Side 11, Tone 2, The Objects of Immortality, Patty Ann Rogers. Side 11, Tone 3, For Star Atkinson, Who Designed Books, Jared Carter. Side 11, Tone 4, Bohemia Revisited, Malcolm Cowley, Jack Kerouac, and On the Road, Adam Gussow. Side 12, Tone 1, A Poem with No Ending, Philip Levine. Side 12, Tone 2, Death's Midwives, Margareta Ekstrom. Side 12, Tone 3, Season's Greetings, Leonard Nathan. Side 12, Tone 4, Vesper Sparrows, Deborah Diggs. Side 12, Tone 5, Wilderness, Vern Rutzela. Side 12, Tone 6, Rondo, Linda Gregg. Side 12, Tone 7, To Future Eleanors, Eleanor Ross Taylor. Side 12, Tone 8, Outstanding Writers. Side 12, Tone 9, Outstanding Small Presses. Side 13, Tone 1, Index to the Pushcart Prize Series. Side 14, Tone 1, Contributors' Notes. Introduction by George A. Plimpton. I would imagine that one of the more intense pleasures in life is to receive the news that one's work has been selected to appear in an anthology. Raymond Carver was so pleased when he got his copy of the Best American Short Stories Annual, which included his Will You Please Be Quiet, Please?, that he took the volume to bed with him and slept with it. The Pushcart Press, with its annual anthology, the Pushcart Prize, Best of the Small Presses, has been providing similar rushes of pleasure and exultation for a decade. The present volume is the 10th in a series which has been almost universally praised, not only for the concept, an anthology of material from small circulation publications, but for the importance of the contents themselves. Naturally, there have been dissenting voices. Last year, the New Criterion ran a long, polished piece, ostensibly a review of Pushcart Prize 8, but really a dissection of the motives of Bill Henderson, the founder of the Pushcart Press, to decipher why anyone should absorb himself in such an enterprise. In brief, based largely on information from Henderson's own essays, whose self-mocking tone seems to have been missed entirely, the article traces Henderson's unsuccessful struggle to get published, his disaffection with the commercial publishing houses, and the eventual private publication, among other works, of a volume entitled The Publish-It-Yourself Handbook, Literary Tradition and How-To, the success of which, it sold 40,000 copies, allegedly led him full circle back into the commercial fold. The New Criterion article concludes that the reason behind this familiar progression from disillusioned revolutionary was that the editor of the Pushcart Prize series was striving to fulfill a keen desire for a permanent niche in the New York literary establishment. Reading this critique brought back to mind my own experiences editing a literary magazine anthology, and especially the animus that seems to rise from just about all quarters during the process of doing such a thing. The volumes ran to 3 numbers. A 4th was in the works, but was abandoned for lack of funds. It was called the American Literary Anthology, an annual program supported by a grant from the National Endowment for the Arts and Humanities. The aims of the anthology were very much what Bill Henderson's are with the Pushcart Prize. Through wide distribution, to give greater circulation to work that has appeared in magazines with limited circulation. A considerable difference was that money was involved, since a second aim of the anthology program was to supplement the small payments made to authors by such magazines, paying grants of $1,000 for prose material, $500 for each poem, and to reward editors who had the perspicacity to publish the selections with grants for use in the development of their magazines. It seemed such a basic concept, a simple way of fulfilling what writers hope to get from their labors: recognition, distribution, and compensation. Alas, it was not the success it should have been. The administration of the program was clumsy. Various factions felt they were not sufficiently represented in the volumes. The constituency was very hard to please. The distribution of the taxpayers' money compounded the problems. Merit, at times, seemed the least of considerations. Leonard Fulton, the editor of Small Press Review, and a powerful voice for the smaller magazines, wrote, "The making of an anthology should begin not with just a desire to have an anthology and then seeing what's around to put into it, but rather with a knowledge of what is around, and attempting to get a fair representation of that." It was a principle to which we tried in some parts to adhere, to the point that the judges began objecting. Anthony Hecht resigned as a poetry judge for the third volume, upset at being sent piles of what he termed the careless and militantly third-rate, submitted for a cultural poverty program for underprivileged poets. What led to the finish of the anthology was a one-word calligraphic poem by Aram Saroyan, Lighght, which was published in Volume 2. Its brevity caught and held the eye of Congressman William Shirley of Iowa. An arch critic of the National Endowment and its programs, Shirley found the fact that the American taxpayers had paid $500 for Saroyan's effort and $250 to the editor of the Chicago Review, where the poem appeared, a perfect whipping boy for his views. He flailed away on the floor of the Congress. Editorial and letters columns had a field day. Among other things, the furor caused the endowment to take a much closer look at the contents scheduled for Volume 3. There, to their dismay, they discovered an essay by Ed Sanders on the Peace Eye bookstore in the East Village, an avant-garde establishment which had on its shelves a number of literary artifacts. Among these, Sanders had described a half-used Vaseline jar which had once belonged to Allen Ginsberg, with a legend affixed describing what it had been used for. Eyes popping, the endowment people read this and decided that if the description never fell into the hands of Congressman William Shirley, he could very well use it to bring down the entire National Endowment for the Arts and the Humanities. They asked me to remove the piece. It was not a question of censorship, it was a question of saving the program. In retrospect, it seems doubtful that Allen Ginsberg's Vaseline jar could have brought down the whole structure, but at the time the jar was talked about as if its contents contained the ingredients of a terrible plague. I finally succumbed to all this. I agreed to postpone the Ed Sanders essay from Volume 3 on the condition that the endowment would find some way to subsidize the fourth volume. The endowment reneged on its promise. The fourth volume was never published. It was a disturbing time. I was under fire from the literary community for knuckling under to official pressure. The Coordinating Council of Literary Magazines passed a motion of censure. The National Endowment was down on me for scaring the bejabbers out of their people, for selecting material jeopardizing their relationships with the Congress. But especially galling was that I found myself officiating over the collapse of a project that seemed to offer such benefits to an important segment of the literary community. For those who tend to practice the dictum from the opening manifesto in transition, the reader be damned, or more politely stated by Margaret Anderson of the Little Review, who spoke of her contributors as those who make no compromise with public taste. About the only good that came of it all was that I was so outraged by Congressman Shirley's personal attacks on me on the floor of the Congress that I went to Iowa to campaign for a candidate I knew nothing about, nor did many other people, except that he was in the race against Shirley, who was supposedly solidly entrenched. He turned out to be quite a politician, Tom Harkin. My own contribution was minuscule, but Harkin beat Shirley in the race, and has gone on to become the junior senator from Iowa. Bill Henderson tells me that he was unaware of the American Literary Anthology when he started the Pushcart Prize, best of the small presses. All to the good. Perhaps he would have had second thoughts, but I doubt it. I know something about Bill Henderson. He was in Paris in the 60s, an aspiring writer, very short of funds, and living across from the Sorbonne near the Musée de Cluny. I never knew him personally. Apparently he submitted a story to the Paris Review. He told me, many years later, that it had been rejected with a note addressed to a Mr. Sonnabend. "Dear Mr. Sonnabend," the note read, "we'd like to see more of your things." He remembered being put off not only by the magazine getting his name wrong, but also referring to his work as things. The story was called The Kid Who Could, a faintly autobiographical account of a youngster disillusioned in a world he had been led to believe could be his oyster. It was a story that over the next 6 years Henderson expanded into a novel, and then, the commercial publishers having rejected it, he published it himself. Henderson's experiences with his own book provided, of course, the basis and background for the subsequent publication of the Publish It Yourself Handbook. Henderson was unsure what to do with the income derived from the handbook. He once told me, "I didn't know whether to put the money into a cabin on Long Island or into a book." What he decided, of course, was to do the Pushcart Prize, which, with its first volume in 1976, became an instant publishing success. "I didn't know," Henderson said, "there was going to be such feeling for it." I have not thought to ask Bill Henderson what his personal motives might have been in engaging himself in what Terry Southern once mockingly called the quality lit game. Such causations tend to be rather obscure. J. Laughlin's absorption with New Directions appears to be in part a compensation for a bookless and antiseptically non-intellectual childhood. I remember Princess Caetini, the editor and publisher of Botteghe Oscure, telling me that much of the impetus that kept her publishing that remarkable journal was hearing the thump of the mailbag outside her apartment door and appreciating that it might possibly contain an interesting manuscript. Even the manifestos that so bravely pronounce a literary magazine's purpose are not always reliable or lasting. Prairie Schooner was originally founded in 1927 to promote the work of local Lincoln, Nebraska poets and writers. Partisan, founded in 1934 as an organ of the John Reed Club, was almost from its inception rent by political convulsion. The Paris Review, in its first number, promised never to use the word Zeitgeist, and has several times since. But Henderson has been remarkably consistent. He wrote some years ago that he started the Pushcart series to preserve and promote literature from the small presses and literary magazines that might otherwise be overlooked. He has kept to that simple determination. The index of the Pushcart Prize series indicates that work by over 500 writers, the great majority of them unknown, from over 200 different presses has been reprinted. Whether Henderson is doing all this to seek a permanent niche in the New York literary establishment is beside the point. Working as he does out of a garage 100 miles from the city seems an odd way to achieve that particular goal. One thing, though, is for certain. His volumes have earned their place in a literary niche. They are now a welcome part of the literary landscape. Their continuation seems assured. Their appearance each year is a noteworthy event. Their contents reflect the best of what is being done by that part of the literary community which Henderson seeks to serve. That is ultimately what is gratifying and important. The Pushcart Prize 10. Best of the Small Presses, 1985-86 edition. Quantum Jumps. Fiction by Tim O'Brien. From Plowshares. 1. Am I crazy? It's after midnight, and I kiss my wife's cheek and quietly slide out of bed. No lights, no alarm. Blue jeans and work boots and a flannel shirt, then out to the backyard. I pick a spot near the tool shed. Crazy, you think? Maybe, maybe not, but listen. This is the hour of mass murder. Hear it? The sound of physics, the soft, breathless whir of now. Just listen. Close your eyes, pay attention. An electron, wouldn't you say? And the clickety-clack of photons, protons, the steady hum of a balanced equation. I use a garden spade. High over the Sweetheart Mountains, a pale dwarf moon gives light to work by, and the air is chilly, and there is the feel of a dream that may last forever. So do it, I murmur, and I begin digging. Turn the first spadeful, and bend down and squeeze the soil and let it sift through the fingers. Already there's a new sense of security. Crazy? Not likely, not yet. It won't be easy, but I'll persevere. At the age of 45, after a lifetime of insomnia and midnight peril, the hour has come for seizing control. It isn't madness or paranoia. It isn't a lapse of common sense. Prudence, that's all it is. Balance of power, balance of mind. A tightrope act, isn't it? And where's the net? Infinity could split itself at any instant. Crazy, my ass. Grab the spade and go to work. Muscle and resolve, signs of sanity. Arms and legs and spine and willpower. I won't quit. This mountain soil is stubborn, but so am I. Go ahead, mock me. Lift those eyebrows. It doesn't matter. I'm a man of my age, and it's an age of extraordinary jeopardy. Who's crazy, me, or is it you? The deaf and dumb, the smug, the faithful, the ignorant, the deep sleepers of our species. You poor, pitiful animals, you cocktail sippers and Sominex swallowers. Listen, Kansas is on fire. What choice do I have? You do your sleeping, I'll do my digging. Just dig and dig. Keep at it. Find the rhythm. Think about Custer and Kissinger. Think about Noah. Think about those silos deep in fields of winter wheat. No metaphor. The bombs are real. I keep at it for a solid hour. And later, when the moon goes under, I slip into the tool shed and find a string of outdoor Christmas lights, reds and blues and greens, rigging them up in trees and shrubs, hitting the switch, then returning to the job. Silent night, for Christ's sake. There's a failure of faith. When the back door opens, I'm whistling the age-old carol. "Daddy," Melinda calls. Now it starts. In pajamas and slippers, ponytailed, my daughter trots out to the excavation site. She shivers and hugs herself and whispers, "What's happening? What the heck's going on?" "Nothing," I tell her, but my throat tickles. Am I blushing? "Nothing, Princess. Just digging." "Digging," she says. "Right. Digging what?" I swallow and smile. A sensible question, of course, but the answer carries all kinds of complications. "A hole," I say. "What else?" "Oh, sure. Just a hole. Simple, isn't it? Hustle on back to bed now. School tomorrow." "Hole," Melinda mutters. She folds her arms and looks at me with an expression that is at once stern and forgiving. A strange child, 12 years old, but very wise and very tough. Too wise, too tough. Like her mother, Melinda sometimes gives me the willies. "Okay," she says, then pauses, then gently nibbles her lower lip. "Okay, but what kind of hole?" "A deep one." "I know, but look, Angel, I'm serious. Back inside. Pronto." Melinda squints, first at my spade, next at the Christmas lights, then at me. I feel some discomfort. It's a mixture of guilt and foreboding, perhaps a touch of embarrassment. That mature gaze of hers, it makes me squirm. "Come on," she demands. "What's it for?" "A long story." She nods. "A dumb story, I'll bet." "Not really." "And goofy, too." "No." "Daddy!" I drop the spade and kneel down, patting her tiny rump. An awkward gesture, almost beggarly, as if to ask for pardon. I make authoritative noises. I tell her it's not important. "Just a hole," I say. "For fun, no real purpose." But it doesn't work. She's a skeptic, a believer in point-blank truth. Santa Claus never meant a thing to her. What can I do? I look at the mountains and tell her the facts. The world is in danger. Bad things can happen. We need a safety valve, a net, a place to hide. "Like an insurance policy," I say softly. Like with gophers or rabbits, a place where they can be safe." Melinda smiles. "You want to live there?" she says. "In a gopher hole?" "No, baby, it's only a—" "God!" "Don't swear." "Wow," she says. Her nose wiggles. She's not impressed, I can tell. There's suspicion in that stiff posture and the way she slowly cocks her head and shrugs and backs away from me. Kansas is on fire. How do you explain that to a child? "Well," she sighs, "it's goofy, all right. One thing for sure, Mommy'll hit the ceiling." "Probably." "God, she'll divorce you." "We'll work it out." "I bet she'll say it's stupid. I bet she will. Who wants to live on the ground?" "You don't understand." "No kidding. I don't." "Safety," I tell her. Her smile is not compassionate. She wags her head and kicks at the hole. "Poop," she says. "Let's go now, to bed." I try to lift her up, but she wiggles away, telling me I'm sweaty, so I lead her inside by the hand. The house smells of Windex and wax. My wife is meticulous about such things. She is a poet, the creative type. She believes in clean metaphors and clean language, tidiness of structure, things in their place. Holes aren't clean. Safety can be very messy. Oh, yes, Melinda's right. I'm in for some domestic difficulties. A war of nerves, no doubt about it. And if this project is to succeed, as it must, it will require the exercise of enormous tact and cunning. Begin now. I march Melinda to her bedroom. I tuck her between the all-cotton sheets. I brush a smudge of soil from her forehead, offer a kiss, tell her to sleep tight. All this is done tenderly, yet with authority. "Daddy," she says. "Yes." "Nothing." "No," I say bravely. "Go ahead." She shakes her head. "You'll get mad." "I won't." "Bet you will." "Try me, kiddo." "Nothing," she mumbles, "except—" "Yes?" "Except you're pretty nutto, aren't you? Nutto buggo." I don't say a word. I smile and close the door. In the kitchen, however, my fingers curl into fists. Nutto? What's nutto about survival? I pour myself a glass of grape Kool-Aid and then stand at the big window that looks out on the backyard. Was Noah nutto? Custer? It's late and my head hurts, but I make myself think things through rationally, step by step. Mid-April now. I can get it dug by June or July, which leaves 3 months for finishing touches. A nice deep hole. Then I'll line the walls with concrete, put on a roof of solid steel. No skimping or cutting corners. Install a water tank and a generator. Wall-to-wall carpeting. A family room, a pine-paneled den, 2 bedrooms, lots of closet space. Maybe a greenhouse bathed in artificial sunlight. Maybe a ping-pong table and a piano. The very latest appliances, track lighting and a microwave oven and all those little extras that make for comfort and tranquility. It'll be cozy, by God. What's a shelter if it isn't home? What's a home if it isn't shelter? I'll put in a word processor for Bobby, a game room for Melinda, a giant freezer stocked with shrimp and caviar, and... Nutto! I'm a father, a husband. I have responsibilities, an obligation to provide and protect. It isn't as if I enjoy any of this. I hate it. I fear it. I would prefer the glory of God and peace everlasting, world without end, a normal household in an era of abiding normalcy. It just isn't possible. I finish the Kool-Aid and rinse the glass and then plod out to the hole. I'm exhausted, yes, and a bit groggy, but I find the spade and resume digging. I'm not crazy. I'm normal. Eccentric, maybe, but who wouldn't be? These headaches and cramped bowels. How long since my last decent shit? A full night's sleep? My belly hurts. I've got bacteria in the brain. Clogged up, frazzled, a little dizzy. But not crazy. Fully sane, in fact. So dig. Patience and tenacity. An inch here, an inch there. It's a game of inches. Beat the clock. Dig and dream. A rough life, that's my only excuse. I've been around. I've seen lava flowing down the streets of Chicago, Kansas on fire, the violet twinkle of eternity. I've been there, an eyewitness. No poetic metaphor. It's real. Ask the microorganisms in Nevada. Ask the rattlesnakes and butterflies on that dusty plateau at Los Alamos. Ask the wall shadows at Hiroshima. Ask this question, am I crazy? And then listen. You'll get one hell of an answer. The soft drip of a meltdown, the ping-ping-ping of sonar, the molecular cooings of radioactive decay, the half-life of your own heart. What's to lose? Try it. Take a trip to Bikini. Bring your friends. A picnic lunch, a quick swim, then sit on the beach and take a deep breath and just listen. Let's consider it a dare. I'll pay for the goddamn ticket. We'll see who's crazy. We'll see who blinks. We'll go eyeball to eyeball, and we'll... Sure, I'll admit it. A rough life. 10 years on the run, dodging danger, dodging the feds, hopping from hideout to hideout like a common criminal. I was a wanted man. My face decorated the covers of Time and Newsweek. Listen, I was sought after. I was hounded by Interpol and Defense Intelligence and the FBI. I was almost ambushed by the Puerto Rican National Guard. I was a celebrity. I was a mover and shaker in the deep underground. I could have been another Rubin or Hoffman. I could have been a superstar. But it's all over now. No more crusades. We're late in the century, and the streets are full of tumbleweed, and it's every man for himself. Times change. People change. Take a good look. Where's Mama Cass? What happened to Brezhnev and Lester Maddox and Clean Jean? No heroes, no villains. And who cares? We've forgotten the lyrics to all the old folk songs. I hear they're drafting people for the Peace Corps. And me? I'm middle-aged and middle-classed. A property owner. A blonde wife and a blonde daughter, and expensive Persian rugs, and a lovely ranch house in the Sweetheart Mountains. I'm established, thank you. Who isn't? Call it what you want. Surrender, copping out, dropping out, numbness, the loss of outrage, simple fatigue. I've retired. Time to retrench. Time to dig in. Safety first. 2. Don't quit, just dig. 2 weeks on the job, and my hole is nearly 4 feet deep, 7 yards square. She's a beauty. I'm damned proud. But I paid a terrible price. My daughter says I'm nutto. My wife won't speak to me, won't look at me, won't sleep with me. Crazy, isn't it? She thinks I'm crazy. And dangerous. She refuses to discuss the matter. All day long, while I'm busy saving her life, Bobby hides in the bedroom and quietly cranks out an endless ooze of odes and sonnets. She uses silence like a blackjack. She withholds the ordinary courtesies of love and conversation. It hurts. I won't deny it. Those fucking poems. Christ, she's baiting me. This one. The mole in his hole, down shy of light, down to that quilted bedrock where we sleep like reptiles, dreaming starry skies and ash and molten seams of coal and silver nuggets that hold no currency in a life misspent. Down, a digger, blind and bold, through folds of granite layered like the centuries, to that brightly lighted chamber, fool's gold. I don't get it. Meanings, I mean. What's the point? Why this preference for metaphor over the real thing, this insatiable appetite for coyness and indirection? Bobby doesn't understand. She's a poet, she can't help it. Oh, yes, I've tried to talk things out, calmly, even tenderly. I've explained that the whole is merely a precaution, and that my motives are anchored in the simple desire to fulfill my duties as a husband and father, to be vigilant, to protect. I've presented the raw facts. I've named names: Poseidon, Trident, Cruise, Stealth, Tomcat, Lance, Sprint, Merv, Backfire, Pershing, the indisputable realities of our age. No fancy-ass metaphor, it's science. Trouble is, Bobby can't process hard data. The artistic temperament, too romantic, too sublime. She's a gorgeous woman, of course, blonde and long-legged, those shapely fingers, turquoise eyes, a way of gliding from spot to spot as if under the spell of a fairy tale. But she makes the deadly mistake of assuming that her beauty is armor against the facts of fission. Funny, isn't it? How people hide. Behind art, behind Jesus, behind the sunny face of the present tense. It's the head in the sand principle. Bobby finds refuge in her corny poems. Melinda finds it in youth. For others, it's platitudes or blind optimism or the biological fantasies of reproduction and continuity. Me? I prefer a hole. So dig. Give it hell. Make it hurt. Melinda can giggle, Bobby can taunt me, but I won't be stopped. I'll admit it, though. These past 2 weeks have been murder. And at times the tension and frustration have turned into a red-hot sort of rage. This morning, for example, after a night of insomnia and celibacy, I came to the breakfast table slightly funkish, a bit under the weather, and it was difficult to see the humor in finding another of Bobby's snide ditties stapled to the Cheerios box. I wanted to laugh it off. I just couldn't muster the resources. Besides, the poem was cruel. It was a goddamned ultimatum. Fission, she called it. Protons, neutrons, break the bonds, break the heart, fuse is lit, time to split. A blatant threat, obviously. I'm not illiterate. I can read between the lines. Split. It's not even cute. Who could blame me? Sure, I lost my head for a minute. Nothing serious. Some minor yelling, some table thumping. I apologized, didn't I? God! Melinda squealed. Buggo! Bobby remained silent, merely lifting her shoulders in a gesture which meant, yes, Buggo, but let's not discuss it in front of your father. Daffy Duck, said my daughter. Hey, look at him! Look, he's eating! I smiled. Yes, even that. A smile, a brave smile, a mark of sanity, the cheerful face of a man in tip-top health. I smiled, and chewed, and swallowed fission. And then, patiently, with awesome dignity, I asked if they'd be kind enough to put a lid on all the name-calling stuff. I was fed up with wisecracks and Mother Goose innuendo. I sipped some orange juice. My throat felt dry. A little respect, I said. Fair enough. A truce. Time for some understanding. Melinda stared at her mother. You see that? She said. He ate your poem. My wife shrugged. Holy crud, I think he's flipped, Melinda wailed. He did, he ate it, I saw him. Now, wait. Daddy's flippo. No, I said sternly. Daddy's not flippo. Daddy's smart. Daddy's a goddamn genius. Buggo Bunny, said Melinda. Not me. Oh, sure. You and your stupid rabbit hole. It isn't stupid, I told her. Not at all. Damned brilliant, in fact. It's for you, like a birthday present. Melinda snorted and flicked her pale eyebrows. Wow, thanks a lot. Just what I need. My whole life, that's all I ever wanted. My own personal whole. Folding her arms, she looked at me with an expression of fierce exasperation, something very close to disgust. Selfish Sam, she muttered. What about my feelings? What happens when everybody at school finds out? Ever think about that? They'll laugh at me. God, they'll think I've got the screwiest family in history. Let 'em laugh, Princess. God. I shrugged. Eat your Cheerios, I told her, and cut out the swearing. You swear? Hardly ever. I just heard it. You said, hustle up, you'll be late for school. Authority, I thought, don't bend, don't crack. Win them over with firmness and tenacity. And somehow I did it. I ignored their coded mother-daughter glances. I made cheerful chit-chat. I was a model of good-humored fatherhood, humming, stacking the dishes, buttoning Melinda's coat, and then marching her out to meet the school bus. A splendid morning, actually. Scrubbed mountains and sky, wildflowers everywhere, the wide open spaces. Rural life, it has a lot going for it. The Sweetheart Mountains, beautiful, yes, but also functional. A buffer between now and forever. Shock absorbers, heat deflectors. You can't buy that kind of peace of mind. You have to go out and find it. Trouble was, my daughter had no great appreciation for matters of security. Standing there along the tar road, waiting for the bus, she wouldn't quite look at me, not straight on. And it was clear that the situation remained delicate. Well, flub-a-dub, she finally grunted. I hope you enjoyed your breakfast. Not too bad. Puke! I reached out toward her, but she yelped and spun away. Again I offered extravagant apologies. Too much tension, I told her. Too little sleep. A lot on my mind. Holes, she said. Yes, holes. Melinda glanced up for a moment, soberly, as if taking a measurement. God, can't you just stop acting so freaky? Is that so hard? I suppose it is sometimes. Eating paper. Right. You know what Mummy says? She says you're pretty sicko. Pretty screwy. Like a breakdown or something. No way. She said so. False, baby. Untrue. Yeah, but... Melinda's voice trembled. She bit down on her lower lip, turning it white. But you always act that way. Real nervous, real flippy, like right now, and it makes me feel... You know what else Mummy says? I can guess. She says if you don't stop digging that hole, she says we'll have to go away. Away where? Away! I don't know where, just away. That's what she told me, and she means it, too. That poem you ate. That's what it was about. I nodded. Well, don't worry about it, I said. Right now your mother and I, we're having this communication problem. Can't quite get through to each other. Like when the telephone rings and nobody answers. Like a busy signal, sort of, you know? We'll work it out, though. That's a promise. Promise? On my honor. Later, when the school bus came grinding up the road, Melinda generously offered me her cheek, which I kissed. Then I watched her ride away. A spectacular child. Very smart, too. And beautiful like her mother. So blonde it hurts the eyes. I love her. Both of them. Isn't that the purpose? To save those smooth blonde hides? To preserve the integrity of our nuclear family? Split? Doesn't make sense. Dig. Don't give up. All day long I've been at it. Sweat and calluses, and my back hurts and my arms feel like jelly, but there's also a nugget of sweet pleasure buried in the pain. It's duty-doing, taking charge. After all those years of pent-up terror, I'm finally showing the courage of a fighting man, and it feels terrific. Tension translated into doggedness, anxiety into action, skittishness into firm, soldierly resolve. I like the feel of a spade in my hands. I like its weight, the crunch it makes against this mountain soil, the blue sparks of metal striking rock. Later, I rig up the dynamite. I know what I'm doing, believe me. Ollie Winkler taught me. I learned from a pro. 2 sticks and the primer. Wire it up, crimp the blasting cap, take shelter behind the tool shed. Think about Ollie and his bombs for peace. Push the yellow button. "Fire in the hole!" I yell, and then the explosion, a muffled sound. The kitchen windows rattle. Bobby comes to the back steps and stands there with a mystical smile on her lips. She doesn't speak. A wag of the head, that's all. In the backyard, like smoke, there's a light dusting of powdery debris. And my wife and I stare at each other as if from opposite sides of a battlefield. Not enemies, but not allies either. Bobby bites her thumb. I smile and wave. Then it's over. She goes inside. I go back to digging. The dynamite, that's what disturbs her. She thinks I'll miscalculate. Crazy, but she thinks I'll blow the damned house down, maybe hurt someone. Dangerous, she thinks. But what about plutonium? What about bomb, for Christ's sake? Talk about windows rattling. Miscalculations? I'll show her. I'll show her 200 million corpses, leukemia and starvation, and nobody around to read her goddamned literary masterpieces. I'll show her a daughter without hair. Where the hell's her imagination? Screw it, just dig. A crowbar, a pick, a spade, a pulley system to haul up the rock. When Melinda returns from school, I'm still on the job. I straighten up and smile over the rim of the hole. "Hey there," I say, but she doesn't answer. She kicks a bit of dirt down on me and grunts, "Nutto," and then scampers for the house. I don't let it rattle me. At dusk, I plug in the outdoor Christmas lights. Who needs supper? I keep at it, singing Jingle Bells, working with the tough, high-spirited resolution of a man doing what must be done. It isn't obsession. It's commitment. It's fact-facing. It's me against the black and white realities. Dig, no other answer. Listen to the crickets. Watch the moon rise beyond the mountains. Pry out a boulder, lift and growl and heave. Spit on your hands. Count the inches. Obsession? Einstein was obsessed. At 10 o'clock, I tell myself to ease off. It's hard to stop, though, and I take a few more licks at it, then a few more. Then I unplug the lights and store my tools and reluctantly move toward the house. No signs of life. Rather eerie. In the living room, I find only the vague after-scent of lilac perfume, a spick-and-span silence, an empty closet, the indentation of Bobby's lovely ass in the cushion of a reading chair. I stop and listen hard and call out to them. "Bobby!" I shout. Then, "Melinda!" This strange quiet, it unnerves me. I can imagine the two of them packing suitcases and slipping away through the crevices of this dark night. Melinda's bed is empty. And when I move to Bobby's bedroom, my bedroom, I'm stopped by a locked door. I knock and wait and then knock again gently. "All right," I say. "I know you're in there." No response. I jiggle the knob. A solid lock. I install it myself. Now what? Pressing my ear to the door, I detect the sound of hushed voices, a giggle, bed springs, bare feet padding across oak floors. Another knock, not so gentle this time. "Hey, you guys," I call. "Enough of this. Let's go. Open up, right now." Nothing. "Now," I say. "Hop to it." Behind the door, Melinda releases a melodious little laugh, which gives me hope. But then the silence presses in again. My lungs ache. Studying the door, I have a sudden urge to smash the fucker down. A shoulder, a foot, like on television. Break it down and storm in and pin them to the bed. Both of them grab those creamy white throats and bang their heads together and demand love, demand some respect and understanding. Except that they might take it the wrong way. They always do. Instead, I kiss the door and walk away. Supper is cold chicken and carrot sticks. Afterward, I do the dishes. I take a shower, smoke a cigarette, mix up a batch of Kool-Aid, prowl from room to room. A lockout. Why? What possible reason? I'm a tender, loving man. A pacifist, for God's sake. The whole Vietnam business. I kept my nose clean, a resistor, all those years on the run, a man of the most impeccable nonviolence. So why? At midnight, I return to the locked door. At least they've had the decency to put my pajamas out for me. Freshly laundered, neatly folded. I find a sleeping bag and spread it out in the hallway. I undress in the dark. As I'm putting on the pajamas, I hear a light scratching at the door, then a voice, muted and hoarse, and Melinda says, "Daddy?" "Here," I say. "Can't sleep." "Well, gee," I tell her. "Open up. We'll cuddle." "Nice try." "Thanks, sweetie." She clears her throat. "I made this promise, see, to Mommy. She said it's a quarantine." "Mommy's a fruitcake." "What?" "Nothing," I murmur. "We'll straighten things out in the morning. Close your eyes now." "They are closed." "Tight?" "Pretty tight." A pause, then Melinda says, "You know something? I'm scared, I think." "Yes." "I mean—" She makes a trilling sound, not quite a sob. In the dark, although the door separates us, her face begins to compose itself before me like a developing photograph, the cool eyes, the pouty curvature of the lips. "Daddy." "Still here, pumpkin." "Tell the honest truth," she says. You won't ever try to kill me, will you?" "Kill?" "Like murder, I mean. Like with dynamite or an axe or something. I'm pretty young, you know. I'm barely a kid." "Ah." "Well—" I examine my hands. "No killing," I tell her. "Impossible. I love you." "Just checking." "Of course." "Mommy thinks—" "Oh, well, night." "Night," I say. And for several minutes, 10, perhaps 20, I'm frozen there at the door, just listening, pondering things, wondering where I've gone wrong. Kill? Where do kids get those ideas? Axes and dynamite? What happened to faith? The world, the world. I groan and lie down and zip myself into the sleeping bag, but then, as I'm squirming, I get jabbed in the heart. Another poem. It's pinned to the pajama pocket. The balance of power. Imagine first the high-wire man a step beyond his prime, abandoned by skill and nerve, caught like a cat on the highest limb, seized by the spotlight of his own blindness, wounded, wobbling left to right, locked in that treacherous instant between pride and fright. Imagine next the brown-haired boy, alone on his teeter-totter at the hour of dusk, poised at the fulcrum, 1 foot in fantasy, 1 foot in fear, hands spread towards sun and moon, shifting, shifting, silly sight, wrapped in that shadowed moment between youth and night. Imagine last the man on the moon, stranded in the space of deepest space, marooned on his sterile sphere, dust and rock and solar wind, orphaned, widowed, divorced from planet Earth, yet forever bound to her by laws of church and gravity. Here there is but the long thin wire from sun to Bedlam, as the drum beat ends and God is still, and clowns look up with tears and families pray, "Be quick, be agile, the balance of power, our own, the world's, grows ever fragile." Horse shit of the worst kind, heavy on rhythm, light on reason. Bedlam, unbalanced, she means. Orphaned, widowed, divorced. A direct threat, nothing else. What can I say? At least it rhymes. 3. My wife thinks she's leaving me. Already the suitcases are packed, and in the bedroom, behind a locked door, Bobby spends the afternoon sorting through old letters and photographs. Her mood is truculent. 2 months since she last spoke to me. When necessary, today for instance, she communicates by way of the written word, using Melinda as a go-between, dispatching fierce warnings like this one. Relativity. Relations are strained among kin of the nuclear family. It is upon us now, the hour of evacuation, each man for himself, the splitting of blood infinitives, fission, fusion, critical mass. Panic comes to flight, and the ties dissolve, and relativity claims itself as the final victim. Mommy's not too happy, Melinda tells me. Pretty upset, I think. She means it. Mommy's not herself, I say. Off the wall. Off what? The wall. She's a brilliant poet. We have to expect it. Melinda sniffs. She sits at the edge of the hole, legs dangling, peering down on me as I study relativity. Her expression is grave and softly hostile. She tugs in her ponytail and says, "We're going away. Real soon, like tomorrow." "It won't happen, Angel." "Tomorrow, in the morning." "Won't happen." "I heard her," Melinda says. "I'm not deaf, that's what she said. Tomorrow morning. She already called the stupid goddamn taxi. I heard it." "Don't say goddamn." "Goddamn," she mutters. No use lecturing. I pocket the poem, spit on my hands, grab the spade, and go back to digging. Later I say, "This taxi business, what time?" "Can't tell you." "Early?" "Real early. She says we have to sneak out while you're still asleep, because then you can't get crazy and try to stop us or something. It's a secret, though. I'm not supposed to talk about it." "Better hadn't, then." "I already did." "You did, yes. Thanks, Princess." Shrugging, Melinda twists her ponytail and pulls it to her lips and quietly nibbles at it. Her position is precarious. I tell her to back away. It's a 15-foot drop. But she doesn't seem to hear. She watches my spade as if it were a loaded pistol. Those blue eyes, they're wired to my heart. "Daddy," she says. There's a pause while I lift a chunk of granite and wrestle it into my pulley basket. Mid-June now, 2 months on the job, and I've got myself one hell of a hole. 15 feet and counting. Straight down into the mountain. "Hey, Daddy." Dig, it's the project of a lifetime, a do-or-die undertaking, and the results are solid. No literary tricks. Solid walls, solid rock. Amazing what can be done with a spade and a jackhammer and a little dynamite. Gives me chills, makes me feel strong. Yes, strong. In the belly and thighs, all over. Look at these hands. Dangerous hands. Like a boxer's, big and rugged, muscled knuckles. Mean-looking. Hands you don't fuck with. I'm a tough customer. I don't take kindly to threats. Fission, fusion. Metaphor, for Christ's sake. It's the opiate of our age. Poets should dig. Fire and ice. Such sugar-coated bullshit. Bangs and whimpers. So refined, so elegant, so stunningly stupid. Nuclear war, nuclear war. No big deal, just a metaphor. Fission, fusion, critical mass. Blank verse for blank brains. Daddy, Melinda calls, and I look up and smile. Then I put my spine to the spade and lean in and dig. No shit, it kills me. The end of the world. It's fucking science. It's machinery. You can touch it. And nobody's scared. Nobody's digging, just me. Idiots. They're drugged on metaphor. They dress up the realities in rhymes and sly similes. They paint on the cosmetics, they call it by fancy names, they pile on the adjectives and images and nifty little turns of phrase. Why aren't they out here digging nuclear war? It's not pretty sounding. It's not subtle or coy. Nuclear war, nuclear war, nuclear war! Is it embarrassing? Too blunt? Too prosaic? Nuclear war, no metaphor. Listen! Nuclear war! Nuclear war! Those stiff, brash, trite, everyday syllables. I want to stand on my head and scream it, nuclear war! Some say the world will end in fire, some say in ice, but from what I've tasted of reality on the 6 o'clock news and the cold-blooded jargon of Kahn and Schelling and Reagan and those crew-cut grad students in applied physics, from what I've tasted of fear and desire, I hold with those who favor the naming of names, the artless details, the out-of-key din of nuclear war, nuclear war. Where's the terror in this world? Where's the simple revulsion? Scream it, nuclear war! The bombs are real. This spade is a spade, by God, and I'm digging. Daddy, Melinda wails. She drops a clod of hard clay from 15 feet, a near miss. The real world, it gets your attention. Do something, she shouts. You have to. We're leaving, don't you know that? Do something. Get out of that goddamned hole and... right now. Baby, I say. Now! She smacks her hands together. She's crying, but it isn't sadness, it's fury. She pushes a wheelbarrow to the lip of the hole. Do something, she cries, then she growls and shoves and sends the wheelbarrow tumbling down. Frustration, that's all. She doesn't mean to kill me. I don't want to leave, she chokes. I want to stay here. I want you and Mummy to... She's on her hands and knees, bawling, bombing me with rocks and chisels and fistfuls of dirt. I scramble up the ladder. Melinda rolls away and kicks at me and cries, Daddy, please! But I clamp on a bear hug and pin her down. Hurts, she says. I know it does. Let go. Not quite yet. In a minute. So for a time we lie there at the edge of the hole, father and daughter. We're filthy, of course. I can smell sweat and moist clay. A warm afternoon. A Friday, I think, though I've lost track. And there are puffy white clouds above us and mountains all around. Melinda's eyes are closed. Better now? I ask. She stiffens, still huffing. You stink. You smell like that hole. Better? Yeah, I guess. But you're breaking my back. God, you must weigh 5 billion pounds. At least, I say, and smile. I sit up, taking her hand. Melinda sobs. She puts her head in my lap. A sweet, delicate child. These last 2 months have been tough on her. She doesn't understand. 12 years old, how could she? Nothing I can do but bend down and kiss her forehead. Tomorrow, she says. No. Mummy said so. Mummy's a poet, I murmur. She's wrong. Nobody's leaving. It can't happen. I won't allow it. Later in the house, we take turns using the shower. She's at the age of modesty. There was a time not long ago when the 3 of us would do our showering as a team, a real family, Bobby and Melinda and I. I love that little girl. I love my wife. Standing in the hallway, toweling off, I can hear Melinda singing Billy Boy behind the bathroom door. and I can hear Bobby opening and closing drawers in the bedroom, and both doors are locked, and I realize that we've finally reached the point of decision. I know what must be done. Won't happen, I say. Nobody's leaving. It's ugly, yes, but it's also a relief. In the kitchen, I'm whistling Billy Boy as I prepare a quick lunch of sausage and salad. I hate that song, Melinda says. She eats standing up. She wears a pink robe and pink slippers, a white towel wrapped turban-style around her head. We chat around things. I ask if she'd like a pony someday, and she nods. Then she thinks for a moment and says, "Except you'd probably dig a hole in it. You'd probably blow it up with dynamite." "No, I wouldn't," I say. "You probably would." I grin and make a silly face. You can't argue. Kids and poets, they have trouble dealing with reality. "Boomo," says Melinda. "Dead pony, no thanks." Composure, I think. Hard to be cheerful, but I wink and whistle Billy Boy and fix up Bobby's lunch tray and carry it to the bedroom door. I knock twice and yell, "Room service!" There's no response. Not that I expect one. For a few seconds I listen with my ear to the door, just hoping. Then I say, "Bobby! Bobby!" Then I put the tray down and knock again and head back to the kitchen. "See what I mean?" Melinda says. "Tomorrow. It's all planned. She's really serious." "Right." "You better hurry up and do something." "Done," I say. "What?" "Relax, sweetie. Consider it done." A funny thing, but the afternoon goes by peacefully. I'm not worried. I don't talk to myself. It's the peace of decision, I suppose. Bobby has her plans. I have mine. While she's busy packing and tidying up the loose ends of our marriage, I go about my daily business with confidence and good humor, almost happy, the kind of disconnected happiness that sometimes seems to nudge up against sadness. It makes your scalp tickle. You feel yourself straining to keep away the giggles, but then you giggle, and you slap yourself and shake your head and try not to cry. Two things are clear. I won't stop digging. I won't lose my family. The trick now, of course, is to avoid arousing suspicion. Play it canny. Stick to the normal routines. Wash the dishes, sweep the floor, smoke a cigarette, lace up my boots and take a leak, and then march back to the hole for the second shift. Don't think about it. Squeeze that spade and dig. Progress. It's a lovely feeling. I was born to this sort of labor, a pickaxe and a spade. No metaphors, the jackhammer now and then, that ice-hot sensation of drilling point blank into mountain rock. There's nothing like it. Here in this hole you can weigh progress by the pound. You can count the inches, and each inch takes you deeper into bedrock. It isn't psychological. I want to feel safe, yes, but I also want to be safe. You can't find peace of mind without first finding peace itself. These granite walls, they'll take anything but a direct hit. And when I'm finished, when I've installed a steel roof and a ventilation system and triple filters, that's when I'll look Bobby in the eye and say, "It's yours. I've done what I can." Until then, no quitting. I won't be blackmailed. This running away nonsense, I simply won't tolerate it. Dig. It's my life. Late in the afternoon, I climb out of my hole and slip into the tool shed and make a few preparations. Some measuring, some easy arithmetic. I pile up a stack of 2x4s and go to work with a saw. There's nothing humorous about it, but at times I start giggling, and my eyeballs sting, and I have to step back and take a breather. Child's play, I tell myself. Follow the dotted lines. Fission, fusion, critical mass. Love, I whisper. An hour later, when I leave the tool shed, the afternoon has gone dark, partly twilight, partly a soft rain. I switch on the outdoor Christmas lights. The backyard glows in reds and greens like a movie set, like Cape Canaveral before a night launch. And the rain is steady and warm and not quite real. I'm feeling fuzzy. I wish Sarah were here. Be calm, she'd say. Let your body do the thinking. She had the nerve for this sort of thing. She made a career out of sabotage. But that's over now. I'm on my own. So I do it by the numbers. I cut the telephone line. I trudge over to the Chevy and open the hood and remove the battery and lug it across the yard and dump it into the hole. Damn fine work, Sarah would say. Terrorism isn't all that difficult. Just takes some getting used to. For several minutes I'm not able to move. I waver at the edge of the hole, looking down, watching the rain make slop of a full day's labor. And I'm surprised to hear myself reciting aloud the names of my wife and daughter, then other names, Ollie and Tina and Ned and Sarah, that old gang of ours. What happened to them? And what became of the outrage and joy that kept us going all those years? Enough speculation, Sarah would snort. Let's get on with business, William. But still I hesitate, wondering about the consequences of our disillusion, the loss of energy, the slow hardening of a generation's arteries. What happened? Rubens on Wall Street, Fondas doing diet books. Is it entropy? Is it genetic decay? Even the villains are gone. Where's Brezhnev when we truly need him? Where's Nixon and LeMay and Khrushchev and Johnson and Ho Chi Minh? There are no more heroes. There are no more public enemies. Villainy itself has disappeared, or so it seems, leaving a world without good or bad, without passion, and the moral climate has turned mild and banal. We've been homogenized, I fear. We wear alligators on our shirts. We play Space Invaders in darkened living rooms. Long hair is out, Adidas is in. We've become a generation of joggers and pasta eaters and money makers. Our moral stance is supine. Who among us would become a martyr, and for what? Times change. As if to bow out before they were tarred and feathered, the fathers of our age have all passed away. Einstein's brains were pickled in formaldehyde. Teller made his final appearance on Issues and Answers. Von Braun went quietly in his sleep. Rickover was buried at sea. Each of them beat the clock. And me, I'm digging a hole, just surviving. Oh, my, I say. It's an era of disengagement. We're in retreat, all of us, and there's no use looking back. I return to the tool shed. I arm myself with hammer and nails. I sigh and bend down and pick up the 2x4s and then make my way to the house under a heavy burden. In the kitchen, I try for stealth, one step at a time, cautiously, past the stove, through the dining room, down a hallway to the bedroom door. There I stop and listen. The sounds are domestic, muffled, but still comforting. Bobby's hairdryer, Melinda's radio. "You guys," I say, "I love you." First the wedge, which I tuck between the knob and the door's outer molding. Next the 2x4s. I feel giggles coming on, but I maintain control. I blink and swallow hard and carefully check the measurements. When I begin hammering, the hairdryer clicks off, and Melinda says, "God, what's going on?" Speed is critical. I nail a board flush to the door. "Daddy!" Melinda calls. Bobby hushes her, and I hear bed springs, but I keep my attention on the mechanics of carpentry. There's justice involved, and matters of love and preservation, so I nail down the second 2x4, then the third, an overlapping system that anchors on the hallway wall. "Stop that racket!" Melinda yells. Her voice is closer now, and a bit shaky. "Can you hear me? Stop it!" Finally the braces, 6 of them, perfect right angles, door to molding. As an afterthought, I remove the knob and use a screwdriver to jam the inner workings. I kneel at the door. The giggles have got me. I'm close to gagging, and for a moment or two it nearly spills over into sentiment. Melinda jiggles the inside knob. "Well," she says, "I hope you're happy." "Almost," I say. "The door doesn't work." "No, it doesn't." She gives it a sharp tug. I hear the grunt, a metallic squeak, and then voices. There's a conference in progress. No doubt about the topic. Bobby's a poet, Melinda's a child. It adds up to a paucity of imagination. "Forget it," I say gently. "I'm years ahead of you." My pace is brisk. Not dawdling, not rushing either. When I step outside, the night seems slick and treacherous. A much heavier rain now, and I take care to avoid silly accidents as I climb up the ladder. It's an 8-foot deadfall. At this point, precautions are essential. I don't want broken legs, not mine, not theirs. I press my nose to the bedroom window. It strikes me as a rather touching scene. In a way, in fact, I'm half rooting for them, half proud, and I can't help smiling while Bobby ties the bed-sheets together. I'd like to lend a hand. A gorgeous woman, but she doesn't have the knack for knots. She never did. The physical principles of our universe are far beyond her. She sits on the bed in profile, tying and retying, lips tighter than any knot. Her hair is bunned. She wears cords and sneakers and a yellow cotton sweater. Behind her, near the closet, Melinda struggles with the latch on a battered old suitcase. I feel a prickle along my backbone. It's a peeping Tom tingle. I want to smash the glass and leap in and crush them with love. If I could, I would. Oh, yes, I would. But I close the shutters and drive in the nails. If they were any other way, then a couple of 2x4s for good measure. "We'll starve!" Melinda shouts. They won't, though. I'll figure a technique. I test the shutters, add an extra board, then call it a night. Guilt will come later. For now, it's just heartache. To Sharon there fast, I decide to skip supper, busying myself with little household chores. A thorough vacuuming and dusting. Defrost the refrigerator, scrub the kitchen floor. Ajax, I think, the foaming cleanser. In the basement I toss in a load of laundry and sit on the steps and sing, "Clean clear through and deodorized too. That's a fab wash for you." My voice is strong. Many moons ago, when we were out to sanitize the world, I could carry a tune like nobody's business. I could do Baez and Dylan and Seeger, and it wasn't soupy, it wasn't music to march to, it meant something. We cared, we really did. Ollie and Tina and Ned Rafferty, they knew the risks, they paid dearly, but they cared. It's nostalgia, I suppose, but where do you draw the line between mawkish sentiment and true caring? We were bleeding hearts in the old-fashioned sense. We indulged in idealism, we pursued our reckless dreams, and when we bled, which was often, we did so without moderation or embarrassment. There was evil at large. I blush to think it. Vietnam. The word itself has become a cliché. Vietnam. It's an eye-glazer, a party-pooper, but we cared. Chalk it up to naivete, but we had the courage of our own indignation. We put up a damned fine fight. We stuck it out, some longer than others, Sarah longest, and it's not false sentiment to say that we had our hour of great honor. We were not the lunatic fringe. We were the true blue center, middle class, middle of the road, middle Americans, the last of the die-hard conservatives, as patriotic as Nathan Hale, as conventional as Calvin Coolidge. It was not a revolution. It was a restoration. We believed in free speech and free assembly. We believed in the right to petition our government. We believed in a constitution that requires formal declaration of war. In our hearts, bourgeois and bleeding, we were crusaders in a holy war to win back America from the infidels. And now it's over. Who among us remembers the convoluted arguments and counter-arguments that kept us awake until 5 in the morning? Was Ho Chi Minh a nationalist or a spoon-fed communist, or both? Was he a tyrant? And if so, was his tyranny preferable to that of Diem and Key and Thieu? Was it a case of naked aggression across state boundaries, or was it a civil war? And who started it, and why, and when? What about the Geneva Accords? What about Cito? What about containment and dominoes and self-determination? All those complexities and ambiguities, matters of history, matters of law and ideology, they've vanished. They've been reduced to a stack of tired old platitudes. The war could have been won. The war was ill-conceived. The war was an aberration. The war was hell. Vietnam, it was madness. We're all innocent by reason of temporary insanity. Yes, it's over. A sad chapter. And now we pat ourselves on the back. We did our bit. We marched a few miles, we signed a few manifestos, we voted for McGovern. It's dropout time. We earned our rest. We've become full-fledged members of the Pepsi generation. Be young, be fair, be debonair. Someday, perhaps, we'll all get together for a bang-up reunion, like a VFW convention, thousands of us, veterans, thinning hair and proud little pot-bellies. And we'll sit around in the lobby of the Chicago Hilton and swap war stories and show off our battle scars. The STS bunch, dressed to kill in their pea coats and Shriners' hats, Wallace in his wheelchair, McCarthy in his pinstripes, Westmoreland in fatigues, Kennedy in his coffin, Sarah in her letter sweater. And I'll be there, too. I'll show up in my hard hat, spade over my shoulder. I'll lead the songfest. I'll warm them up with some of the old standards, songs about overcoming and giving peace a chance, banning cannonballs, and we'll all get soppy with sentiment, hugging and embracing, even weeping. Then we'll break out the booze and coke. We'll dance to Dawn of Summer. We'll parade through Lincoln Park, singing our lungs out. Mr. Clean will clean your whole house and everything that's in it. Mr. Clean, Mr. Clean, Mr. Clean. In times like these, what can a man do but dig? I put my laundry in to dry. Upstairs the house seems oddly empty, a kind of hollowed-out grandeur. There's a faucet dripping in the bathroom, which makes me smile. Our domestic responsibilities never end, and I find pleasure in the task at hand, wrench and pliers, a new washer, and the maintenance of an enduring peace. If I could, I would. If only the world came with reliable components, a wife who would understand, a daughter who would trust. If at birth we were each presented with an ironclad certificate of warranty, if there were no Minutemen, if we were immortal, if we could somehow reverse the laws of thermodynamics, I would happily surrender my spade. I would kneel down in supplication to the great metaphor of our century. I surely would. For now, though, I'm a handyman, a fixer of faucets, a digger of holes, humming jingles as I perform the odd jobs necessary to the survival of home and hearth. Besides, I can't sleep. A frazzled feeling. I devote an hour to the oven, putting muscle to it, scraping away a year's worth of crud. If there were any other way, I scour the sinks, Drano the drains, carry out the garbage, gaze with quiet hope at the backyard Christmas lights. It's nearly dawn when Melinda begins banging on the bedroom door. "Daddy!" she screams, and I'm there in an instant. I tell her to calm down, but she won't. She keeps yelling and thumping the door, and there is now the inevitable weight of a guilty conscience. "Let me out!" she cries. "Hurry up, I have to go, real bad. I can't hold it." "Angel, just try to pee," she yells. It's a dilemma, one of those uncovered bases. Leaning against the door, I try to put the sound of patient fatherhood into my voice, as if we were in a car, as if the next stop were 50 miles down the road. I tell her to hang in there until morning, until I've had time to work out the plumbing arrangements. "Wait," she asks. "How long?" "Not long. You're a big girl now. Just count the telephone poles. Go back to bed." "All right." "Wet the bed." "You won't." "I will so," she says. "You better open that door. You better. One more minute and—" "Use a bottle, then." "What bottle?" "Look around, baby. You'll find one. Check Mummy's dresser." For a moment she seems to be thinking it over. I can picture the droop in her eyelids, a tightening along the jaw. "Gross!" she snaps, and I can't blame her. She hits the door. "This is stupid. I'm a girl. I can't pee in any old bottle. I need— Stupid God, I can't even believe it." Then she moans. It's a battle of nerves. She knows my tricks. I know hers. "Daddy," she says, "can't you act normal for a second? It's pretty cruel, don't you think? Sort of mean. First you blow up the backyard with dynamite, and then you kidnap us, and then you won't even let me go to the bathroom. Doesn't that seem like maybe something's wrong? It's not too nice, is it? What if I did all that stuff to you? How would you feel?" "Bad," I tell her. "I'd probably feel terrible. And what if I made you go potty in a bottle, in a perfume bottle? That wouldn't feel so wonderful, would it?" "Awful." "So there." "There," I say, which is all I can manage. She taps the door and speaks quietly, not scolding, not angry. It's a grown-up voice. "And listen," she says, "I bet you'd be pretty scared, too. I bet you'd cry. You'd get mad at me, and then you'd start to cry, because you might think I was acting buggo, and because Because it's scary, that's why. And after a while you'd probably be so scared you couldn't even sleep at night, or else you'd have had bad dreams and keep waking up all the time. And then she lets it hang. She knows I'm against the ropes. "Daddy," she whispers, "I'm here. You know what else?" "What else?" "You'd get sad. If you were me, you'd get so sad you couldn't stand it." "I know, honey." "Like right now. I'm sad, I guess." "Yes." "Let me out," she says. It's a rocky moment, the most painful of my life, but I'm strong enough to tell her it can't be done, not yet. "The hot water bottle," I say. "Wake up your mother. She'll handle it." Melinda is right, though. I can't stand it. When she says she hates me, I nod and back away, and later, when the tears come, when Bobby finally takes command, I turn off the hallway light and move to the kitchen and try to patch myself together for the final bit of drama. It's a splendid sunrise. The mountains go violet, then bright pink, and just after 6 o'clock a taxi pulls up the long driveway. I have a word with the driver, make excuses, write out a handsome check. "Tip," he says. Just a kid, sandy beard and granny glasses, but he clearly knows what it's all about. He takes a 20 without blinking. "Could have called," he tells me. 6 fucking o'clock, no courtesy." Then he shakes his head and sighs and leaves behind the smell of greed and rubber. And that's it. What happened, I wonder, to the rain? What more can I do? Roll out my sleeping bag before the bedroom door, curl up like a watchdog. What else? If it were possible, I would join my wife and daughter, sharing their warmth, sleeping the dense, narcotic sleep of the human race. I would gladly take my place in the devout procession from church to grave. I would vote Republican. I would subscribe to Time. At cocktail parties I would argue cheerfully in behalf of cautious optimism, the restrained pursuit of moderate causes. God knows I'd prefer the tranquil hum of harmony everlasting, a Sunday in midsummer, Melinda chasing thistledown, Bobby in her hammock, speckled sunlight butterflies, tomatoes ripening in weeded gardens, a temperature locked forever at 81 degrees. A yawning summer Sunday, a day when Christians barbecue. Not a cloud. Trimmed hedges and apple trees and a white bird bath. The 4th of July, let us say, and I'd spend the afternoon grilling hamburgers and studying batting averages, a content man, middle-aged but truly happy. I would have hobbies. I would own life insurance. I would be secure in the certainty that the dollar will hold its value, that money will continue to matter, that matter will matter. I would stop smoking. I would plan trips to Yellowstone and Disneyland. If I had the power, if it were not for lunatics, I would sip martinis and root against the Yankees and firm up my golf game and invest heavily in the wide-open future. I would numb myself with Valium. I would join the taxpayers' revolt, denounce inflation, draw up a will, badger my broker, feed myself a diet of canned spaghetti and frozen vegetables. I'd do it. I really would. I dream the dreams that suppose awakening. If it were only believable. I would surely believe. Nuclear war, a fairy tale, a hoax, a great belly laugh in the Christian comedy. I'd slap my knee. A joke, for Christ's sake! No bombs, no submarines, no ICBMs. I'd head out to the backyard and fill in the hole and plant grass and beg forgiveness. Yes, and I would live gracefully from day to day in the unspoken conviction that when it finally happens, when we hear that midnight howl, when we jerk up in bed, when the planet's zipper comes undone, when fail-safe fails, when deterrence no longer deters, when the jig is at last up. Yes, even then I would cling to a steadfast orthodoxy, a man of abiding faith, confident to the end that E will somehow not quite equal MC squared. That it's a cunning metaphor. That the terminal equation will somehow not quite balance. "Daddy, you're crazy," Melinda says. Then she shouts it. "Crazy! Crazy!" Nominated by Edmund Keeley, Sarah Vaughan, and Plowshares. Hemingway's Wound and Its Consequences for American Literature, by Malcolm Cowley, from the Georgia Review. Copyright 1984 by Malcolm Cowley. Long ago I was asked to edit the Viking portable Hemingway, one of the early volumes in a new series. I accepted the commission eagerly, though it promised nothing in the way of financial recompense beyond a fee of $500. On the other hand, it might further some larger purposes, one of which was to correct a general misestimation of Hemingway's work. He was, as I felt, not merely an international celebrity, but also an important figure in the history of American literature, which was my field of study. Though he was not among my friends at the time, he was a member of my age group and had expressed, more clearly than others, our special sense of life. I worked hard on the portable, and especially on the introduction during the early months of 1944. Here I repeat my opening paragraph for two good reasons. The first is that the end of it, which had a discernible effect on later assessments of Hemingway, is now under attack by the critical revisionists, a contentious sect. The second is that what I wrote isn't widely available, the portable having gone out of print in 1949. Going back to Hemingway's work after several years, I said, is like going back to a brook where you had often fished and finding that the woods are as deep and cool as they used to be. The trees are bigger, perhaps, but they are the same trees. The water comes down over the black stones as clear as always, with the same dull, steady roar where it plunges into the pool, and when the first trout takes hold of your line, you can feel your heart beating against your fishing jacket. But something has changed. For this time there are shadows in the pool that you hadn't noticed before, and you have a sense that the woods are haunted. When Hemingway's stories first appeared, they seemed to be a transcription of the real world, new because they were accurate, and because the world in those days was also new. With his insistence on presenting things truly, he seemed to be a writer in the naturalistic tradition for all his technical innovations, and the professors of American literature, when they got around to mentioning his books in their surveys, treated him as if he were a Dreiser of the lost generation, or perhaps the fruit of a misalliance between Dreiser and Jack London. Going back to his work in 1944, you perceive his kinship with a wholly different group of novelists, let us say with Poe and Hawthorne and Melville. The haunted and nocturnal writers, the men who dealt in images that were symbols of an inner world. Was there an explanation for the haunted quality that distinguished Hemingway's work and placed it in a lasting tradition of American literature? I looked for clues in his fiction, where they abounded, and also in his life, as it was then known to readers. The first clue I found was clearer than others. It was the wound he had suffered in Italy. On the moonless night of 8 to 9 July 1918, near the ruined town of Fossalta di Piave, he had stood in a front-line trench, talking in pidgin Italian with 3 soldiers. A little after midnight, an Austrian mortar bomb had exploded in the trench. I died then, Hemingway later told his friend Guy Hickok. I felt my soul or something coming right out of my body, like you'd pull a silk handkerchief out of a pocket by one corner. It flew around and then came back and went in again, and I wasn't dead any longer. All 3 Italian soldiers had their legs blown off, and 2 of them were dead. Hemingway's legs were full of steel fragments, 237 by the surgeon's later count. One fragment had penetrated his scrotum. Somehow he rose to his feet, heaved up the 3rd soldier in a fireman's carry, and staggered up the road toward a forward command post. An Austrian searchlight caught him in its beam, and he was wounded twice again by slugs from a heavy machine gun. He didn't know how he reached the command post, where he collapsed. By then the man on his shoulders was dead. Such is an account of his first great wound, or of those many first wounds, as it can be reconstructed by comparing several reports. Hemingway was never to forget the mortar bomb that exploded in the darkness, as when a blast furnace door is swung open. It was a memory that returned obsessively in his fiction. The heroes of his first 2 novels were both of them wounded men. Consequences of the wound reappear in several of his stories and help to explain their preoccupation with dying and corpses. Often the hero tries never to think about it. and that effort is mentioned or hinted at in unexpected places. For example, in Big Two-Hearted River, which seems to be only the beautifully accurate record of a fishing trip. But one notes that the fisherman has to control his emotions, and that there are memories he is glad not to be thinking about. After rereading the story in connection with others, one suspects that his most perilous memory is of being blown up at night and of feeling the soul or something go out of his body. Perhaps, or so I conjectured, that might help us to understand the emotional power of the story, which is otherwise hard to explain. The conjecture was taken up and amplified by other critics, as notably by Philip Young in his Ernest Hemingway, 1952. This is on the whole an illuminating work, but I suspected on reading it that Young had gone too far toward presenting a complicated personality chiefly in terms of the wounds, moral and physical, that Hemingway had suffered during his early life. The late Mark Schorer, a venturesome critic, went farther in the same direction. He said that a wound was to become the central symbol of almost everything Hemingway wrote. More specialized critics devoted themselves to the symbols, mostly of fear, that they had unearthed with pick and shovel after digging through the text of Big Two-Hearted River. The search became popular in other countries, including Japan, where Keiji Nakajima wrote a compendious summary of the critical papers devoted to this one story. After all this critical fabulation, some of it pretty hazardous, there was certain to be a reaction toward a more commonplace picture of Hemingway's work. The reaction was carried to an extreme by Kenneth S. Lynn in a very long review, Commentary, July 1981, of Hemingway's Selected Letters. It was reprinted in a collection of Lynn's writing, The Airline to Seattle, 1983, and I hear with trepidation that he has written a book on Hemingway not yet published. In the review I play the villain's role. One of its principal points is that I had been perversely mistaken in my picture of Hemingway's character and writing. I had presented him as a victim of capitalist society at war, and had thereby led other critics astray. In particular, I had sinned by what I said about Big Two-Hearted River. The story is, in reality, a sun-drenched, Cézannesque picture of a predominantly happy fishing trip, and I had transformed it into something as spooky, to use Lynn's word, as anything by Poe or Hawthorne. The truth, according to Lynn, is that the story is not about a returned soldier, and has nothing to do with a wound suffered in Italy. For proof of this reinterpretation, Lynn cites the Selected Letters. Those written home from Italy are cheerful about the wound, and after his return Hemingway had nothing whatever to say about it. By the time he made his fishing trip to the upper Michigan Peninsula in the summer of 1919, he had fully recovered from the fear of being blown up at night. Perhaps there are shadows in the background of his fishing narrative, but if so, they depend on something else in his immature psyche, that is, his obsessive grudge against his mother. Lynn attacks my motives for writing about Hemingway, which, he asserts, were wholly personal and political. When, in 1940, he says, Malcolm Cowley finally ceased apologizing for Stalinism, he, too, that is, like Edmund Wilson, began to cast about for non-Marxist modes of continuing his assault on the moral credentials of capitalist society. America's entrance into the war against Hitler made this problem particularly difficult for him, but Wilson's overinterpretation of Hemingway seems to have showed him how to solve it. In addition to shoveling much more war-victim material into Big Two-Hearted River than Wilson had done, Cowley's introduction to the Viking Portable Hemingway, 1944, went on to insist that a haunted, hypnagogic quality characterizes all of Hemingway's work. I hadn't read Wilson's essay at the time, but that is a personal note. I wasn't deeply interested in what some other critic, even one I admired, had said about Hemingway's work. I was rereading the work itself and was trying to suggest an underlying quality that helped to give it literary stature. Lynn almost never discusses literature in its own terms. What he endeavors to find in it are psycho-political motives to excoriate. Why was it that the introduction to the Portable Hemingway slew the minds of so many critics? That general disaster came about, he says, because my discussion of Hemingway's wound appealed to the anti-American prejudice of intellectuals who automatically identified themselves with powerlessness. After the triumph of American power in World War II, that prejudice, became more virulent than ever before, and anti-American interpretations of American literature sprang up like poisonous weeds. That is a pretty broad, vehement indictment, and I shall come back to it later. But first I should like to consider Lynn's notion that Big Two-Hearted River has nothing at all to do with Hemingway's wound in Italy. Much of his case against me, and against American critics in general, depends on this one story, and there is substantive evidence about Hemingway's frame of mind when writing it. Lynn takes for granted that such evidence, if it exists, can be found in the big volume of selected letters edited by Carlos Baker. He doesn't pause to consider that the letters in the book, nearly 600 of them, are selected from thousands of others. Baker was conscientious in the task of selection, but there is always the possibility that some letters he had to omit for one reason or another might cast a different light on various questions, including the consequences of Hemingway's wound. That happens to be one of many topics discussed with candor in his 43 long letters to me, some of which go deeply into his state of mind. Only 2 of those letters, not crucial ones, are printed in Baker's book. The correspondence with me had begun with 2 letters that mentioned the Viking Portable Hemingway. In the first, he reported that some GIs in Buck Lanham's regiment, then fighting in Hütgen Forest, had read the book, which he still hadn't seen. They had teased him about being a haunted nocturnal writer, and Hemingway had answered, "Well, I'll be a haunted nocturnal son of a bitch." The second letter, this one included in Baker's selection, was written from Cuba in the fall of 1945. The first words are, "It was awfully good to hear from you. My letter has disappeared." A few days afterward, I got the book and liked the introduction very much. See what you mean about the nocturnal thing now. In 1947, Life magazine asked me to write a full-scale profile of Hemingway. After some hesitation and an exchange of letters with the author, I undertook the project, which excited me. Also, it promised a visit to Cuba by myself and my little family. Hemingway had given his approval, and letters became more frequent. I was finding that the profile was hard to put together, dealing as it did with a complicated person who had led many lives. I asked questions, and Hemingway answered most of them with candor. He liked to make confessions at night, and was eager to have a confidant in the literary world. Our correspondence continued for some years after the profile, cut down by me from a much longer version, had appeared in the 10 January 1949 issue of Life. Arguments appeared in the letters, chiefly concerning the manuscripts of 2 books about Hemingway that had been sent to me by their prospective publishers. Ernest didn't like the suggestions I had made for improving them. I began to feel that the correspondence was taking too much out of me, since I had other pressing work. Late in 1952, I received a long, warm letter from Ernest, and decided that it was a good point at which to stop. But we remained friends, if now distant ones, to the end of his life. I treasured the correspondence in a thick folder, safe in my filing cabinet. The folder was shown to nobody, with a single exception. On one occasion I brought it out for Henry W. Wenning, a rare book dealer in whom I had confidence, after telling him that I had no intention of selling it. Nevertheless, he described the folder to a wealthy collector in Hartford for whom he was acting as agent. The collector made me an offer of $15,000 for its contents, sight unseen. A condition of the sale was to be that I shouldn't copy the letters before letting them go. The offer was tempting to a not prosperous writer, even though accepting it would be against my standards of literary conduct. I consulted my mail with my friend Mary Hemingway, the author's widow and executor, and she consented to the sale. Wenning carried off the folder in April 1965, though first I had silently broken the agreement by copying one letter, 25 August 1948, that seemed to me especially revealing. The story might have ended there, but it had a sequel. In 1977, the Hemingway-Cowley correspondence was put up for auction by Sotheby Park Burnett, without my prior knowledge. A catalogue for that year devotes 5 double-columned pages to the collection. 2 descriptive paragraphs read as follows. Throughout this complete file of his correspondence to Cowley, a friend whom Hemingway refers to in one letter as the critic who best understands my work, Hemingway talks of his own writing in detail, gives revealing biographical information about himself, on subjects ranging from his difficult relationship with his parents to his controversial activities in World War II, and discusses literature and other writers, with lengthy critical passages on Faulkner and Fitzgerald in particular. At the time, Cowley was doing several pieces of writing on Hemingway. No, only one. And many of the letters are an answer to specific questions. This series of letters is so extensive, one 5-page letter running to 3,000 words, and consistently of such high interest, that it is impossible to but suggest the remarkable quality of the contents. The catalogue goes on to quote substantial passages from several letters. I didn't see it until long afterward, and of course I hadn't been present at the sale. What I heard was that there had been competitive bidding, and that the collection had gone to Maurice F. Neville, a Santa Barbara collector. His bid was $32,500. For me, at the time, that was water over the dam. I now wish that the entire collection could appear in a book that would include my 25 surviving letters to Hemingway, printed from their carbon copies. I didn't make carbons of the earlier letters, most of which have disappeared. Such a book, besides telling a story that is of interest in itself, would cast new light on aspects of Hemingway's character and episodes in his career. Carlos Baker's Big Life of Hemingway is an admirable work, as complete as he could make it, but there are questions it leaves only partly answered, including the new ones raised by Kenneth Lynn. On several of those questions, my correspondence with Ernest would provide definite evidence. I couldn't reproduce any of the letters here, except after delicate negotiations. Their present owner might reasonably feel that printing them would lessen their market value. Also, there is the lawyer for the Hemingway estate, whose consent would have to be obtained, and who keeps diligent guard against infringements. But in one of my notebooks is the revealing letter I copied, and this can be summarized. In the Sotheby 1977 catalogue are those extracts, including one from the same letter, and these, by being printed, have lost their so-called natural copyright. As for the letter, it was written at 5 o'clock on the morning of 25 August 1948, when the first light was showing. Ernest had just been rereading my introduction to what he called the portable or potable Hemingstein. For him, this was part of a refresher course and was also a pleasure. Since I was having a bad time writing another piece about him, he thought he would tell me a few things that were really true, things he had learned in the Royal Air Force to call the true gen. He had explained in an earlier letter, one of the two printed by Baker, that the gen is RAF slang for intelligence, the handout at the briefing. The true gen is what they know, but don't tell you. Now he was giving me the true gen as he saw it at 5 in the morning, the hour when he made the decisions that he would fight on. The next paragraph of the letter is one of the excerpts printed in the Sotheby catalogue. This gives the wrong date for it, 19 August instead of 25 August, but otherwise I copy it faithfully. In the first war I now see I was hurt very badly, in the body, mind, and spirit, and also morally. The true gen is I was hurt bad all the way through, and I was really spooked at the end. Big Two-Hearted River is a story about a man who was home from the war, but the war is not mentioned. When I got off the train for the strip at Seney, which is a sort of whistle stop, I can remember the brakeman saying to the engineer, "Hold her up. There's a cripple, and he needs time to get his stuff down." I had never thought of myself as a cripple. But since I heard I was, I stopped being one that day, and from then on I got my stuff down fast and asking favors from nobody. But I was still hurt very badly in that story. That one paragraph demolishes Lynn's misreading of Big Two-Hearted River, and with it the factual basis of his attack on American critics. If he should wish for additional evidence easily available, he might turn to A Movable Feast and read the passage, page 76, in which Hemingway tells how he wrote the story. It was at a café table in the Closerie des Lilas. "When I stopped writing," he says, "I did not want to leave the river where I could see the trout in the pool, its surface pushing and swelling smooth against the resistance of the log-driven piles of the bridge. The story was about coming back from the war, but there was no mention of the war in it." The war and the wound, too, were present notwithstanding. In an earlier book, Death in the Afternoon, Hemingway had said, "If a writer of prose knows enough about what he is writing about, He may omit things that he knows, and the reader, if the writer is writing truly enough, will have a feeling of those things as clearly as though the writer had stated them. The dignity of an iceberg is due to only 1/8 of it being above water. After rereading Big Two-Hearted River in connection with his other stories, I had sound reasons for feeling that the wound in Italy was the submerged 7/8. The experience of being blown up at night had been a trauma, though Hemingway never used the word, and for a long time it had kept him from sleeping at night. His fishing trip had marked a stage in his recovery, but not a final stage, since he continued to be engaged in a struggle against the fear of sudden death. A paradoxical result of the struggle was that he kept marching ahead into new dangers, as if proving to others, but chiefly I think to himself, that he was, after all, a brave man. Meanwhile he kept telling the truth, or part of it, to his Corona Portable No. 3, which he called his psychoanalyst. The rest of the truth is that he was actually braver than those others who hadn't his lively imagination and had never felt the soul or something go out of their bodies. That letter of 25 August 1948 goes on to describe some further stages in the battle against fear, his private war. He hadn't been afraid of big animals in Africa, it says, because they didn't carry guns. In Spain he had learned to fear only actual immediate danger, nothing in the future. The next step in his education was one that hasn't been recorded except in that single letter. It took place in China, 1941, during a thunderstorm, when his plane had to circle for a long time inside a range of steep hills. The ground was invisible. When the plane landed at last, and safely, Hemingway must have felt that a spell had been woven to protect him. Later, when he was cruising in a heavily armed Q-boat off the north coast of Cuba, he and all his crew had believed that if they encountered a submarine they would all be killed, but first they would have destroyed the submarine. They were completely happy, the letter says, believing as they did that the adventure was worthwhile. In France, with his guerrilla band, then later in Hütgen Forest, he had been very little spooked, and he goes on to celebrate the joy of fighting for the first time in one's own language. He concludes by saying that everything in the letter is the true gem. He must have embroidered it at points, as always, but he was clearly trying to be honest about his long struggle with fear. This, as I said, had been reflected in much of his work, and it had ended in victory, or so he felt in the summer of 1948. He would, however, return to the theme on one later occasion. Colonel Richard Cantwell, the last of his avatars, having been created later than Thomas Hudson of Islands in the Stream, finds the exact spot on the west bank of the river Piave where he had suffered his first wound. There he performs a private rite of defecation that closes out the experience. The rite is described in Across the River, 1951, written more than 30 years after Hemingway himself was wounded. So there is abundant evidence for the truth of what I wrote in the introduction to The Portable Hemingway. But had I any hidden political motives for writing it? Lynn makes that accusation, and at length, and it seems to me obstinately ill-informed. I was writing early in 1944, before the Normandy landing, when the war against Hitler still hung in the balance. 2 years before that time I had definitely withdrawn from political arguments in which I felt out of place and out of character. If I was left with a political purpose, it was one I shared with most Americans, namely, to strengthen our country and win the war as soon as possible. On the literary front, to which my work was confined, I could put forward the real achievements of American writers, dead and living. It was not a time to assault the moral credentials of capitalist society. In the unlikely case that I had wished to assault them, Hemingway's wound in the First World War was the weakest possible occasion. It was not the bitter fruit of American or European capitalism. Hemingway had chosen to expose himself beyond the call of duty, as I could judge from my volunteer service in an outfit that greatly resembled his. Volunteer is a key word in his case. During the early spring of 1918, he was a cub reporter on the Kansas City Star, one who felt ashamed of not being in uniform. He had learned that he would probably be rejected by the armed forces because of defective vision in one eye. He had also learned that the American Red Cross was enrolling young men to drive ambulances, and that it was willing to overlook minor physical defects. He volunteered for that service eagerly, and was sent to the Italian front. "He seemed always to want to be where the action was," said his assistant city editor. His sector of the front was quiet at the time, which was the first 2 weeks of June, and he decided that there wasn't much action or danger in driving an ambulance. So he volunteered again, this time to distribute chocolate, cigarettes, and postcards to soldiers just behind the front lines. He wasn't supposed to endanger himself. There was no military reason, none whatever, for his presence in a front-line trench on the night of 8 to 9 July. He had joyously sought out the wound, and would later be proud of it, though deeply shaken. He was, in fact, the first American volunteer to be wounded in Italy, and there would not be many others. The wound was in many ways a personal disaster for Hemingway, but my introduction to the portable implied that it was a literary blessing. Elsewhere I broadened the statement to include many Americans of his age group who had served in World War I. The future writers among them had profited by the experience, unlike the English, the French, and the Germans, who had served much longer. It was the wound, I thought, that gave much of the depth to his fiction, besides the haunted quality that I admired. Unwounded, completely happy men and women are seldom the best writers. If American society, in spite of every appearance, was somehow culpable in his case, a critic of literature is tempted to exclaim with the authors of the Missal, "O felix culpa." The critic might continue the quotation, but now with an embarrassed stammer. "O happy fault, which has deserved to have such and so mighty a redeemer." Hemingway did a great deal for American literature, but he was not a redeemer, even uncapitalized. As a young writer he was, if possible, more self-centered than the others, and more bitterly competitive. His ambition was not merely to outdo his coevals, all of them, but to win a place among the giants of fiction. Mr. Maupassant, Mr. Turgenev, Mr. Stendhal, he called them, as they stepped one after the other into an imaginary boxing ring. If he achieved that ambition in his limited fashion, and with many qualifications, his success was in part, and again with many qualifications when speaking of that complicated man, a fortunate consequence of his wound. Such was my conjecture at the time, and after 40 years of accumulated evidence I can see no reason for changing it. Since my political reasons for writing about the wound are under attack, it is time for me to break a self-imposed political silence and state my position bluntly. I am a little American. I am, and have always been, a patriotic native of some American neighborhood. At first it was Black Lick Township in Cambria County, Pennsylvania, then later, and for 50 years, it has been Sherman, Connecticut. Present population about 2,300, which I think is too many. There were intervening years in Pittsburgh, in Cambridge, Massachusetts, in Paris, and in Manhattan, but as a country boy I have never felt quite at home in cities. The United States as a whole is quite simply my own nation. It is also one nation among others, with very great comparative virtues and with faults, too, which I should be dishonest and disloyal if I tried to conceal. Many of them are my own faults. Some of the broader ones can be remedied. Indeed, they must be remedied if we are to survive as a nation. Other faults are among the irreparable defects of human societies. I have never dreamed of spending my life in any other country, except France long ago, and China in the days when it was being invaded. I like and love America, but not in any abstract fashion, having learned to distrust abstractions. I like the people, or most of them. I like the landscapes when they aren't defaced, and I feel at home in almost any of the small communities in which Americans flock together. I like the sense of living securely on my 7 acres of American soil, at least until the state decides to license a pipeline or build another superhighway. At the same time, I like the feeling of being foot-loose that most of us enjoy. We are citizens free to try our luck elsewhere, and let our tongues wag in abuse of the administration. I speak the American language. I like and love the American literature of this century, even while feeling that its past is still in process of creation, not to mention its future. I don't like everything about us, and in particular I detest superhighways, shopping malls, standard metropolitan areas, chemical pollution, and international struggles for power. I wish I had a bumper sticker like one of those formerly seen in California, "Stamp out progress." With the seeping away of earlier idealisms, I have become increasingly conservative, not neoconservative, a term that belongs with the jingo jargon of the Cold War. Perhaps the America I love best is the country of my boyhood, with open fields to run barefoot in and never a chain-link fence in days of travel over dirt roads. I do not identify the America I love with any political or economic theory, whether it be the free market, business enterprise, or the welfare state. Human beings have led tolerable lives under many systems, ranging from tribalism and primitive communism through absolute or limited monarchies and free republics to something approaching anarchism, provided only that people in the mass, and their leaders too, were reasonably honest, aspired to justice, and felt a sense of loyalty to the earth and their fellow creatures. Let them go their separate ways. And Soviet Russia, since it always comes into the argument. It is not a country I ever visited or strongly wished to visit, even in the days when I regarded myself as a Marxist. Later, the mere notion of living in Russia was one that filled me with horror. In historical terms, the USSR now seems the greatest of failed experiments, since it had tried to effectuate the grandest of social theories. But was that social failure inevitable, given the nature of the theory, or was it partly the result of Stalin's character as a leader? The question is still being argued by historians, and meanwhile Russia has achieved a military strength that makes it one of the two great powers. It is still not a threat to Americans in their daily lives unless we choose to make it so. If we insist on living with the Russians in mortal rivalry, we run the risk of becoming like Russia in many respects, just as fascism and communism ended by copying each other. They were obeying an ancient law of social dynamics, namely that polar opposites tend to assume the same structures. As a little American, I hate the notion of a world divided into spheres of influence by two superpowers. Sometimes I have a nightmare in which the U.S. and the USSR loom up as giants locked in a deadly contest. The aim of the contest is to see which will be first and do most to destroy this pleasant earth, and Black Lick Township, and Sherman, Connecticut. Kenneth S. Lynn is not a little American. On the literary front, he has been making himself a spokesman for the neoconservatives, the hardliners, the jingoes, as I would call them, who believe that the central reality of the contemporary world is a struggle for supremacy between American capitalism and Russian communism. They think in abstractions. For them, America is not people or landscapes and cityscapes or human neighborhoods. It is a system based on business enterprise and the free market. That notion applied to literature gives them a simplified standard of judgment. Any piece of writing is good, they seem to say, if it strengthens American self-confidence and American power. Everything else is malevolent or puerile. From this standpoint, Lynn has every right, so long as he bears the facts in mind, to attack my position as being moralistic, old-fashioned, lacking in realism, and, to use a word I detest, belletristic. He asserts that my misinterpretation, as he calls it, of Big Two-Hearted River helped to corrupt a whole generation of American critics, and he comes close to presenting it as a traitorous episode in a worldwide struggle for power. The critics, he says, were easy to corrupt, since they automatically identified themselves with powerlessness. The result, and I quote his words again, was that anti-American interpretations of American literature sprang up like poisonous weeds. At this point, when he uses me as a club to beat down American critics in general, his picture of our critical history becomes not only mistaken but preposterous. Let us look briefly at the facts in the case. Perhaps they will fit together into a picture that is exactly the opposite of his. When I was in college, 1915 to 1920, American literature was at one of its low points in critical and scholarly estimation, after a brief period of literary boasting during the 1890s. In academic circles here and abroad, it was still a question whether the body of prose and verse produced by Americans truly constituted a national literature, or whether it was no more than a provincial branch of English writing. I can't remember that so much as a single course in American literature was offered to Harvard undergraduates. The authors to be emulated by young Americans were Shaw, Wells, and perhaps Compton Mackenzie. But already a group of rebel critics inspired by Van Wyck Brooks had engaged in the search for a usable past, usable, that is, as an American tradition and a basis for future writing. The situation changed after World War I, slowly at first, then more rapidly during the Depression. In 1930, Sinclair Lewis became the first American author to win the Nobel Prize, which had not been awarded to Mark Twain or Henry James. That was a political as well as a literary event. At home, a considerable number of younger writers seized upon the dream of helping to create a new America ruled democratically by the working classes. But the dream faded step by step. Other writers, appalled by domestic and foreign dangers, had been delving into the American past as a hidden source of strength in perilous times. Historical novels and plays became widely popular, as witness Abraham Lincoln in Illinois. In the critical field, Van Wyck Brooks projected his 5-volume history of American literary life, which began grandly with The Flowering of New England, 1936. At Harvard, F.O. Matheson was slaving over The American Renaissance, which on its appearance in 1941 would be saluted as perhaps the most profound work of literary criticism on historical principles by any modern American. I have been hurrying through a quarter-century of critical and academic history without even mentioning some of the crucial events. The earliest of these was the discovery, about 1920, of a great American novel. Of course, it was Moby Dick, that had gone almost unread for 60 years. Step by step, this led to the establishment of Melville scholarship as a campus industry. Another event, one that followed after an interval, was the second coming of Henry James. Courses in American literature were by then being offered in all our colleges, even the smallest and most provincial. It had become the flourishing field of study. A big cooperative venture was the 3-volume Literary History of the United States, 1948. Written and edited over a period of 5 years by a staff that included 4 editors, 3 associates, and 48 other contributors, all university men except Carl Sandburg and H.L. Mencken. It was not only a monumental work, but also, in one neglected aspect, a mass demonstration of pride in American writing, as if the 55 scholarly contributors had marched down Fifth Avenue behind a brass band. During those same years, 1943 to 1948, there was a vast change in the international standing of American writers. Partly it began with the discovery by respected French men of letters, Malraux, Sartre, and Gide, among others, that there was a vital new generation of American novelists. Sartre announced that his own novels were based on fictional methods invented by Despassus. In one of his imaginary interviews, 1944, André Gide remembered what the German statesman Rathenau had told him in 1921. "America has no soul," Rathenau had said, "and will not have until it consents to plunge into the abyss of human sin and suffering." Gide praised our new novelists, especially Faulkner and Hemingway, for drawing their readers out of the soulless complacency that Rathenau abhorred. Gide was offering a literary, not a political judgment, but his words had their effect in the International Republic of Letters. His interview praising the new American novelists had been written from exile in Tunis shortly after the city had been liberated by American forces. Here in the United States, a series of victories in Africa and Europe and the Pacific was calling forth a surge of pride in American power, a feeling that affected every field of culture, criticism not excluded. Almost all the intellectuals, even those who had been rebels during the Depression years, were by now reconciled with American society. Some had become imperialists in a bumptious fashion. We were witnessing the rebirth of American nationalism, if now on a grander scale. The whole world, so Henry Luce had proclaimed, was entering the American century. I, too, was drawn into the movement, if peripherally, and with strong reluctances that tempered my enthusiasm. The reluctances had several causes, one of which was misgiving about the notion of an American century. Wasn't the century big enough to accommodate many countries? At the same time, I deeply admired American writing, and my enthusiasm, such as it was, for the new movement was based on my conviction that many American authors, indeed our literature as a whole, had long been misjudged and underappreciated. In my small way, I might do something to raise its standing both at home and abroad. That purpose, I can see today, made me part of the movement in spite of my reluctances. I even helped to supply a component of the movement that had seemed to be missing. At the end of the war, students came flocking into our universities under the GI Bill of Rights. Many of them were eager to study American literature, and by now there were hundreds of scholars trained in the field and eager to teach them. The difficulty was that most of the scholars had specialized in some figure or group of figures from the American past. They knew less about the present, as I found to my dismay at meetings of contributors to literary history of the United States. If our literature was to play its part in that American century, it had to offer something more than imposing tombs. There had to be living authors worthy of standing beside the great Europeans. That widely felt need gave an unexpected importance to the portable Hemingway, and later still more importance to the portable Faulkner, 1946. I had portrayed both authors as representing an American tradition, as weaving American legends, as writing a prose that was rich in symbols, and as plunging into the human depths. By speaking in literary terms, I had helped to make them teachable, of course with many collaborators in the task. Soon they were being taught. Faulkner more than Hemingway, as seemed proper, but Hemingway too, as well as Fitzgerald, Hart Crane, and one or two of their coevals whom I also admired. It would not be long before the actual work of those authors was buried in a snowbank of doctoral dissertations. During the 1950s and 1960s there was a high tide in American studies and in the world reputation of American literature. It often seems that our culture, instead of moving in one direction, has surged forward and backward in waves of fashion. During those post-war decades, the wave of literary nationalism engulfed our universities and spread to those of Europe, where programs or professorships of American studies were being established almost everywhere. In England, by 1968, American subjects were being taught at all 36 of the universities and university schools, with 30 of these offering courses in American literature. The United States hadn't fallen behind. At least two of our recent classics, The Great Gatsby and A Farewell to Arms, had reached 250,000 copies each year in classroom adoptions. I couldn't help being heartened by this very wide academic attention to authors whose work I had cherished for a long time. But still I drew back a little, and wasn't the only one to be disturbed by the neglect of other literary and historical fields. Edmund Wilson reported wryly in 1968 that Harvard had 6 professors occupied with American history, as compared with 2 in modern European history. Wilson himself had one distinction as an Americanist, a word he never used. His monumental study of Civil War writers and statesmen, Patriotic Gore, had appeared in 1962, but he had then moved on to other branches of study, including Russian literature and Hebrew. In 1968, Kenneth Lynn was preparing to resign as chairman of the Harvard program in American civilization. I don't think he reflected that the existence of his post, as well as of a later one to which he was named at Johns Hopkins, was due in large part to the efforts of critic scholars whose opinions he was soon to deride as poisonous weeds. Now that the high tide of American studies has somewhat receded, having been followed by other tides of academic fashion, black studies, women's studies, and now computer science, we can see that it left behind it many solid achievements. Not everything was wreckage on the shore. As its greatest achievement, the body of writing produced by Americans has been raised to its proper position among world literatures, and even beyond that position for a time. The federal government has created endowments for the arts and the humanities. Together they come close to serving the function of something we had always lacked, a ministry of culture. Scholarly studies have been published in multitudes, and not all of them have been trivial or pedantic. Some have greatly added to our national self-knowledge. Among other achievements, a recent undertaking should be celebrated. Beginning in 1982, the American classics are at last being republished in a uniform edition, The Library of America, which consists of handsome and readable volumes not priced beyond our reach. This admirable series is the realization of a project first dreamed of and preached by Edmund Wilson, most prominent of the critics whom Lynn excoriates for being un-American. All those achievements and others are lasting monuments to the national movement in literature. In my skeptical fashion, I have long since drawn apart from the movement to play the part of a simple observer. Still, I continue to ponder happily on the complete change in the standing of American literature and in our attitude toward the writing profession that it has helped to produce since the First World War. For me, the change began a long time ago, Perhaps when I read Scott Fitzgerald's first novel, or sat on the hard benches of the Provincetown Playhouse during an early performance of The Emperor Jones. I was hearing new voices in our American world. But the change was intensified in my case by rereading Faulkner after 1940, and by reflecting at length on the literary consequences, often distant, of Hemingway's Wound. Nominated by Frederick Bush and Stanley Lindbergh. The Fundamental Project of Technology, by Galway Kinnel. From American Poetry Review. A flash, a white flash, sparkled. Tatsuichiro Akizuki, Concentric Circles of Death. Under glass, glass dishes which changed in color, pieces of transformed beer bottles, a household iron, bundles of wire become solid lumps of iron, a pair of pliers, a ring of skull bone fused to the inside of a helmet, a pair of eyeglasses taken off the eyes of an eyewitness without glass, which vanished when a white flash sparkled. An old man, possibly a soldier back then, now reduced down to one who soon will die, sucks at the cigarette dangling from his lips, peers at the uniform scorched of some tiniest schoolboy, sighs out bluish mists of his own ashes over a pressed tin lunchbox, well crushed back then when the word future first learned in a white flash to jerk tears. On the bridge outside in navy black, a group of school children line up, hold it, grin at a flash pop, scatter like pigeons across grass, see a stranger, cry, hello, 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 and soon, goodbye, goodbye. Having pecked up the greetings that fell half unspoken, and the going sayings that those who went the day it happened, a white flash sparkled, did not get to say. If all a city's faces were to shrink back all at once from their skulls, would a new sound come into existence, audible above moans eaves extract from wind that smooths the grass on graves, or raspings heart's blood greases still, or wails infant's trill born already skilful at the grandpa's rattle, or infra screams bitter knowledge's speechlessness memorized, at that white flash inside closed forever mouths. To de-animalize human mentality, to purge it of obsolete evolutionary characteristics, in particular of death, which foreknowledge terrorizes the contents of skulls with, is the fundamental project of technology. However pseudologica fantastica's mechanisms require, to establish deathlessness you must first eliminate those who die, a task attempted when a white flash sparkled. Unlike the trees of home, which continually evaporate along the skyline, the trees here have been enticed down toward world eternity. No one knows which gods they enshrine. Does it matter? Awareness of ignorance is as devout as knowledge of knowledge, or more so, even though not knowing. Sometimes we weep from surplus of gratitude, even though knowing. Twice already on earth sparkled a flash, a white flash. The children go away, by nature they do, and by memory in scorched uniforms holding tiny crushed lunch tins. All the ecstasy groans of each night call them back, satori their ghostliness back into the ashes in the momentary shrines, the thankfulness of arms from which they will go again and again until the day flashes and no one lives to look back and say, a flash, a white flash, sparkled. Nominated by Philip Dacey, Sharon Olds, and David Wojon. Hot Ice, fiction by Stuart Dybek. From Antaeus. Saints. The saint, a virgin, was incorrupted. She had been frozen in a block of ice many years ago. Her father had found her half-naked body floating face down among water lilies. her blonde hair fanning at the marshy edge of the overgrown duck pond people still referred to as the Douglas Park Lagoon. That's how Eddie Kapusta had heard it. Douglas Park was a black park now, the lagoon curdled in milky green scum as if it had soured. And Kapusta didn't doubt that were he to go there, they'd find his body floating in the lily pads too. But sometimes in winter, riding by on the California Avenue bus, the park flocked white, deserted, and the lagoon frozen over. Eddie could almost picture what it had been like back then. Swans gliding around the small wooded island at the center, and rowboats plying into sunlight from the gaping stone tunnels of the haunted-looking boathouse. The girl had gone rowing with a couple of guys. Some said they were sailors, neighborhood kids going off to the war. Nobody ever said who exactly or why she went with them, as if it didn't matter. They rowed her around to the blind side of the little island. Nobody knew what happened there, either. It was necessary for each person to imagine it for himself. They were only joking at first, was how Kapusta imagined it, laughing at her broken English, telling her be friendly or swim home. One of them stroked her hair, gently undid her bun, and as her hair fell cascading over her shoulders, surprising them all, the other reached too suddenly for the buttons on her blouse. She tore away so hard the boat rocked violently, her slip and bra split, breast sprung loose. She dove. Even the suddenness was slow motion, the way Kapusta imagined it. But once they were in the water, the rest went through his mind in a flash. The boat capsizing, the sailors thrashing for the little island, and the girl struggling alone in that sepia water too warm from summer, just barely deep enough for bullheads, with a mud bottom Kid said was quicksand, exploding into darkness with each kick. He didn't want to wonder what she remembered. His mind raced over that to her father wading out into cattails, scooping her half-naked and still limp from the resisting water lilies, and running with her in his arms across the park, crying in Polish or Slovak or Bohemian, whatever they were, and riding with her on the streetcar he wouldn't let stop until it reached the ice house he owned, where, crazy with grief, he sealed her in ice. I believe it up to the part about the streetcar. Manny Santora said that summer when they told each other such stories, talking often about things Manny called weirdness, while pitching quarters in front of Buddy's bar. I don't believe he hijacked no streetcar, man. What you think, man? He called a cab? Pancho, Manny's older brother, asked, winking at Eddie like he'd scored. Every time they talked like this, Manny and Pancho argued. Pancho believed in everything. Ghosts, astrology, legends. His nickname was Padrecito, which went back to his days as an altar boy when he would dress up as a priest and hold mass in the backyard with hosts punched with bottle caps from stale tortillas and real wine he'd collected from bottles the winos had left on doorsteps. Eddie's nickname was Eduardo, though the only person who called him that was Manny, who had made it up. Manny wasn't the kind of guy to have a nickname. He was Manny or Santora. Pancho believed if you played certain rock songs backwards, you'd hear secret messages from the devil. He believed in devils and angels. He still believed he had a guardian angel. It was something like being lucky, like making the sign of the cross before you stepped in the batter's box. It's why I don't get caught even when I'm caught, he'd say when the cops would catch him dealing and not take him in. Pancho believed in saints. For a while he had even belonged to a gang called the Saints. They'd tried to recruit Manny, too, who, though younger, was tougher than Pancho, but Manny had no use for gangs. I already belong to the Loners, he said. Pancho believed in the girl in ice. In 6th grade, Sister Joachim, the ancient nun in charge of the altar boys, had told him the girl should be canonized, and that she'd secretly written to the Pope informing him that already there had been miracles and cures. All the martyrs didn't die in Rome, she'd told Pancho. They're still suffering today in China and Russia and Korea, and even here in your own neighborhood. Like all nuns, she loved Pancho. Dressed in his surplice and cassock, he looked as if he should be beatified himself. A young St. Sebastian or Juan de la Cruz, the only altar boy in the history of the parish to spend his money on different-colored gym shoes so they would match the priest's vestments, red for martyrs, white for feast days, black for requiems. The nuns knew he punished himself during Lent, offering up his pain for the poor souls in purgatory. Their love for Pancho had made things impossible for Manny in the Catholic school. He seemed Pancho's opposite in almost every way, and dropped out after they'd held him back in 6th grade. He switched to public school, but mostly he hung out on the streets. "I believe she worked miracles right in this neighborhood, man," Pancho said. "Bullshit, man. Like what miracles?" Manny wanted to know. "Okay, man, you know Big Antec?" Pancho said. "Big Antec the wino?" They all knew Big Antec. He bought them beer. He'd been a butcher in every meat market in the neighborhood, but drunkenly kept hacking off pieces of his hands, and finally quit completely to become a full-time alky. Big Antec had told Pancho about Kedzie Avenue when it was still mostly people from the old country, and he had gotten a job at a Czech meat market with sawdust on the floor and skinned rabbits in the window. He wasn't there a week when he got so drunk he passed out in the freezer, and when he woke the door was locked and everyone was gone. It was Saturday, and he knew they wouldn't open again until Monday, and by then he'd be stiff as a 2x4. He was already shivering so bad he couldn't stand still or he'd fall over. He figured he'd be dead already, except that his blood was half alcohol. Parts of him were going numb, and he started staggering around, bumping past hanging sides of meat, singing, praying out loud, trying to let the fear out. He knew it was hopeless, but he was looking anyway for some place to smash out, some plug to pull, something to stop the cold. At the back of the freezer, behind racks of meat, he found a cooler. It was an old one, the kind that used to stand packed with blocks of ice and bottles of beer in taverns during the war. And seeing it, Big Antec suddenly remembered a moment from his first summer back from the Pacific, discharged from the hospital in Manila and back in Buddy's lounge on 24th Street, kitty corner from a victory garden where a plaque erroneously listed his name among the parish war dead. It was an ordinary moment, nothing dramatic like his life flashing before his eyes, but the memory filled him with such clarity that the freezer became dreamlike beside it. The ball game was on the radio over Buddy's bar, DiMaggio in center again, while Bing Crosby crooned from the jukebox, which was playing at the same time. Antec was reaching into Buddy's cooler up to his elbows in ice water, feeling for a beer, while looking out through the open tavern door that framed 24th Street as if it were a movie full of girls blurred in brightness. Slightly overexposed blondes, a movie he could step into any time he chose now that he was home. But right at this moment he was taking his time, stretching it out until it encompassed his entire life, the cold bottles bobbing away from his fingertips, clunking against ice, until finally he grabbed one, hauled it up dripping, wondering what he'd grabbed, a Monarch, or Yusei Pilsner, or Foxhead 400. Then popped the cork in the opener on the side of the cooler, the foam rising as he tilted his head back and let it pour down his throat, privately celebrating being alive. That moment was what drinking had once been about. It was a good thing to be remembering now when he was dying with nothing else to do for it. He had the funny idea of climbing inside the cooler and going to sleep to continue the memory like a dream. The cooler was thick with frost, so white it seemed to glow. Its lid had been replaced with a slab of dry ice that smoked even within the cold of the freezer, reminding Antec that as kids they had always called it hot ice. He nudged it aside. Beneath it was a block of ice as clear as if the icemen had just delivered it. There was something frozen inside. He glanced away, but knew already, immediately, it was a body. He couldn't move away. He looked again. The longer he stared, the calmer he felt. It was a girl. He could make out her hair, not just blonde, but radiating gold like a candle flame behind a window in winter. Her breasts were bare. The ice seemed even clearer. She was beautiful and dreamy-looking, not dreamy like sleeping, but the dreamy look DPs sometimes get when they first come to the city. As long as he stayed beside her, he didn't shiver. He could feel the blood return. He was warm, as if the smoldering dry ice really was hot. He spent the weekend huddled against her, and early Monday morning, when the Czech opened the freezer, he said to Antec, "Get out! You're fired!" That's all either one of them said. "You know what I think?" Pancho said. They moved her body from the ice house to the butcher's shop because the cops checked, man. You know what I think? Manny said. I think you're doing so much shit that even the rhinos can bullshit you. They looked hard at one another, Manny especially looking bad because of a beard he was trying to grow that was mostly stubble except for a black knot of hair frizzing from the cleft under his lower lip, a little lip beard like a jazz musician's, and Pancho covered in crosses, a wooden one dangling from a leather thong over his open shirt, and a small gold cross on a fine gold chain tight about his throat, and a tiny platinum cross in his right earlobe, and a faded India ink cross tattooed on his wrist where one would feel for a pulse. He got a cross-shaped dick, Manny said. Only when I got a hard-on, man, Pancho said, grinning, and they busted up. Hey, Eddie, man, Pancho said. What do you think of all this, man? Capusta just shrugged like he always did. Not that he didn't have any ideas exactly, or that he didn't care. That shrug was what Capusta believed. Yeah, well, man, Pancho said. I believe there's saints and miracles happening everywhere, only everybody's afraid to admit it. I mean, like Ralph's little brother, the blue baby, who died when he was 8. He knew he was dying all his life, man, and never complained. He was a saint. Or Big Antak, who everybody says is a wino man, but he treats everybody as human beings. Who you think's more of a saint, him or the president, man? And Mrs. Carrillo, who everybody thought was crazy because she was praying loud all the time, remember? She kneeled all day praying for Puerto Rico during that earthquake, the one Roberto Clemente crashed going to help. Remember that, man? Mrs. Carrillo prayed all day, and they thought she was still praying at night, and she was kneeling there dead. She was a saint, man, and so is Roberto Clemente. There should be like a church, Saint Roberto Clemente. Kids could pray to him at night. That would mean something to them. The earthquake wasn't in Puerto Rico, man, Manny told him, and I don't believe no streetcars stop for somebody carrying a dead person. Amnesia. It was hard to believe there ever were streetcars. The city back then, the city of their fathers, which was as far back as family memory extended, even the city of their childhoods, seemed as remote to Eddie and Manny as the capital of some foreign country. The past collapsed about them, decayed, bulldozed, obliterated. They walked past block-length gutted factories, past walls of peeling multicolored doors hammered up around flooded excavation pits, hung out in half-boarded storefronts of groceries that had shut down when they were kids, dusty cans still stacked on the shelves, broken glass collected everywhere, mounding like sand in the little sunken front yards and gutters. Even the church's stained glass windows were patched with plywood. They could vaguely remember something different before the cranes and wrecking balls gradually moved in, not order exactly, but rhythms. 5 o'clock whistles, air raid sirens on Tuesdays, Thursdays when the stockyards blew over like a brown wind of boiling hooves and bone. At least that's what people said, screwing up their faces. Phew! They're making glue today. Streetcar tracks were long paved over. Black webs of trolley wires vanished. So did the victory gardens that have become weed beds, taking the corroded plaques with the names of the neighborhood dead with them. Things were gone they couldn't remember, but missed. And things were gone they weren't sure ever were there. The pickle factory by the railroad tracks, where a DP with a net worked scooping rats out of the open vats, troughs for ragmen's horses, ragmen and their wooden wagons, knife sharpeners pushing screeching whetstones up alleys, hollering, "Scissors! Knives!" Hermits living in cardboard shacks behind billboards. At times, walking past the gaps, they felt as if they were no longer quite there themselves, half lost despite familiar street signs, shadows of themselves superimposed on the present, except there was no present, everything either rubbled past or promised future. And they were walking as if floating, getting nowhere, as if they'd smoked too much grass. That's how it felt those windy nights that fall when Manny and Eddie circled the county jail. They'd float down California, past the courthouse, Bridewell Correctional, the auto pound, communicable disease hospital, and then follow the long, curving concrete wall of the prison back towards 26th Street, sharing a joint, passing it with cupped hands, ready to flip it if a cop should cruise by. But one place you could count on not to see cops was outside the prison. Nobody was there, just the wall, railroad tracks, the river and the factories that lined it, boundaries that remained intact while neighborhoods came and went. Eddie had never noticed any trees, but swirls of leaves scuffed past their shoes. It was Kapusta's favorite weather, wild, blowing nights that made him feel free, flagpoles knocking in the wind, his clothes flapping like flags. He felt both tight and loose, and totally alive, even walking down a street that always made him sad. It was the street that followed the curve of the prison wall, and it didn't have a name. It was hardly a street at all, more a shadow of the wall, potholed, puddled, half-paved, rutted with rusted railroad tracks. "Trains used to go down this street," Manny said. "I seen tanks going down this street." "Tank cars?" "No, army tanks," Kapusta said. "Battleships too, Eduardo?" Manny asked seriously. Then the wind ripped a laugh from his mouth, loud enough to carry over the prison wall. Kapusta laughed loud, too, but he could remember tanks, camouflaged with netting, rumbling on flat cars, their cannons outlined by the red lanterns of the dinging crossing gates which were down all along 26th Street. It was one of the first things he remembered. He must have been very small. The train seemed endless. He could see the guards and the turrets on the prison wall watching it, the only time he'd ever seen them facing the street. "Still sending them to Korea or someplace," his father had said, and for years after Eddie believed you could get to Korea by train. For years after he would wake in the middle of the night when it was quiet enough to hear the trains passing blocks away, and lie in bed listening, wondering if the tanks were rumbling past the prison, if not to Korea, then to some other war that tanks went to at night. And he would think of the prisoners in their cells locked up for their violence with knives and clubs and cleavers and pistols, and wonder if they were lying awake, listening too, as the netted cannons rolled by their barred windows. Even as a child, Eddie knew the names of men inside there. Milo Hermansky, who had stabbed some guy in the eye in a fight at Andy's Tap. Billy Gomez, who set the housing project on fire every time his sister Nina got gang-banged. Ziggy's uncle, the war hero, who one day blew off the side of Ziggy's mother's face while she stood ironing in her slip during an argument over a will. And other names of people he didn't know but had heard about. Benny Bedwell, with his Elvis sideburns, who may have killed the Grimes sisters. Mafia hitmen, bank robbers, junkies, perverts, murderers on death row. He could sense them lying awake, listening, the tension of their sleeplessness, and Pancho lay among them now as he and Manny walked outside the wall. They stopped again as they'd been stopping and yelled together. "Pancho! Pancho!" dragging out the last vowel the way they had as kids, standing on the sidewalk, calling up at one another's windows as if knocking at the door were not allowed. "Pancho, we're out here, brother, me and Eddie," Manny shouted. "Hang tough, man, we ain't forgetting you." Nobody answered. They kept walking, stopping to shout at intervals the way they had been doing most every night. "If only we knew what building he was in," Eddie said. They could see the upper stories of the brick buildings rising over the wall, their grated windows low-lit, never dark, floodlights on the roof glaring down. "Looks like a factory, man," Eddie said. "Looks like the same guy who planned the Harvester Foundry on Western did the jail." "You rather be in the army or in there?" Manny asked. "No way they're getting me in there," Kapusta said. That was when Eddie knew Pancho was crazy, when the judge had given Pancho a choice at the end of his trial. "You're a nice-looking kid," the judge had said. "Too nice for prison. What do you want to do with your life?" "Pose for holy cards," Pancho said. "St. Joseph my specialty." Pancho was standing there wearing the tie they had brought him, wound around his head like an Indian headband. He was wearing a black satin jacket with the signs of the zodiac on the back. "I'm going to give you a chance to straighten out, to gain some self-respect. The court's attitude would be very sympathetic to any signs of self-direction and patriotism, joining the army, for instance." "I'm a captain," Pancho told him. The army or jail, which is it? I'm a captain, man. Soy capitan, capitan, Pancho insisted, humming La Bomba under his breath. You're a misfit. Manny was able to visit Pancho every 3 weeks. Each time it got worse. Sometimes Pancho seemed hardly to recognize him, looking away, refusing to meet Manny's eyes the whole visit. Sometimes he'd cry. For a while at first he wanted to know how things were in the neighborhood. Then he stopped asking, and when Manny tried to tell him the news, Pancho would get jumpy, irritable, and lapse into total silence. I don't want to talk about out there, man, he told Manny. I don't want to remember that world until I'm ready to step into it again. You remember too much in here, you go crazy, man. I want to forget everything like I never existed. His fingernails are gone, man, Manny told Eddie. He's gnawing on himself like a rat. And when I ask him what's going down, all he'll say is, I'm locked in hell, my angel's gone, I've lost my luck. Bullshit like that, you know. Last time I seen him, he says, I'm going to kill myself, man, if they don't stop hitting on me. I can't fucking believe it. I can't fucking believe he's in there, Kapusta said. He should be in a monastery somewhere. He should have been a priest. He had a vocation. He had a vocation to be an altar boy, man, Manny said, spitting it out like he was disgusted by what he was saying, talking down about his own brother. It was that nuns and priests crap that messed up his head. He was happy being an altar boy, man. If they'd have let him be an altar boy all his life, he'd still be happy. By the time they were halfway down the nameless street, it was drizzling a fine, misty spray, and Manny was yelling in Spanish. Estamos contigo, hermano. San Roberto Clemente te ayudará. They broke into La Bomba, Eddie singing in Spanish, too, not sure exactly what he was singing, but it sounded good. Yo no soy marinero, soy capitán, capitán, ay bomba, ay bomba. He had lived beside Spanish in the neighborhood all his life, and every so often a word got through, like huilota, which was what Manny called pigeons when they used to hunt them with slingshots under the railroad bridges. It seemed a perfect word to Eddie, in which he could hear both their cooing and the whistling rush of their wings. He didn't remember any words like that in Polish, which his grandma had spoken to him when he was little, and which Eddie had been told he could once speak too. By midnight they were at the end of their circuit, emerging from the unlighted, nameless street, stepping over tracks that continued to curve past blinded switches. Under the streetlights on 26th, the prison wall appeared, rust-stained, oozing at cracks. The wire spooled at the top of the wall, looking rusty in the wet light, as did the tracks, as if the rain were rusting everything overnight. They stopped on the corner of 26th, where the old ice house stood across the nameless street from the prison. One could still buy ice from a vending machine in front. Without realizing it, Eddie guarded his breathing, as if still able to detect the faintest stab of ammonia, although it had been a dozen years since the louvered fans on the ice-house roof had clacked through clouds of vapor. "Padrecito!" they both hollered. Their voices bounced back off the wall. They stood on the corner by the ice-house as if waiting around for someone. From there they could stare down 26th, 5 dark blocks, then an explosion of neon at Kedzie Avenue. Taco places, bars, a street plugged in, winking, festive as a pinball machine, traffic from it coming towards them in the rain. The streetlights surged and flickered. "You see that?" Eddie asked. "They used to say when the streetlights flickered it meant they just fried somebody in the electric chair." "So much bullshit," Manny said. "Compadre, no te rajes," he yelled at the wall. "What you tell him?" "It sounds different in English," Manny said. "Godfather, do not give up." It's words from an old song. Kapusta stepped out into the middle of 26th and stood in the misting drizzle, squinting at Kedzie through cupped hands as if he had a spyglass. He could make out the traffic light way down there changing to green. He could almost hear the music from the bars that would serve them without asking for IDs so long as Manny was there. "You thirsty by any chance, man?" he asked. You buyin'? Manny grinned. Buenas noches, Pancho, they hollered. Catch you tomorrow, man. Good night, guys, a falsetto voice echoed back from over the wall. That ain't Pancho, Manny said. Sounds like the singer on old Platter's records, Eddie said. Ask him if he knows Pancho, man. Hey, you know a guy named Pancho Santora? Manny called. Oh, Pancho? The voice inquired. Yeah, Pancho. Oh, Cisco, the voice shouted. They could hear him cackling. Hey, baby, I don't know no Pancho. Is that rain I smell? It's raining, Eddie hollered. Hey, baby, tell me something. What's it like out there tonight? Manny and Eddie looked at each other. Beautiful, they yelled together. Grief. There was never a requiem, but by Lent everyone knew that one way or another Pancho was gone. No wreaths, but plenty of rumors. Pancho had hung himself in his cell. His throat had been slashed in the showers. He'd killed another inmate and was under heavy sedation in the psycho ward at Kankakee. And there was talk he'd made a deal and was in the army, shipped off to a war he had sworn he'd never fight, that he had turned snitch and had been secretly relocated with a new identity, or that he had become a trustee and had simply walked away while mowing the grass in front of the courthouse, escaped maybe to Mexico, or maybe just across town to the north side around Diversey, where, if one made the rounds of the leather bars, they might see someone with Pancho's altar boy eyes staring out from the make-up of a girl. Some saw him late at night like a ghost haunting the neighborhood, collar up in the back of the church lighting a vigil candle, or veiled in a black mantilla, speeding past, face floating by on a greasy L window. Rumors were becoming legends, but there was never a wake, never an obituary, and no one knew how to mourn a person who had just disappeared. For a while Manny disappeared, too. He wasn't talking, and Capusta didn't ask. They had quit walking around the prison wall months before, around Christmas, when Pancho refused to let anyone, even Manny, visit. But their night walks had been tapering off before that. Eddie remembered the very last time they had gone. It was in December, and he was frozen from standing around a burning garbage can on Kedzie selling Christmas trees. About 10, when the lot closed, Manny came by, and they stopped to thaw out at the Carta Blanca. A guy named Jose kept buying them whiskies, and they staggered out after midnight into a blizzard. Look at this white bullshit, Manny said. Walking down 26th, they stopped to fling snowballs over the wall. Then they decided to stand there singing Christmas carols. Snow was drifting against the wall, erasing the street that had hardly been there. Eddie could tell Manny was starting to go silent. He would get the first few words into a carol, singing at the top of his voice, then stop as if choked by the song. His eyes stayed angry when he laughed. Everything was bullshit to him, and finally Eddie couldn't talk to him any more. Stomping away from the prison through fresh snow, Eddie had said, "If this keeps up, man, I'll need boots." "You don't have to keep up, man," Manny snapped. "Nobody's making you come, man. It ain't your brother." "All I said is I'll need boots, man," Eddie said. "You said it hopeless, man. Things are always fucking hopeless to you." "Hey, you're the big realist, man," Eddie told him. "I never said I was no realist," Manny mumbled. Capusta hadn't had a lot of time since then. He had dropped out of school again and was loading trucks at night for UPS. One more semester didn't matter, he figured, and he needed some new clothes, cowboy boots, a green leather jacket. The weather had turned drizzly and mild, a late Easter, but an early spring. Eddie had heard Manny was hanging around by himself, still finding bullshit everywhere, only worse. Now he muttered as he walked like some crazy, bitter old man, or one of those black guys reciting the gospel to buildings, telling off posters and billboards, neon signs, stoplights, passing traffic. Bullshit. All of it bullshit. It was Tuesday in Holy Week, the statues inside the church shrouded in violet, when Eddie slipped on his green jacket and walked over to Manny's before going to work. He rang the doorbell, then stepped outside in the rain and stood on the sidewalk under Manny's windows, watching cars pass. After a while, Manny came down the stairs and slammed out the door. "How you doing, man?" Eddie said like they'd just run into each other by accident. Manny stared at him. "How far do you have to chase him for that jacket, man?" he said. "I knew you'd dig it," Eddie smiled. They went out for a few beers later that night after midnight when Eddie was through working, but instead of going to a bar, they ended up just walking. Manny had rolled a couple bombers, and they walked down the boulevard along California, watching the headlights flash by like a procession of candles. Manny still wasn't saying much, but they were passing the reefer like having a conversation. At 31st, by the Communicable Disease Hospital, Eddie figured they would follow the curve of the boulevard towards the bridge on Western, but Manny turned as if out of habit towards the prison. They were back, walking along the wall. There was still old ice from winter at the base of it. "The only street in Chicago where it's still winter," Capusta mumbled. "Remember yelling?" Manny said, almost in a whisper. "Sure," Eddie nodded. "Called, joked, prayed, sang Christmas songs. Remember that night how cold we were, man?" "Yeah." "What a bunch of stupid bullshit, huh?" Eddie was afraid Manny was going to start the bullshit stuff again. Manny had stopped and stood looking at the wall. Then he cupped his hands over his mouth and yelled, "Hey, you dumb fuckers in there! We're back! Can you hear me? Hey, wake up, niggers! Hey, spicks! Hey, honkies! You bunch of fucking monkeys in cages! Hey, we're out here free!" "Hey, Manny, come on, man," Eddie said. Manny uncupped his hands, shook his head, and smiled. They took a few steps, then Manny whirled back again. "We're out here free, man! We're smoking reefer, drinking cold beer while you're in there, you assholes! We're on our way to fuck your wives, man! Your girlfriends are giving us blowjobs while you jackoffs flog it! Hey, man, I'm pumping your old lady out here right now. She likes it in the ass, like you." "What are you doing, man?" Eddie was pleading. "Take it easy." Manny was screaming his lungs out, almost incoherent, shouting every filthy thing he could think of. And voices, the voices they'd never heard before, had begun shouting back from the other side of the wall. "Shut up! Shut up! Shut up out there, you crazy fuck!" came the voices. "She's out here licking my balls while you're punking each other through the bars of your cage." "Shut up!" they were yelling, and then a voice howling over the others. "I'll kill you, motherfucker! When I get out, you're dead!" "Come on out!" Manny was yelling. "Come and get me, you piece of shit! You sleazeballs! You scumbag cocksuckers! You creeps are missing it all! Your lives are wasted garbage!" Now there were too many voices to distinguish. Whole tiers, whole buildings, yelling and cursing and threatening. "Shut up! Shut up! Shut up!" Almost a chant. And then the searchlight from the guardhouse slowly turned and swept the street. "We gotta get out of here," Eddie said, pulling Manny away. He dragged him to the wall, right up against it where the light couldn't follow, and they started to run, stumbling along the banked strip of filthy ice, dodging stunted trees that grew out of odd angles, running towards 26th until Eddie heard the sirens. "This way, man!" he panted, yanking Manny back across the nameless street, jumping puddles and tracks, cutting down a narrow corridor between abandoned truck docks seconds before a squad car, blue dome light revolving, sped past. They jogged behind the truck docks, not stopping until they came up behind the ice house. Manny's panting sounded almost like laughing, the way people laugh sometimes after they've hurt themselves. "I hate those motherfuckers," Manny gasped. "All of them, the fucking cops and guards and fucking wall and the bastards behind it, all of them. That must be what makes me a realist, huh, Eddie? I fucking hate them all." They went back the next night. Sometimes a thing wasn't a sin, if there was such a thing as sin, Eddie thought, until it's done a second time. They were accidents, mistakes that could be forgiven once. It was repeating them that made them terribly wrong. That was how Eddie felt about going back the next night. Manny said he was going, whether Eddie came or not, so Eddie went, afraid to leave Manny on his own, even though he'd already had trouble trying to get some sleep before going to work. Eddie could still hear the voices yelling from behind the wall, and dreamed they were all being electrocuted slowly by degrees of their crimes, screaming with each surge of current and flicker of streetlights, as if in a hell where electricity had replaced fire. Standing on the dark street Wednesday night outside the wall again felt like an extension of his nightmare. Manny raging almost out of control, shouting curses and insults, baiting them over the wall the way a child tortures penned watchdogs, until he had what seemed like the entire west side of the prison howling back, the guards sweeping the street with searchlights, sirens wailing towards them from both 31st and 26th. This time they raced down the tracks that curved towards the river, picking their way in the dark along the junkyard bank, flipping rusted cables of moored barges, running through the fire-truck graveyard, following the tracks across the blackened trestles where they'd once shot pigeons, and from which they could gaze across the industrial prairie that stretched behind factories all the way to the skyline of downtown. The skyscrapers glowed like luminescent peaks in the misty spring night. Manny and Eddie stopped in the middle of the trestle and leaned over the railing, catching their breaths. "Downtown ain't as far away as I used to think when I was a kid," Manny panted. "These tracks'll take you right there," Eddie said quietly. "The railroad yard's under the street, right by the lake." "How you know, man?" "A bunch of us used to hitch rides on the boxcars in 7th grade. Eddie was talking very quietly, looking away. "I usually take the bus, you know." Manny tried joking. "I ain't going back there with you tomorrow," Eddie said. "I ain't going back there with you ever." Manny kept staring off towards the lights downtown as if he hadn't heard. "Okay," he finally said, more to himself, as if surrendering. "Okay, how about tomorrow we do something else, man?" Nostalgia. They didn't go back. The next night, Thursday, Eddie overslept and called in sick for work. He tried to get back to sleep, but kept falling into half-dreams in which he could hear the voices shouting behind the prison wall. Finally he got up and opened a window. It was dark out. A day had passed almost unnoticed, and now the night felt as if it were a part of the night before, and the night before a part of the night before that, all connected by his restless dreams, fragments of the same continuous night. Eddie had said that at some point. "It's like one long night." And later Manny had said the same thing, as if it had suddenly occurred to him. They were strung out almost from the start, drifting stoned under the L tracks, before Eddie even realized they weren't still sitting on the stairs in front of Manny's house. That was where Eddie had found him, sitting on the stairs out in front, and for a while they had sat together watching traffic, taking sips out of a bottle of Gallo into which Manny had dropped several hits of speed. Cars gunned by with their windows rolled down and radios playing loud. It sounded like a summer night. "Ain't you hot wearing that jacket, man?" Manny asked him. "Now that you mention it," Eddie said. He was sweating. Eddie took his leather jacket off, and they knotted a handkerchief around one of the cuffs, then slipped the Gallo bottle down the sleeve. They walked along under the L tracks, passing a joint. A train, only 2 cars long, rattled overhead. "So what we doing, Eduardo?" Manny kept repeating. "Walking," Eddie said. "I feel like doing something, you know." "We are doing something," Eddie insisted. Eddie led them over to the Coconut Club on 22nd. They couldn't get in, but Eddie wanted to look at the window with its neon green palm tree and winking blue coconuts. "That's maybe my favorite window." "You dragged me all the way here to see your favorite window, man," Manny said. "It's those blue coconuts," Eddie tried explaining. His mouth was dry, but he couldn't stop talking. He started telling Manny how he had collected windows from the time he was a little kid, even though talking about it made it sound more important to him than it was. Half the time he didn't even know he was doing it. He would see a window from a bus like the Greek butcher shop on Halsted, with its pyramid of lamb skulls, and make a mental photograph of it. He had special windows all over the city. It was how he held the city together in his mind. "I'd see all these windows from the L," Eddie said, "when I'd visit my busha, my grandma. Like I remember we'd pass this one building where the curtains were all slips hanging by their straps, black ones, white ones, red ones. At night you could see the light bulbs shining through the lace tops. My busha said gypsies lived there." Eddie was walking down the middle of the street, jacket flung over his shoulders, staring up at the windows as if looking for gypsies as he talked. "Someday they're going to get you as a peeper, man," Manny laughed. "And when they do, don't try explaining to them about this thing of yours for windows, Eduardo." They were walking down Spaulding back towards 26th. The street-lights beamed brighter and brighter, and Manny put his sunglasses on. A breeze was blowing that felt warmer than the air, and they took their shirts off. They saw rats darting along the curb into the sewer on the other side of the street and put their shirts back on. "The rats get crazy where they start wrecking these old buildings," Manny said. The cranes and wrecking balls and urban renewal signs were back with the early spring. They walked around a barricaded site. Water trickled along the gutters from an open hydrant, washing brick dust and debris towards the sewers. "Can you smell that, man?" Manny asked him, suddenly excited. "I can smell the lake through the hydrant." "Smells like rust to me," Eddie said. "I can smell fish. Smelt! The smelt are in. I can smell them right through the hydrant." "Smelt?" Eddie said. "You ain't ever had smelt?" Manny asked. "Little silver fish." They caught the 26th Street bus, the Polish Zephyr, people called it, going east towards the lake. The back was empty. They sat in the swaying long back seat, taking hits out of the bottle in Eddie's sleeve. "It's usually too early for them yet, but they're out there, Eduardo." Manny kept reassuring him as if they were actually going fishing. Eddie nodded. He didn't know anything about smelt. The only fish he ate was canned tuna. But it felt good to be riding somewhere with the windows open and Manny acting more like his old self, sure of himself, laughing easily. Eddie still felt like talking, but his molars were grinding on speed. The bus jolted down the dark blocks, past Kedzie, and was flying when it passed the narrow street between the ice house and the prison. But Eddie and Manny caught a glimpse out the back window of the railroad tracks that curved down the nameless street. The tracks were lined with fuming red flares that threw red reflections off the concrete walls. They were sure the flares had been set there for them. Eddie closed his eyes and sank into the rocking of the bus. Even with his eyes closed, he could see the reddish glare of the walls. The glare was ineradicable at the back of his sockets. The wall had looked the same way it had looked in his dreams. They rode in silence. "It's like one long night," Eddie said somewhere along the way. His jaws were really grinding, and his legs had forgotten gravity by the time they got to the lakefront. They didn't know the time, but it must have been around 4, and the smelt fishers were still out. The lights of their kerosene lanterns reflected along the breakwater over the glossy black lake. Eddie and Manny could hear the water lapping under the pier and the fishermen talking in low voices in different languages. "My Uncle Carlos would talk to the fish," Manny said. "No shit. He'd talk to them in Spanish. He didn't have no choice. Whole time here he couldn't speak English. Said it made his brain stuck. We used to come fishing here all the time. Smelt, perch, everything. I'd come instead of going to school. If they weren't hitting, he'd start talking to them, singing them songs." "Like what?" Eddie said. "He'd make them up. They were funny, man. They don't come across in English. Little silver ones fill up my shoes. My heart is lonesome for the fish of the sea." It was like very formal how he'd say it. He'd always call this the sea. I'd tell him it's a lake, but he couldn't be talked out of it. He was very stubborn, too stubborn to learn English. I ain't been fishing since he went back to Mexico. They walked to the end of the pier, then back past the fishermen. A lot of them were old men gently tugging lines between their fingers, lifting nets like flying underwater kites, plucking the wriggling silver fish from the netting, the yellow light of their lamps glinting off the bright scales. "I told you they were out here," Manny said. They killed the bottle sitting on a concrete ledge and dropped it into the lake. Then they rowed the L back. It was getting lighter without a dawn. The L windows streaked with rain. The Douglas Avenue station smelled wet. It was a dark morning. They should have ended it then. Instead, they sat at Manny's kitchen table drinking instant coffee with pet milk. Eddie kept getting lost in the designs the milk would make, swirls and thunderclouds in his mug of coffee. He was numb and shaky. His jaw ached. "I'm really crashing," he told Manny. "Here," Manny said. "Bring us down easier, man." "I don't like doing downers, man," Eddie said. "Ludes," Manny said, "from Pancho's stash." They sat across the table from each other for a long time, talking, telling their memories and secrets, only Eddie was too numb to remember exactly what they said. Their voices, his own as well as Manny's, seemed outside, removed from the center of his mind. At one point, Manny looked out at the dark morning and said, "It still seems like last night." "That's right," Eddie agreed. He wanted to say more, but couldn't express it. He didn't try. Eddie didn't believe it was what they said that was important. Manny could be talking Spanish, I could be talking Polish, Eddie thought. It didn't matter. What meant something was sitting at the table together, wrecked together, still awake, watching the rainy light spatter the window, walking out again to the Prague bakery for Bismarcks, past people under dripping umbrellas on their way to church. "Looks like Sunday," Manny said. "Today's Friday," Eddie said. "It's Good Friday." "I seen ladies with ashes on their heads waiting for the bus a couple days ago," Manny told him. They stood in the doorway of the Prague, out of the rain, eating their Bismarcks. Just down from the church, the bakery was a place people crowded into after Mass. Its windows displayed colored eggs and little frosted Easter lambs. "One time on Ash Wednesday I was eating a Bismarck and Pancho made a cross on my forehead with the powdered sugar like it was ashes. When I went to church, the priest wouldn't give me real ashes," Manny said with a grin. It was one of the few times Eddie had heard Manny mention Pancho. Now that they were outside, Eddie's head felt clearer than it had in the kitchen. "I used to try and keep my ashes on until Good Friday," he told Manny, "but they'd make me wash." The church bells were ringing, echoes bouncing off the sidewalks as if deflected by the ceiling of clouds. The neighborhood felt narrower, compressed from above. "I wonder if it still looks the same in there," Manny said as they passed the church. They stepped in and stood in the vestibule. The saints of their childhood stood shrouded in purple. The altar was bare, stripped for Good Friday. Old ladies, ignoring the new liturgy, chanted a litany in Polish. "Same as ever," Eddie whispered as they backed out. The rain had almost let up. They could hear its accumulated weight in the wing flaps of pigeons. "Good Friday was Pancho's favorite holiday, man," Manny said. "Everybody else always picked Christmas or Thanksgiving or 4th of July. He had to be different, man. I remember he used to drag me along visiting churches. You ever do that?" "Hell, yeah," Eddie said. "Every Good Friday we'd go on our bikes. You had to visit 7 of them. Without agreeing to it, they walked from St. Roman's to St. Michael's, a little wooden Franciscan church in an Italian neighborhood, and from there to St. Casimir's, a towering, mournful church with twin copper-green towers. Then, as if following an invisible trail, they walked north up 22nd toward St. Anne's, St. Pius, St. Adalbert's. At first they merely entered and left immediately as if touching base, but their familiarity with small rituals quickly returned, dipping their fingers in the holy water fount by the door, making the automatic sign of the cross as they passed the life-sized crucified Christs that hung in the vestibules, where old women and school kids clustered to kiss the spikes in the bronze or bloody plaster feet. By St. Anne's, Manny removed his sunglasses, out of respect the way one removes a hat. Eddie put them on. His eyes felt hard-boiled. The surge of energy he had felt at the bakery had burned out fast. While Manny genuflected to the altar, Eddie slumped in the back pew, pretending to pray, drowsing off behind the dark glasses. It never occurred to Eddie to simply go home. His head ached, he could feel his heart racing, and would suddenly jolt awake, wondering where Manny was. Manny would be off, jumpy, frazzled, still popping speed on the sly, exploring the church as if searching for something, standing among lines of parishioners, waiting to kiss the relics the priest wiped repeatedly clean with a rag of silk. Then Manny would be shaking Eddie awake. "Are you holding up, man?" "I'm cool." And they would be back on the streets, heading for another parish under the overcast sky. Clouds, a shade between slate and lilac, smoked over the spires and roofs. Lights flashed on in the bars and taquerias. On 18th Street, a great blue neon fish leapt in the storefront window of a tiny ostenaria. Eddie tried to remember exactly where it was. They headed to St. Procopius, where, Manny said, he and Pancho had been baptized, along a wall of viaducts that schoolchildren had painted into a mural that seemed to go for miles. "I don't think we're going to make 7 churches, man," Eddie said. He was walking without lifting his feet, his hair plastered with a sweat like drizzle. It was around 3 p.m. It had been 3 p.m., Christ's dark hour on the cross, inside the churches all day, but now it was turning 3 p.m. outside, too. They could hear the ancient-sounding tantum ergo carrying from down the block. Eddie sunk into the last pew, kneeling in the red glow of vigil lights that brought back the red flicker of the flares they had seen from the window of the bus as it sped by the prison. Manny had already faded into the procession, making the Stations of the Cross, a shuffling crowd circling the church, kneeling before each station while altar boys censed incense and the priest recited Christ's agony. Old women answered with prayers like moans. Old women were walking on their knees up the marble aisle to kiss the relics. A few were crying, and Eddie remembered how back in grade school he had heard old women cry sometimes after confession, crying as if their hearts would break. And even as a child he had wondered how such old women could possibly have committed sins terrible enough to demand such bitter weeping. Most everything from that world had changed or disappeared, but the old women had endured. Polish, Bohemian, Spanish. He knew it didn't matter. They were the same, dressed in black coats and babushkas, the way holy statues wore violet, in constant mourning. A common pain of loss seemed to burn at the core of their lives, though Eddie had never understood exactly what it was they mourned, nor how day after day they had sustained the intensity of their grief. He would have given up long ago. In a way, he had, and the ache left behind couldn't be called grief. He had no name for it. He had felt it before Pancho or anyone was lost, almost from the start of memory. If it was grief for the living. The hymns, with their ancient, keening melodies and mysterious words, had brought the feeling back. But when he tried to discover the source, to give the feeling a name, it eluded him as always, leaving in its place nostalgia and triggered nerves. "Oh, God," he prayed, "I'm really crashing." He was too shaky to kneel, so he stretched out on the pew, lying on his back, eyes shut behind sunglasses, until the church began to whirl. To control it, he tried concentrating on the stained-glass window overhead. None of the windows that had ever been special for him were from a church. This one was an angel, its colors like jewels and coals. Afternoon seemed to be dying behind it, becoming part of the night, part of the private history that he and Manny continued between them like a pact. He could see night shining through, its neon and wet streetlights illuminating the angel on the window. Legends. It started with ice. That's how Big Antec sometimes began the story. At dusk, a gang of little Mexican kids appeared with a few lumps of dry ice covered in a shoebox as if they had caught a bird. Hot ice, they called it, though the way they said it sounded to Antec like hot eyes. Kids always have a way of finding stuff like that. One boy touched his tongue to a piece and screamed, "Aye!" when it stuck. They watched it boil and fume in a rain puddle along the curb, and finally they filled a bottle part way with water, inserted the fragments of ice they had left, capped the bottle, and set it in the mouth of an alley waiting for an explosion. When it popped, they scattered. Manny Santora and Eddie Capusta came walking up the alley, wanting Antec to buy them a bottle of rum at Buddy's. Rum instead of beer. They were celebrating, Capusta said, but he didn't say what. Maybe one of them had found a job or had just been fired or graduated or joined the army instead of waiting around to get drafted. It could be anything. They were always celebrating. Behind their sunglasses, Antec could see they were high as usual, even before Manny offered him a drag off a reefer the size of a cigar. Probably nobody was hired or fired or had joined anything. Probably it was just so hot they had a good excuse to act crazy. They each had a bottle of Coke. They were fizzing up, squirting. Eddie had limes stuffed in his pockets and was pretending they were his balls. Manny had a plastic bag of the little ice cubes they sell at gas stations. It was half melted, and they were scooping handfuls of cubes over each other's heads, stuffing them down their jeans and yowling, rubbing ice on their chests and under their arms as if taking cold showers. They looked like wild men, shirts hanging from their back pockets, handkerchiefs knotted around their heads, wearing their sunglasses, their bodies slick with melted ice water and sweat. 2 guys in the prime of life, going nowhere, both lean, Capusta almost as tan as Santora with that frizzy beard under his lip, and Capusta trying to juggle limes. They were drinking rum, using a method Antek had never seen before, and he had seen his share of drinking, not just in the neighborhood, all over the world when he was in the Navy, and not the Bohemian Navy either, like somebody would always say when he would start telling Navy stories. They claimed they were drinking Cuba Libras, only they didn't have glasses, so they were mixing the drinks in their mouths, starting with some little cubes, then pouring in rum, coke, a squeeze of lime, and swallowing. Swallowing if one or the other didn't suddenly bust up over some private joke, spraying the whole mouthful out, and both of them choking and coughing and laughing. "Hey, Antek, let me build you a drink," Manny kept saying, but Antek shook his head no thanks, and he wasn't known for passing up too many. This was all going on in front of Buddy's, everyone catching a blast of music and air conditioning whenever the door opened. It was hot. The moths sizzled as soon as they hit Buddy's buzzing orange sign. A steady beat of moths dropped like cinders on the blinking orange sidewalk where the little kids were pitching pennies. Manny passed around what was left in the plastic bag of ice, and the kids stood sucking and crunching the cubes between their teeth. It reminded Antek of summers when the ice trucks still delivered to Buddy's, flatbeds covered with canvas, the icemen, mainly DPs, wearing leather aprons with Popeye forearms that even in August looked ruddy with cold. They would slide the huge clear blocks off the tailgate so the whump reverberated through the hollow under the sidewalks, and deep in the ice the clarity shattered. Then with their ice hooks they'd lug the blocks across the sidewalk, trailing a slick, and boot them skidding down the chute into Buddy's beery-smelling cellar. And after the truck pulled away, kids would pick the splinters from the curb and suck them as if they were ice-flavored popsicles. Nobody seemed too interested when Antek tried to tell them about the ice trucks, or anything else about how the world had been, for that matter. Antek had been sick and had only recently returned from the VA hospital. He returned feeling old, and as if the neighborhood had changed in the few weeks he had been gone. People had changed. He couldn't be sure, but they treated him differently, colder, as if he were becoming a stranger in the place he had grown up in, now, just when he needed them most to belong. "Hey, Antek," Manny said, "you know what you can tell me? That girl that saved your life in the meat freezer, did she have good tits?" "I tell you about a miracle, and you ask me about tits," Antek said. "I don't talk about that any more because now somebody always asks me, did she have good tits? Go see." Kids had been trying for years to sneak into the ice house to see her. It was what the neighborhood had instead of a haunted house. Each generation had grown up with the story of how her father had ridden with her half-naked body on the streetcar. Even the nuns had heard Antek's story about finding the girl still frozen in the meat freezer. The butcher shop on Kedzie had closed long ago, and the legend was that after the cops had stopped checking, her body had been moved at night back into the ice house. But the ice house wasn't easy to break into. It had stood padlocked and heavily boarded for years. "They're gonna wreck it," Eddie said. "I went by on the bus, and they got the crane out in front." "Oh, last chance, Antek," Manny said. "If you're sure she's in there, maybe we ought to save her." "She's in there," Antek said. He noticed the little kids had stopped pitching pennies and were listening. "Well, you owe her something after what she done for you. Don't he, Eduardo?" The kids who were listening chuckled, then started to go back to their pennies. "You want to go? I'll go," Antek said loudly. "All right, let's go." Antek got up unsteadily. He stared at Eddie and Manny. "You guys couldn't loan me enough for a taste of wine until I get my disability check." The little kids tagged after them to the end of the block, then turned back, bored. Manny and Eddie kept going, picking the pace up a step or two ahead of Antek, exchanging looks and grinning. But Antek knew that no matter how much they joked or what excuses they gave, they were going like him for one last look. They were just old enough to have seen the ice house before it shut down. It was a special building, the kind a child couldn't help but notice and remember, There, on the corner across the street from the prison, a factory that made ice, humming with fans, its louvered roof dripping and clacking, lost in acrid clouds of its own escaping vapor. The automatic ice machine in front had already been carted away. The doors were still padlocked, but the way the crane was parked, it was possible for Manny and Eddie to climb the boom onto the roof. Antek waited below. He gazed up at the new plexiglass guard turrets on the prison wall. From his angle, all he could see was the bluish fluorescence of their lighting. He watched Manny and Eddie jump from the boom to the roof, high enough to stare across at the turrets like snipers, to draw a level bead on the backs of the guards, high enough to gaze over the wall at the dim, barred windows of the buildings that resembled foundries more than ever in the sweltering heat. Below, Antek stood swallowing wine, expecting more from the night than a condemned building. He didn't know exactly what else he expected. Perhaps only a scent, like the stab of remembered ammonia he might have detected if he were still young enough to climb the boom. Perhaps the secret isolation he imagined Manny and Eddie feeling now, alone on the roof, as if lost in clouds of vapor. At street level, passing traffic droned out the tick of the single cricket keeping time on the roof. A cricket so loud and insistent that Manny didn't stop to worry about the noise when he kicked in the louvers. And Antek, though he had once awakened in a freezer, couldn't imagine the shock of cold that Manny and Eddie felt as they dropped out of the summer night to the floor below. Earlier, on their way down 26th, Manny had stopped to pick up an unused flare from along the tracks, and Antek pictured them inside now, Manny, his hand wrapped in a handkerchief, holding the flare away from him like a Roman candle, its red glare sputtering off the beams and walls. There wasn't much to see. Empty corners, insulated pipes. Their breaths steamed. They tugged on their shirts. Instinctively, they traced the cold down a metal staircase. Cold was rising from the ground floor through the soles of their gym shoes. The ground floor was stacked to the ceiling with junked ice machines. A wind, like from an enormous air conditioner, was blowing down a narrow aisle between the machines. At the end of the aisle, a concrete ramp slanted down to the basement. That was where Antek suspected they would end up, the basement, a cavernous space extending under the nameless street, slowly collapsing as if the thick, melting pillars of ice along its walls had served as its foundation. The floor was spongy with waterlogged sawdust. An echoing rain plipped from the ceiling. The air smelled thawed and ached clammy in the lungs. "It's fucking freezing," Eddie whispered. Manny swung the flare in a slow arc, its reflections glancing as if they stood among cracked mirrors. Blocks of ice, framed in defrosted freezer coils, glowed back faintly like aquarium windows from niches along the walls. They were melting unevenly and leaned at precarious angles. Several had already tottered to the sawdust, where they lay like quarry stones from a wrecked cathedral. Manny and Eddie picked their way among them, pausing to wipe the slick of water from their surfaces and peer into the ice, but deep networks of cracks refracted the light. They could see only frozen shadows and had to guess at the forms: fish, birds, shanks of meat, a dog, a cat, a chair, what appeared to be a bicycle. But Antek knew they would recognize her when they found her. There would be no mistaking the light. In the smoky, phosphorus glare, her hair would reflect gold like a candle behind a frosted pane. He was waiting for them to bring her out. He had finished the wine and flung the pint bottle onto the street, so that it shattered. The streets were empty. He was waiting patiently, and though he had nowhere else to be, it was still a long wait. He could hear the cricket now, composing time instead of music, working its way head first from the roof down the brick wall. Listening to it, Antek became acutely aware of the silence of the prison across the street. He thought of all the men on the other side of the wall and wondered how many were still awake, listening to a cricket, waiting patiently as they sweated in the heavy night. Manny and Eddie, shivering, their hands burning numb from grappling with ice, unbarred the rear door that opened onto the loading platform behind the ice house. They pushed out an old handcar and rolled it onto the tracks that came right up to the dock. They had already slid the block of ice onto the handcar and draped it with a canvas tarp. Even gently inching it on, they had heard the ice cracking. The block had felt too light for its size, fragile, ready to break apart. "It feels like we're kidnapping somebody," Eddie whispered.
Just think of it as ice. I can't. We can't just leave her here, Eduardo. What'll we do with her? We'll think of something. What about Antec? Forget him.
They pushed off. Rust slowed them at first, but as the tracks inclined towards the river, they gained momentum. It was like learning to row. By the trestle they hit their rhythm. Speed became wind. Hair blowing, shirts flapping open, the tarp billowing up off the ice. The skyline gleamed ahead, and though Manny couldn't see the lake, he could feel it stretching beyond the skyscrapers. The smelt would have disappeared to wherever they disappeared to. But the fishermen would still be sitting at the edge of the breakwater, their backs to the city, dreaming up fish. He knew now where they were taking her. They were rushing through waist-deep weeds across the vast tracts of prairie behind the factories, clattering over bridges and viaducts. Below, streetlights shimmered watery in the old industrial neighborhoods, shiny with sweat, with the girl already melting free between them. They forced themselves faster, rowing like a couple of sailors. Nominated by DeWitt Henry and George Plimpton. Sundays. Fiction by Ellen Wilbur. From Wind and Birds and Human Voices. Stuart Wright, publisher. She couldn't remember when he'd started lying down on Sunday afternoons. He hadn't done it when they first were married. At least, not regularly. Now he seemed to do it every week. Each Sunday sometime after 4. She'd noticed the sudden quiet in the house when he lay down, but then she would forget it, lost in some task. She'd be wiping down the woodwork, washing windows, sweeping up the hall, or cooking, humming to herself and peaceful in the way she only felt when she was busy. Of all the days, she liked Sundays the best. The other days went by so fast, they jumbled all together, but Sunday was long. The hours passed slowly with dignity, like time out of her childhood. She could catch up on things she'd missed or put off all week while she was out at work. She liked to bake on Sundays. She made pies and homemade breads or muffins, all the things he liked. She'd prepare a roast of lamb or beef or chicken with potatoes. The kitchen windows steamed up in the winter, and the cooking smells spread through the whole of the little house until it was so warm and homey that it seemed to cry out for the child they'd lost, the tiny girl who'd lived only one day, whose perfect little face was still so real to her that when she thought of it her hand would fly up to her mouth, and she would sometimes throw the kitchen door wide open to the chill and let the frigid air pour into the cheerful, steamy room. It always took her by surprise to find him lying down. She'd be carrying up the laundry or her sewing when she'd pass the open bedroom door and see him on their bed. Sometimes she'd hurry past the door without a word, as if the sight of him embarrassed her. She couldn't imagine lying down during the day doing nothing. Just the thought of it made her jumpy. If he'd only sleep, it wouldn't bother her so much. But he never did. He lay there wide awake, and he looked unlike himself. Sometimes not even gazing out the window, but staring up at the empty ceiling in a way that made her think of someone very old. Yet he was only 35, a burly, lively man. He looked out of place, lying so still. Why shouldn't the poor man rest, she told herself. He worked hard all week long. He was up before her every morning, wide awake the moment that he rose. She'd wake to the sound of him whistling in the shower and have to wrench herself up through a wall of sleep and hurry down to fix his breakfast. She'd have his orange juice fresh squeezed, his eggs done over light, his dark rye lightly buttered, and his coffee steaming in his cup by the time he appeared with his briefcase in his hand. "I don't know why you make yourself get up. I could just as easily eat out," he'd said hundreds of times. She didn't have to be at work till 10. She stood at the window when he left the house. He liked to walk the mile downtown to catch the train to work. Even in winter he went off through ice or heavy snow as if the weather couldn't touch him. He had a light, springy walk for someone so large. She'd never seen another man who walked exactly as he did. He never watched TV or listened to the radio or read when he lay down on Sundays. His stillness and his silence fascinated her. When they went out to parties, people hurried up to greet him. They gathered all around him. He was such a talker and a storyteller. She was shy in groups. She never laughed or joked or became close to people at her job the way he did. He was always calling her to see if he could bring somebody home to supper. Yet, when they were alone together, he was quiet. She did most of the talking, as if there were no end to all the things she'd like to tell him. "Tom," she said some Sundays, stopping at the bedroom door. He'd turn and look at her with a little smile, never startled. He wasn't a nervous man, not at all like her. "What were you thinking about just then? You looked a million miles away." She stayed in the hall with her broom or dust-cloth held tight, anxious to resume her work. "Not anything, really," he replied. "You must have been thinking of something," she insisted. Her own mind was never still or empty. It was always focused hard on something. Something bothering her or pleasing, something coming up or in the past. It never stopped. Not even at night when she lay down to sleep. Her mind was always ticking. "Come here," he'd say. He liked to stop her in the middle of her work. "Lie down with me a minute," he would say while she stood perplexed with the broom gripped tightly in her hand. "Come here," he'd urge her, smiling like a cat, lazy and happy, as if her irritation were amusing to him. "Not now," she'd argue, but drawn to him and giving him her hand. "Just for a minute," he would say, pulling her down on the tasseled spread till she rested her cheek on his great chest and felt his chin on the top of her head. "You fit against me perfectly," he'd whisper with his arm tight around her. "I've got a million things to do," she'd say, all wiry with thoughts and wanting to jump up before the lethargy descended. "Just lie a minute," he would say in a way that made her give in to the warmth of his shirt, his faint tobacco smell, and the silence building in the house till she could hear the birds outside so clearly and see their shapes streak by the window. The sky was violet or pink, and she would feel the sweetness of the fading room begin to lull her. "You're a devil," she would sigh, tipping back her head to gaze at him. "I love you, May," he'd say, kissing her forehead or her hair. He never wanted to make love on Sunday afternoons, only to hold her in the stillness for half an hour or more, until it seemed to May that a spell came over them, a heavy sense of peace, as if the whole of life had swept away from them in a great wave, and they'd become as motionless and changeless as the rocking-chair beside the window, the tall white dresser and the row of pictures on the flowered wall that grew more dim and less distinct each minute in the dusky room. She would imagine the darkness growing in the house, filling up the unlit rooms downstairs, the empty kitchen growing desolate and grey and disappearing, until she'd suddenly jump up from the dark bed, and with a beating heart she'd hurry like a child from room to room, snapping the lights on, her face urgent and serious, as if she were preventing a great death. Nominated by Nona Balakian, Stephen Corey, DeWitt Henry, and Joyce Carol Oates. Exodus by Carolyn Kizer. From Antaeus. We are coming down the pike, all of us in no particular order, not grouped by age, Wanda and Val, her fourth husband, Sally Swift, the fellows who play bridge every Thursday at Mason's Grill in the back, two of them named George. We are all coming down the pike. Somebody whose face I can't make out is carrying old Mrs. Sandow wrapped in a pink afghan. Her little pink toes peep out from the hem of her cotton nightie like pink pea-pods, as pink as her little old scalp showing through. Be careful, mister, don't lose a hold of her. She has to come down the pike. Maybelle and Ruth walk together, holding hands. Maybelle wears tennis shorts and a sweatband as she strides along steadily in her golf shoes. Ruth has on something flimsy, already ripped, and slingbacks, for God's sake. Imagine her feet. Tomorrow she'll have to drop out, but right now they are both coming down the pike. Richard had to leave his piano. He looks sort of unfinished. His long, pale fingers wave like anemone, or is it amoeba, I mean. He's artistic, but would never have been of the first rank, though he's changed his name 3 times. He doesn't like the mob he's with, but you can't be picky when you're coming down the pike. One of the monitors wants us to move faster, but you can't really organize this crowd. The latch on the birdcage was loose, so the budgie escaped about 2 miles back, but Mrs. Rappaport still lugs his cage. She's expecting the budgie to catch up any minute. Its name was Sweetie. I can't stand pet names and sentimentality at a time like this, when we should be concentrating all our efforts on getting down the pike. Who would have thought we would all be walking, except, of course, for Mrs. Sandow and Dolly Bliss in her motorized wheelchair and her upswept hairdo? Someone has piled 6 hat-boxes on her lap. She can hardly see over, poor lady. It isn't fair, and who needs picture hats at a time like this? But they are probably full of other things, the kind of useless stuff you grab up in a panic when there's no time to think or plan, and you've got 10 minutes before they order you down the pike. Bill Watkins is sore that he wasn't chosen monitor because he lacks leadership qualities, but he rushes up and down the lines anyhow, snapping like a sheepdog. The Ruddy family, all 8 of them redheads, has dropped out for a picnic, using a burnt-out car as a table. Not me, I'm saving my sandwiches. The Ruddys were always feckless. They won't laugh tomorrow when they run out of food on the pike. Of course Al Fitch has nothing, not even a pocket-knife, let alone a gun. He had to get Maury Phelps to shoot his dog for him. No pets, you can see the reason for that, although nobody fussed about the budgie. I expect there's a few smuggled cats inside some of the children's jackets, but old Al Fitch, he just strolls along with his hands in his pockets, whistling "Good Night, Irene." My husband says I shouldn't waste my breath describing us, but save it for the hike ahead. We're just like people anywhere, though we may act crazier right now. Maybelle drags Ruth along faster and faster, though she's stumbling and sobbing and has already fallen twice. Richard, who's always been so careful of his hands, just hit Al and told him to whistle something else, like Bach, one of the hymns he wrote that we could sing. Will you be trying to sing wherever you are as you come down the pike? Nominated by Sharon Doubiago, Edmund Keeley, Joyce Carol Oates, and Sharon Olds. Sorrow and Rapture by Maura Stanton. From Telescope. The April sun burned through the dirty glass. My eyes burned, my wool skirt burned my knees. Beyond the window of the city bus, as it turned up Forest Hill, I couldn't see red brick and frame and budding maple trees, but only the dark theater where all alone I'd watched La Traviata on the screen, surrounded by 200 empty seats. I'd bought the ticket from a nun at school for $2 and a written promise not to go home or shopping or idling. I'd sunk back in the tattered velvet seat, glad to be out of civics and history, breathing the odor of popcorn and licorice. I wondered if they'd show the film for me, just me. I sat in the exact middle. I was sleepy and warm. I hoped for color. And then the soundtrack blared and leveled off. The black and white singers floated far above me, magnified. Their singing made me dizzy. The voices drew me forward on my seat, and my face prickled with heat, my chest hurt. I was more Violetta than I was myself. I wore her satin gown. I loved Alfredo. I raised her handkerchief to my own mouth. The subtitles that flickered underneath a passionate embrace or stricken look seemed more foreign to me than the music. Then the bus stopped on top of the hill. I looked over the rooftops of Peoria, shaken with rapture. What town was this? I saw the brewery, my high school, a steeple, slate-colored shingles, the glimmer of river, and beyond, smokestacks of Caterpillar where the wire mesh gates had just opened on thousands of laborers with their metal lunch pails. Still dazzled, I got off at my stop. At home, our maple almost cast a shadow with its early buds, and I threw myself down. No ants were stirring in the pale, cold grass, but here and there, in thick green clumps, violets had bloomed, not yet choked by weeds, purple petals the size of fingernails. I stroked the violets' heart-shaped leaves. I looked at my hands. I stretched them in the sun. I could remember the face of Alfredo, Violetta's room, the view of Paris, but not a single tune. I was tone-deaf. Still I rolled over and over in the grass, unable to speak, burning and longing, as cars from the factories arrived on our street and the smell of supper drifted out of doors. Nominated by I. and Jonathan Penner. The Art of Seeing with One's Own Eyes. Fiction by Sharon Doubiago. From New England Review and Bread Loaf Quarterly. It is the need to enter what we loosely call the vision, to be one with the imago mundi, that image of the world we each carry within us as possibility itself. Robert Creeley. Only off in the west is the glorious light of the setting sun, telling us, perhaps, of light after darkness. Edward Curtis. I remember the night as Halloween, the night of the dead. Halloween as in holy person, hence saint, the dictionary explains. But looking back in my journal, I discover that it was the autumn equinox. At any rate, it was Vermont in fall, and harvest was greatly upon us. The first frost had come. We had brought in our garden, root-stringy, dirt-clodded green tomato plants hanging upside down in our apartment walls. Allende dead, my notes say. Victor Jara's fingers cut off. Agnew may be impeached. And I Ching, quote, superior man on the decline, inferior man on the rise. A time of this. Someone coming up the stairs. A knock on the door. A young woman, a Jehovah's Witness, walking in with pamphlets. The world is coming to an end in 10 days. Me in my nightgown. We are canvassing all of central Vermont. We are trying to give non-believers a chance. All week at Goddard, the local college, the Stan Brakhage Film Festival had been occurring, the filmmaker himself hosting the event. Stan Brakhage's affinity with Charles Olson, the first poet to inspire me, made his presence in town exciting. The sentence as an exchange of force rather than a completed thought, the journal notes exclaim. Form is never more than an extension of content. My journals from those days are dominated by Olson. At 7:30 p.m. we dropped window pane acid. We had done some the week before, a trip that remains in my memory as one of the most wondrous of my life. That had been my first acid in a year and a half, our first in Vermont, a warm, emotional experience of great love between Maximilian and me. We spent that Sunday canoeing around a beautiful lake in the northeast kingdom, a lake named Eden. Of the many lakes of the kingdom, we picked Lake Eden because Eden is my maiden name. The photographs of that day are my favorite photographs of us. We are floating over an enormous mirror of giant flaming maple trees that line the shore, through a brilliant red, orange, maroon, and gold paradise. If lysergic acid diethylamide can be photographed in the cells of the body, it is in these pictures. We look at each other as if eternity cannot separate us. Max looks like Jesus with his full beard and long black curls, his image rippling back from the water. I am wearing lace and jewelry, a rarity for me. A red and green glass bead bracelet that had arrived that week from a friend traveling in Guatemala shimmers, catching the light above my oar. The smell of patchouli oil can't be photographed either, but I smell it when I look at these photographs. On that day there was a big sun eruption estimated 10 times the size of Earth, equal to 100 million atom bombs. There was a 20-minute period after the flare reached its peak, when long-distance short-wave radio communications on Earth experienced a complete fade-out, the Space Warning Center in Boulder, Colorado, said. Particles ejected by the flare are expected to reach the Earth's vicinity tonight or early tomorrow, causing magnetic disturbances and possibly auroral displays in the low latitudes. We walked in the dark woods, the sun filtering through the autumn leaves to the ferns on the floor. The whole world seemed benevolently aflame. And then we fucked, very gently, standing up, face to face, while a soft rain fell on us. We lay on the shore and stared into each other's eyes a long time. "What is this?" he said in a momentary flash of his normal embarrassment at intimacy. "A love trip?" That night we saw our first Brackage film. I wrote, "Infinite parts, the body, the self, floating in infinite directions, the myth outside, the stars inside. We are caught in the bodies of others." On our walk home from Goddard, we stopped in at friends who were watching the movie Tora, Tora, Tora. Tora, Tora, Tora was the Japanese code for the bombing of Pearl Harbor. I was struck for the first time by an understanding of the great difference between persons born before World War II and those born during or afterwards. The difference bombs make on the new psyche. We stayed up all night. The neighbor living below us said later he knew we had dropped acid when he woke at 4 in the morning and we were still giggling. But tonight, as soon as we dropped, the phone rang. Max answered it. I heard him explain that we were on our way to a movie, but that, yes, they were welcome to come over for about 15 minutes. It was two friends of Passing Cloud, an old L.A. friend now living in Taos, New Mexico. Passing Cloud had given them our address when they left New Mexico for Montreal on an important business trip. We regarded Passing Cloud as one of our craziest, least reliable friends. We had many in those days. So we prepared ourselves for the possibility of a screwy encounter. Or so we must have thought we prepared. We were prepared for hippies from Taos. The two men who entered our apartment looked like Chicago gangsters, at least as they are portrayed in old movies. They were sturdy, middle-aged men in dark suits, black silky dress shirts, white ties, and identical Panama hats beneath which twitched pencil-thin mustaches. They seemed charged with a great conspiratorial air. When they removed their hats, the glisten and smell of hair oil and the exposed skin around their ears and necks were shocking. This was 1973. This was not the current look. No one in their right minds, I thought, looks like these guys. Certainly no one I knew. Perhaps they walked in just as the acid started coming on. We were as cordial and friendly as possible, engaging them in the usual questions of first encounters and explaining where we were going. We told them how to get to the theater in case they were interested in seeing the film. I couldn't imagine that they would be. Such men as these could have little interest or patience in the art of Stan Brackage. I was already a little hung up on trying to figure out who they were. I was afraid of them and did not want to leave them in our home. In a while, our children would return. They said they would walk around town and perhaps attend the film later. When we left the building, we noticed their car, a highly waxed and polished black antique limousine with New Hampshire license plates. Again, I had the sense of gangsters, the shot of the car pulled up to do a job. We walked the mile to the school. The film this night, culminating the festival, was to be Brackage's current masterpiece, The Act of Seeing with One's Own Eyes. The hour-and-a-half film takes place in the main Philadelphia city morgue. The subject is autopsy, the technique documentation. Our program explained that the etymology of autopsy is seeing with one's own eyes. It was very cold, and we, native Californians, were happily bundled in our new thrift store coats and hats. Max said he read that LSD opens the lens of the eyes wider than normal, letting in more light, so that you see more of what is actually here. Hallucination is an incorrect word. It's just that the brain, used to the old programming, can't process what the eyes are newly seeing. I was looking forward to an autopsy film. I was curious as to how a great artist would handle such a subject. One of the first stories I ever wrote was in reaction to the autopsy report in the Warren Commission's The Assassination of President Kennedy. The reading of that report was for me as bad as any bad acid trip I would ever take. I found little interest in the statistics proving how he died. That he was dead was the shock. The body of John Fitzgerald Kennedy is described in graphic detail. A muscular, well-developed, well-nourished adult Caucasian male measuring 72.5 inches and weighing 170 pounds. His hair is reddish-brown and abundant. His eyes are blue, and skewed, divergent, deviated. We are told that he has an unremarkable bony cage. His teeth are in excellent repair. We are told of old, well-healed and recent incisions on the nipple line, the lumbar spine and abdomen, the right thigh. His genitals are not described, but the cutting of the customary Y, beginning at the nipple line, deep into the rigor and alger mortis muscle, to examine his body cavities is. His lungs are well aerated with smooth, glistening pleural surfaces, and they are grey-pink in colour. There is an area of purplish-red discoloration. His right lung weighs 320 grams, his left 290 grams. A straw-coloured fluid floats in his pericardial cavity. His heart is of normal external contour and weighs 350 grams. His coronary arteries are dissected and analyzed for us. His liver, spleen, kidneys, and intestines are described, as are the many hernias and lacerations and blood clots. There is abnormal mobility of the underlying bone above the right eye, caused by a sizable metal fragment. He has a large skull defect with an actual absence of scalp and bone, and exuding from it is lacerated brain tissue, which on close inspection proves to represent the major portion of his right cerebral hemisphere. At this moment in the autopsy, federal agents bring the coroner's 3 pieces of bone recovered from Elm Street and the presidential automobile. When put together, these fragments account for approximately 3/4 of the missing portion of his skull. Then the scalp wounds in his coronal plane are extended to examine his cranial content. His brain is removed and preserved for further microscopic study. A gross description of his brain is given. Following formalin fixation, it weighs 1,500 grams. Photographs, colored and black and white, and röntgenograms are taken of his entire body, inside and out. He is sewed back up for burial preparation. My story is of a young woman who never fully recovers from reading this report. Like so many, she had idolized John Kennedy, knowing exactly how much his heart weighed, that he had an unremarkable bony cage, were facts demonic to her psyche, facts she found herself wishing, though she was a 20th century child and a full participant in its glories, could not be known by anyone. She thought of how the Indians from her hometown said, "You lose your power if you tell everything." How much does the spirit weigh? In which cavity does the personality reside? What happens to these men in the minutes they are handling John Kennedy's brain? How do you weigh the shock the nation experienced at his murder? Which investigation will prove who killed him? Are there lacerating, herniating, exuding residues still? In the air? In our food? Still, I anticipated identification with Stan Brackage's effort. If I were a filmmaker, it is conceivable that I would film an autopsy. I am making such a story now. The art of seeing with one's own eyes. Brackage had made his career by seeing what our culture makes taboo. A 1957 film, Flesh of Morning, is an intense, introspective, and totally controlled work about masturbation. "It is so important to see," I said to Maximilian as we walked down Highway 2, "to see our way out of the programming of our culture." I told him of a car accident I was in when I was 16. There were 5 of us. I was in the back seat. We were speeding down Clevenger Canyon when we met another car coming up on a blind curve. Both drivers made the same instantaneous decision to crash head-on rather than swerve off the 500-foot drop into the Granite Canyon. Somehow we made it. Everyone was okay, though one of our wheels was off the edge, the fenders scraped and ripped. What I was most struck by afterwards was that while my friends buried their heads in their laps when they saw the car, I sat up straighter, my eyes bulging, straining to see my own death coming at me. In that moment I felt fierce about this. I wanted to see myself die. It seemed everything was being taken from me, and all I had left in this single split second of life was sight, and so I would use it. The theater was nearly full when we arrived. Students and hippies come down out of the mountains for a Friday night movie. The colors and costumes and abundant hair swirled and mixed wildly with the smells of wood stoves, patchouli, marijuana. The people were festive, inviting, orgiastic. the open invitation to sex exuding from many. Open marriage was the newest popular attempt to break through our puritanical programming, and many couples this night, well known among us all, seemed ecstatic with their new daring, their new discoveries. But I couldn't talk. The acid was coming on strong. My throat was dry. I was afraid I might throw up. I held on to Max's arm, and he found 2 empty seats in the front row. As we sat in them, I knew instantly they were a mistake. I felt on stage, exposed. At the same time, I felt unable to get up, to move through the thronging people to the back. I waited for the lights to go out, for the veil of darkness. But then Stan Brakhage was introduced, and an inhibiting silence fell through the room. He began a long talk about his films. I couldn't move. It was an evening of strange men. Perhaps this is why I remember it as Halloween. Brakhage seemed a sort of triplet to the 2 men who had come to our house. He, too, was large, big-boned, sturdy. He was wearing a black tuxedo. His thick black hair, with a streak of silver down the middle, was oiled and cut very short, and he was clean-shaven. All through his amazing lecture he would stop mid-sentence, turn his head to the right, simultaneously pulling from beneath his coat-tails a small silver spittoon. I could hardly believe my eyes. The arc of spit across the lights from this man, dressed so severely, so strangely, so formally, like the President, was bizarre. "Style," he said twice between spits, "is social manifestation of soul." He described his films as meditations of sexuality, meditations of light. "We are locked in creation at a certain level," he said, "and we can't get out. This is the fact of our existence. The trick is to find the key. The process is to get back to the garden, but the purpose of the riddle is to celebrate the mystery. My films celebrate the mystery. My themes are birth, sex, and death. I don't know about other artists, but when I work I sweat. Snot comes out of my nose. Between me and film it can't be otherwise. I have a mold chamber. I grow mold in my films. I mean, how do you keep on as a filmmaker in an area that struggles to be an art and not Hollywood escapist? And I am left with the rags and tags of a Sam Peckinpah. I was feeling overwhelmed. Sam Peckinpah's daughter, a friend of ours, was in the room. "Max, can't we move?" I looked around. The theater behind us was full now, people lining the 3 walls. "The way Hollywood separates the dream sequences from reality as if they aren't the same thing." Max whispered, "There's no place to go," and then added apprehensively, "Anything you want to tell me?" My paranoia was making him paranoid. Does he think Brakhage is turning me on? I put my hand on his thigh. I thought of the letter I had received that morning from my closest friend, Ramona, about her brother Vern being anesthetized and manacled to the hospital wall to receive 20 electric shocks. Reich, Brakhage was saying, was organically insane. I mean, not functioning at the end of his life. Maniacs, I was thinking. We are all maniacs, manacled to our bodies, speeding blindly down our lonely one-way canyons. Vision, he was saying, is a part of our separateness. Your vision is you. It makes you separate from others. Vision is just the inside of your head. These films are just what's inside my head. Fish, bodies, sand, wagon of my childhood. The word vision is elevating and idealizing, but it's just simply one's take on the world. Max whispered, "That smile of his is a trip." Remember, Olson, there are no hierarchies, no infinite, no such many as mass. There are only eyes in all heads to be looked out of. I'm reading Pound again these days. The artist's business is to discover his virtue, the particularity that distinguishes him from all others, his signature. My goal is to photograph an angel. Suddenly he demanded from the audience, "Has anyone here ever seen an angel?" He waited for a response. To myself I answered yes. A few in the crowd must have raised their hands. He challenged them. "I mean a real angel, with wings, not some light around the body that looks like wings. Angels must be real, or why would they be so prevalent in the paintings of European culture? Many have seen them. It is my goal to photograph an angel." He began to prepare us for the act of seeing with one's own eyes. The large, dark body took on a manner and tone that was apologetic, like a stern father who must do his duty toward his children. "It should be clear that this is not a window on an autopsy room. This film is made up of 24 still shots and an equal number of blank shots per second. It is made up of different kinds of films for a greater range of color. Color is one of the themes of this film. One should make of this film a song. It is composed as a song. Still, my films do not have sound. Sound distracts the eyes from seeing. Any sound on a soundtrack is more distracting than the same sound in an audience of any situation. Equality of seeing. This is what I am after. There's humor in this film. Humor is everywhere. Humor of vision, humor in sound, humor in Beethoven, humor of thought, humor in nature. When you lie down on a field and notice one weed blowing faster than the others, that's funny." He arced his wad into the silver cuspidor, a funny arc of light. "Art is gentle in that images are better than the light that people bounce off reality. Art is not escapist. It is not something different. This film is like the Tibetan Book of the Dead, in that it is a map of what the dead experience." When he said it again, it was a command. "Art is gentle. One should make of this film a song. It is composed as a song." The body is wheeled in on the gurney, the white sheet removed from a naked male of about 60, the saw started up. The light is glaring, white fluorescent, without shadow. There can be no secrets here. Nothing can hide from us. The morticians, Brackage has said, are artists. He also used the word lover. Noguchi, L.A.'s coroner, for so long the bogeyman of my dreams, he who did Monroe, he who brags of having written the masterpiece of our times, the autopsy report of Robert Kennedy, leaps instantly into my mind. In Stan Brackage's full-length documentation we are shown the autopsies of a half a dozen bodies. It is true one of the themes of the film is color. The shocking red of blood under the white light, the pink of lungs, and ash of flesh. I can't remember now the color of the brain, the liver. There is a deft build-up in the drama of images. It is true orchestration like a song. I begin to hear no, no, no. When the second body is wheeled in and the sheet removed, we, the audience, gasp. She is young and very beautiful, a small, dark brunette. She is the star of this movie, a famous movie star without a name. The white lines of her bikini are in such sharp contrast to the deep tan of her beautiful skin. One thinks for an instant that she is wearing it. Perhaps she drowned today at the beach, so recently she bathed in the sun, walked her perfect body for us. But this is a story of the dead. The body is who she is. Two of them, one at her feet, one at her shoulders, lug her over to another table. She sags heavily between them. They are hard workers. I keep hearing, sorry, sorry, sorry. The old man takes great pride in his work. He revs the saw, then grinds down her middle, counter the bikini lines. Her high-pointed white breasts unzip, then slide under her shaved armpits. Black individual hairs of her pubis blow in the saw's wind. Her perfect hips, that arch high and erotically over the perfect line of her buttocks, are chain-sawed in two. Everything oozes, is slush, the myths broken in a marshland. They scoop her out. Then they burn open her skull. Her face, which in our culture would be described as cute, falls down around her neck, then is turned inside out. Later, when they put it back on, they stretch it over the remains of her skull, which they have battered with hammers, just like a rubber Halloween mask. I have never had the experience of knowing or remembering a past life. But now I remembered being dead. I remembered being a corpse, of being handled this way. Flop me on the table, do your work, drain my blood, weigh my brain, finger my heart, my cunt, remove everything, liver, intestines, kidneys, clitoris, muscles, my white fat, my bones. You are so desperate to find out. You believe that you can. I felt great compassion and grief for myself. I remembered the pain in the dead body, the same, no less, for all the so-called anesthesia of death as pain in life. I knew the full consciousness behind the fully paralyzed body. Now the monolith, centered, massive. They say of a common anesthesia used in childbirth that you feel the pain, but later you have no memory of it. The cruelty of this statement is characteristic of our utter disdain and incomprehension of the present. We are anesthetized to the present, but our insides, our inner being, gutted wide open to the world for all time, for anyone, always knows, always remembers. People were leaving the theater, though not as many as one would have thought. We seemed riveted to our seats. There seemed to be some test involved, a test of courage, of intellectual courage, or perhaps it was spiritual. I looked back once and saw the two New Mexico men and a pregnant friend leaving together by the same door. You say this is not a window in an autopsy room, that this is a song. The coroner is talking. Behind him are 6 headless, gutted torsos, 6 extremely remarkable bony cages. The image is truly grotesque, shocking. The poor, poor body, rifled, sacked, emptied, an utterly empty husk. I kept hearing cask, cage, coffin, shell. I kept hearing sobbing, an uncontrollable sobbing. Hang me in a locker, sell me as a side of beef, throw me in a red baggie for further microscopic study. I saw Sioux children sleighing down snowy hills in the rib cage of bison. I was afraid I'd start sobbing. No, no, no. I remembered my lover Milton. He had worked as a mortician's assistant in L.A., and he would tell stories like the little old lady who fell out of her casket during the funeral, fell stiff, head over heels down a forest lawn hill, like a plank of plywood, like an upright tree, before the whole family. There is humor in everything. In the story of the mother who wanted the ring off her daughter's finger, so he broke the finger off, the quickest way to get the ring. When Milton and I made love, he never came, not once did he ejaculate, though we spent most of our time in bed. He just stayed hard. Ramona always excused her husband for being so cold and cruel because for the first 3 years of their marriage he had to work nights in the Pomona morgue to support his other family. The walk back home was hard, like coming back from the dead. I don't know what Maximilian was feeling. He was very silent, but I felt crucified. Just keep moving, I told myself. Try not to see the blood everywhere. The organs hanging like fruit, like pine cones, like brightly colored maple leaves, the liver, the heart, the brain, like fall colors, the beautiful lungs fallen to earth. Art is gentle, but reality is violent. The real dead are everywhere. When we got to the meadow, we lay on our backs, mindless of the cold. Give up the body, let the world in. Down my right side, it was hard to know where I left off, where he began. Beneath us, the creation. Above us, the reception. Can you feel the earth spinning? How often in our years together Maximilian asked me this. Do you remember? This is the equinox, the day the sun crosses the equator, making day and night of equal lengths in all parts of the earth. Imagine, and he put his finger down my pubis, all parts of the earth. The word equinox made me think again of Olson. I've been trying to understand his essay, Equal, that is, to the Real Itself. With its address to Melville, and its great discussion of language using the mathematical metaphor of congruence. The corpses in the movie seemed perfect illustrations of his thesis of what really matters, the thing itself, that anything impinges on us its self-existence without reference to any other thing. The corpse itself, not the spirit or soul or history of the person as it leaves the corpse. Matter, he writes of the whale, offers perils wider than humanity if it doesn't do what still today seems the hardest for it to do outside art and science. to believe that things and present ones are the absolute conditions. The constellations passed above us. Max quoted bathroom graffiti he had just seen. Know your own archetype. I'm blind Orion, I answered, chasing the sun, seeking my eyes promised me if I can catch the light rising in the east. When I die, he answered, I want to be cremated. Promise me you won't let them do an autopsy. Steal my body if you have to. Do you promise? They might accuse you of murder. I promised, and then I made him promise the same thing. But I don't want to be cremated. I want to be laid in the earth, naked, without a coffin. I don't want anything done to me. Oh, Max, don't let them put their hands on me then. I want to go back naturally, as it is meant, to the earth. The Sufis believe we are creating God as God is creating us, I said, touching him, so we and God can see ourselves, a continuous recurrence of creation. They believe we are the place of God. I am creating you as you are creating me. They say this twofold manifestation is the appeasement of God's sadness. When we got up and continued our walk home, the world of the dead and the world of the living seemed a little more in balance. As we stood before our apartment building that held our sleeping children, it seemed the archetypal house. The black archetypal gangster car was still parked in front of it. The stars and the planets whirled above the peaked roof that swayed on the curve of the earth into the deep blue-black night of infinity. But there is no infinity. He held me in front of him, his penis growing hard on my soft ass blooming erect to enclose him. The soul, someone said, is like a bucketful of water. It can be spilled. At the top of the stairs, the two men from New Mexico, or was it New Hampshire, were waiting in the hallway. Ophelia, our neighbor who was studying to be a witch, opened her door and invited us all into her apartment. "Let us enjoy harvest together," she said authoritatively, sweeping her floor-length purple cape in a whirl around her, leading us in. This was a relief. We didn't want to be alone with these strange men. I didn't want them near my kids. From her stereo, as we entered, the Doors were singing "When You're Strange." She had brought in her garden, too. The small apartment glowed with squash, pumpkins, the faces of giant sunflowers. Bundles of freshly cut herbs and tomato plants hung upside down from the walls. Between the photographs that were one of her school projects, black and whites she had taken of herself in the bathroom mirror when she was crying for a lost lover. She showed me the rose hips we had collected the week before from the pond. They were now crawling with worms. The place smelled like a cave. She had made me a pumpkin pie. "For you," she said, staring deep into my eyes as she placed it in my hands. On the counter was the Jehovah's Witness pamphlet, 10 Days Till the End. "Great," Max said. "To end with a bang rather than a whimper." We all sat down to eat pie. I guess it was the acid. I could distinguish the eggs from the pumpkin, from the milk, from the maple syrup, from the spices, ginger, cinnamon, nutmeg. I felt I was eating each ingredient separately. Congruence? Is there such a thing? Synthesis. Another of Ophelia's projects to graduate from Goddard was photographing the local townspeople who fit the archetypes of the tarot cards. I whispered in her ear, "Who do you think these men are?" She said, "They are the capitalists. Beware. There is no card for them yet." The men objected to the movie. "There are some things you don't have to see." "But are you saying," I answered, "that there are things you shouldn't see?" Ophelia said it made her think of Western medicine. "Our approach is from the dead. Our knowledge comes from the study of corpses. But in China the approach is from the living, the healthy." We had more pumpkin pie, more raw eggs, syrup, milk, vegetable, nutmeg. The windows were frosted, the world turning into the dark fold of winter. "Is it snowing yet?" Max asked anyone in the room. There began to be a little intimacy between us. The two men became warmer, more human. One of them rolled a joint, passed it around. They told us they met passing Cloud in an art fair. That he makes leather belts now, paints sunsets and pine trees on them, travels from fair to fair. When we first knew Cloud, he was getting a Ph.D. in clinical psychology from USC. They told of their trip here from Boston, about the road and the weather. Neither had ever been to Montreal, so they were looking forward to that. They seemed to be concerned about crossing the border and asked a number of questions concerning the procedure. They were such dark men against the colors and smells and glow of Ophelia's room. They hadn't removed their overcoats. I thought they must be mafia, dope smugglers. A wave of happiness washed through me. I was happy the movie was over. Then the flashes, the face sliding off, the contents scooped out. The trunk of the girl, headless, limbless, gutted, washed ashore, ribs of what once was a canoe clutching mud at low tide. The two men were consulting each other. They looked so much alike, I asked if they were brothers, just business partners. They decided they could trust us with the great secret they were harboring. That they were harboring a great secret was apparent in everything about them. They asked us if we would like to see something incredible. They left the apartment. The three of us listened to them going down the stairs on the side of the building to their sinister car and then coming back up. "Do you think I should get rid of them?" Max asked. I shrugged my shoulders, even though I saw them coming back with submachine guns to kill us. "I don't think they are a danger to us," Ophelia said in her wise way. When they entered the room, one of them was carrying a box of large envelopes, the other a heavy wooden crate. They had us sit in a circle on the hardwood floor. They asked us if we knew who the photographer Edward Curtis was. None of us did. Suddenly, Indians burst into the room like irradiated light, like pieces of shrapnel. They slammed against the walls, a thudding boom-boom. A wind off the ocean, the smell of iodine, blew through. Ophelia moaned. Max said nothing, but sank deep into his body, cross-legged in Indian fashion. God, they're looking at us. In a cold sweat, fighting nausea again, I eyed the path through the pumpkin-glowing, worm-crawling kitchen to the bathroom. "These are old copper-plate photogravures," the smaller man explained as he passed large antique pictures to us. "That's why they glow." All the drama of the evening was climaxing in photographs of Indians. Light exploded from Ophelia's tears on the wall. I heard a high-pitched chant like women calling, like coyote yelps. Just one of the portraits would have been an aesthetic, spiritual shock, but these men seemed to have an endless supply. They were truly incredible. I was falling into a face, the texture and smell of the rough skin as powerful as a lover's, falling shattered through the large pores like windows, when another face was handed to me. The heart pounded in each body, the thudding boom-boom that kept up all night. These photographs were a different kind of autopsy report. These people were as alive as the people in the film were dead. "This Ed Curtis," the larger man was saying, "dedicated his whole life to photographing all the tribes of North America, except Mexico, before the old ways vanished. He had the endorsement of Teddy Roosevelt and financial support from J.P. Morgan. Morgan wanted to produce the finest book since the King James Bible." I remembered then the Bible says you can't look on the body of God and survive. "Where did you get these?" "Would you believe?" They both laughed crazily. "We found them! We found them in a basement in Boston, hundreds of them. Gold tomes, copper plates, photogravures, unpublished negatives. It's Curtis's original collection. For some reason they were stored there years ago and forgotten. Can you imagine what it was like for us to find them?" "We'd never heard of Curtis either," the smaller man said, "but we recognized their value instantly." "Yeah," the larger man said, "like being hit over the head with a brick." "It took Curtis 30 years to complete the photographing," the smaller man said, "but only a few sets were ever produced." "The original cost in 1906 for 20 volumes was $3,500. It was too large a project." "And Morgan died?" I think they were too painful, the smaller man said. It was too soon. Some of the people who bought them had made their money killing Indians. Yes, the larger man said. But now enough time has passed. You and I— He looked at his partner in the way Ophelia had looked at me when she handed me her pie. We'll never have to work again. Many of the photographs I saw that night I've never seen again. The popular reprint of Curtis's photographic epic, North American Indians, published a short time later, possibly from this collection, does not even remotely compare to the originals. Hopi, Apache, Mojave, Navajo, Tiwa, Zuni, Southern Cheyenne, Sioux, Apsaraka, Mandan, Piegan, Northern Cheyenne, Cree, Sarsi, Assiniboine, Blackfoot, Walla Walla, Nez Perce, Flathead, Spokane, Yakima, Chinook, Hoopa, Klamath, Pomo, Yokuts, Miwok, Mono, Kawiya, Suquamish, Skokomish, Lumi, Kilseen, Quinault. Bridal groups in the totem poles, clam diggers on the beaches, wedding canoes, whaling boats, wickiups, sweat houses, teepee camps. The sun-dance of the Piegans, the purification of the soul, the flame-riven mists of the northern seas, the cliff-hanging Alaskan villages, the Navajos' Canyon de Chelly, Hopi snake dancers, Mojave water carriers, prairie buffalo chases, the faces, the faces. The vanishing race? I remembered the belief common to all traditional peoples that the camera captures the soul. It was obvious that these photographs were of actual souls. Curtis's expeditions into the secret lands of the vanquished Indians were dangerous, the smaller man said, and his camera supplies and equipment cumbersome. Sometimes it took months for the Indians to trust him, even though he sat in their teepees and beside their fires. He said this with an air of reverence, not as a suppliant or a master, but as an equal being. Curtis saw the Buddha in everyone. And he didn't make any secret about his purpose, the larger man continued. Obviously, they had done research on these photographs, the new formality in their presentation sounding not unlike the opening of a sales pitch. He told the Indians they were doomed to perish from the earth, all of them, their young and old men, women, and their children. But with his camera, he told them, he could record their stories in imperishable form so that they would live through the ages. Slowly they were won over. Having witnessed the death of so much, they could believe that they were doomed. And so before the strange and inanimate focus of the camera, the smaller man continued, they allowed their dances, games, array of battle, smoking of the pipes, so much that was intimate, occult, or active in their lives, to be recorded on these plates, so that other people in future times might know what a great people they were. They did magic things, sometimes unbeknownst to Curtis, to protect themselves, like performing dances backwards. But all in all, the attitude was, if we are doomed, then we will give ourselves. Yes, I thought, they gave that which cannot be destroyed or stolen, the soul. My whole body is covered with eyes, an Eskimo sang. Behold it, I see all around. I thought, this is what a real American looks like. This is what thousands of years on this continent creates for a face. The wide cheekbone structure seemed like geography, faces like rain-beaten stones, a geohistoric diffusion forged by a time utterly lost to the world. I am all the forces and objects with which I come in contact. I am the wind, the trees, the lakes, and the darkness. My eyes are two hawks perched on the peaks of the mountain range. The holy road to my mouth is to the other country. Our bodies are spiritual events. I take place out there. You take place in here. As the passing of the pictures continued, they formed a wide glowing circle in the center of the room, and gradually, as they were propped against the walls, they encircled us. The faces stared up at us and from behind us, into our backs, through the human glow of skin. "Have you ever seen an angel?" Brackage asked. Ophelia dropped some of our window panes, saying, "We are the dead place between heartbeats." The two men said they didn't need any. You are correct in being so secretive about your mission, she prophesied. It is a dangerous mission. She looked at them in her Russian Jewish way to suggest they probably had no idea of just how dangerous. The power plays, the intrigues, the behind-the-scenes maneuverings of dealers and collectors will reach monumental proportions. The smaller man, sitting directly opposite me, winced. From behind him, a Blackfoot woman said, "I see through your eyes. I remember." "Yes," the other man said. "There is a race on already among a small group of people to acquire as much as possible of Curtis's work. We've been a little concerned about reaching Montreal." "Like a hold-up," the smaller man said. I wondered if they had stolen the photographs themselves. They mentioned keeping them from Caspar Weinberger. I assumed they meant the government wanted to destroy the photographs for security purposes. "Caspar is a ghost himself," Max mumbled, his first word since the showing of the pictures began. "Caspar Weinberger wants them for their monetary value. He is the new Secretary of Health, Education, and Welfare." "You could make a killing on dead Indians," Max said, finding his old comic resiliency. I held Geronimo in my hands. "He's unpublished," the smaller man said. "He's our good luck piece. He's the one we'll never sell." Geronimo was dressed in war regalia, war cap on his head and a feathered staff in his hand. It is the day of the famous 1905 inaugural parade for Teddy Roosevelt. The chief's face is exceedingly grim, but I swear twice the old coot winked at me. Everyone was speaking at once on the wonders of photography, of film. "Souls stolen in this century by photographs surround all of us," Ophelia said, "anxious to possess our beings." As she said this, I saw the Saigon police chief blowing the brains out of the peasant soldier, the famous photograph of the time. I had always thought the puff coming from his head was the impact of the bullet, fragments of his brain beginning to fly. Now I saw that it was his soul. "Some people are photogenic, like Jacqueline Kennedy Onassis, Marilyn Monroe," she said. "They always say of Jackie she is not as beautiful as her photographs, and Monroe, they say, was rather ordinary until a camera was pointed at her. Then she came alive." "I'm afraid of cameras," I said. "I take awful pictures." I was surprised to find my voice. "Sometimes I think it's because I grew up in Hollywood. All the sun, the scouts everywhere looking for you. My soul hides, though so often I've wanted to give it." "Curtis died in Hollywood," the larger man said. "He was the still photographer for the 10 Commandments." "You have to have the kind of charisma the camera can capture," the smaller man said, who only now, I saw, had a severely pockmarked face, "to become famous in the 20th century. It's the century of film." I remembered how I photographed everything when I was a teenager, driven by the need to capture the present, to save it. It was, along with baton twirling, my first art. I felt the chemical surge in Ophelia, and as it did, it came on to all of us. The faces looked at us through the glow of skin. My face is your mirror, my ancient face before mirrors, before self-consciousness. A Cheyenne dressed all in white, tall as trees, in the moon dust that flew, waited for his lover. The paint on a child's face came off in my hands. Cottonwoods, clumped by a river, flickered their petals across Max's face, then shimmered in the 1,000 mirrors of the room, pale air and pale water. Ophelia's narcissistic tears for her lost lover splashed from the walls onto the people as they washed the wheat as he snapped the camera. Antelope and snakes at Oribe, Zuni girls in the river. How we come through this cold song, we 3 Apaches, the rock, the sand, the cactus. I'm trying to find my daughter Angeline across the Sound, but she is lost in dirty streets of her father's village, Seattle, who announces, "White men will never be alone. We will always surround you." Stunned, we decided to stay there all night with the images, to wait for the sun to come over the New Hampshire mountains, the Winooski River that flowed behind and beneath our building. Occasionally the movie reeled through the room. Then the two men would be angry. The smaller, pock-marked man said, "Why this fanatical drive to see everything? The Indians say you lose your power if you expose all your secrets." "There are ways to honor the dead," the older, more sinister man said, "like Irish wakes." "That's right," the smaller man said. "Irish wakes are as much fun as Catholic weddings." I thought of Finnegan's Wake. I wondered if they were black Irish. "They put the corpse at the head of the table, pour it a drink, dance it around." I asked who they were. As soon as I said it, they hid again. "I'm a saxophonist," the small man said. "It's good to believe in God for no other reason than as a safeguard against the possibility he's real. If you don't have a soul, then you're just a piece of dead meat." "A piece of dead meat," I flared. "If you lay it on the ground, it disintegrates back to the earth. I want that experience. Who knows what it might be like? This country, we're so anti-materialistic. We hate matter. I don't want to be burned. I don't want to be embalmed, preserved, trapped in plastic and steel. They dug up that 6-year-old girl last week for the trial, the one in Philadelphia. It's been 20 years since her death, and she's perfectly preserved. The rose in her hands was still fresh." I probably screeched it. "What the fuck for?" "So the earth can't be renewed," Max answered. "Autopsy," Ophelia said, "is like manifest destiny. It's God's will for the Indians to be swept aside. It's in the interest of science to weigh your heart. Our technology has destroyed the goddess." "Did you know," the smaller man mused, "King Tut's pyramid was built for him before he was born?" He added emphatically, "And don't forget, it's his tomb." "Form is never more than an extension of concrete," Max said, winking at me. The larger man dug into his files and pulled out a brown-toned, textured photograph of Sioux burial. A storm, this one from the plains, blew through the room in all directions like a whirlwind, rain and snow in its heart. The body is placed on a platform on cottonwood poles in the middle of the prairie and left there. A small red bundle on a scaffold, to go back to both sky and earth, bird and animal, night and day. On the posts hang the playthings she loved, a rattle of antelope hooves strung on rawhide, a bouncing bladder with little stones inside, a painted willow hoop. On the scaffold, tied on top of the red blanket, is a deerskin doll, the beaded design that comes from far back in the family of her mother, Black Shawl. When you fall face down beside the body of your daughter, you let the sorrow locked in your heart sweep over you, the rickety scaffold creaking a little under your weight. In the sky over you, a few small clouds float white as swans on water. The wind dies in the sunset of that day, and rises again with the sun's returning. An eagle with his buzzards following circles the far sky, and over a low rise a bunch of antelope come grazing. Seeing the scaffold, they lift their heads and run down that way, circling a little, but coming closer in their curiosity until they catch your man smell. Then they bound away, their rumps showing white. After a while a wolf comes along a little ridge, tail high, his nose in the air. He too gets the scent of you, and with a leap is off over the prairie. And when it is night again, a little mouse comes creeping up a post to sniff at the bundle of cloth, stopping, listening to a slow sound that comes and dies and comes again. Suddenly the little animal leaps down and flees away into the grass, frightened that in the smell of death there was the thing of life, the breathing. The next daylight brings nothing of the sun, only grey clouds and a drizzling of fog closing in around the scaffold. When even the earth below the posts is lost, there is one pale flash of lightning and a fog-softened rumble of thunder. This you hear, and you know it is time to go. I stared into the face of Crazy Horse, the light-haired Oglala who was never photographed. As the dead prey upon us, they are the dead in ourselves. I saw Ahab chasing the whale. The smaller man said again, "See the Buddha in everyone. How different, I thought, that is from Brackage, who says it is the artist's business to discover the particularity that distinguishes you from all others, your virtue, your vision that makes you separate from others. I remembered that he quoted the poet Robert Duncan, "Soul is not universal. It is a created, creative event." "We're a soulless people," Max said, staring into the black, small, starred windows. "Misshapen, miscolored, the mixed blood of murderers without soul." Ophelia agreed. "We are the broken hoop of the nation, the body gutted, without honor or land. This is why we hurt so badly. We killed the lover when we killed these people." The eastern sky slowly streaked with blood, then a color like flesh, the second day of fall. She read an Oglala prayer from one of her books. "So the god has stopped. Everything as it moves, now and then, here and there, makes stops. The bird as it flies in one place to make its nest, and in another to rest in its flight." She said, "We are at a stop now. We are shaped by what we have seen. We have seen the dead. Now we are shaped like the dead." In the instant the sun rose and hit the room like a flashbulb, I saw us as a photograph of the dead family recently discovered in New Hampshire. From the coroner's report and from the neighbors the story was pieced together. It appears that Cecilia, 84, died of natural causes 2 years ago. Her husband and the 2 others dressed her and laid her on the couch so that she could remain part of the family. Her husband, George, 85, died a short time afterwards in the rocking-chair facing his wife. A vase of white roses was arranged on the coffee table between them. Grace and Roland, 76 and 72, continued living a normal life, but they were reclusive and shunned company. They did all shopping at night and even mowed the lawn after dark. Roland died around a month ago and was asleep in his bed at the time. Grace left him there and tried to continue her life, but found she could not. She lay in the same bed as Roland and died a few days or weeks later. A bag of groceries was found on the kitchen counter, unpacked. The description of Crazy Horse at the burial scaffold of his daughter is adapted from Crazy Horse, the Strange Man of the Oglala, by Marie Sandos. Nominated by Maxine Cuman, Alicia Ostreicher, and Pamela Stewart. Turning Out, fiction by Gayle Whittier. From Tri-Quarterly. Plié? The pink and black line at the bar drops down. Relevez? The line lifts more unevenly. I'm scrabbling for leverage, parts of my forgetful body tilting out of art back into nature. At last, late, I rise to, on a brilliant point of pain. I am upheld mostly by the sinew of my mother's gaze. From across the hall she stares fixedly through me to the ideal daughter alive only in her dangerous maternal mind. Inside my staved toe shoe, a specific pressure reopens last Saturday's blister. Plié? We begin again. The hands of the schoolroom clock on the far wall have frozen at 2 of 12. If I watch, they will never move. But when I look away... Time? Sergei dismisses us. Although we dance in spellbound, mispronounced French, we begin and end group ballet in a wide-awake and daily English. Time? As the clock's hand darts across noon, the mothers discreetly check their watches to make sure of every paid-for minute. They smile, if at all, only at their daughters. They are as still, as grim as the face of a priestess casting bones. My own mother wears even disappointment well. Go on, Bonnie, take your toe shoes off. We haven't got all day. A towel, the admonitory smell of Lysol, come towards me. Well, go on. Turtle-shaped, my foot sticks, then springs suddenly free, the toes still invisible inside their protective bunny pads. Worse is about to come. However gently I peel these cusps away, moist strands of rabbit fur clump where my flesh has oozed or sometimes yielded blood. Hair by hair I draw off the whistling pain. Ow! Shh! Well, it hurts. I know it hurts. Here. She slips me the phial of iodine powder. Be brave. But she is gazing elsewhere. Just look at Gillian, will you? That girl never stops. Away from the bar, Gillian, our class hope, poses in command of all the 8 anatomical directions of the dance. Fatigue has not touched her. Her body arches and her torso tightens for a final bud burst. She unfurls upward in a perfect entrechat, tries the circumference of space, a cabriole. Then the whole staff of her body blossoms, deft porcelain, ivory, not our common stuff. She turns and returns in the gyres of an almost endless pirouette. Faster she spins, the boundaries of the legs going. Faster her bright hair streaks into her scarf. Faster she revolves, spotting, fixing an air mark before her. Above the blur of arms and skirt and legs, her face seems still. She has been beheaded, reassembled by magicians. Well, Gillian shouldn't be in group. It's not good for morale. My mother's judgment falls. Now Sergei has paused to watch. Our elderly pianist revives, too, scattering a few rosy bars of amaryllis into the blank air of the studio. Even the other students watch, observing in her the reason why they practice every day, what they will turn into if they do. Your plie will do. My mother turns away. But only because you're helped by gravity. But you'll have to work on élévation. A great discipline in her voice as Gillian leaps grand jeté, grand jeté, grand jeté. Then Madame, massively carieted, emerges from the office in her magenta satin class dress, flame-thrower hair, thighs muscular with varicose grapes. Gillian, her raddled face says, has more than placement, extension, line, those brief commodities. Gillian has a future. Applause, dropped beads, and bravo dries up quickly among the odors of talcum and sweat. Gillian resumes her place among us. Madame smiles and beckons to her mother. Marie Rabbit may be my best friend, my mother tells the walls, but sometimes I think she's just a stage mother after all. For it is understood that Gillian dances to fulfill her mother's ambition, while I, more penitentially, dance for grace. Shh! My mother strains to hear what Madame Orloff is saying. The word exceptional unrolls towards us. Next, magic names. New York, London, ascend to Rome, perhaps, and consummate in Paris, the Ballet Russe. All the mothers start to look up as if they have heard their own names called. But Mrs. Rabbit's short arms crowd over her bosom. Her head bows, no, no, no. You must get the money somewhere. Borrow it. Now Madame booms whole sentences across the studio, but Mrs. Rabbit's shoulders bend towards humiliation on a pulse of, no, I'm afraid not, no. Why, the girl's a natural, Madame informs everyone in earshot. Steal if you have to, but get it somewhere. Kill for it. She carries herself away, all Slavic extravagance. Kill! If there's one thing I can't stand, it's favoritism, my mother says. I sprinkle the iodine powder on my blister and wait for the reassurance of a local burn. Bonnie, fluff your hair, it's stuck to your head. I can't help it. Group class for now, then. Madame gives up on a hyperbolic gesture. You can see what I'm up against to everyone who cares to watch. But it's a shame. On shame, she turns towards us. Hold still while I tie it back with a ribbon anyway, my mother says. I wish you wouldn't twitch so. Then it is certain. Madame is approaching us, a half-smile wired to her face. Is she going to ask us for Gillian's lesson money, I wonder? Mrs. Brent, could I see you a moment? We're already paid up through next month. I've got the receipt right here. Oh, no, that's not what I wanted to talk about. in my office, please. You too, Bonnie. This concerns you. We follow her at a distance. People are leaving now, and the studio resumes its great emptiness, to be filled by other classes today, and on Wednesday nights the bingo games they hold there. I bet she's giving you the sugar-plum fairy. What do you want to bet? My mother hisses. Now act surprised, Bonnie. In the smaller side room, over a table strewn with snippets of costume fabric, hundreds of younger madames look down from glossies on a red velvet board. Madame as Pierrot, with rakish melancholy, hand under chin and painted tear. Madame as a large-featured Giselle in black forest bodice, and, of course, Madame as the dying swan. Mrs. Brent, I've made myself sick over this, just sick. Her accent slips as she begins. What is it? But I believe in being frank. I owe it to you. It's your investment, after all. There is— Her hand surrenders the room to fate. No other way. But what's the matter? My mother's sugar-plum fairy smile lingers dead on her face. Madame, steadying herself, gazes into the wall of mirrors opposite us. Before them, a light oak bar runs prairie smooth. This is where I danced until my father put his foot down, before I discovered in the cheaper democracy of group class the lie of my talent. This is the room for private lessons. Our glances meet in triplicate on the silver surface of the mirror. Where should I begin? Madame wonders. Plunging. It's my sad responsibility to tell you, Mrs. Brent. The truth flows free. That Bonnie's future in ballet is, well, limited. Believe me, I am sorry. Madame's hands ward off a protest my stunned mother cannot as yet make. Truly sorry. What exactly do you mean by limited? She asks at last. You know, Madame sidesteps, even 2 years ago she was nudging the height limit for a ballerina. She smiles hurriedly. Bonnie's not exactly prima ballerina size, if you see what I mean. In the mirror, my mother sees what she means, and I do too. My random changing flesh flashed back at us. Oh, she's shot up. My mother cannot deny it. But she won't keep on growing, will you, Bonnie? Anyway, I have no illusions. She may not become a first dancer, but I'm not a stage mother either. As far as I'm concerned, there's nothing wrong with the corps de ballet. My dear, Madame takes my mother's hand. She clears her throat of something worse. I'm afraid Bonnie would unbalance the line even there. Exactly how old are you, Bonnie? My answer and my mother's intertwine. I'm sure she's reached her full height. I reached mine early. 14 last April, I confess. A faux pas. In the dance, your exact age is never calculated. Teen, especially, evokes panic, for everyone holds her breath as you skid across the perilous mud of adolescence, nature finger-painting you with hormones, blurring the artful line of years of lessons. For many mothers of the dance, a daughter's change of heart or bone may synchronize with their darker changes of life. We dance in a time of endings. Only 14! Madame seizes on it. What, some girls keep on growing until they're 18. We all close our imaginations, not quite fast enough, against the spectacle of me, a dancing giantess of 18, demoted year by year from the ballet russe to the sideshow. But my mother rallies. You don't mean to tell me that it's only a matter of size, do you? Didn't you say it yourself last year? Bonnie has talent. How can you have talent one year and not the next? All my students have talent. I never accept a student who doesn't, Madame testifies. But talent's not the whole picture. There's structure, too. With les petits rats, the babies, who can tell? The older ones, well, one needs light bones, strict muscles, a long torso. So, and— A complicated gesture cancels me out. Time decides. What more can I say except that I am truly, truly sorry? The fact upon her, my mother flattens into a chair. You mean she should stop dancing? Did I say that? Did you hear me say that, Bonnie? Of course not. Madame laughs palely. Haven't I always said that Bonnie's the most industrious dancer I've got? She will dance. Colour and confusion brighten my mother's face. She should just shift to tap, that's all. Tap. The sentence is pronounced. All of us know that ballet is the dance, an art, unlike the dazzling double-jointed trickery of tap dancing, or, one more fall below, acrobatic routines and baton lessons. Oh, she'll be striking in pep. Just look at her. Why, a few weeks of private lessons and she'll catch up in time for the Christmas recital. Private lessons? Oh, I don't know. Wouldn't you like a solo, Bonnie? Who, me? A solo spot. Madame promises, right hand raised to the portrait of Pavlova. I give you my word, if she applies herself. A solo in 5 months? Is that really possible? Madame looks offended. Do I know my own business or not? Of course, I didn't mean to suggest. I accept your apology, Madame declares, her accent now back in place. Now, what would be a good time for this little one's new lessons? Thursday? Friday? Either. Well, Thursday. I hope we can fit her in. Madame consults her big ledger. 4:30? 5? And you can apply the group lessons already paid for, of course. Bonnie, you are a very fortunate young lady. Practice every day now. Don't disappoint us. Oh, don't worry. I'll see that she does. And thank you, Mrs. Brent. Thank you for being so reasonable. You would not believe some of the people I have to deal with. She rolls her eyes for heavenly help. Stage mothers. My mother understands. Madame starts herding us out of her office. One of these days, she consoles my mother, you'll have a swan there. You'll wake up and see a swan. We emerge beside the sign, Instruction must be paid for in advance. The next hour's crowd of mothers and daughters swarms around us on their way to group tap. Theirs is a noisy, glossy craft carried in round, red or black patent leather hat boxes. One tiny 5-year-old wears, despite the heat, a leopard skin coat. The mothers of tap have hard, bright faces, red nails, lips wide with Revlon's fire and ice. Mine is a small, very elegant mother who has made a life work of her good bone structure and her good taste. Good taste directs that petticoats match skirts in one of 3 colors only, black, white, and beige. Good taste defines the brief season for white shoes, not before Memorial Day, not after Labor Day. It even measures and colors the rim of our company china, which may be white or cream, with a classic gold border, but painted flowers only if they are dainty. Daintiness, in fact, is one reason my mother has befriended Mrs. Ravert, whose humility is rubbed smooth and small like a pebble, and whose Scots accent my mother thinks refined. Also, Mrs. Ravert wrestles skittishly with many small but manageable worries, a good sign in a good mother. Oh, dear, I hope Gillian doesn't become too American. Her manners put me to shame. What do you think, Ida? And, oh, dear, Gillian uses so much slang I hardly understand her. Ida, what? The staircase clears. Marie and Gillian Ravert are waiting for us in the vacant entry below. Now, just smile, my mother directs, sotto voce, as if nothing's happened. There's no reason to be ashamed. Everybody knows only 1 or 2 girls ever make it. Only 1 or 2 will make it, Madame warns the mothers ritually. Each nods, though disbelieving that she has not earned with her ambitious love, with the hard-saved $50s for group or the $3 for a private lesson, a daughter's opportunity. Most of the mothers look plain and overworked, starved, like Mrs. Ravert, on American dreams. A startling number of them have, by some special curse, hatched peacocks, the challenge of uncommonly pretty daughters. Only my mother and I upend expectation. She walks, concluded, in a fading and ungiven legacy of beauty. I, it is charitably understood, am still growing, not quite done. Only one or two explains why silence so often covers the older students like a purifying snow. Yes, Barbara Cross actually tap-danced on the Ted Mack Amateur Hour, remember? And Judy Scolini almost got on the Ed Sullivan Show with her Toy Shop Ballet. But where are they now? I heard Barbara met somebody in New York. She got married. Is he rich? I heard he's a millionaire. Of course. Because in every mother's mind, fame flows to roses, red for the blood pulse of the audience and for the passion of strangers. Millionaires all lined up outside the stage door, just about to open. And if the scholarship dancer should come home quietly, failed or pregnant, if she should be worn down to selling tickets, only one or two will ever make it. We have always known. Outside Madame's studio, late summer thickens, bright and alkaline. "I'm so embarrassed, Ida. I suppose everybody heard," Mrs. Rabbit murmurs. "I didn't. What did she have to say?" "Well, she said Gillian ought to have private lessons the way she used to." She adores Gillian with her eyes. "She says she's talented, unnatural." Gillian walks with us, milkmaid sweet, apple-breasted, arms a graceful birthright. Joints that must move on golden pins, not bone. Her feet turn out without being commanded. She steps over the sidewalk, cracks without a downward glance. "I just don't know. What do you think, Ida? Do you think she's got talent?" "Anybody can see that." "What did she say to you, Ida? Madame?" "Exactly the same thing. Madame told us Bonnie's talented." "You don't say?" Mrs. Rabbit's amazement checks itself diplomatically. "I do say. She's been watching her, and she's decided Bonnie's got a distinct talent for tap. Fix your barrette, dear, it's slipping." "Tap?" "That's where the real money is, you know, like Eleanor Powell, vaudeville." She finds at last. "The Rockettes? Not in ballet." "Bonnie is quite a strapping lassie." "She's not big, she's statuesque. Bonnie's a long-stemmed American beauty." "Hey, Bon!" Gillian's elbow cuts into my side. "You really gonna do tap?" "I guess so." Gillian's jaws move up and down, plié, relevé, on her chewing gum while she considers this. "Well, geez, Louise," she says. "Of course, I'm just thrilled." My mother's voice is practicing behind us. "Tap's so much more natural. Did you know, Marie, that ballerinas never menstruate?" "They don't? Oh, that can't be true, Ida. Is that true?" "It certainly is. I read it in the Reader's Digest. It's from starving themselves all the time, that's why." "Imagine that." Gillian pushes me ahead of our mother's lowered voices. By now Mrs. Rabbit is, or soon will be, confiding how her husband came home drunk again and hit her right here, her nylon glove touching her cheek as if to re-imprint it with the color of the bruise. "You ought to just walk out," my mother will advise, as usual. And Mrs. Rabbit will agree that yes, she knows she should leave that man. She would leave him if it weren't for the children. The children... Gillian walks faster. "Guess what? Guess who asked me out?" "Who?" "Fred Vargulik. He's a senior. It was right after Earth Science. He comes up to me, see, and he goes, 'You want to go out next Saturday?' I don't know," I says, real cool. "Why should I?" He says, "I might take you around the world, that's why." "Where are you going?" "The drive-in." "Only my mother," she giggles. "She thinks it's a dance. They say Fred likes to French kiss." She is distracted for a moment by a passer-by's stare. People often forget their manners in the face of such unexpected beauty. "Bonnie, there's our bus," my mother calls. "So if anybody asks you, say it's a dance, okay?" "Okay." "We'll have to run for it," my mother warns, running already. Lost girlhood strives inside her stiffening matron's body. She bunches up her skirt against the wind. Her hair whips out weed-tall, a graying ash-blonde paradox around her profile, fine and eroding. Still further down, pink laces of an invisible corset hold in the first dark place where once we blended into common flesh, a mother and a child. She runs awkwardly, wholly en terre. She runs to make me come true. "You almost missed it, lady," the driver complains, impatient as she sorts out change. "I ain't got all day." My mother drops the exact fare for two into the slot and turns to find seats together for us. From our window we watch Gillian, unhurried, unperturbed, ascend the steps to the bus. A veil of glances falls over her, and she smiles. The driver smiles back, turning her dollar into coins, lingering a little over her hand. The light changes to red, but no one cares. Time has paused for her. "Beauty like that," my mother says. "It's a burden." But I do not believe her. The faces of everyone, both genders, young and old, smile or stare in wonder at Gillian, the way sunflowers track the sun. I only hope Gillian's grateful for what her mother's trying to do for her. She's taking in wash to pay for those lessons. Other people's wash? Yes. You've seen all those baskets of it, haven't you? Did you think it was theirs? Personally, she settles a summer hat on her curls. I've always had a suspicion she was a housemaid back in Scotland. There was some scandal, that older husband and all. I bet Gillian's a love child. She nods at her own thoughts. That would explain it. Explain what? Why, she's so beautiful. I mean, otherwise it's really a mystery, isn't it? Gillian's loveliness, surely immoral, poises hummingbirds static and swift in my mind. She's going out with Fred Vargulic. He's got this awful reputation. How's that? She is asking herself whether her hat looks right. He puts his tongue in your mouth when he kisses. Yuck! There! My mother stabs her hatpin through the straw. Below the lacy brim her face shadows with remembered beauty. Let's get going, Bonnie. I just dread this, but we better get it over with. That afternoon we, Gillian, her mother, me, mine, all sit on the scratchy royal blue velvet seats of the Bijou Theatre while the matinee performance of the Red Shoes lurches, whirs, and skips from frame to frame. Before us Moira Shearer leaps up close, wafts away at the commandment of the camera. Once the projector jams, the picture clots to a stop. Oh! Our disappointment brings it back, in pink and purple burned spots, to the exhaled relief of the mother's and Gillian's small solitary cheer. Yeah! But Gillian is bored. Her flawless hand browses steadily from the popcorn box to her mouth, up and down, keeping its own time over the romantic crescendos of the movie score. Hey, Bon, you want some popcorn? No, thanks. Yeah, I shouldn't either. Gotta watch my figure. Guess what? Did you hear about Marcia Norris? No. She went all the way. Honest. I got it from Marge Donaldson, and Marge, she got it from Marge herself. So it's true, all right. Who with? Chuck Schultz. They're getting married, Marcia says, maybe this Christmas. A Christmas wedding. Shh! But how old is Marcia? I asked quietly. She's 16. A girl can get married at 16 in this state without her parents wanting her to. It's the law. We are here to watch this movie, not to listen to you, my mother announces as if to strangers. It's the denouement. Poor Moira Shearer drops suddenly, still in her demonic shoes, before the machinery of an oncoming train. The impact jars through the women, doubling on their shocked and indrawn breaths. Mrs. Rabbit cups a cry back into her mouth. Oh, look at that, Ida. Against a soiled pavement, the dying dancer's fractured legs splay, still en pointe. Wind plays at the corolla of her skirt. The pale pink gauze of her stockings darkens to the sound of Mrs. Rabbit's weeping. She is sopping up tragedy in her fresh handkerchief, saved for this moment. Hey, Bon, where can you get stockings like that? Gillian nudges me. Do you know? Quiet, girls! Out of the dancer's legs a darkness keeps flowing. It seeps through the pearly silk of her stockings. It stains the lighter satin of the red shoes. Blood, but moving more gently than blood really moves, and fading from black to purple to a thoughtful blue, the color at the heart of a poppy. Take off the red shoes! We leave the theatre, silent, for the glare of half-deserted Sunday streets.
Wasn't it sad, Ida? I thought it was very sad.
There are sadder things, my mother understands. Mrs. Rabbit tries to gather up all her feelings in something poetic.
She danced herself to death.
Her glance seeks out Gillian, tender, bewildered, watchful.
Oh, ballet is a cruel art, isn't it? She says. But it's so beautiful. Isn't it beautiful, Ida?
This sun is giving me a headache, my mother answers.
Did I tell you, Ida, I'm taking Gillian to Scotland next year, to my sisters in Aberdeen to study?
You told me, Marie. Gillian smooths the petals of her nine-gored skirt over crinolines. She sighs, mildly exasperated, then draws me back to confide,
Bon, guess what? I got into secretarial. Next year I get to take typing. Typing 1.
I thought you were going to Scotland, to your aunt's.
Maybe, maybe not.
But in the shimmer of her brilliant eyes, sky-color bound by darker blue, slyness cannot take hold.
Your mother says.
Yeah, well, my mother works real hard and everything, you know. I mean, she's really sweet, but she's not too practical, know what I mean? She blows a pink, fruit-scented bubble. If you take secretarial, you can always get a job. The bubble rounds out dangerously, but just before it bursts, she sucks it back in. I'm going to get a job and save up for my wedding. I already got the gown picked out, you know. She taps her skull in my head. White satin or white velvet if it's winter. My cousin, she wore blush pink. You can wear ice blue, too, only people don't much. Anyway, I want real lace, not fake, down here on the neckline and on the train. A 6-foot train, sleeves cut like so. Her hand describes a fallen triangular wing, vaguely medieval.
What about you, Bon? What's yours like?
Maybe I won't even get married.
Sure you will. Everybody does, almost.
And I want to have 3 kids. She pauses, almost conscious of a golden pollen of male glances.
Oh, 4, real close together, you know, so's they can be friends. 2 girls and 2 boys. Well, a boy, a girl, a boy, a girl.
She conceives them on her fingers. I'm going to call the girls Dawn and Candy.
Do you like Dawn and Candy for names?
I don't know what to call the boys, though. I guess their father can name them. The light changes to green just as we catch up to our mothers. Sinking into the softening asphalt, we 4 stride forward as if to merge with our images, closing in from the plate-glass window of a furniture store across the street in Darwinian enigmas. Somehow Gillian came from her small speckled mother a glorious mutation. But in me, my mother's silver blondness has been thrown back to mouse brown. A triumphant moment has declined. We both know this as she walks forward in her reconstructed dignity, and I walk in my body of original sin. Turn, dear. I turn. A little more. I turn a little more. Mrs. Arcangelo talks around a slipped mustache of straight pins, held tight between pursed lips. She is fitting my costume, but her mind is on her masterpiece. It's got hundreds of tiny little rhinestones, each one I got to sew by hand. Starlight effect, that's what they call it, starlight. I'm sure it's beautiful. My mother fingers the expensive slipper satin of a half-made sleeve. Mrs. Rabbit, she's working extra just to help pay for it.
Well,
the seamstress lowers her voice. She'd have to. It's costing over $200. $200? And that's not counting my work. Well, it makes you wonder. Turn, dear. I turn for her. What with all the starving people in the world? But Mrs. Rabbit says it's an investment, the girls dancing the dying swan, and only the best dancer gets to do it. It's in a ballet. Now, what did she call it? Blank. A ballet blank? Blanc, my mother corrects. It means all in white. That's right. Well, Gillian, you could put your 2 hands right around her waist and touch your fingers. She's such a dainty little doll. They're taking her to Scotland to study. Hold still, Bonnie. You're making it harder for Mrs. Arcangelo to do her work. A straight pin just misses me waist level. Mrs. Arcangelo turns, too, on her massive knees, and sets her yardstick up from the floor to my thighs. "Look at that. It's got to come down another quarter-inch. When is she going to stop growing?" It is night. My mother is tired, but "Bonnie's a long-stemmed American beauty," she defends me. "We expect her to audition for the Rockettes some day. When she's older, of course." "What's that?" "You never heard of the Rockettes? Why, they're famous for precision kicking, all over the world." By now I know Mrs. Arcangelo's rhythm, and turn without being told. "You have to be over 5'7" just to try out for them." My. Mrs. Arcangelo sits back on her haunches, finished. "If you ask me, that waist's still not quite long enough," my mother reflects. "There's nothing left to let down. Just step out of it, dear." "Careful, Bonnie, don't step on the hem." Almost negligently, Mrs. Arcangelo picks up my shed splendor, and I stand, unmasked, before myself in her oval mirror, a startled biscuit-colored shape in a cotton slip, slouched between girlhood and whatever else is coming. "Beautiful material," she says. "A pleasure to work on." "That's the best satin money can buy. Bonnie, put your clothes on. You'll get sick for the recital." A suffocating cape of black watch pleats snaps shut on me until, with one sharp tug, my mother lets me breathe again. "That rabbit girl, now." I emerge to see Mrs. Arcangelo sketching in air. "She's got a cap of feathers, each feather's threaded on separately with a seed pearl at the base." "Put your coat on, Bonnie, it's late. When's our next fitting?" Outside, after the bitter wind, we settle onto the cold seats of the car. She starts rummaging in her purse. Makeup, bank books, comb. Where's my pocket calendar? "The recital is the 22nd, Mom." Who does not know his date of execution? 8 o'clock, the Moose Hall." "Oh, I know that. But when's your next period? The 24th? Later?" She hopes. "I'm not sure. I don't know." "What do you mean, don't know? Don't you keep track?" "What for? It always happens." "Bonnie, you're hopeless. Now, where's my calendar? I didn't leave it home, did I? Did you see me leave it somewhere on the kitchen counter, maybe? I think it's January 2nd. That's next year, thank heaven. You wouldn't want to ruin your costume." We swing out into the November night. "Your father, of course, he doesn't understand anything. Wait till I tell him what Jillian's cost." My costume has already spoiled a dinner. $45? What the hell do you think I'm made out of money, Ida? It'll last forever. Sure, in the attic. Half a week's pay packed up in a goddamn box. Above my head the swords of failure poise, an overgrown metallic gold tutu I wore 2 Christmases ago as a marigold in the Waltz of the Flowers. Also last year's tulle skirt, dirty white, to turn me into a snowflake. I just don't have $45. Use some of the vacation money. Oh, Ida! Please, it would make me happy. No, it wouldn't, but sure, go ahead, take the shirt off my back. I'm very surprised at you, John, denying your daughter like that. Bonnie's talented. In just 4 months she's gotten a solo routine. Solo racket. Now, every afternoon between 4 and 5, to the ratchety voice of music Victrola, I practice without hope. It is like lying to drag the cargo of a half-willing body through my military tap, cleats scratching the linoleum, eyes on the slow redemption of the clock. Where ballet required lightness, ballon, tap demands crispness, firecracker smiles, bounce. To make me bouncier, my mother bobs my hair and ties it up in rags, but within moments it too falls limp. More life, but more life in it. She drives me, a dying horse, to the outpost of performance. All right, start over. Start from bar 30. And when the phone rings, tell Jillian you can't talk long. You're working on your routine. Vaughn, listen. Jillian's voice comes to me conspiratorially soft. I gotta see you. I've got something to tell. You won't believe it. My mother replaces the needle on the record. A few vacant grooves turn while Jillian urges,
After rehearsal tomorrow, okay?
My mother gestures that time is up. Sure, I can't talk now. My march starts.
Hey, is that yours?
Julian asks.
Is that your music?
And starts singing, "Oh, be kind to your web-footed friends, for a duck may be somebody's mother." Bonnie, hang up. I've got to go. And if you think that this is the end, well, it is. Gillian hangs up first. In bed that night, the first black sweetness of my sleep breaks open. A dot of light is widening inside me. I lie still as if listening as it feathers, turns. A ribbon of cramp winds upwards through my belly. I swing out of the covers to start for the bathroom. Outside, it has been snowing. It still snows, wide, steady flakes like petals falling off a peony. A seam of chill runs at the baseboard. Even the braided rugs feel cold to my bare feet. But from beyond my half-open door, quick air stirs in my parents' room. They are not asleep, but speaking softly, their voices distinct in the night darkness. My mother's yields, "Oh, I'm not blind, you know. I can see it's over. Madame's right." Maybe she's wrong. She's right. The whole hall grows colder at the soft sound of weeping. Hey, it's not the end of the world. At my window the georgette curtain lifts and falls in a current of thin heat. Below it the radiator spits, then whistles. Perhaps I should make a noise, call out for somebody, stop them. My instinct for self-preservation tells me. You take things too hard, Ida, honey. If you just stop wanting so many things, you'd be happy. Like you? Well, yes, I guess I am happy. No. Ever since I knew you, you've been contented with what you have. Not like me. Sometimes it really makes me wonder. Inside me, fresh, warm blood slips. Then, out of a calm too good to last, her girl's voice, downy with wishes, speaks. Sean, his name. What is it, honey? Let's get some sleep. Sean, what if we had another baby? What? I'd like that, wouldn't you? Wouldn't you? My father lengthens a silence around the house, its lonely shape in winter night. Oh, Ida, we're too old for all that stuff. I am not. I'm not too old. John, we could start all over. Is that a threat or a promise? Don't laugh at me. I'm not laughing, honey, honest. Everybody likes to dream, he says. It's nice to think about, anyway. I've always wanted another baby. My mother's voice rises in the darkness. I always wanted to try again. Let's go to sleep now. John, let's go to sleep. For a while I sit on the edge of the mattress. Brightness slips past the window shade. The dancer in the Degas poster on my walls blurs into a snowflower. At last water retreats banging down the radiator pipes so that even the small heat vanishes. My bare feet have gone mineral cold. I pull myself between the bedsheets, cold too now, draw my legs into a smaller self beneath the wide, indifferent quilt. They must be sleeping now. Blindly my heart tells itself over and over, if I don't get up by morning, the sheet will be stained. I always wanted to try again. If I do get up, my mind will work on what I overheard. Still bleeding, knowing it, I fall asleep. Dress rehearsal, everyone in old leotards anyway. Hey, Bon! Gillian leads me to the back of the auditorium, glances around for eavesdroppers, and announces, This is serious. First you gotta promise never to tell. Like swear. Swear. I gesture over my heart. Promise? Okay, then. Well, she tries to delay dramatically, but her pride races forward. Well, Fred and me, we went all the way the other night. You
didn't. I did. Off and on her starry eyes blink. Well, we're really in love, you know, so it's all right and everything. It's not all right. Doesn't she know about VD and pregnancy, my mother's big deterrents? What happened? Did he get you drunk? You shouldn't never drink, she admonishes. It's bad for your skin. Her gum clicks and sloshes in excitement. We just, couldn't stop, you know. She chews faster, new juiciness. On stage, the baby swans, beginners' class, troop out in their soft bottoms and soft shoes, the random shoreline of our Swan Lake. But he won't respect you. The third reason not to comes to me. I mean, no boy really wants a girl somebody's... Nobody's laid me, only Fred. Besides, your mother just says that, so you won't. You know mothers. Slowly I recognize that I am in the presence of an initiate, a living source book. Did you bleed much? I didn't bleed at all. I bet they lie about that too, huh? But I got worried. Maybe Fred thought I'd been with somebody else before, you know. I didn't say nothing. I just hoped he didn't notice. From the stage, Madame makes a scooping gesture toward Gillian. Hey, I gotta go. Wait. Does it hurt? A little, yeah. She half turns her graceful back to me. It's her cue. But, you know. Her hand leads my glance downward to her feet, their perfect turnout, the slender pink cylinders of her toe shoes. Not as much as this. Recital night. Someone has strung dressing rooms with flannel blanket walls behind the Moose Hall stage. Decibels of laughter and trouble travel the central aisle. Unseen nerves snap to tears. The curtain's up. Excitement burns among us. Hold still. My mother strokes solemn pigments on my face. A towel tied around the neck protects my glossy soldier's costume. Above it, her compact mirror shows me in savage colors, desiccated peach-skin base, woad blue shadow, a lipstick orange enough to turn my teeth yellow. Not for me the wing-swept ballerina's eye, the cold, still red dot for a tear duct. In the small space between what my mother draws and the lines of my naked cheekbones, I feel a thin yet absolutely crucial margin by how little I miss being beautiful. My mother's fingers move, electric with determination. Mom, I feel sick. That's just nerves. Hold still. She squints. Her sharp fingernail pares off a minute edge of paint. Up close, her face terrifies my own, lip liner generous around her mouth, pores craterous with rouge. Resemblance hardens into me. Don't look anywhere and don't blink, Bonnie. It'll smear. Then my eyes are on. They have clamped me somehow into the white satin dress with its boy's bodice. My flesh pushes against Mrs. Archangelo's French seams, a squash growing through rock. Please hold your stomach in. Her hands flatten her own to show me how. If you don't, you'll look pregnant. And don't sit down. You might rip a seam. But I feel funny, honest. Stage fright. She heads me off. Everybody gets it. It's a good sign. Though she knocks on the nearest wood, a cigarette stand upholding blocks, jars, and sticks of makeup, its own Chinese red lacquer peeling off. I think I'm getting the curse. Oh, you're not due for a week yet. More! Briefly her face clears into candor. Please just don't get sick now, Bonnie. This means so much to me. Just keep calm, will you, and do a good job? Just this once. Applause, a slow match striking, comes to us through the blankets. Okay. The aisle makes way for 3 belly dancers in sparkles and finger chimes. Who's on now? She whips back the flannel wall to ask them. Nina Martin? Nina's your cue, Bonnie. You go on after Nina. Now get out there. She rights one of the purple plumes on my helmet. And break a leg. Behind the hot must of the velvet curtains I stand breathing in all the other performances of that and other nights. Overhead the pulleys creak, the curtain lifts enormously on a socket of hall. I am poised on my chalk mark, a white X center stage, saluting hundreds of invisible onlookers, families and friends, while the moment crawls on and on and on.
In the crescent of the footlights, one dead spot interrupts the ring. "Never look right at the audience," I remember, because if you do, your own fear and commonness stare back. In the stage wings, my mother's presence keeps getting bigger and bigger with everything she has to lose. Her hands are fixed slightly apart, as if she holds some breakable commodity, and she starts counting. Numbers whisper across the boards. 1 and 2 and... My march rasps in its grooves. 3 and 4 and... My foot takes over from her. In a noisy rush of turns, I come alive. There is the first naked awkwardness, the fear of tripping or forgetting. Then my routine meshes with my body, takes me in. Gradually I dance the rows of seats into shape out of the darkness. Out of the darkness, wildflower faces come up, solitary, to the now and then blue dart of a camera, pinning me to this place and this moment forever. Hurtling out of every turn, I sight my mother. She mouths, "Smile, smile." Her hand tightens my salute. Her arms are waving, "Arm movements," and with the startling gesture of a woman garroted. "Head up!" By the finale, she is flailing too, and as the curtains close on our farewell smile, a loud, obligatory slap of applause says it is over. "Oh, baby, I'm so proud of you," she tells me, but she wilts into tears. I touch my own face to see if the makeup has come off. On one satin cuff, an orange stain recalls my last salute. "Now clean up and come down and sit with us. It's row B, seats 6 and 7. Okay. In my cubicle, I rub my skin fiery to cold cream everything away except my simple, earlier face. Aftermath flattens out in me like the end of a birthday, like the daily texture and pallor of the street clothes I will be putting on for the rest of my life. Headed toward the audience, I walk past islands of ballerinas waiting for their cues. "Bonnie!" In the wings, Jillian twinkles, $200 worth of light leaping and staying among the subtle rhinestones of her skirt. On her perfect floral face, worry hesitates, accepts the diminished form of puzzlement. "Oh, Bon, am I ever scared?" You've got stage fright?" "It's not that." Her eyes assess the signets on stage, pretending to swan them in uneven bourrées. "Denise is out of step again," she says, "as usual." While I am looking, "I'm late, that's what's the matter." "No, you're not. It's not even your cue." Her violet eyes roll upward. "Late, late," she repeats. "My aunt was coming for a visit, and she's late. You know?" "I bet it's the recital. It's made you nervous or something." "Oh, no, it's not. I'm real regular, Bon. And anyways, there's other signs." "Signs?" "Oh, Bon." She lowers her eyes in perfectly practiced shame. "I'm expecting." It is the worst thing a girl could do, but even that I sensed you could do with talent, skill of some sort. "You're not." "Yeah, I'm sure. I got knocked up." "Who?" "Fred. Who else?" "Are you sure?" Her glance shows damaged trust. Did I think she was one of those girls who didn't even know the father? Did I think she was an amateur? "Does your mother know?" "Bon, really. I mean, Fred and me, we'll tell her later. We're going to get married right away, so it's okay. Just don't say anything, promise?" I start to cross my heart, but the gesture feels foolish, childish. But she'll find out. What about Scotland? What about the dance? "Well, I'm certainly not going to dance any more." Jillian puts on a matron's indignation. "Oh, Jill!" "You got to quit sometime. I mean, look at Madame." Her face pouts and she begins to cry, though carefully, a little wad of Kleenex damming up the tears to keep her mascara from flowing. "No, this is the last time." From the stage, a sharp crack of applause finishes the little swans. "Oh, Jillian, that's awful." "What?" The little cygnets, beginner's class, giggle past us, and she pulls back to preserve her fluid skirt. "It's awful, you not dancing again." "Oh, I mean, what I'm really worried about is maybe this could hurt the baby, mark it or something." We hear the restless public murmur of the audience.
"Well, me next," she says. "Cross your fingers, huh? Okay."
Daintily, Gillian pulls out a pink nubbin of gum and sticks it to the frame of the stage. A moment later she has assumed her place at center stage, legs effortlessly in the fifth position, arms en couronne. In row B I wedge past my mother's knees and sit between her and Mrs. Rabbit, seat 7, as the first bars of The Dying Swan draw a hush across the audience. On stage a wide confetti of pink and blue spotlights combined settle on Gillian. The sweet soreness of her beauty, recognized, stirs in me in every one who watches. On our many drawn breaths she comes to motion. Light plays in her rhinestones, bees on the living skin of flowers. The draughts catch and turn the feathers in her swan cap until she trembles into something more than human, like us, but also winged. Beside me my mother holds in her disillusioned lap, eyes bravely forward like a schoolgirl undergoing punishment both rigorous and undeserved. I reach for her in the darkness, and am surprised by the readiness of her answering grip. We sit hand in hand. From the audience a ripple, half cooing, half regret, says that Gillian, in a ton d'ange, has taken a bowman's arrow and now is slowly folding back into mortality. In a few moments now she will sink into the sharp shape of a swan's outstretched throat, trembling to her silent death. The space between perfection and applause will seal her off. Then, resurrecting on the beats of acclamation, higher, higher, she will rise and curtsy, will make her révérence to Madame. The throats will fill up with "Encore!" as Sergei offers her an armful of red roses. "Encore!" until the dream cuts another onlooker to the heart, roots there, and it begins again. Down bent my gaze catches the gleam of patent leather, Mrs. Rabbit's cushiony small feet crammed into the pony hooves of her new shoes. She wears opaque elastic stockings, new too. Beneath the lapels of her Sunday suit a cheap lace quivers. Her gloved laundress's hands are moving in small possessed gestures to the music of her daughter's body on the stage. But I am afraid to look higher, to witness her face in all its bright intensity, the stale hair netted in a dancer's knot. Motherhood is the cruel art. If I look, I will have to see her spirit burning in her eyes, the rapt and unsuspecting love of the only innocent among us. Nominated by Tri-Quarterly. The Elect, by Peter Cooley. From the Ohio Review. Many the shadowless under the rose leaves, untrembling mid-morning, many at early evening, the wings, ochre, henna, cinnabar, which continue unseen, singing when night, never stirring, takes their air. In this garden out of time, the stillborn until their moment linger. Their souls climb the white down of little tubers footless. They suck mouthless the orris root. Hoarfrost their spoor foreshadows them, burned off by noon. And from this place we called the child to us, that you might carry it to give it up, and spare her breath, this life, the agony of body, the next, the next, the next. Tonight, on the long, clear wing of her voice, the soul of our daughter walks out between the thorns, uplifted, no one, warbling her absence, everlasting. Nominated by Michael Waters. Shooting, by August Kleinzahler. From Epoch. The sun is high, and the black top soft, so hit, first from the corner, then from the key, because your hand is hot, and no one's watching, hit, and the sun's an oscilloscope among ghostly ruins, hit, and out jumps memory. Cerberus, hit, nothing happens, hit, your brows sore from salt mixed with poisons escaping, hit, for forget-me-nots sprinkling the tall grass, for the poppies, for bird-song, pale nubs, Hit, so your flanks start to glisten like fish do. Hit, and young mothers pull their shades down. Hit, get hit back till you're ripe for a juicing. Hit, on a hill in the Peloponnesus, your limbs oiled and kneaded, your focus burned clear. Hit, after dark, and the stars shall illumine. Put moves on the locals, they'll make you a god. Hit, for the sake of it, for the music of hitting. Hit, because Will ordained it, and you can deliver. Hit, you, the hit man. Hit, 'cause Jim Dandy's got nothing on you. Hit, because you've been hitting since when at the playgrounds. Hit underneath and hook with both wings. Hit twice for compassion and 3 times for passion. Hit one more time and all sins are absolved. Hit for the rhythm that finds you and lifts you. The ball is a planet and you make it go. Dinosaurs of the Hollywood Delta by Gerald Costanzo. From Kansas Quarterly. Joe DiMaggio, who was married for 3 years to Marilyn Monroe, has ended a 20-year standing order for thrice weekly delivery of roses to her crypt. The florist said Mr. DiMaggio gave no explanation. The New York Times, September 30, 1982. In times of plenty they arrived from everywhere to forage among the palmettos of Beverly and Vine, to roam the soda fountains and dime stores of paradise. For every Miss Tupelo who got a break, whose blonde tresses made it to the silver screen, whose studio sent her on a whirlwind tour to Chicago and to the Roxy in Manhattan, where she'd chat with an audience, do a little tap dance, and answer questions about the morality of the jitterbug. Thousands became extinct. Their beauty, it was said, drove men to wallow in dark booths in the Florentine lounge, dreaming of voluptuous vanilla, though the rumor persists that they were dumb. They were called Jean, Rita, Jane, May, and Betty, the easy names. No one remembers now how the waning of their kind began. Theories have pointed to our own growing sophistication, as if that were a part of natural selection. At first we missed them little, and only in that detached manner one laments the passing of any passing thing. Then posters began to appear, whole boutiques adoring their fashion, heavy rouge, thick lipstick, the sensuous puckering of lips, surreptitious giggling. We began to congregate on street corners at night, Santa Monica and La Brea, to erect searchlights and marquees announcing premieres for which there were no shows. We looked upward as if what had been taken from us were somehow etched in starlight above their sacred city. We began to chant, demanding their return, to learn for once the meaning of their desperate, flagrant love. Nominated by Ted Kuser. Whiskey, whiskey, gin, gin, gin. Fiction by Gordon Weaver. From Quarterly West. Use a little wine for thy stomach's sake and thine often infirmities. 1 Timothy 5:23. A constructive way to begin would be for you to make the simple admission, statement if you like, that you're an alcoholic. Are you able to say that about yourself? Not on your life, not on my life. What we're really talking about is my life here. No way, never. Far from it. When he had something to celebrate, my father celebrated. He was a moody man, but he knew how to celebrate. World War II, for example. The war was very good to my father, at least for a time. He sold machine tools, a part of a machine necessary to make a machine that made something in some way vital to the war effort. Riding the crest of cost-plus contracts and military delivery priorities, he did extremely well until the war began to wind down toward victory over the Axis. I like to think of him, remember him, celebrating. I can see him as clearly as though it were yesterday. My memory of things is like that, exact, alive, more real as memory than the fading facts ever were. We are in a bar. I do not know which bar, what time of day or night it is. I am 6, 7. It is 1943, 1944. Memory can be like a dream, cause and effect non-existent, the reality all the more vivid for its isolation in a void of particular time and place. It is World War II. We are in a bar-room, my father and I. My mother is not there. She was not a woman who enjoyed bar-rooms. My brothers are away at the war, Milton in Belgium, Leonard en route to the Philippines. My father stands at the bar, celebrating a winning contract bid, a commission paid, his return from another flying trip to Washington, where he confers with $1-a-year men. He stands at the bar. His suit coat is open, thrown back, one hand cocked on his hip, one foot is up on the rail. His chest is thrust forward. Satisfaction, pride, bravado. Chin up, he talks, brags, throws back his head, to laugh often loud. The barroom, people, seem arranged for him. A stage setting. Everything, everyone is arrayed about him. He is the center, focus of attention. With his free hand, elbow on the bar, he manipulates his Pall Malls, a Ronson lighter, a shot glass. Again and again. Memory is like that, incredible, yet more real than the possible. Again and again he lifts the glass to his lips, tosses off his drink. Something colorless. Gin? Schnapps? He tosses off his drink, raps the bar top with the empty shot glass, casually nudges money toward the bartender, flips a Pall Mall out of the pack lying in the tangle of bills and change, places it in the corner of his mouth, thumbs his Ronson, blows smoke, still talking, a cloud of smoke that shades into the layers that drift below the indistinct ceiling, obscures the faces of men and women who surround him, wait on his words. Again and again. This is how I remember him. He tosses off his drink, calls for another round, lights a Pall Mall, blows redolent, luscious smoke. My father celebrates the war, his success, himself. Where am I in all this? Somewhere. There. I cannot remember when or how. I am there. Observe. This is what I remember, how I remember it. But my father was not a drinking man, what could be called a drinking man. Later, years later, I recall asking my mother if he drank a lot. Did he drink? No, she said, and your father didn't have the courage for that. What? I said. What does that mean? He was too afraid of hangovers to drink much. Your father wasn't the sort of man to face the morning after the night before. I can't believe that, I said. I remember being with him in a bar once, way back when. He was tossing off shots like he had a hollow leg. You're imagining things, my mother said, and your father was a coward about physical pain. He'd never take the risk. I was old enough to understand she meant more than she said. Another time I might have asked another question, invited her to go on, speak about how she really felt about him. But all I was interested in at the moment was his drinking. I remember thinking that was funny, a man not drinking for fear of a hangover. My father could be moody. I have another memory of him. There was still the war, but it must have been almost over. It must have been the summer of 1945. The cost-plus contracts were evaporating, military delivery priorities revoked. The world war that was so good to him, for him, was ending, no longer a good war for my father. We are at home, my father and I. My mother is there, but not in the room. It is the time when they are seeing lawyers haggling over dwindling assets. Our home is dominated by long, tangible silences between them, broken only after I am put to bed for the night. I lie awake in the dark of my bedroom, listen to their strident voices, his hoarse shouting, her weeping. I lie awake, listen, try to assemble, make sense of references to a woman named Irene who lives somewhere he travels frequently on business. I have never understood the whole story. My father and I are there, my mother somewhere else in the house, my brothers still gone to the war that is ending. Milton will return from Europe soon. Leonard is missing in the Philippines, will never be found. We do not know this yet. My father and I listen to the radio. Mr. Anthony. People come to Mr. Anthony, tell him their problems. He asks them questions, deliberates, gives them, judge-like, solutions to the difficulties of their lives. My father listens. I listen, watch my father. He slumps in his easy chair, an expression of deepest, blackest depression set in his face like stone. It is night. The only light in the room comes from the large dial of the Philco console. A Pall Mall smoulders in the ashtray at his elbow. In his hand he holds a highball, ice melting in the thick summer air. "Mr. Anthony," says a man with a problem, "my brother-in-law has lived with me and my wife for 6 months. Not once has he so much as lifted a finger to pay his share for groceries and the rent money." "Holy Jesus," my father says. He rattles the melting ice in his highball glass, lifts it to his mouth, no more than wets his lips. "Mr. Anthony," says the man's wife, "my brother has tried hard to find a suitable employment. He was 4F for his bad back, and also he got injured in a car crash shortly after." "Jesus H. wept," says my father. He twirls the chips of melting ice in his highball with his finger. Mr. Anthony says, "I think we have a situation here where two people who should have failed to talk freely about what concerns them." "Sweet jumping Jesus," says my father, looks into his drink, does not drink it. I do not understand. Mr. Anthony seems to be solving their problem. "Promise me one thing in your life," my father says to me. "What?" "Sure," I say. "Never do anything in your life the way I did. Okay? Promise me." I don't catch on, I say, and "What?" again. Do I begin to cry? Do I try to listen for the sound of my mother in the house? Hope? Pray she will enter the room, turn on the light, tell me it is past my bedtime? I cannot remember. "Promise," my father says, drowning out Mr. Anthony. "I promise," I say, and we sit there in silence together, listen to people's life problems being solved by Mr. Anthony's mellow voice. In the dark, with the Philco's glowing dial, while the world war is ending outside, my father's fortunes crumbling. A woman named Irene waits for him. My mother waits for my bedtime, waits to begin her screaming accusations. My brother Milton waits for his rotation home from France. My brother Leonard is missing on the island of Luzon, though we do not yet know this. My father was a moody man, too depressed even to drink, or afraid of a hangover. This is another of my memories, and I probably garble literal events trying to tell it now. I'm confused. What's the key here? You associate drinking with his exuberance, is that it? Drink is celebration? And this conflicts with your resentment of his philandering and his business failure? I'm thoroughly confused. The key is your image of your father? Not at all. Of course you're confused. You can't see it with my eyes. You don't have my memories, my way of seeing it. In 1947, there was a record blizzard. They always mention 1947 when we have a hard winter. I remember the 2 days and 2 nights of snow, the way the streets looked, drifted over, the bite of the wind on my cheeks when I played in the tunnels and forts I burrowed in the huge snowbanks, the crunching sound my boots made on the frozen crust, walking down the narrow lane plowed in the middle of the main street, my breath like smoke. This is vague, a kind of collage, but the year was 1947, a matter of record. I woke suddenly in the night. I was not dreaming, or if I was, I did not remember the dream when I woke. I was not frightened. I was sleeping, deeply asleep, and then in an instant I was wide awake, and all I knew was that I was awake in the darkness of my bedroom, only a pale moonlight at the window. I did not know what time it was, just that it was very late at night. My bedroom was cold. I wrapped myself in the quilt, went to the window, looked out at the cold stillness of the night, moonlight glittering on the snowdrifts, the high ploughed banks, the crusted streets. Then I heard them singing. I do not remember what they sang, songs from the war, dirty limericks, nonsense. Then I saw them dancing, staggering in the street, and I recognized my brother Milton and his friend Edmund Henry Clark. Milton wore his army fatigue jacket with the imprint of his chevrons still on the sleeves. Edmund Henry Clark wore his navy peacoat, black watch cap. They danced in circles on the snow-crusted street, slipped, fell into the frozen snowbanks, sparred with each other, sang, shouted, cupped their gloved hands to their mouths, called out obscenities to the sleeping neighborhood. They stumbled out of sight. Then I heard them on our front steps, their booted feet stomping on the porch, the front door pushed open. I climbed back in my bed, sat up, huddling in the quilt, listening. I heard them creep through the house, heard Edmund Henry Clark curse when he bumped into something, Milton's loud whispers shushing him. My brother opened my bedroom door, snapped on the light, and they stood there for an instant in the glare of the sudden bright light, grinning at me. Then my brother said, "Fancy finding you all up and alert at this wee hour." And Edmund Henry Clark laughed, and Milton said, "Knock off the static, you want to wake up the mater?" He pulled Edmund Henry Clark into the room and shut the door, and the two of them tiptoed in slow motion to my bed, sat down beside me, still grinning. I said, "I heard you guys yelling, and it woke me up." Milton said, "That was my compeer here," and "Swabbies can't hold their grog like GIs can." Edmund Henry Clark laughed so hard he fell over on his side of my bed. Milton said, "Brother of mine, Brother Boo, I have a little proposition for you, now you're awake anyhow." Edmund Henry Clark fell asleep, a gentle snoring sound in his breathing. My bedroom felt warmer with them there, as if they brought a source of heat through the sub-zero night into my room. They seemed to glow in the harsh light. Snowflakes dotted my brother's hair, melted to dewdrops. Powdery snow dusted his fatigue jacket, Edmund Henry Clark's peacoat and wool watch cap. Milton leaned close to me to speak. I smelled the tart, yeasty odor of beer. He said, "Unbeknownst to you, because of your tender age, the bars in this burg remain open for a good solid hour yet, but me buddy Boo and me finds ourselves temporarily tapped for funds. Now I happen to know you must have ample in yon Mr. Pig there." He turned to look at the large pink plaster piggy bank on my dresser, "which, with your permissible permission, I and this dumb swabby here would like to borrow like a Finn, or maybe even a tenner at most, after which we'll tuck you in, say good nacht to all, and to all good nacht, and be on our way in a trice, if not a thrice, or even quicker than that. What do you say?" My memory is that he sat close to me on my bed, grinning, smelling of beer, warming my room, and we were silent for a long moment. My brother Milton grinned at me, wavering a little as he sat. Edmund Henry Clark snored lightly on the foot of my bed, and my memory tells me that I believed in that very long moment of silence that my brother and his friend were very happy. They had come home from a world war, and the government paid them $20 a week for 52 weeks to buy cigarettes and beer while they pondered college educations on the GI Bill, or pretended to look for jobs that would lead to satisfying and productive careers. I believed, as I remember this moment, that the freezing black night outside, the city choked with snow, this record winter of 1947, held joy and promise for them. They had come from a war, and they had no money, and our family had been broken by divorce and death. The future was so opaque as to be non-existent, but my brother Milton, nodding, drowsy with beer now that he was out of the terrible cold, was ecstatic as he waited for me to say he could raid my piggy bank for beer money. And I believed Edmund Henry Clark, passed out on beer in his navy coat and hat, dreamed pleasant dreams at the foot of my bed. "Can you help us out, bro?" my brother said. Before I could answer, my mother opened the bedroom door, tying her bathrobe closed, blinking against the light, furious. "Do I have to have this?" she shouted. "Everything else, do I have to have this thrust on me on top of everything in this damnable life?" She jerked at her bathrobe tie, stood for an instant with her hands on her hips, hair mussed from sleep, blinking at the light, then came to us, stood over my brother and me to shout at him. "Is it enough? His father deserted him for a slut. Must you add to our misery?" she shouted at Milton. Edmund Henry Clark woke up at once, sat up straight at the foot of my bed, stood up as straight as if he were on parade, walked, mumbling what may have been apologies, out of my bedroom, out of the house, into the night's bitter weather. My brother did not answer her. "Leonard dead and gone in some god-forsaken end of the earth, rotting in the jungle for all we know. Your father's a louse. Is this the fine example you mean to be for your baby brother?" she shouted. Milton lowered his head, gloved hands in his lap, seemed to deflate, shrink under her words, the room chilly again. I do not remember how it ended, how long before Milton and our mother left my room, turned off my light, the house dark and quiet again. I think I remember lying awake a while after it was over, snuggled under the quilt. And I suppose I thought of my father, my brother missing and presumed dead, my mother trembling with rage, weeping tears of hurt and anger, Milton with beer on his breath, melted snow in his hair, Edmund Henry Clark somewhere outside in the record cold and snow of the winter of 1947. And then I suppose I must have gone back to sleep. Traumatic? Or at least it would be in context. Point? The point is I am nothing like them, my father or Milton. My point is it's a mistake to leap to easy conclusions. The point is that such memories are what you make of them. Beer. Another winter. 1953, 1954. Somewhere along in there. No special winter, no record cold or snow. Just a winter night. I'm 16 or 17, and my two best friends and I are drinking quarts of Gettelman beer. We are parked in my rickety old Nash, lights out, motor running to keep the heater going, on a country road, having set out to drink as much beer as we can stand. "It's warm enough you could take a bath in it," Nick says from the back seat as he takes the bottle from his lips, burps. "Stand outside and drink it if you like it so much cold," I tell him. "Next time," Larry says, popping the cap off a fresh bottle, "you be the one goes in to buy it. Ask for refrigerated. Show your spiffy fake ID. They'll laugh you off the premises." "Shut up," I say, "and drink your share before I get it." And anybody gets sick cleans up after themselves. "Anybody gets sick blames it on warm beer's a dork," Larry says. "Big deal," Nick says, "and like it's real talented to be so overgrown you can pass for 21. "More than you can do, short Greek dork," Larry says, tips up his quart of Gettelman with both hands. "Are we drinking beer or what?" I say. "That's real neat," Nick says, "and maybe when you're 21, actually, you can pass yourself off for 30 or so, huh?" He begins to laugh, says, "Imagine old Larry here the rest of his life. He can look real older than his age." He laughs, gags when he tries to drink his beer. "I never talk to short Greek dorks. It's a new rule I just made up," Larry says. I tell them, "While you're yakking, I'm drinking." And then we do not speak for a long time, sitting in the dark of winter on a country road, drinking Gettelman quarts, my old Nash's motor running, the faulty heater clacking, the beer tepid. The only light is the dull winter moon, the points of stars in the black sky, the Nash's orange dash lights that make silhouettes of us as we lift our bottles to drink, wipe our mouths on our coat sleeves and the backs of our hands, the smack and gurgle of our drinking. I do not know what made me think to speak as I did. I do not remember. I said, "Each one say what he wants to be. Seriously, I mean in life, when you're an adult." "When Nick grows up, if he ever does, he'll be this real short, real Greek old dork," Larry says. "Seriously," I say. "And you'll be this old man can pass for 100 when you're, say, 50, Nick says, laughs. "I mean really," I say, "and just say, right this minute we're sitting here, getting sloshed, unless one of you two pukes first, each one say your best guess on what you want to be in your life. Seriously," I say. And then we are quiet again in the winter dark, drinking our beer, and it would not have surprised me if nothing more had been said, or we began to tell jokes or talk about girls or school or the atomic bombs they were exploding in Nevada, half drunk on warm beer talk. But Larry said, "I'm getting serious as hell about ball. I'm knocking off smoking and drinking except for like parties, and working on a schedule so I'm honed down in shape to get me a scholarship." I expected Nick to laugh, mock him, but he did not. Larry said, "I've got the size and the talent for college ball, and you make a lot of good contacts for your career in varsity sports. I'm joining the Masons for that, too, when I'm old enough." When no one spoke, I said, "Nick?" Nick said, "I want to grow up to be a short old Greek dork." I said, "Seriously?" And Larry said he was only joking. Nick should know that. Nick said, "I'm going to college and majoring in business. I'm having my own business some day." Marketing or finances or something. Larry said, "Sounds extremely boring," and, "Only joking, Nicky." Nick said, "My old man's a goddamn waiter in a restaurant, man." When we were silent again, Nick said to me, "So what about you, Mr. District Attorney?" I said, "You know, until I just now asked you guys, I never even once thought about it. I honestly have not got the foggiest." Nick laughed, and Larry said it was boring, and I was boring, and we opened more quarts of warm Gettleman beer to drink in my car, motor running, lights out on a country road one winter night. We spoke no more of it. I would guess we went on to tell jokes or talk about girls in high school or the atomic bomb tests in Nevada, to get drunk and sick on beer. But I know I sat and thought about what we had said about our lives, our futures. I imagined Larry playing college basketball, developing contacts that led to a career, joining the Masons. I imagined Nick, whose father spoke just enough English to wait tables in a hotel restaurant, majoring in business administration, founding a successful company, something in marketing or finance. And I thought of my future. And though there was nothing specific I could imagine, I believed in it. For all its vagueness, it was as real as the winter night or my Nash or Gettleman beer. And the whole of the future, for all of us, seemed natural, definite, tangible, a sure and certain path leading to the way things would and should be. I'm lost. So was I. Larry never finished high school. He joined the Air Force, but they gave him a mental discharge. The last thing I heard, he was still in and out of veterans' hospitals for mental illness. Nick, the last I knew of him, was an accountant for some corporation. I'm sure his father must have been very proud of him. And I don't drink beer, haven't since I was in the Army. I hate the taste and smell of it to this day. I said, "Why do I love these quiet moments in life? Can you tell me that, Fat?" Voss said, "Cut him off, Fat. He's starting to get all philosophical already." Stu Pinzer shook the dice cup, rolled a full house hand of poker dice out on the bar top, said, "Read and weep, Fatty, you lose." Fat poured all around, said, "If I win, I win. If I lose, I still win." "How do you figure?" I said. "Don't I get a drink, too?" Fat said, and put away his rye. "Really?" I said. "I can't get over how good I always feel this time of day." "It's called stinko," Voss said. "That's just the buzz you're supposed to feel," Stu Pinzer said. Fat said, "I don't feel a thing," and, "But don't mind me, maybe I'm numb on my way to bombed." It was the quiet time in Fat's bar, the slow hours between the time the graveyard shift came off at the steel fabricating plant across the street to wash away the heat and metal dust of the bar, before the second shift came in for eye-openers in the early afternoon. Fat opened his doors at 6 in the morning for his regular winos on pensions and Social Security, stayed busy until 9:30 or 10. The second shift started drifting in as early as 1:30 or 2, and after that the bar was crowded, noisy, until Fat locked up at 2 in the morning. We did our drinking during the quiet, slow time, late morning to early afternoon, the summer after my discharge from the Army. It was a hot summer, the sun heating the city into stillness and immobility. Everything seemed idle to me, waiting. I had my mustering out pay and some soldiers' deposit savings, nothing I needed or wanted to do, while I waited through the summer to start college in September. I said, "These are the perfect hours." Fat lost another hand of poker dice, set up another round. He said, "This is the perfect life, but then you kids are too young to appreciate my wisdom." Fat believed he had it made in life. He owned his bar, had plans to buy another in the same neighborhood. He was only a few years older than we were, but he was married to a fat woman we called Mrs. Fat, who spelled him as bartender, had 2 fat children as ruddy and red-haired as he was making some money, and liked to remind us, as we got drunk at his bar each day during the slow, quiet hours, that he drank more in a day than the 3 of us combined, yet never showed the effects. I think it was his size. He was 6 feet 7 inches tall, weighed at least 350 pounds. His face grew rosier and puffy as he drank, but I never saw him lurch or fall, never heard him slur a word. Voss rolled the dice, said, "Be good to the Voss, he's flat busted." It did not matter if he had to pay for a round. Fat carried his bar tab, and Voss paid up every 2 weeks when his unemployment compensation came in. He lived and took his meals with his mother, who had a good job with county civil service. When I once asked him if he ever felt guilty for sponging off his mother, he said, "Why should I find work at 20 a day when I can steal 10 a day from my old lady?" He said she only nagged him if he laid around the house too much. "What the hell you think I hide out here every day for?" he said. "If I thought like you, I'd cut my throat," Stu Pinzer said. He attended Extension Night School, sold insurance, studied on his own for the Certified Life Underwriter's examination. He drove a company car, carried business cards, and always wore a necktie. He drank the least of us because he had to get out each afternoon and evening to run down prospects. He only killed the quiet time with us at Fats because there was no sales percentage in chasing prospects in the middle of the day. Nobody he tried talking to seemed to want to think about dying when the sun was high overhead. He said, "When I'm rich, living off policy renewals, remind me to have my chauffeur cruise me by here and buy the house around for old times' sakes." Fat said, "Pinzer, I can buy you and sell you now, and I can buy and sell you the best day of your life." Voss said, "Yeah, Fat, but he gets to wear a hat when he works," and "Poor Fat, put it on my tab." I said, "You know, there's no place I can think of I'd rather be than right here and now. My brother writes me a letter, says come on out to California with him, go to school there. It's a paradise. My mother loves it already, but I can't see it." "Fruits and nuts," Stu Pinzer said. "That's because you're already half in the bag and we just got started," Fat said. "Pour," Voss said, and "Your dice, philosopher," sliding the cup on the bar to me. But what I remember, what was most important, was the quiet. There might be a couple of winos at a table or nodding in a booth, and we could hear the hydraulic punch presses from the plant across the street, feel their vibration on the floor, and Fat's inefficient air conditioner chugged in the window, but we did not talk much. And I remember the quiet of those days, that long lost summer I killed time waiting to start my college education. It was as if there were no time, no place except Fat's bar. We heard cars pass on the street, and the blazing sunlight flared at the edges of Fat's dusty Venetian blinds. Fat had a Sylvania television on a corner shelf high above the bar, and a big Seaberg jukebox with colored lights. But we watched no soap operas or game shows, and nobody played the jukebox. Sometimes I talked about what I might study in college come September, that I was considering pre-law. Stu Pinzer talked about a sale he had made, or hoped to make, and Voss always tried to borrow a few dollars before we broke up for the day, and Fat laughed at us and told us how he had life made. We played liar's dice, or poker dice, or horse, and we drank away the quiet time of each day that summer. Whenever Voss or Stu Pinzer or I told army stories, Fat made fun of us because he had been in combat in Korea when we were still in high school. But it was how slow and quiet and complete it was there then that I like to remember. And I remember how bad it felt to leave each day, walk outside, sun-blind for a minute, heat bouncing up from the concrete walks, softening the macadam street, the wet spot on the sidewalk just under the window where Fat's air conditioner dripped. How we stumbled to Stu Pinzer's company car, the suffocating superheated air inside that rushed out when we opened the doors to get in. There was each day, the mornings before we gathered at Fat's, and there was the bad, drunken, nauseated feeling when we stumbled out into the heat of the day. Stu Pinzer's company car, before the rush of second-shift steelworkers crowded in for eye-openers and the stink and noise of the factory. But I remember most the time between, different, special, because there seemed no time, no before or after. I remember saying to Voss and Pinzer once as we lurched out of Fat's, "You know, these are probably the good old days we'll talk about when we're all a bunch of old men." I do not remember them saying anything. "And you mean to tell me you can't discern pattern here? Or is it won't?" "Can't. Won't. Don't care to. It's just something I remember clearly." "And what became of these people?" "How should I know? That was years, ages ago." Mornings, starting each day, were horrible. I often think that if I had learned how to handle mornings, I might still be married, have my family. The problem was I had the idea a man should tough out his hangovers since I had earned it the night before. If I had been willing to stash a bottle someplace, a closet, under the bathroom sink, I think it would have been fine. I might still be a man with a wife and children, but I never stashed a bottle at home, so I suffered hangovers and lost my family, that phase of my life. Mornings, hangovers. Naturally, I was hungover. Sharon was already up and doing by the time I sat on the edge of our king-size bed in the master bedroom of our new split-level. We designed that house as our dream house, had it built. I sat there looking at the bedside clock, trying to wake up through a monster hangover. Listened to my wife move about our dream house, in the bathroom, waking our boys, washing and dressing them, in the kitchen, turning on the portable Sony on the breakfast bar to get the network wake-up shows. It was morning, starting another day, and I listened to the sounds of my wife and sons in our dream house, and I looked at the bedside clock as if I thought it might speak the hour to me, encourage me, and suffered my well-deserved monster hangover. My arms and legs trembled, and my hands shook. My stomach knotted and unknotted. My head throbbed. My eyes and lips were gummed shut from sleep. My mouth and throat so parched I could not swallow. I sat there and suffered this, and listened to my wife and children talk, scrape chairs, the clack of spoons and knives and forks on their plates, the portable Sony television on the breakfast bar. I watched the second hand sweep around the lighted face of the clock, heard its faint electric hum, until I could force myself to stand, walk to the bathroom, shower and shave, dress, to go to the kitchen to join Cheryl and my sons, Max and his little brother Leonard, named for my brother who died in World War II. "Do you feel like something substantial, or just toast or a roll?" Cheryl might say. Sunlight blared at me from the big picture window, reflected in my watering eyes off all the chrome and glossy formica in the kitchen of our dream house. When I could make myself look out the big window, I saw our patio slab, the natural stone barbecue, my lawn that was so even and green it looked artificial, the rear of my neighbors' dream houses, their patios and green carpet lawns. "Just coffee," I would tell her. I wish I could remember my sons from this time. I have photographs, and I know what they looked like, blonde like Cheryl, very fair complexions. I can say how tall they were, details, but when I try to think back to them, it is as if I never saw them there in the kitchen at breakfast, as if I had only seen their pictures, been told details about them. I had to try to keep my stomach down and my hands still as I sipped my coffee. It is as if I never looked at them. They were normal, noisy boys. They spilled their milk, giggled, fussed at each other, chattered at their mother. I cannot remember speaking to them speaking to me. All I seem to remember well is the terrible sunlight in the kitchen, the ache of my hangover, that it was morning, starting another day, the Sony's drone. "You need to eat something for breakfast," Cheryl might say as I left for my office. "What I need is the hair of the dog," I remember telling her once. I remember how she looked at me. I looked at her, squinting because my eyes burned. And then, after a moment, she tried to smile, and then I left for my office. The hair of the dog, then, when I was married, had sons, was the new Mecca Cafe, across the street from the county courthouse and commercial building, where I had my law office. I saw a lot of the men I worked with, lawyers, police detectives, civil service people, a judge or two, in the new Mecca Cafe to get their hair of the dog. Some sat at the little round tables for coffee, doing business already, cutting deals. But most of us stood at the long bar, quiet, bleary-eyed, trying not to let our hands shake when we lit cigarettes, lifted glasses. We were silent, stared at ourselves in the back bar mirror as though we saw our faces for the first time, could not recognize ourselves. My hair of the dog was 2 double whiskeys, a house brand called Our Very Own, always at a special price, with half a glass of water to ease the rasp. The first one put my head and stomach and my tremor to rest. That was how I really woke up, ready to begin a new day. I stood a little straighter, looked at the men around me I worked so closely with each day, smiled, said hello, breathed deep. I looked at these men and almost liked them, admired their affluence and success, the cut of their suits, the styling of their hair, the delicious smell of their talc and tonic and lotions. After the first double, Our Very Own, I was sure who I was, there with these men in the new Mecca Cafe, about to go to work across the street, a lawyer with an office in the commercial building next door to the courthouse, the center of the city, a family man married to Cheryl, and I had 2 young boys, Max and Leonard. The second double, Our Very Own, put me into motion. I was a good lawyer, doing better every day, married to a lovely woman, had 2 fine sons. Then I could step to the cash register stand, pay my tab, buy a packet of sen-sen for my breath, leave the new Mecca Cafe, start to work for another day, get on with my life. And I was glad to be who and what and where I was in my life. I do not remember when I began taking a late morning nip to set me up for lunch. If I spent the morning in court, maybe I began to take a nip when I checked back in at my office for phone messages, felt I needed a jolt to clean out what went on in the courthouse, set me up for the long lunches at the new Mecca, where lunch was always business at one of the small round tables, trying to cut a deal with a client or another lawyer, once in a while with one of the judges. I drank the new Mecca's famous martinis at lunch. They kept their glasses in the freezer, served coated with a thick frost. I must have eaten something for lunch, but I do not remember anything I ever ordered, though their delicatessen sandwiches were also famous. "I guess," I would tell the waitress when she came to our small round table, "I'll open with one of your famous martinis. Make it a double, rocks. It's been that kind of morning. No olive, no onion, no twist, okay? And just whisper vermouth at the gin on the way out of the bottle. Dry, just the unadulterated juice of the juniper." I suppose I often sat at lunch with people, clients, who did not drink their lunches, but do not remember any of them. The new Mecca was very crowded from noon until 2 o'clock, when court recesses ended. The air cloudy with cigarette and cigar smoke, noisy with the babble of conversations, deals being cut, waitresses carrying heavy trays, squeezing between tables. I ordered another famous martini. Suppose I ordered something to eat? And I talked and listened, made notes sometimes in my pocket calendar, cut my deals. With the second famous double martini, I could talk and listen, make a note, did not see the crowded bar and jammed tables, did not hear the clamoring voices. I could do what I had to do to be the good lawyer I was. I drank a third famous martini while I watched the clock over the bar, always careful to get back to court at the end of a recess. I paid my bill at the cash register stand and bought more sen-sen for the afternoon. The nip I took in my office before I drove home was to handle a lot of things. It washed away the day's work, the courthouse, my clients, the deals I cut or failed to cut, all the men I had to work so closely with but did not like or admire or respect. This nip was a kind of little bridge between my office and my home, and it set me up for the rush-hour traffic. And it stopped any edge of daylight hangover that might start to creep in behind my eyes along about 5 o'clock. By nip, I mean I kept a pint of bourbon in the deep-well drawer of my desk. I always closed my door so the secretaries could not see, then just took the bottle out of the drawer, unscrewed the cap, turned it up for a swig. And then I could leave my office, say, "Good night, ladies, and a good night to you," and go home to Cheryl and to Max and Leonard. I loved happy hour. When I think back on this time of my life, remembering the good times, I always remember happy hour as one of the best times of all. We were all together in the den with the big console Zenith on, the local news, and then the network news, but we really did not watch it closely. I mixed up a pitcher of Manhattans, and Cheryl fixed snacks and soft drinks for the boys. I sprawled in my easy chair, sipped my Manhattans, looked at the news a bit, watched my sons eat snacks and drink soda pop, glanced at the newspaper, listened to Cheryl talk about her day. I cannot remember anything specific she ever said. She talked about the boys, cute things they had said or done, about shopping, money she saved at a sale, a letter she got from her mother, an old girlfriend from college who called. Max and Leonard made a mess of their snacks, played at my feet. What I loved was how it all made a kind of sense, the day, my life. I had finished another day. I'd worked hard, done well, made some money, would make a lot more, faster, soon. And now I was home, and my wife told me about her day, and my children played at my feet, and the local, national, and world news ran in marvelous lifelike color on the big remote-control zenith in the den of my dream house. I kept up with Vietnam, Watergate, whatever, but did not have to pay close attention, did not have to read my newspaper. Cheryl told me things, and I responded, asked me questions, I answered, and I spoke to Max and Leonard, touched them when they came close to my easy chair, and I kept up with what was happening in the world, but did not have to care about it. I sipped my Manhattans, the tall pitcher on the coffee table close at hand. My family was close to me, and I was in our dream house, listening, but not having to listen to all the voices, and it made a perfect, logical sense to me. I remember that feeling very clearly. We ate a formal family dinner. Cheryl was a wonderful cook. I remember how she planned our dinner so carefully, gourmet recipes, and we ate together. The boys were not fussy eaters, so it was very pleasant. There was always wine, and I opened the wine at the table, poured. I had some interest in good wine, and Cheryl tried to share that with me, but she had to supervise the boys' eating. I always enjoyed our family dinners, but I suppose I could not really taste the wonderful food my wife prepared. Did not do it, or her, justice. I spent my evenings back in the den. I read briefs and depositions, did some light paperwork for the next day's court appearances. Cheryl was busy clearing the dinner dishes, getting the boys ready for bed. She brought them in to kiss me good night, and I hugged and kissed my sons. I remember how fresh and clean they were, how their blonde hair smelled, their perfect skin. While she put them to bed, I got out the brandy, and after that I drank brandy until I went to bed. Cheryl might join me once Max and Leonard were tucked in, and we often watched a night owl movie on the television. But I did not pay attention to the movie. We sat in the den with the lights off, just the glow of the TV screen, did not talk. I drank the warm, warming brandy, and sometimes I dozed off there in my easy chair. Cheryl woke me when the movie ended, television signing off with a sermonette. "Time to go to bed," she might say. "What? Oh, right," I would say, waking. I woke in my chair, head fuzzy with brandy, all the lights off, our dream house quiet. "Right," I would say, and "morning's going to come too soon to suit me," or "I'm not sure I've got the will to get undressed when all you have to do is get up and dressed all over again in a few hours." Cheryl might say, "You'll regret this in the morning," as she picked up my empty snifter, put the bottle away. "How," I remember telling her once, "can you be so sure? You don't know how I feel." "And so you drank yourself out of a marriage, lost your family." Put simply, yes. Things are never so simple. And it worked out well enough. "Are you joking about this?" "No." Cheryl remarried, very happily from all I understand, and my sons are fine young men. Max is in college now, and Leonard graduates from high school in another year. He attends a military academy, high-class boarding school, really. They're both really excellent young men. What you'd call a happy ending, is that what you're telling me? There's more truth than not in that. Now I know you're not serious, but I am. Everything largely depends on how you look at it, how you see it, and where you're at the time. That's what you can understand. Nobody understands that. My only drink now is vodka, straight. Beer, whiskey, gin, cocktails, fancy mixed drinks, I never touch them. Vodka is pure, cold. I drink it iced, with ice. Purity, I think, is the quality of it that appeals to me. Cold, clear, like pure water. Why do I drink? What do I mean when I say, I drink? Not to celebrate, not to indulge my moods in any way. I am nothing like my father was, and my father is dead, and my mother, and of course my brother Leonard, somewhere in the Philippine Islands, almost 40 years ago. My brother Milton is alive, but lives out in Southern California, a grandfather several times over. It has been so long since I saw him, was in contact, he might as well be dead. This has something to do with my drinking. Anyone, everyone, is born into a family. I have a father, mother, brothers, and my life with them remains with me, a part of me, forever. My family is broken by divorce, a world war, death, distance, time. It could make a man nostalgic, sad. I think of them, remember, and might be sad, but I drink, not to forget. I drink. I fill my glass with ice, vodka that looks like purest water. Drink. And I remember father, mother, brothers, myself as I was then. And I am not sad. A man is born into a family, and they die, separate. That is the way it is. There is no reason for sadness, no point in nostalgia. I fill my glass, drink. It is clear, cold, pure. It chills my mouth, warms my throat, my belly. I feel it soften me, relax my arms, legs, feet, hands. There is no aroma, no aftertaste. Things are the way they are. A young man is ambitious and foolish. His ambitions are foolish. He has fools for friends. A young man believes whatever he wishes will come to be. He is certain he will succeed. A man's friends, like his family, die. Surely Fat must be dead now. Or a friend can go mad, like Larry. Perhaps they succeed. Stupinzer is surely a success. Or they might as well be dead or mad, wherever they are. Where is Nick, Voss? I was young and ambitious, and I believed, and I succeeded. So, of course, my success was foolish because I was too young to know what to want from my life. I dreamed the wrong dreams. What I realized of them is not what I should have wished for. But I do not regret my youth, that I was a fool. How could it have been otherwise? I drink vodka, and it seems right to me that young men are fools. Such regret as I might feel for my life dissolves, dissipates. What else should a young man be but a fool? There is no regret, no nostalgia in this. I drink my vodka, and this is clearly the way things are, and should be. And I fell in love and married my love, fathered 2 beautiful sons, all the while I was creating the fool's success I had imagined for myself when I was a young fool. And then my wife fell out of love with me and took away my sons. I lost my love and my children, and this could hurt a man terribly for the rest of his life. But I am not hurt. I do not hurt for this loss because I drink vodka, and can understand that this happens to many men. It's what can happen for so many reasons. The woman I loved has a new love, and my sons are fine, excellent young men. I'm sure they have ambitions, dream, and I suppose there's a chance they are not wholly foolish. But they were not hurt, I think, by me, and their mother is not hurt that I know. Why should I hurt? My vodka is clear and cold and pure. When I drink, I see that things are the way they are, no reason for them to be any other way. I do not hurt. When I drink vodka, I remember whatever I remember and understand, accept, feel no pathos, no self-pity, no anger. I remember whatever I remember, see myself as I was, as I am, and there is only a great sense of the necessity of things, given time enough. I never wished to be tragic or pathetic, and I am not. I think I drink vodka only when I am confused. I am not confused when I drink. Sometimes I am afraid of what will happen next, what may happen eventually. But then I drink, and I do not wonder about what is yet to come. I am not afraid when I drink. I think anything, a man's life, my life, can only be known to me. No one else can know. When I am drinking, I am sure I know. No one knows a man except the man himself. I think drinking is how I know things, myself. I do not drink. It is simply a way that I am, who I am, have been. The way the world changes could confuse a man. When I drink vodka, I am sure about what I know. Is that all you have to say? You haven't anything else to say for yourself? Nothing. Now, I think I'd like to leave. Talking about this is confusing. I am beginning to feel confused. Nominated by Quarterly West. The Secret Lion. Fiction by Alberto Alvaro Rios. From The Iguana Killer, Blue Moon and Confluence Press. I was 12 and in junior high school, and something happened that we didn't have a name for. But it was there, nonetheless, like a lion, and roaring that way the biggest things do. Everything changed, just that. Like the rug, the one that gets pulled. Or better, like the tablecloth those magicians pull, where the stuff on the table stays the same, but the gasp from the audience makes the staying the same part not matter. Like that. What happened was there were teachers now, not just one teacher, teachers, and we felt personally abandoned somehow. When a person had all these teachers now, he didn't get taken care of the same way, even though 6 was more than one. Arithmetic went out the door when we walked in. And we saw girls now, but they weren't the same girls we used to know because we couldn't talk to them anymore, not the same way we used to, certainly not to Sandy, even though she was my neighbor, too. Not even to her. She just played the piano all the time. And there were words, oh, there were words in junior high school, and we wanted to know what they were and how a person did them. That's what school was supposed to be for. Only in junior high school, school wasn't school. Everything was backward-like. If you went up to a teacher and said the word to try and find out what it meant, you got in trouble for saying it. So we didn't, and we figured it must have been that way about other stuff, too, so we never said anything about anything. We weren't stupid. But my friend Sergio and I, we solved junior high school. We would come home from school on the bus, put our books away, change shoes, and go across the highway to the Arroyo. It was the one place we were not supposed to go, so we did. This was, after all, what junior high had at least shown us. It was our river, though, our personal Mississippi, our friend from long back, and it was full of stories and all the branch forts we had built in it when we were still the Vikings of America, with our own symbol which we had carved everywhere, even in the sand, which let the water take it. That was good, we had decided. Whoever was at the end of this river would know about us. At the very, very top of our growing lungs, what we would do down there was shout every dirty word we could think of, in every combination we could come up with, and we would yell about girls and all the things we wanted to do with them as loud as we could. We didn't know what we wanted to do with them, just things. And we would yell about teachers and how we loved some of them, like Miss Crevellone, and how we wanted to dissect some of them, making signs of the cross, like priests. And we would yell this stuff over and over because it felt good. We couldn't explain why, it just felt good. And for the first time in our lives, there was nobody to tell us we couldn't. So we did. One Thursday we were walking along, shouting this way, and the railroad, the Southern Pacific, which ran above and along the far side of the arroyo, had dropped a grinding ball down there, which was, we found out later, a cannonball thing used in mining. A bunch of them were put in a big vat, which turned around and crushed the ore. One had been dropped or thrown, what do caboose men do when they get bored? But it got down there regardless, and as we were walking along yelling about one girl or another, a particular Claudia, we found it, one of these things, looked at it, picked it up, and got very, very excited, and held it and passed it back and forth, and we were saying, "Guy, gee, Guy, this—" We had this perception about nature then, that nature is imperfect, and that round things are perfect. We said, "Guy, God, this is perfect. This is perfect. It's round and heavy. It's the best thing we've ever seen. What is it?" We didn't know. We just knew it was great. We played with it, held it some more. And then we had to decide what to do with it. We knew, because of a lot of things, that if we were going to take this and show it to anybody, this discovery, this best thing, was going to be taken away from us. That's the way it works with little kids, like all the polished quartz, the tons of it we had collected piece by piece over the years. Junior high kids, too. If we took it home, my mother, we knew, was going to look at it and say, "Throw that dirty thing in the... get rid of it." Simple, like that. "But, Ma, it's the best thing I—" "Get rid of it." Simple. So we didn't take it home. Instead, we came up with the answer. We dug a hole and we buried it, and we marked it secretly. Lots of secret signs, and came back the next week to dig it up, and we didn't know, pass it around some more or something, but we didn't find it. We dug up that whole bank, and we never found it again. We tried. Sergio and I talked about that ball, or whatever it was, when we couldn't find it. All we used were small words, neat, good, kid words.
What we were really saying, but didn't know the words, was how much that ball was like that place, that whole arroyo. Couldn't tell anybody about it, didn't understand what it was, didn't have a name for it. It just felt good. It was just perfect in the way it was that place, that whole going to that place, that whole junior high school lion. It was just iron-heavy. It had no name. It felt good or not. We couldn't take it home to show our mothers, and once we buried it, it was gone forever. The ball was gone, like the first reasons we had come to that arroyo years earlier, like the first time we had seen the arroyo. It was gone like everything else that had been taken away. This was not our first lesson. We stopped going to the arroyo after not finding the thing the same way we had stopped going there years earlier and headed for the mountains. Nature seemed to keep pushing us around one way or another, teaching us the same thing every place we ended up. Nature's gang was tough that way, teaching us stuff. When we were young, we moved away from town, me and my family. Sergio's was already out there, out in the wilds, or at least the new place seemed like the wilds, since everything looks bigger the smaller a man is. I was 5, I guess, and we had moved 3 miles north of Nogales, where we had lived, 3 miles north of the Mexican border. We looked across the highway in one direction, and there was the arroyo. Hills stood up in the other direction, mountains for a small man. When the first summer came, the very first place we went to was, of course, the one place we weren't supposed to go, the arroyo. We went down in there and found water running, summer rain water mostly, and we went swimming. But every 3rd or 4th or 5th day, the sewage treatment plant that was, we found out, upstream, would release whatever it was that it released, and we would never know exactly what day that was, and a person really couldn't tell right off by looking at the water, not every time, not so a person could get out in time. So we went swimming that summer, and some days we had a lot of fun. Some days we didn't. We found 1,000 ways to explain what happened on those other days, constructing elaborate stories about the neighborhood dogs, and hadn't she, my mother, miscalculated her step before, too? But she knew something was up, because we'd come running into the house those days wanting to take a shower, even, if this can be imagined, in the middle of the day. That was the first time we stopped going to the arroyo. It taught us to look the other way. We decided, as the second side of summer came, we wanted to go into the mountains. They were still mountains then. We went running in one summer Thursday morning, my friend Sergio and I, into my mother's kitchen and said, "Well, what's in those hills over there?" We used her word so she'd understand us. And she said, "Nothing, don't worry about it." So we went out, and we weren't dumb. We thought with our eyes to each other, "Oh, she's trying to keep something from us." We knew adults. We had read the books, after all. We knew about bridges and castles and wild, treacherous, raging, alligator-mouth rivers. We wanted them. So we were going to go out and get them. We went back that morning into that kitchen, and we said, "We're going out there. We're going into the hills. We're going away for 3 days. Don't worry." She said, "All right." "You know," I said to Sergio, "if we're going to go away for 3 days, well, we ought to at least pack a lunch." But we were 2 young boys with no patience for what we thought at the time was mom stuff, making sandwiches. My mother didn't offer. So we got out little kid knapsacks that my mother had sewn for us, and into them we put the jar of mustard, a loaf of bread, knives, forks, plates, bottles of Coke, a can opener. This was lunch for the 2 of us. And we were weighed down, humped over to be strong enough to carry this stuff. But we started walking anyway, into the hills. We were going to eat berries and stuff otherwise. "Goodbye," my mom said that. After the first hill, we were dead, but we walked. My mother could still see us, and we kept walking. We walked until we got to where the sun is straight overhead, noon. That place. Where that, it doesn't matter. It's time to eat. The truth is, we weren't anywhere close to that place. We just agreed that the sun was overhead and that it was time to eat, and by tilting our heads a little, we could make that the truth. We really ought to start looking for a place to eat. Yeah, let's look for a good place to eat. We went back and forth saying that for 15 minutes, making it lunchtime, because that's what we always said back and forth before lunchtimes at home. "Yeah, I'm hungry, all right." I nodded my head. "Yeah, I'm hungry, all right, too. I'm hungry." He nodded his head. I nodded my head back. After a good deal more nodding, we were ready just as we came over a little hill. We hadn't found the mountains yet. This was a little hill. And on the other side of this hill we found heaven. It was just what we thought it would be.
perfect. Heaven was green like nothing else in Arizona. And it wasn't a cemetery or like that, because we had seen cemeteries and they had gravestones and stuff, and this didn't. This was perfect. Had trees, lots of trees. Had birds like we had never seen before. It was like the Wizard of Oz, like when they got to Oz and everything was so green, so emerald, they had to wear those glasses, and we ran just like them, laughing that way we did that moment, and we went running down to this clearing in it all, hitting each other that good way we did. We got down there, we kept laughing, we kept hitting each other, we unpacked our stuff, and we started acting rich. We knew all about how to do that, like blowing on our nails, then rubbing them on our chests for the shine. We made our sandwiches, opened our Cokes, got out the rest of the stuff, the salt and pepper shakers. I found this particular hole, and I put my Coke right into it, a perfect fit, and I called it my Coke holder. I got down next to it on my back, because everyone knows that rich people eat lying down, and I got my sandwich in one hand and put my other arm around the Coke in its holder. When I wanted a drink, I lifted my neck a little, put out my lips, and tipped my Coke a little with the crook of my elbow. Ah! We were there, lying down, eating our sandwiches, laughing, throwing bread at each other, and out for the birds. This was heaven. We were laughing, and we couldn't believe it. My mother was keeping something from us, but we had found her out. We even found water over at the side of the clearing to wash our plates with. We had brought plates. Sir Joe started washing his plates when he was done, and I was being rich with my Coke, and this day in summer was right. When suddenly these two men came from around the corner of trees and the tallest grass we had ever seen. They had bags on their backs, leather bags, bags and sticks. We didn't know what clubs were, but I learned later, like I learned about the grinding bowls. The two men yelled at us. Most specifically, one wanted me to take my Coke out of my Coke holder so he could sink his golf ball into it. Something got taken away from us that moment. Heaven. We grew up a little bit and couldn't go backward. We learned. No one had ever told us about golf. They had told us about heaven, and it went away. We got golf in exchange. We went back to the Arroyo for the rest of that summer, and tried to have fun the best we could. We learned to be ready for finding the grinding bowl. We loved it, and when we buried it, we knew what would happen. The truth is, we didn't look so hard for it. We were 2 boys and 12 summers then, and not stupid. Things get taken away. We buried it because it was perfect. We didn't tell my mother, but together it was all we talked about till we forgot. It was the lion. Nominated by David Wilk. The Circumcision Rites of the Toronto Stock Exchange by Crad Colodny. From the Orange Book, Charnel House. Among the many secret rituals that take place within the Toronto Stock Exchange, none is more complex or mysterious than the ritual of circumcision. Outside of the financial district, few persons are even aware that such a ritual exists. Only a very few learned men have been privileged to observe and document it. It is not until the apprentice or novice on the floor of the TSE becomes circumcised that he is entitled to call himself a trader in full standing, moran, and enjoy full freedom of action, a freedom which he uses especially for erotic purposes. Uncircumcised, he cannot marry. The same is true for young females of a brokerage house working within the exchange. It is only through circumcision that the brokerage house acknowledges them to be sexually mature adults. Therefore, nothing is more desired by both sexes. The young male novice, Leonie, becomes a man, moran. The girl, Kiepta, becomes a woman, or Sotya. Despite the universality of circumcision among all brokerage houses, the reason for it is obscure. If one asks a partner of the firm about it, he merely says, "Zamani," which means since ancient times. In answer to my question on the circumcision of females, a senior partner of Hector M. Chisholm said to me, "We don't want anything hanging like that in the front of our women." And he made a disdainful gesture with his little finger, signifying the clitoris. But it seems to me that the fundamental reason for circumcision among young men is to make the act of intercourse easier. and of secondary significance is the period of convalescence following the operation, when the youth can be initiated into the mysteries of the stock market. Among girls, the reason may be that of removing the erogenous zone, thereby ensuring that they will be perpetually unsatisfied and therefore more fit for the fast track of exchange life. The circumcision rites are conducted secretly approximately every 4 years, and, in the case of both males and females, before their 26th birthday. The candidates then convene for that solemn act, which is undertaken as a group, but on different days for males and females. There is much dancing the evening before the circumcision of the males. The leoni appear in colourful leisure suits. They have had their hair styled and their facial hair shaved. They dance, leap, and hop until they are exhausted. Very early the next morning, the male candidates appear in pompous dress, grey 3-piece suits and grey or black ties. They have just returned from the lake, where the circumciser, Maturiot, sent them to bathe before sunrise. Lapatiun, go wash it, he has said to them. Now they return to the exchange, where circumcision always takes place. No uncircumcised male, no female, and no animal may be present. The Morans, boyot, old men or senior partners, and those to be circumcised gather around the burning pyre, represented by any small smokeless flame, such as a can of sterno. Now a senior partner approaches. He questions each novice as to whether he has ever had sexual intercourse with a circumcised woman. The uncircumcised do not count. Then the poor fellow must confess. He must look into the face of the electronic ticker-tape, his god. Great suspense predominates. The excited Morans listen to this confession because there is always the possibility that one of them will publicly learn that he has been cuckolded. The candidate for circumcision behaves quite ungallantly, without pangs of conscience over the woman he seduced. If he likes her, he says something like, "I took her to a drive-in and did it in the back seat." But if he is indifferent to her, he says something like, "I went to a party and she called me to her, although I did not want to at all." It is understandable why wives or girlfriends of the Morans or any other females in the exchange, even those that prostitute themselves, have nothing to do with Leone in the face of such a scandal. An iron staff, the mediuta, resembling a chisel, has been glowing in the fire. On a bench, a veteran trader or a partner of the firm mixes crushed chalk with milk, which is then rubbed onto the head of the candidate, who crouches on the floor. Now comes the Maturiot with his assistant, a junior partner. They seize the drawn-out foreskin. The one holds it fast, the other takes the glowing iron and passes it around the foreskin till it falls off, charred. The assistant throws it away, while the master applies fat from the udder of a cow to the wound. During the whole operation, the candidate must not cry out, or it would cost him his career. His salary would be permanently frozen at the entry level, and he would henceforth be the object of ridicule. Now all the newly circumcised, terusiot, withdraw into the menjet, a small, sparsely furnished room to sing the circumcision song, Ya, ya, pakule ro ma, ole ri ya, ya pakule ro ma ole ri, o ye a ye, ya guangwa ya guangwa. The menjet becomes the abode of the circumcised for several weeks. A courier brings them their food, soft drinks, doughnuts, and fried chicken. In the meantime, their wounds heal. The Maturiot remains with them. He initiates them into all the mysteries of business and how to survive in a jungle of wolves and snakes. After his convalescence, the terusiot finally leaves the menjet. Many questions must now be put to him. He is taken to the lake. One of the Morans will ask, "What is a put?" "An option to sell," is the answer. "Indeed, how he knows," say his rejoicing friends. Another possible question might be, what resembles the sound of the vagina during coitus? But this has not been asked in recent years. Now he goes into the water where the Morans purify him with cow urine, examine his healed organ, and depart. He follows them back to the exchange, where there is dancing and merriment. He is now wearing his badge of manhood, which he will wear henceforth at all times. Women gather around and ask joyously, "Where is the trader of so-and-so?" naming his brokerage firm. He is pointed out to them. At nightfall the ceremony may be continued in a private club or hotel suite at the discretion of each brokerage firm, although some celebrants may remain at the exchange overnight, drinking and carousing. The next morning the new Moran is a free man and has the day off. He goes to the old men's house, the private club of the senior partners, or a hotel suite hired to serve the same purpose. If he has no sweetheart, a girl is sent to him, usually a typist or file clerk. She utters the standard greeting, "I have come to give you my vagina." The next day his best friend visits him at home, and he, the Tarusiot, slaughters a goat for him. The day after that the friend returns the favor by slaughtering a goat for him. They eat. The goat's stomachs are given to his mother. The Toronto Stock Exchange is the only exchange in North America where circumcision is still accomplished by burning. Everywhere else the knife is used for this purpose. The circumcision of the girls, kieptas, is an equally complex ritual. Those to be circumcised are obliged to have their hair styled, buy new clothes, and wear numerous plastic accessories. But the ornamentation is not yet complete. Each female candidate will be given the traditional thigh bells, or curcuriat. These massive iron bells, 6 inches long, resemble half-open pods, within which several iron peas may be seen. The curcuriat are attached to the thigh with a strap, preferably 3 on each leg. The more bells, the louder the noise made by the rhythmic shaking and stamping. There is wild dancing on the floor of the exchange the night before the circumcision of the girls. Both men and women appear in their most magnificent costumes. The men may appear in the traditional calfskin, goisit, covering the buttocks, and the high baboon-skin cap. The women may wear huge earrings and a profusion of plastic bracelets. They anoint their faces with oil so that the color of their makeup runs down their faces. Late that night, each female candidate must be prepared for the circumcision to take place the next morning. An old woman, usually an executive secretary, or sometimes the wife of the chairman, brings the stinging nettles, siwot, of the species Girardinia condensata. The girl sits on a stool and spreads her legs. Her genitalia are examined. If it is found that she is a virgin, she is kissed by the women. All are happy. Indeed, her immediate superior even has a cow slaughtered when he hears the good news. The nettles are now applied to the clitoris. It burns terribly, but the girl bears the pain with unbelievable patience. The clitoris swells and becomes large. Early in the morning, an experienced woman, the female maturiot, approaches the girl who is crouching on the floor with her legs outspread. In a small grill over the fire is a glowing coal. The maturiot places the coal on a spoon-like instrument and applies it to the swollen clitoris, which gradually chars. The girl endures this pain without a moan, for her thoughts are of the fast track and the sexual liberties she may take to advance her position. Her closest girlfriends now fetch garlands of dollar bills and hang them around her neck. Then the girl retires to begin a sick leave of 4 weeks. She is now called Tarusiot, the newly circumcised, but the guests dance on all day long, singing their own circumcision song, Eyo Leo Leo La, and stamping their feet madly. During her period of seclusion in the home of a girlfriend or older woman, the Tarusiot will be attended by her girlfriends. She must wear a tight leather dress, nyargit, and a large 3-cornered cowl, soinnet, which covers her entire head and which has 2 peepholes. No man may look at her at this time. As in the case of the young men, the girl receives instruction by her maturiot in the secrets of business and sex. When her wound is healed, a concluding feast is then given, which is celebrated very ceremoniously by the women employees of the brokerage firm and the exchange. The highlight of this ceremony is the entrance of the lion, which has been brought into the exchange by several older women. A jug of beer is offered to the lion. The old women stroke it to make it tame. All this time the newly circumcised girls have been kept in a dark room. The lion is brought into the room and begins to growl, causing the girls great fright. Now they must eat all the insects off the lion and sip his urine from the floor. Then the old women lead the lion out. The circumcised girls believe in the authenticity of the lion with full seriousness. When I tried to hint politely that the lion was merely an exchange official wearing a costume, the Terussiots almost wept because of the dirty lie I was telling about their grand experience. Consequently, I had to desist from further explanations. The ritual is concluded by the giving of money and shares of stock to the Terussiots by the old men of the brokerage firms. Beer has been brought in, and now both men and women participate in the picturesque beer dance. Pressed close to each other, the married women from the various firms move in a circle, beating the leather parts of their clothing and thus giving a clapping accompaniment to their song. The dance is concluded by the Terussiots, who, in honor of the occasion, have painted themselves heavily with makeup. Despite the pain that they have endured, both young men and women will always remember their day of circumcision as a sublime event and a joyous occasion. From time to time, legal and medical authorities have attempted to put a stop to the circumcision rites of the Toronto Stock Exchange, but the combined power of the brokerage firms and the deep sense of tradition that pervades exchange life make it unlikely that these attempts will ever succeed. There can be no doubt that these rites, which may seem barbaric to the layman who is unconnected to the business world, serve an important social purpose and contribute to the stability and orderliness that one notices everywhere as one walks through the peaceful, shady valleys of the financial district. Nominated by Charnel House. Big Brother is You Watching, by Mark Crispin Miller, from the Georgia Review. Copyright 1984 by Mark Crispin Miller. A somewhat different version of this essay will be included in an extended symposium, Reflections on America, 1984, edited by Robert Mulvihill, to be published in 1985 by the University of Georgia Press. The only comprehension left to thought is horror at the incomprehensible, just as the reflective onlooker, meeting the laughing placard of a toothpaste beauty, discerns in her flashlight grin the grimace of torture, so from every joke, even from every pictorial representation, he is assailed by the death sentence on the subject, which is implicit in the universal triumph of subjective reason. T.W. Adorno, Minima Moralia. In his commencement address to the class of 1984 at Texas A&M University, Vice President George Bush, making a familiar point, invoked George Orwell's 1984. Mr. Bush spoke of the novel as a prophecy that will not come true as long as America and her allies stand together firm and strong in defense of our freedom. As he and/or his speechwriters would have it, the novel is simply an attack on Soviet domination. Big Brother may be all-powerful in Havana, but the United States will not stand idly by while Big Brother tries to extend his power and influence over our freedom-loving neighbors in Central America. Footnote 1. Bush says U.S. can avert 1984 if allies are firm. The New York Times, 7 May 1984, B8. End of footnote. This bellicose interpretation of 1984 is nearly as old as the novel itself. When it first appeared, some American rightists hailed 1984 as a vivid anti-communist manifesto, a misreading that Orwell himself publicly repudiated. But even if Orwell had not thus tried to defend his text against its seizure by the right, he had already protested any such warlike appropriation, since 1984 is itself a satire of the same Cold War mentality that seeks to use it as a weapon. Vowing to oppose Big Brother by keeping the U.S. permanently mobilized, Vice President Bush spoke exactly like the fictitious managers of Big Brother's own regime, who also strive to keep their system firm and strong against the current enemy. Nor is the similarity merely general. that extends down to the Vice President's striking misuse of specific terms. His proclamation that the governments of, say, El Salvador, Chile, Peru, and Guatemala are freedom-loving recalls the perverse official language of Oceania, where the Ministry of Peace makes war, the Ministry of Love takes care of torture, and so on. However, Orwell's novel does not simply expose the blindness of his own anti-communist boosters, but illuminates the whole system that threatens to eternalize such blind aggressiveness, which comes automatically from both the left and right, or east and west. 1984 describes a triune world of endless opposition and no difference. Oceania, allied with Eastasia or Eurasia, keeps itself firm and strong against Eurasia or Eastasia, which, allied with Oceania, does exactly the same thing. And as the megastates within the text are made identical by their very opposition, so do the megastates outside the text resemble one another through the very belligerence that keeps them separated. This has been demonstrated absurdly and yet fittingly by the official function of 1984 itself in both the U.S. and the USSR, each power using it against the other. Just as, according to George Bush, Big Brother is all-powerful in Havana, so, according to a major Soviet political journal, 1984 indicts not the Soviet system, but bourgeois society, bourgeois civilization, bourgeois democracy, in which, as Orwell feared, the poisonous roots of anti-humanism, all-devouring militarism and oppression, have today thrust up truly monstrous shoots. Footnote 2. Soviet says Orwell's vision is alive in the U.S. The New York Times, 8 January 1984, page 8. End of footnote. In the U.S. there is complete uniformity of view on all subjects, and a continuous frenzy of hatred for foreign enemies and internal traitors. Horrors represented and perpetuated by the very writing that thus decries them. Thus Orwell's text, which captures the static agony of a world at once divided and unvaried, has been used to intensify the very face-off that it so memorably conveys. Perhaps this is inevitable. The enormous system that 1984 satirizes is surely too compelling to permit its managers to read with the care and detachment that might allow self-criticism. However, it is not only our Vice President who has recently betrayed an inability to read 1984. Throughout 1984, the novel has been at once celebrated and neglected in America, its significance for our society entirely denied in most of the TV newscasts, corporate advertisements, magazine articles, and other statements concocted especially for this Orwell Memorial Year. According to this barrage, 1984 is not satiric, not even literary, but an attempt at straightforward prophecy, like the works of Nostradamus, and therefore meant to be measured literally against the present. Because the present is obviously much preferable to the novel's world, 1984 has been used, predictably, as the basis for hearty affirmations of the status quo. And those, of course, who have the most invested in the status quo have also been the novel's readiest detractors. Certain corporate advertorials, for instance, placed in many magazines and newspapers, have anxiously refused the possibility that 1984 might somehow pertain to here and now. "The year is here at last," one is tempted to say, begins one ad for Mobil. "So let's get on with it and let the novel rest." Whatever merits 1984 has as literature, claims an ad for United Technologies, the book has failed as prophecy. Although there is no doubt what Orwell would have thought of these mammoth corporations if he had lived to appreciate their achievements, these ads disingenuously insist that 1984 is only about the dangers of big, intrusive government, government against people. And yet, as if to protest an indictment, both ads attempt to vindicate these corporations' products, and therefore their existence, by extolling the liberating effects of advanced technology. Orwell was wrong about technology. Technology has not enslaved us, it has freed us. Because of the pervasiveness and accessibility of computers, each of us is freer than ever before. Because the chip increases our choices, it ensures individuality. But the refusal to admit that 1984 might in any way pertain to our own lives reflects and bolsters an ideology that extends well beyond the confines of big business. Arthur Schlesinger, Jr., writing in the New York Times Book Review, 25 September 1983, reacted with a telling shrillness to the suggestion that Orwell's satire might illuminate its present reader's world. Such arguments are shallow, if not frivolous, opined the historian, who went on thus to proscribe any such interpretation. This is what 1984 is about, not some sort of continuous, incremental evolution from what we have today, but a shattering discontinuity, a qualitative transformation, an ultimate change of phase. In an effort to bolster this remarkable assertion, Schlesinger sought next to demonstrate that totalitarianism cannot succeed, a failure that presumably invalidates the novel as anything other than a chilling fantasy. Whereas the oceanic system seems to prevail absolutely and for good, real human beings are too wayward to permit any such political finality. There have been countless martyrs to the unconquerable faith in life, like Winston Smith himself. Today many, like Andrei Sakharov, intrepidly affirm this faith against cruel masters. The judgment promoted by Vice President Bush and his Soviet counterparts, by Professor Schlesinger and the Mobil Corporation, depends not just on a refusal to read Orwell's satire carefully, but on the complementary refusal or disinclination to read the world with equal care. That satire and this world cannot possibly be severed from each other, as Schlesinger insists they must be, for no expression can wholly transcend the moment that produced it. Nor can contiguous moments be neatly disjoined. Orwell's history is in his novel, and that history connects with ours. And what are the real points of convergence between 1984 and 1984? Those who have labored to deny the novel's importance may have helped us toward an answer. Despite their differences in emphasis, the liberal historian and the massive business enterprises share the assumption that Orwell's vision has been superannuated by the recent efforts of enlightened minds. Thanks to the electronic microchip and the technology that brought it into being, exults the ad for United Technologies, 1984 has not become 1984. The ad for Mobil alludes worshipfully to the strides society has made since Orwell's day in electronics, communication, and computerization. Professor Schlesinger invokes the ideal of enlightenment somewhat differently. His reference to Andrei Sakharov, affirming the Russians' faith in life against cruel masters, is a depiction that suggests the heroic conceptions of Voltaire and Jefferson. And yet, it is precisely the ideal of enlightenment that is the implicit object of Orwell's painful satire. As we shall see, 1984 actually illuminates the assumptions of those who have tried to dismiss it. The same assumptions, paradoxically, that must also motivate any effort to correct those dismissive readings. Because 1984 is not a bald prophecy, not just a simple warning, but a subtle and demanding work of art that tells us truths about modern politics, we must read it closely, both as a literary text and as an oblique reflection on our own world. In my attempt at such a reading, I will first analyze Orwell's novel as a critique of enlightenment, after some discussion of that inescapable impulse, and then move on to a discussion of enlightenment as it is manifest today for us in the forms of advertising and TV. The opening sentence of 1984 recalls some of the oldest of English poetical traditions, but only to imply that they mean nothing in the novel's world. It was a bright, cold day in April, and the clocks were striking 13. With its 2 trimeter clauses and marked caesura, the sentence initially suggests the opening couplet of a folk ballad, but then this familiar rhythmic evocation is abruptly cancelled out. The line's quasi-nostalgic appeal is undercut, first of all, by the futuristic revelation that oceanic clocks strike more than 12. and the effect of this surprising news is reinforced by the ending's metrical dislocation, as that spondy 13 falls jarringly in place of the expected monosyllable. Moreover, as with the sentence's balladic rhythm, so with its peculiar April day, another reference that at first seems half familiar, then wholly alien. Despite its vaguely comforting reverberations, this April day does not exemplify that balmy, revivifying April sung by the English poets since Chaucer, but is strangely bright and cold, suggesting that within the world we are about to enter, such antique associations have been eliminated. The sentence seems at first to beckon us back home, but ends by leaving us bewildered, as on a sunny morning when you think you are awake until you sense that you are dreaming it. And yet the dreamlike eeriness of this new world is merely the final consequence of the most clear-sighted practicality. In the world liberated by the inner party, all vestiges of literary culture, both popular and learned, have long since been discarded as fantastic nonsense. Those obsolete texts by Chaucer, Shakespeare, Eliot, and others, with their impressionistic references to April, have now been modernized for good, made equally accessible and clear in newspeak versions. And the rustic traditions that once sustained the ballad have also been wiped out, even from among the unenlightened proles. Moreover, in its drive to junk all pre-existent myth, the party has excised not only poetry, but even those arbitrary terms and structures once used to mark the passage of time. Whereas before the Revolution the clocks had been attuned to go from 1 to 12 twice every day, that purely customary sequence need not persist in the party's readjusted world, where the military scheme of hours makes better sense. Indeed, the bright, cold afternoon that starts the novel may not, in fact, represent an unseasonable day in April, but a day in what we still call March or January, since the months need not refer any longer to the quaint divisions of the Roman calendar. Nor, for that matter, does the oceanic 1984 necessarily denote a point along our temporal continuum, which still refers to the legendary birth of a deity outmoded by the party. It was a bright, cold day in April, and the clocks were striking 13. This disorienting line of anti-poetry does not just alienate us, then, but implicitly refers us to the intellectual origins of all contemporary alienation. Although in effect the sentence is surrealistic, with its sudden vision of a world that seems to have gone mad, this new world actually represents the final triumph of rationality itself, the distant source of the oceanic madness that has so disastrously betrayed it. Thus the object of Orwell's horrific satire is not any one totalitarian regime, but a necessary modern urge that has indirectly brought about all modern tyrannies, whether of the left or right, whether centralized or pluralistic. What Orwell understood with such intolerable clarity was the appalling likelihood that the most destructive modern systems have emerged paradoxically out of the very impulse to transcend destruction, the impulse of enlightenment. Orwell had begun to intuit this paradox in the late 30s, when he wrote the controversial second part of The Road to Wigan Pier. And as war broke out and then persisted, his intuition seemed to be continually reconfirmed by the massive barbarism that had somehow emerged out of civilization at its latest moment. As I write, begins The Lion and the Unicorn, composed in 1940, highly civilized human beings are flying overhead, trying to kill me. Footnote 3. George Orwell, The Lion and the Unicorn, Socialism and the English Genius. In The Collected Essays, Journalism and Letters of George Orwell, editors Sonia Orwell and Ian Angus, 4 volumes, New York, Harcourt, Brace and World, 1968, Volume 2, 56. This collection will hereafter be cited as CEJL. End of footnote. It was the war, a conflict at once atavistic and sophisticated, that led Orwell and certain others to contemplate the long self-contradiction of Western progress. In 1943, as Orwell was making notes toward his last novel, 2 other observers, although working out of intellectual traditions wholly different from Orwell's, were collaborating on a brilliant, dismal essay that illuminates precisely the same ruinous process that is the implicit subject of 1984. Exiled in Los Angeles, Max Horkheimer and T.W. Adorno wrote The Dialectic of Enlightenment to elaborate their argument that mechanistic progress, as Orwell had once put it, is just as much of a swindle as reaction. Footnote 4. The Rediscovery of Europe, CEJL, Volume 2, 205. Orwell makes this point in the course of comparing the optimistic works of the Edwardian writers with the darker mood of their post-war successors. The entire passage will reproduce the specific context of the observation, compare almost any of H.G. Wells's Utopia books, for instance, A Modern Utopia, or The Dream, or Men Like Gods, with Aldous Huxley's Brave New World. Again, it's rather the same contrast, the contrast between the overconfident and the deflated, between the man who believes innocently in progress and the man who happens to have been born later and has therefore lived to see that progress, as it was conceived in the early days of the aeroplane, is just as much of a swindle as reaction. End of footnote. For Horkheimer and Adorno, enlightenment refers not simply to the optimistic moment of the philosophe, but to the drive, as old as civilization, toward the rational mastery of nature, or, to put it more accurately, that drive toward mastery which is itself the source and purpose of civilization. The authors subvert complacent faith in progress by disproving the absolute distinction between primitive societies and the modern world that seems to have transcended them. For the aim of men, both then and now, has been to turn the natural world into the instrument of their own power. Just as archaic groups attempted to manage the inchoate forces of their universe through priestly ritual and human sacrifice, so too have modern men, from the time of Bacon's first intellectual prospectus, worked to make the material world both useful and predictable, through the application of technology and scientific method. What distinguishes the historical era which we call the Enlightenment, then, is not its objectifying tendency per se, but its total rationalization of that tendency proclaimed under the banner of radicalism. Footnote 5. Max Horkheimer and T.W. Adorno, Dialectic of Enlightenment, translator John Cumming, New York, Continuum, 1982, page 92. End of footnote. Now nature will serve those who study it most coolly and relentlessly, having freed it from the obfuscations of folk wisdom, church doctrine, and Aristotelian dogma. The program of the Enlightenment was the disenchantment of the world, the dissolution of myths and the substitution of knowledge for fancy. This program was conceived by its earliest proponents as a means of universal renewal, the effecting of all things possible, as Francis Bacon put it in New Atlantis. And yet the unrestrained demythifying impulse has led us not to rejuvenation, but toward apocalypse. In its efforts to appropriate the natural world by wiping out the myths that had made it legible, the Enlightenment began a process of erasure that soon moved beyond the defunct beliefs of tribe and church to subvert all metaphysical conceptions, particularly those which had justified the process in the first place. God, and then nature, went the way of the countless spirits that had animated the global wilderness, and now such later abstractions as history, man, the people, social justice, etc., also impossible to defend as strictly rational, have likewise come to seem mere sentimental fabrications. Horkheimer and Adorno argue that, for the Enlightenment, whatever does not conform to the rule of computation and utility is suspect. So long as it can develop undisturbed by any outward repression, there is no holding it. In the process, it treats its own ideas of human rights exactly as it does the older universals. Enlightenment, then, is finally bent on leaving nothing extant but its own implicit violence. As it proceeds to blast away each of its own prior pretexts, this explosive rationality comes ever closer, not to truth, which category it has long since shattered, but to the open realization of its own coercive animus, purified of all delusions, including finally rationality itself. Into the ideological vacuum which it has created so efficiently there rushes its own impulse to destroy and keep destroying. Orwell perceived the same suicidal process at work in Western thought, and explicitly expressed this perception several years before elaborating it in his last novel. In a piece written for Time and Tide in 1940, Orwell considers that modern moment when Christianity had finally proven indefensible. At that moment, it was absolutely essential that the soul should be cut away, for religious belief had become in essence a lie, a semi-conscious device for keeping the rich rich and the poor poor. The major writers of the last 2 centuries, the heroic standard-bearers of enlightenment, Gibbon, Voltaire, Rousseau, Shelley, Byron, Dickens, Stendhal, Samuel Butler, Ibsen, Zola, Flaubert, Shaw, Joyce, proceeded to demolish what was left of that old falsehood, but the outcome of that just campaign seemed to be a total, irreversible injustice. For 200 years we had sawed and sawed and sawed at the branch we were sitting on, and in the end, much more suddenly than anyone had foreseen, our efforts were rewarded, and down we came. But unfortunately, there had been a little mistake. The thing at the bottom was not a bed of roses after all. It was a cesspool filled with barbed wire. CEJL, Volume 2, 15. Like Horkheimer and Adorno, Orwell saw the unprecedented horrors of mid-century not as the aberrant results of any single system of beliefs, but as the inevitable consequence of the dumb, persistent, onward urge that had devastated one belief after another. It was the relentless impulse of enlightenment that had enabled the conceptions of the death camp, the atomic bomb, the machinery of total propaganda, each one a highly rational construction devoted to a terminal irrationality. And that autonomous rationality, Orwell believed, would quickly supersede even those new myths devised to justify it in the present. Soon such notions as the master race and socialism in one country would seem as quaint as Harry, England, and St. George, as enlightenment approached that perfect disillusionment whereby the inner party keeps itself in power. "We are different," says O'Brien, "from all the oligarchies of the past, in that we know what we are doing." For Orwell and his German counterparts, the expert atrocities of the late Enlightenment foretold the emergence of a world wholly dominated by the self-promoting urge to dominate, an urge whose only manifesto might be expressed in these infamous tautologies: "The object of persecution is persecution. The object of torture is torture. The object of power is power." And yet, enlightenment is necessary. "We are wholly convinced," write Horkheimer and Adorno, "that social freedom is inseparable from enlightened thought." Page Roman numerals 13. A conviction to which Orwell, too, always held firmly. Neither he nor the 2 Germans ever crudely called for the repeal of the Enlightenment. For if progress is as much of a swindle as reaction, the reflexive movement backward can only end up in that same abyss toward which the automatic movement forward always speeds. Rather, these critical advocates of enlightenment recognized that progressive thought, while indispensable, at the same time contains the seed of the reversal universally apparent today. And so it was the 2 Germans' project to salvage the best original intentions of enlightenment by encouraging reflection on its recidivist element. The point is that enlightenment must consider itself if men are not to be wholly betrayed. Page Roman numerals 15. Our responsibility now, therefore, must be to read and reread 1984, not as a piece of Cold War propaganda, but as a work that might enlighten us as to the fatal consequences of enlightenment, including the current glare of publicity that has all but blacked out the text itself. It was a bright, cold day in April, and the clocks were striking 13. Having thus adroitly engineered its total severance from the past, the party represents the demythifying mechanism of enlightenment at its most successful. But such success amounts to failure, since the party's efforts to annihilate the past have only reimposed it. The party's system, founded upon the total extirpation of cruel nature, has itself reverted to cruel nature. Life in the state of Oceania is nasty, brutish, and short, a furtive passage through an urban sprawl that is as primitive and dangerous as any jungle. London swarms with gorilla-faced guards and small beetle-like men, and even its machines suggest the wilderness which they oppose. In the far distance, a helicopter skimmed down between the roofs, hovered for an instant like a bluebottle, and darted away again with a curving flight. And, as nature has been recreated at its most inimical, so has the patriarchal god, an overseer more wrathful and alert than ever. The little sandy-haired woman had flung herself forward over the back of the chair in front of her. With a tremulous murmur that sounded like, "My Saviour," she extended her arms toward the screen. Then she buried her face in her hands. It was apparent that she was uttering a prayer. And even the defunct conventions of poetry re-emerge uncannily from the mechanism that was built to obliterate them. Although composed without any human intervention whatever on an instrument known as a versificator, the lines sung continually by the washerwoman outside Charrington's shop repeat that strangely inexpugnable allusion, "It was only an hopeless fancy, it passed like an April day." Thus enlightenment hurries forward toward the very state from which it flees, a grand pattern that recurs in small and subtle ways throughout the novel, just as it defines the general structure of the narrative itself. As Winston Smith helplessly observes, "The end was contained in the beginning." Therefore the fateful number 101 not only designates the room wherein the hero relapses forever into primal incoherence, but also symbolizes all such reversion, the terminal arrival at the point of origin. And this process is not only temporal, but spatial and psychological as well, informing every movement and every thought with an absoluteness that conveys more poignantly than any dissertation the full horror of whatever is totalitarian. In Oceania there is no possible escape from Oceania, only continual rediscoveries of Oceania where one least expects it. It was a bright, cold day in April. Although this April seems at first to proffer a venerable pastoral solace, it is merely one more of the party's inventions, a term irrelevant to that April known before the Revolution, and so this day in April is as bright and cold as the place where there is no darkness, another promised refuge that turns out to have been devised by the very forces from which it seemed at first to offer sanctuary. And so it is with the Brotherhood, with Charrington's retreat, with Charrington himself. And as there is no refuge for the novel's hero, neither is the hero himself a solid refuge for the novel's readers, for even Winston Smith embodies that cruel force which he ostensibly opposes. Like the April day that chills him, he represents an exception that turns out to be the rule. It was a bright, cold day in April, and the clocks were striking 13. Winston Smith, his chin nuzzled into his breast in an effort to escape the vile wind, slipped quickly through the glass doors of Victory Mansions, though not quickly enough to prevent a swirl of gritty dust from entering along with him. Although until his reintegration, Winston Smith is clearly different from the rest of Oceania, it would be a sentimental overstatement to insist that once the party has hollowed him out, it has extinguished the world's last sturdy subject. Even at first, the last man in Europe is already losing his fragile selfhood, which is entirely contingent on his furtive, doomed refusal to accept the status quo. The figure who slipped quickly through the glass doors of Victory Mansions already seems as insubstantial as a breeze, whereas, conversely, that swirl of gritty dust, by entering along with him, seems to walk in on human legs. However, this first image of the hero implies not just that he is losing his tenuous uniqueness and coherence, but that he loses them precisely in attempting to retain them, since it is in making an effort to escape the vile wind that Winston Smith seems to turn into mere wind himself. Until his final degradation, Winston Smith is repeatedly undone by this same paradox, as his very efforts to escape or to combat the party become themselves the proof of his inviolable membership. In starting a diary, he deliberately commits what is probably a capital offense against the party. And yet the first result of this dissident gesture is an effusion of perfect orthodoxy enthusiastic praise for an atrocious war film seen the night before. Similarly, after his first sexual encounter with Julia, he realizes that the same belligerent coldness had entered into even this forbidden pleasure, thereby undoing it. Their embrace had been a battle, the climax a victory. It was a blow struck against the party. It was a political act. And his most explicit act of defiance, his promise to O'Brien that he will commit whatever subversive crimes the Brotherhood requires of him, only demonstrates the futility of his ardent opposition, which makes him sound less like the party's clear-sighted enemy than like one of its deluded founders. You are prepared to give your lives? Yes. You are prepared to commit murder? Yes. To commit acts of sabotage which may cause the death of hundreds of innocent people? Yes. And so on, with the hero recalling those steeliest revolutionaries of the past, whose self-discipline prepared the way not for some hoped-for earthly paradise, but for the enlightened party that would vaporize them. In opposing the party, Winston Smith approximates it, because the party has arisen from the same impulse that motivates his opposition, the impulse of enlightenment. Having long since disabused itself of every metaphysical distraction, the party not only sees all, but, more frighteningly, sees through all. What makes the party's gaze so devastating, then, is not just its sweep enabled by the telescreens, but its penetration. The party sees through anyone who would see through the party, because the party has seen through itself already, demythifying itself, not to defeat itself, of course, but to make itself eternal. In struggling to see through the party, therefore, Winston Smith inadequately emulates it. Each of his rebellious actions puts him in the ludicrous position of clumsily anticipating the system that he wants to terminate. Whether surreptitiously writing, defiantly rutting, or conspiring to subvert an odious regime, he merely reenacts old battles long since fought and won by the Enlightenment on its way to Ingsoc. Nor does the party thus superannuate only its opponents. In its relentless onward thrust, sooner or later it simultaneously bypasses and exterminates everyone above ground level, whether they hate the party, zealously applaud it, or vacuously go about their business. Syme is vaporized, despite his exemplary commitment to Enlightenment linguistics, because Winston thinks he sees too clearly and speaks too plainly. But then Parsons, too, is vaporized, for thought crime, although he seems to have no thoughts. To describe the party only as a force that indiscriminately kills, however, is to mistake its sway for simple tyranny, like the reign of Caligula or of Henry VIII. The party's sway is total, at once more subtle and extensive than the rule of any mere dictator, however bloodthirsty. For it is not the oceanic bloodshed per se that proves the party's destructiveness, but the object of that bloodshed, the extinction of all resistant subjectivity. As Orwell put it in Lear, Tolstoy, and the Fool, it makes no difference whether one's would-be oppressors work cruelly or seductively, since in either case their intention toward the subject is to erase him in the name of their own power, to get inside his brain and dictate his thoughts for him in the minutest particulars. In Oceania, the victim is extinguished long before his heart is stopped by force, or even if it never is, since, even while still breathing, that victim has already become a mere repetition of the state that may or may not have him shot redundantly one day. Thus, Syme, a tiny creature, is nothing more than the linguistic diminution that consumes him, and Parsons, wet and energetic, is only a particle of the general flood. Once vaporized, therefore, these nonentities are still no less extant than those model citizens who have survived them. Winston's wife, for instance, without a thought in her head that was not a slogan, or the functionary whom Winston hears quack, quack, quacking at lunch, each official phrase jerked out very rapidly, and as it seemed all in one piece, like a line of type cast solid. If all of these blank members of the outer party have succumbed to the state's hollowing process, then perhaps the members of the inner party, the supervisors of that process, have not themselves been emptied by it. O'Brien, a representative of that invisible elite, does seem somehow to stand above the universal nullity, or so the hero thinks, yearning desperately for some communion with this ostensible exception, who had the appearance of being a person that you could talk to, if somehow you could cheat the telescreens and get him alone. It is O'Brien's curiously aristocratic mien that excites this vague hope, his peculiar grave courtesy, an urbane manner that contradicts his prize-fighter's physique. Winston Smith is heartened by O'Brien's strange detachment, his air of irony and secret knowledge, which suggests a sympathetic rebel hidden deep within the oligarch. And yet O'Brien, too, is wholly a microcosm of the system that has both empowered and undone him. So ugly, yet so civilized, he embodies Oceania itself, or rather that process of enlightenment whereby Oceania has been forced forward to its origins. The hero has misread him absolutely. The discrepancy between O'Brien's coarse bulk and smooth deportment is not the sign of some dialectical potential, as Winston Smith had assumed, but, on the contrary, just another instance of the same final contradiction that has arrested the whole world, its managers included. O'Brien's air of ironic detachment, in which the hero had discerned a promise of transcendence, is in fact the deadliest of all the inner party's secret weapons. More even than of strength, O'Brien gave an impression of confidence and of an understanding tinged with irony. It is through relentless irony that the party subverts anyone who, even inwardly, tries to resist its gaze. Long before they have seized Winston Smith, the party leaders have already neutralized his dissidence through derisive imitation, thereby transforming his struggle into an empty joke for their own unhappy entertainment. Since O'Brien himself helped to write the book attributed to Goldstein, that heavy black volume, Winston's Bible, turns out to be a satire. O'Brien's first encounter with the hero in the long corridor at the ministry is an implicit parody of the hero's first encounter with Julia in the same place. And the gentle Mr. Charrington is also an ironic spectacle, meant to draw the hero out, not to entrap him, an unnecessary step in lawless Oceania, but to make his desire laughable. But even if the inner party had never bothered to set the hero up for ridicule, it would still have played him for a laugh simply by looking on, unseen and delighted, at the torment which he thought was private. More fundamentally than by its instruments of torture, then, the party is made mighty by its own mimetic subtlety and keen spectatorship, the weapons of pure irony, which is necessarily the attitudinal vehicle and expression of enlightenment. Analogous to enlightenment and fostered by it, pure irony denudes the world of every value, devastating, just with a little smile and deft repetition, whatever person, concept, feeling, belief, or tradition it encounters, until there is nothing left but the urge to ironize. And so the ironist, at last contemptuous even of the values that had previously boasted his contempt, is forced to continue being ironic, because that attitude is all that can distinguish him from the nullity that underlies and enables it. Such an attitude depends, however, on the persistence of objects worthy of derision, even if all such objects have already been wiped out by enlightened thought and ridicule. The ironist must therefore revive anachronistic postures, reinvent the enemies long since put to rest, or else become depleted. Thus the ironist is forced to follow the ruinous trajectory of enlightenment, succumbing to his own process of erasure, and in that process merely re-evoking the objects which he had intended to destroy. Posing as a conspirator, O'Brien filled the glasses and raised his own glass by the stem. "What shall it be this time?" he said, still with the same faint suggestion of irony. "To the confusion of the thought police? To the death of Big Brother? To humanity? To the future?" Only later do we realize that these apparent exhortations are nothing more than sardonic little jokes. O'Brien is sadistically equivocating, since, as he knows already, the death of Big Brother is impossible, the confusion of the thought police redundant, and humanity an essence that he means not to vindicate but to extinguish in the future, which, we learn eventually, O'Brien sees as a boot stamping on a human face, forever. Thus, the hero's cherished, vague ideals are played for laughs by the resolute O'Brien. Yet for all his resoluteness, O'Brien is, without the selfhood which he mimics, nothing. Similarly, once Winston's guardian agent doffs his excellent disguise as Mr. Charrington, he at once regresses into a member of the thought police, alert, hostile, and anonymous, like the party that deploys him. The obsessive thoroughness with which the party recreates what it purports to have transcended attests to a distorted longing for it. Although intended as ironic, the spectacle of Mr. Charrington and his shop is so fully and convincingly detailed, and the agent's performance so finely nuanced, that the actor and directors must unknowingly desire the past which they have parodied so expertly. And when O'Brien finally reveals his true identity, or non-identity, to Winston Smith in the actual place where there is no darkness, the ambiguity of his reply also suggests that his irony is itself an expression of the desire which it keeps cruelly mimicking. "They've got you too," Winston cried. "They got me a long time ago," said O'Brien with a mild, almost regretful irony. What the party leaders laugh at in their victim is not a desire which they themselves have transcended, but a desire which they themselves still feel, and which they express pervertedly through their permanent campaign against it. Even in this perversion, Winston Smith resembles and anticipates them. At the beginning of the novel, we recognize the hero's longing in his posture. Winston Smith, his chin nuzzled into his breast in an effort to escape the vile wind, is a figure trying to evade Oceania by mothering himself, trying to escape the coldness of enlightenment by reenacting that primal situation which enlightenment attacks and yet restores in a warped form. Although still capable of acting on this desire, however, he is, like any other proper oceanic citizen, both unconscious of it, and while driven by it, quick to side with every other oceanic citizen against it, an indirect self-censure, which he too carries out through ironic spectatorship. Just after he has slipped into Victory Mansions in that revealing attitude, he writes, only imperfectly aware of what he was setting down, an orthodox denunciation of the desire which he has just expressed out on the street, and which now continues to impel his jeering at it. April 4th, 1984. Last night to the flicks. One very good one of a ship full of refugees being bombed somewhere in the Mediterranean. Both in the midst of this spectatorship and in recounting it, Winston Smith shares with the other members of the audience a cruel, sheltered pleasure in the methodical explosion of every figure on the screen. A great, huge, fat man trying to swim away with a helicopter after him, then disappearing, torn by bullets, the audience shouting with laughter as he sank. And yet this sadistic joy in the destruction of those fictitious refugees is also masochistic, as the hero unwittingly reveals in describing, still with evident approval of their fate, the next few victims, whose image expresses vividly his own desire as he has just betrayed it to us. There was a middle-aged woman, might have been a Jewess, sitting up in the bow with a little boy about 3 years old in her arms, little boy screaming with fright and hiding his head between her breasts, as if he was trying to burrow right into her. When, at the end, Winston Smith is rapt for good, incredulous spectatorship, he is himself just like those refugees, a visible example of floundering and defeated opposition, shunned by all and waiting to be shot. The inner party is surely gratified by this atrocious spectacle. We can imagine them sitting and jeering his submersion into oceanic non-consciousness, just like that earlier audience shouting with laughter as he sank. But there is no ultimate distinction between such viewers and the disintegration that amuses them. In cheering the destruction of their own prototype, they cheer their own destruction. And so, in the end, all collapses into hateful liquid, weeping gin-soaked tears, his memory ebbing. The ex-hero is an old joke in the eyes of those who have been drenched along with him. He clings to the image of Big Brother's non-existent face, as enlightenment fulfills itself and humanity breaks down into a flood as vast and absolute as the flood in which all life originated. As we leave the world of Orwell's novel dissolving into its own flux, we must turn back to our more tangible society, wherein the novel now receives so much perfunctory attention, and ask how Orwell's vision reflects on American life today. 1984 enables us to read with clarity not just itself, but the whole current moment in which it is so widely celebrated and distorted. Orwell was, of course, not thinking of this moment in America when he conceived and wrote his novel, nor would it make sense to demonstrate a crude equation of America with Oceania. Orwell wrote not as a prophet, but as an artist, rather than simply itemize the world of 1984 into those details that have come true and those that haven't. We must discover within this satire of enlightenment its oblique reflections on our own enlightened culture, whose continuities with Orwell's time and place demand our critical consideration. We can best begin this project of discovery by analyzing one explicit similarity between the novel's world and ours. In Oceania, as in America, the telescreens are always on, and everyone is always watching. The oceanic telescreens are not actually televisual. Writing in the late 40s, Orwell could not come to know TV's peculiar quality. He conceived the telescreen, understandably, as a simple combination of radio and cinema. Footnote 6. Horkheimer and Adorno also assumed that television would be such an amalgam, although their remarks on the emergent medium's potential suasiveness have proven more accurate than Orwell's conception. Since they expected the televisual hegemony to arise out of the medium's tendency toward total homogenization, and not out of that inflammatory capacity envisioned in 1984. See The Dialectic of Enlightenment, page 124. For a wholly celebratory discussion of the same televisual tendency, uneasily foretold by Horkheimer and Adorno, see Marshall McLuhan's remarks on TV and synesthesia in Understanding Media, New York, New American Library, 1964, pages 274 to 75. End of footnote. Its sounds and images therefore suggest these parent media, which, beginning at mid-century, turned out to be alike in their capacity to drum up violent feeling. The telescreen's voices are abrasive and hysterical, like the mob whose regulated violence they catalyze. And the telescreen's images are also explicitly suasive, arousing primitive reactions, paradoxically, through sophisticated cinematic techniques. Ingenious tricks of Eisensteinian montage enable the telescreens to inspire extreme reactions, whether foaming hatred of this year's foe or cringing reverence for Big Brother, reactions that are fundamentally the same. Television, on the other hand, inspires no such wildness, but is as cool and dry as the oceanic telescreens are hot and bothered. Its flat, neutralizing vision automatically strains out those ineffable qualities wherein we recognize each other's power, nor can it, like film, reinvest its figures with such density, but must reduce all of its objects to the same mundane level. In order to overcome the muting effect of TV's essential grayness, the managers of all televisual spectacle try automatically to intensify each broadcast moment through the few sensational techniques available: extreme close-ups, marvelously heightened colors, dizzying graphics, high-pitched voices trilling choral harmonies, insistent bursts of domesticated rock and roll, and the incessant, meaningless montage that includes all things, events, and persons. And yet these compensations for the medium's basic coolness merely reinforce its distancing effect. Repeatedly subjected to TV's small jolts, we become incapable of outright shock or intense arousal, lapsing into a constant, dull anxiety wherein we can hardly sense the difference between a famine and a case of body odor. The televisual montage bolsters our inability to differentiate, its spectacle of endless metamorphosis merely making all images seem as insignificant as any single image seen for hours. Because of these formal properties, TV is casually inimical to all charisma, and therefore seems an inappropriate device for any program like The Inner Parties. Televised, the enormous face of Big Brother would immediately lose its aura of mysterious calm, and so those omnipresent features would appear about as menacing as Michael Jackson's. On TV, furthermore, the maniacal intensities of actual party members would also lose their sinister allure, not by being cancelled out, but by coming off as overheated, alien, and silly. At those moments when his face takes on a mad gleam of enthusiasm, even O'Brien would seem to have been bypassed and therefore exterminated by TV. Thus TV would seem to be an essentially iconoclastic medium, and yet it is this inherent subversiveness toward any visible authority, that has enabled TV to establish its own total rule, for it is all individuality that TV annihilates, either by not conveying it or by making it look ludicrous. Today's TV would therefore have suited the party's ultimate objective perfectly. As TV would neutralize Big Brother's face and O'Brien's transports, so would it undercut the earnest idealism of Winston Smith, dismissing his indignant arguments about the spirit of man by concentrating coolly on his jailbird's face, just as O'Brien does. With its clinical or inquisitorial vision, TV appears to penetrate all masks, to expose all alibis, thereby seeming to turn the whole world into a comic spectacle of unsuccessful lying, pompous posturing, and neurotic defensiveness, behaviors that appear to be seen through the moment they are represented. It is from this apparent penetration that TV's documentary programs derive the ostensible incisiveness that makes them so engrossing: 60 Minutes, The People's Court, Real People, and so on. And it is the need to withstand TV's derisive penetration that has dictated the peculiar self-protective mien of all seasoned televisual performers, whether they play love scenes, read the news, or seem to run the country. The muted affability and thoroughgoing smoothness that make these entertainers seem acceptable on TV also serve as a defense against its searching eye. Yet by thus attempting to avoid subversion, these figures, finely interchangeable as well as evanescent, merely subvert themselves, giving up that individuality which TV would otherwise discredit. Within the borders of its spectacle, TV continues automatically that process of enlightenment which the party hastens consciously, the erasure of all lingering subjectivity. Whereas the oceanic telescreens are the mere means used by the ironists in power, our telescreens are themselves ironic, and therefore make those powerful ironists unnecessary. For it is not only on TV that TV thus proceeds to cancel selves, it also wields its nullifying influence out in the wide world of its impressionable viewers. Television's formal erasure of distinctness complements, or perhaps has actually fostered, a derisive personal style that inhibits all personality, a knowingness that now pervades all TV genres, and the culture which those genres have homogenized. The corrosive irony emanating from the oceanic elite has been universalized by television, whose characters, both real and fictional, relentlessly inflicted on each other and themselves, defining a negative ideal of hip inertia, which no living human being is able to approach too closely. For example, in situation comedies, or sitcoms, TV's definitive creation, the comedy almost always consists of a weak, compulsive jeering that immediately wipes out any divergence from the indefinite collective standard. The characters vie at self-containment, reacting to every simulation of intensity, every bright idea, every mechanical enthusiasm with the same deflating look of jaded incredulity. In such an atmosphere, those already closest to the ground run the least risk of being felled by the general ridicule, and so those characters most adept at enforcing the proper emptiness are also the puniest and most passive. Blasé menials, blasé wives and girlfriends, and especially blasé children, who, like Parsons' daughter, prove their own orthodoxy by subverting their subverted parents. Nearly all of TV's characters, on sitcoms and in dramas, on talk shows and children's programs, participate in this reflexive sneering, and such contemptuous passivity reflects directly on the viewer who watches it with precisely the same attitude. TV seems to flatter the inert skepticism of its own audience, assuring them that they can do no better than to stay right where they are, rolling their eyes in feeble disbelief. And yet such apparent flattery of our viewpoint is in fact a recurrent warning not to rise above this slack, derisive gaping. At first it seems that it is only those eccentric others whom TV belittles. Each time some deadpan tot on a sitcom responds to his frantic mum with a disgusted sigh, or whenever the polished anchorman punctuates his footage of extremists with a look that speaks his well-groomed disapproval, or each time Johnny Carson comments on some unusual behavior with a wry sidelong glance into our living rooms, we are being flattered with a gesture of inclusion, the wink that tells us we are in the know. And yet we are the ones belittled by each subtle televisual gaze, which offers not a welcome, but an ultimatum, that we had better see the joke or else turn into it. If we see the joke, however, we are nothing, like those oceanic viewers shouting with laughter at the sight of their own devastation. All televisual smirking is based on and reinforces the assumption that we who smirk together are enlightened past the point of nullity, having evolved far beyond whatever datedness we might be jeering, whether the fanatic's ardor, the prude's inhibitions, the hick's unfashionable pants, or the snob's obsession with prestige. Thus TV's relentless comedy at first seems utterly progressive, if largely idiotic, since its butts are always the most reactionary of its characters, militarists, bigots, sexists, martinets. However, it is not to champion our freedom that TV makes fun of these ostensible oppressors. On the contrary, through its derision, TV promotes only itself, disvaluing not injustice or intolerance, but the impulse to resist TV. Despite the butt's broad illiberality, which makes him appear ridiculous in TV's eyes, is not his anti-democratic bias, but his vestigial individuality, his persistence as a self sturdy and autonomous enough to sense that there is something missing from the televisual world, and to hunger for it, although ostracized for this desire by the sarcastic mob that watches and surrounds him. Like Winston Smith, the butt yearns for and exemplifies the past that brought about the present, and which the present now discredits through obsessive mockery. Whether arrogantly giving orders, compulsively tidying up, or longing for the good old days when men were men, the butt reenacts the type of personality, marked by rigidity and self-denial, that at first facilitated the extension of high capitalism, but that soon threatened to impede its further growth. And it is just such endless growth that is the real point and object of TV's comedy, which puts down those hard selves in order to exalt the nothingness that laughs at them. Whereas the butt, enabled by his discreet selfhood, pursues desires that TV cannot gratify, we are induced by the sight of his continual humiliation to become as porous, cool, and acquiescent as he is solid, tense, and dissident, so that we might want nothing other than what TV sells us. This is what it means to see the joke. The viewer's enlightened laughter of those uptight others is finally the expression of his own oceanic disillusion, as within his distracted consciousness there reverberates TV's sole imperative, which once obeyed makes the self seem a mere comical encumbrance, the imperative of total consumption. Guided by its images even while he thinks that he sees through them, the TV viewer learns only to consume. That inert, ironic watchfulness which TV reinforces in its audience is itself conducive to consumption. As we watch, struggling inwardly to avoid resembling anyone who might stand out as pre- or non- or anti-televisual, we are already trying to live up or down to the same standard of acceptability that TV's ads and shows define collectively, the standard that requires the desperate use of all those goods and services that TV proffers, including breath mints, mouthwash, dandruff shampoos, hair conditioners, blow-dryers, hair removers, eye drops, deodorant soaps and sticks and sprays, hair dyes, skin creams, lip balms, diet colas, diet plans, low-cal frozen dinners, bathroom bowl cleaners, floor wax, car wax, furniture polish, fabric softeners, room deodorizers, and more and more. Out of this flood of commodities it is promised we will each arise as sleek, quick, compact, and efficient as a brand-new Toyota. And in our effort at such self-renewal, moreover, we are enjoined not just to sweeten every orifice and burnish every surface, but to evacuate our psyches. While selling its explicit products, TV also advertises, incidentally, an ideal of emotional self-management, which dictates that we purge ourselves of all bad feelings through continual confession, and by affecting the same stilted geniality evinced by most of TV's characters, the butts excluded. The unconscious must never be allowed to interfere with productivity, and so the viewer is warned repeatedly to atone for his every psychic eruption, like Parsons after his arrest for talking treason in his sleep. "Thought crime is a dreadful thing, old man," he said sententiously. "It's insidious. There I was working away, trying to do my bit. Never knew I had any bad stuff in my mind at all." Thus, even as its programs push the jargon of honesty and tolerance, forever counseling you to be yourself, TV shames you ruthlessly for every symptom of residual mortality, urging you to turn yourself into a standard object wholly inoffensive, useful, and adulterated, a product of and for all other products. However, this transformation is impossible. There is no such purity available to human beings, whose bodies will sweat and whose instincts will rage, however expertly we work to shut them off. Even Winston Smith, as broken as he is at the conclusion, is still impelled by his desires, which the party could not extinguish after all, since it depends on their distorted energy. For all its chilling finality, in other words, the novel's closing sentence is merely another of the party's lies. What O'Brien cannot achieve through torture, we cannot attain through our campaigns of self-maintenance, no matter how many miles we jog or how devotedly, if skeptically, we watch TV. Like the party, whose unstated rules no person can follow rigidly enough, TV demands that its extruded viewers struggle to embody an ideal too cool and imprecise for human emulation. And like Winston Smith, we are the victims of enlightenment in its late phase, although it is the logic of consumption, not the deliberate machinations of some cabal, that has impoverished our world in the name of its enrichment. As the creatures of this logic, we have become our own overseers. While Winston Smith is forced to watch himself in literal self-defense, trying to keep his individuality a hard-won secret, we have been forced to watch ourselves lest we develop selves too hard and secretive for the open market. In America there is no need for an objective apparatus of surveillance, which is not to say that none exists, because, guided by TV, we watch ourselves as if already televised, checking ourselves both inwardly and outwardly for any sign of untidiness or gloom, moment by moment as guarded and self-conscious as Winston Smith under the scrutiny of the thought police. The smallest thing could give you away, a nervous tic, an unconscious look of anxiety, a habit of muttering to yourself, anything that carried with it the suggestion of abnormality, of having something to hide. Although this description refers to the objective peril of life in Oceania, it also captures the anxiety of life under the scrutiny of television. Of course, all televisual performers must abide by this same grim advice or end up cancelled, but TV's nervous viewers also feel themselves thus watched, fearing the same absolute exclusion if they should ever show some sign of resisting the tremendous pressure. Footnote 7. Cameras and recording machines not only transcribe experience, but alter its quality, giving to much of modern life the character of an enormous echo chamber, a hall of mirrors. Life presents itself as a succession of images or electronic signals, of impressions recorded and reproduced by means of photography, motion pictures, television, and sophisticated recording devices. Modern life is so thoroughly mediated by electronic images that we cannot help responding to others as if their actions, and our own, were being recorded and simultaneously transmitted to an unseen audience or stored up for close scrutiny at some later time. Christopher Lash, The Culture of Narcissism, New York, Norton, 1978, page 47. End of footnote. Television further intensifies our apprehension that we are being watched by continually assuring us that it already understands our innermost fears, our private problems, and that it even knows enough about our most intimate moments to reproduce them for us. The joy of birth is brought to us by Citicorp. The tender concern of one friend for another is presented by AT&T. The pleasures of the hearth are depicted for us by McDonald's. And on any talk show or newscast there might suddenly appear the competent psychologist who will deftly translate any widespread discontent into his own antiseptic terms, thereby representing it as something well known to him and therefore harmless. As we watch TV, we come to imagine what Winston Smith eventually discovers. There was no physical act, no word spoken aloud that they had not noticed, no train of thought that they had not been able to infer. Television is not the cause of our habitual self-scrutiny, however, but has only set the standard for it, a relationship with a complicated history. It is through our efforts to maintain ourselves as the objects of our anxious self-spectatorship that we consummate the process of American enlightenment, whose project throughout this century has been the complete and permanent reduction of our populace into the collective instrument of absolute production. This project has arisen not through corporate conspiracy, but as the logical fulfillment, openly and even optimistically pursued, of the imperative of unlimited economic growth. Thus compelled, the enlightened captains of production have employed the principles, and often the exponents, of modern social science, in order to create a perfect workforce whose members, whether laboring on products or consuming them, would function inexhaustibly and on command, like well-tuned robots. As the material for this ideal, Americans have been closely watched for decades, in the factory, then in the office, by efficiency experts and industrial psychologists, in the supermarkets, then throughout the shopping malls, by motivational researchers no less cunningly than by the store detectives, in the schools, and then at home, and then in bed, by an immense, diverse, yet ultimately unified bureaucracy of social workers, education specialists, and mental health professionals of every kind. The psychic and social mutations necessarily induced by this multiform intrusion have accomplished what its first engineers had hoped for, but in a form and at a cost which they could never have foreseen. Americans, restless, disconnected, and insatiable, are mere consumers, having by now internalized the diffuse apparatus of surveillance built all around them, while still depending heavily on its external forms, TV, psychologistic counseling, self-help manuals, the human potential regimens, and other self-perpetuating therapies administered to keep us on the job. And so the project of industrial enlightenment has only forced us back toward the same helpless natural state that enlightenment had once meant to abolish. Both in America and in Oceania, the telescreens infantilize their captive audience. In 1984 and in 1984, the world has been made too bright and cold by the same system that forever promises the protective warmth of mother love, leaving each viewer yearning to have his growing needs fulfilled by the very force that aggravates them. So it is, first of all, with Orwell's famished hero, the figure who had slipped quickly into Victory Mansions, his chin nuzzled into his breast, had tried unknowingly to transcend the oceanic violence by mothering himself, but then ends up so broken by that violence that he adopts its symbol as his mother. "Oh, cruel, needless misunderstanding," he exults inwardly before the image of Big Brother's face. "Oh, stubborn, self-willed exile from the loving breast." And as it is with Winston Smith and his perverted ardor, so it is with every vaguely hungry TV viewer, who longs to be included by the medium that has excluded everyone, and who expects its products to fulfill him in a way that they have made impossible. What is most disconcerting, then, about the ending of 1984 is not that Winston Smith has now been made entirely unlike us. In too many ways, the ex-hero of this brilliant, dismal book anticipates those TV viewers who are incapable of reading it. In these days, he could never fix his mind on any one subject for more than a few moments at a time. At this moment, Winston Smith is, for the first time in his life, not under surveillance. The motto, "Big Brother is watching you," is now untrue as a threat, as it has always been untrue as an assurance. And the reason why he is no longer watched is that the oceanic gaze need no longer see through Winston Smith, because he is no longer Winston Smith, but a swirl of gritty dust, as primitive and transparent as the party. As this Smith slumps in the empty chestnut tree, credulously gaping, his ruined mind expertly jolted by the telescreen's managers, he signifies the terminal fulfillment of O'Brien's master plan, which expresses the intentions not only of Orwell's fictitious party, but of the corporate entity that through TV contains our consciousness today. We shall squeeze you empty, and then we shall fill you with ourselves. The party has now done for Winston Smith what all our advertisers want to do for us, and with our general approval, answer all material needs in exchange for the self that might try to gratify them independently, and that might have other subtler needs as well. As a consumer, in other words, Orwell's ex-hero really has it made. There was no need to give orders to the waiters in the chestnut tree. They knew his habits. Furthermore, he always had plenty of money nowadays. In short, the party has paid him for his erasure with the assurance, "We do it all for you." And so this grotesque before and after narrative ends satirically, as all ads end in earnest, with the object's blithe endorsement of the very product that has helped to keep him miserable. But it was all right, everything was all right, the struggle was finished. He had won the victory over himself. He loved Big Brother. It is a horrifying moment, but if we do no more than wince and then forget about it, we ignore our own involvement in the horror, and thus complacently betray the hope that once inspired this vision. Surely Orwell would have us face the facts. Like Winston Smith and like O'Brien and the others, we have been estranged from our desire by enlightenment, which finally reduces all of its proponents to the blind spectators of their own annihilation. Unlike that oceanic audience, however, the TV viewer does not gaze up at the screen with angry scorn or piety, but, perfectly enlightened, looks down on its images with a nervous sneer which cannot threaten them, and which only keeps the viewer himself from standing up. As you watch, there is no Big Brother out there watching you, not because there isn't a Big Brother, but because Big Brother is you watching. Nominated by the Georgia Review. Child's Grave, Hale County, Alabama, by Jim Zimmerman. From Kansas Quarterly. Someone drove a 2x4 through the heart of this hard land that even in a good year will notch a plough blade worthless, snap the head off a shovel, or bow a stubborn back. He'd have had to steal the wood from a local mill, or steal by starlight across his landlord's farm to worry a fence post out of its well and lug it the 3 miles home. He'd have had to leave his wife asleep on a corn-shuck mat, leave his broken brogans by the stove, to slip outside quiet as sin with the child bundled in a burlap sack. What a thing to have to do on a cold night in December 1936, alone, but for a raspy wind and the red, rock-ridden dirt things come down to in the end. Whoever it was pounded this shabby half-cross into the ground must have toiled all night to root it so, 5 feet buried with the child for the foot of it that shows. And as there are no words carved here, it's likely that the man was illiterate or addled with fatigue, or wrenched simple-minded by the one simple fact. Or else the unscored lumber driven deep into the land, and the hump of busted rock spoke too plainly of his grief. 40 years laid by, and still there are no words for this. Nominated by the Kansas Quarterly. A Librarian of Alexandria, by Barry Goldenson. From Salmagundi. She has the manuscripts of Sappho in her hand, the personal body not a scribe's work, but shining with her mark, Sappho's actual. She seals this papyrus in its own urn. This is before Actium. She knows the line of fire of the Roman mind, learned in her body's long analysis. Homer's 2 books, Moses' 5, their own hand blotted and corrected, Aeschylus and Sophocles, not one play lost, and more Euripides on the stupidity of gods, and many voices wholly lost to us, whom the grammarians did not quote, nor the invaders preserve as mementos of the Greek defeat. She has buried them deep in her own earth, the Psalms for preservation and Solomon's song, She sways above them. The books of the soul are dreaming underground at their true depth, waiting to be found. She has worked long at this, will defy fire, time as fire, the fire in the mind, using an Egyptian art. She has saved all of Heraclitus to mock him, Aristophanes to make us sane, of Archilochus the whole warm body. In her white dress she is the one steady light in the abandoned mine among the smoking lamps. She preserves last those that bear the real taste to the mouth of love of tragedy, kneels as she buries them. With her face lowered in the golden tent of hair that brushes the floor in a circle around her, she smells her own spiced oils. That aromatic body knows how the satyr plays. All the satyr plays. Nominated by Salma Gundy. The Consolation of Touch by Bin Ramke. From the Georgia Review. The sun in his blindness feels the way up this wall, warming each brick by turns, touching with lightness like my uncle's fingers proofing his braille. The sun in his blindness darkens half a world at a time, turns from the common fear oblivious like my uncle at home, unafraid of the dark, but afraid of a door ajar, of a chair out of place. The sun in his blindness warms the thin-skinned cheek of my uncle asleep on the lawn, last of his brothers alive, but first to lose the light, to be brother in blindness to the touching sun, the creeping wash of senseless light. Nominated by Stanley Lindbergh. The Hector Quesadilla Story. Fiction by T. Corieson Boyle. From the Paris Review. He was no Jolton Joe, no Sultan of Swat, no Iron Man. For one thing, his feet hurt, and God knows no legendary immortal ever suffered so prosaic a complaint. He had shin splints, too, and corns, and ingrown toenails, and hemorrhoids. Demons drove burning spikes into his tailbone each time he bent to loosen his shoelaces. His limbs were skewed so awkwardly his elbows and knees might have been transposed, and the once proud knot of his frijole-fed belly had fallen like an avalanche. Worse, he was old. Old, the grey beard hobbling down the rough-hewn steps of the Senate building, the ancient mariner chewing on his whiskers and stumbling in his socks. Though they listed his birth date as 1942 in the program, there were those who knew better. It was way back in '54, during his rookie year for San Buitre, that he had taken Ascension to the altar, and even in those distant days, even in Mexico, 12-year-olds didn't marry. When he was younger, really young, 19, 20, tearing up the Mexican League like a saint of the stick, his ears were so sensitive he could hear the soft, rasping friction of the pitcher's fingers as he massaged the ball and dug in for a slider, fastball, or change-up. Now he could barely hear the umpire bawling the count in his ear. And his legs, how they ached, how they groaned and creaked and chattered, how they'd gone to fat. He ate too much, that was the problem. Ate prodigiously, ate mightily, ate as if there were a hidden thing inside him, a creature all of jaws with an infinite trailing ribbon of gut. Huevos con chorizo with beans, tortillas, camarones in red sauce, and a 12-ounce steak for breakfast, the chicken in mole to steady him before afternoon games, a sea of beer to wash away the tension of the game and prepare his digestive machinery for the flaming machaca and pepper salad Ascension prepared for him in the blessed evenings of the homestand. 5'7", 189 3/4 pounds. Hector Hernan Jesus y Maria Quesadilla. Little Cheese, they called him. Cheese, cheese, cheeses, went up the cry as he stepped in to pinch hit in some late-inning crisis. Cheese, cheese, cheeses, building to a roar until Chavez Ravine resounded as if with the holy name of the Savior himself when he stroked one of the clean line-drive singles that were his signature, or laid down a bunt that stuck like a finger in jelly. When he fanned, when the bat went loose in the fat brown hands and he went down on one knee for support, they hissed and called him Viejo. One more season, he tells himself, though he hasn't played regularly for nearly 10 years, and can barely trot to first after drawing a walk. One more. He tells Ascension, too, one more, as they sit in the gleaming kitchen of their house in Boyle Heights, he with his carta blanca, she with her mortar and pestle for grinding the golden petrified kernels of maize into flour for the tortillas he eats like peanuts. "Una mas," she mocks. "What do you want, the Hall of Fame? Hang up your spikes, Hector." He stares off into space, his mother's Indian features flattening his own as if the legend were true, as if she really had taken a spatula to him in the cradle, and then, dropping his thick lids as he takes a long, slow swallow from the neck of the bottle, he says, "Just the other day, driving home from the park, I saw a car on the freeway, a Mercedes with only 2 seats, a girl in it, her hair out back like a cloud. And you know what the license plate said?" His eyes are open now, black as pitted olives. "Do you?" She doesn't. "Cheese," he says. "It said cheese." Then she reminds him that Hector Jr. will be 29 next month, and that Reina has 4 children of her own and another on the way. "You're a grandfather, Hector. Almost a great-grandfather if your son ever settled down." A moment slides by, filled with the light of the sad waning sun, and the harsh Yucatano dialect of the radio announcer. "Hombres on first and third one down. Abuelo," she hisses, grinding stone against stone until it makes his teeth ache. "Hang up your spikes, Abuelo." But he doesn't. He can't. He won't. He's no grandpa with hair the color of cigarette stains and a blanket over his knees. He's no toothless old gasser sunning himself in the park. He's a big leaguer, proud wearer of the Dodger blue, wielder of stick and glove. How can he get old? The grass is always green, the light's always shining, no clocks or periods or halves or quarters, no punch in and punch out. This is the game that never ends. When the heavy hitters have fanned and the pitcher's arms gone sore, when there's no joy in Mudville, taxes are killing everybody and the Russians are raising hell in Guatemala, when the manager paces the dugout like an attack dog, mind racing, searching high and low for the canny veteran to go in and do single combat, there he'll be, always, always, eternal as a monument. Hector Quesadilla, utility infielder with the .296 lifetime batting average, and service with the Reds, Phils, Cubs, Royals, and L.A. Dodgers. So he waits, hangs on, trots his aching legs round the outfield grass before the game, touches his toes 10 agonizing times each morning, takes extra batting practice with the rookies and slumping millionaires, sits, watches, massages his feet, waits through the scourging road trips in the Midwest and along the East Coast, down to muggy Atlanta, across to stormy Wrigley and up to frigid Candlestick, his gut clenched round an indigestible cud of meatloaf and instant potatoes and wax beans, through the terrible night games with the alien lights in his eyes, waits at the end of the bench for a word from the manager, for a pat on the ass, a roar, a hiss, a chorus of cheers and catcalls, the marimba pulse of bat striking ball, and the sweet looping arc of the clean base hit. And then comes a day late in the season, the home boys battling for the pennant with the big stick Braves and the sneaking Jints, when he wakes from honeyed dreams in his own bed that's like an old friend with the sheets that smell of starch and soap and flowers, and feels the pain stripped from his body as if at the touch of a healer's fingertips. Usually he dreams nothing, the night a blank, an erasure, and opens his eyes on the agonies of the martyr strapped to a bed of nails. Then he limps to the toilet, makes a poor discolored water, rinses the dead taste from his mouth, and staggers to the kitchen table where food, only food, can revive in him the interest in drawing another breath. He butters tortillas and folds them into his mouth, spoons up egg and melted jack cheese and frijoles refritos with the green salsa, lashes into his steak as if it were cut from the thigh of Kerensky, the Atlanta relief ace, who twice that season caught him looking at a full-count fastball with men in scoring position. But not today. Today is different, a sainted day, a day on which sunshine sits in the windows like a gift of the Magi, and the chatter of the starlings in the crapped-over palms across the street is a thing that approaches the divine music of the spheres. What can it be? In the kitchen it hits him. Pozole in a pot on the stove, carnitas in the saucepan, the table spread with sweet cakes, buñuelos, and the little marzipan dulces he could kill for. Feliz cumpleaños, Asuncion pipes as he steps through the doorway. Her face is lit with the smile of her mother's mother, the line of gift-givers descendant of the happy conquistadors and joyous Aztecs. A kiss, a dulce, and then a knock at the door, and Raina, fat with life, throwing her arms around him while her children gobble up the table, the room, their grandfather, with eyes that swallow their faces. "Happy birthday, Daddy," Raina says, and Franklin, her youngest, is handing him the gift. And Hector Jr.? But he doesn't have to fret about Hector Jr., his firstborn, the boy with these same great sad eyes who'd sat in the dugout in his Reds uniform when they lived in Cincy, and worshipped the pudgy icon of his father until the parish priest had to straighten him out on his hagiography. Hector Jr., who studies English at USC, and day and night writes his thesis on a poet his father has never heard of, because here he is walking in the front door with his mother's smile and a store-wrapped gift. A book, of course. Then Raina's children line up to kiss the abuelo. They'll be sitting in the box seats this afternoon. And suddenly he knows so much. He will play today, he will hit, oh yes, can there be a doubt? He sees it already. Kerensky, the son of a whore, extra innings, Kerner of Manfredonia or Brooksy on third. The ball like an orange, a mango, a muskmelon, the clean swipe of the bat, the delirium of the crowd, and the gimpy abuelo, a big leaguer still, doffing his cap and taking a tour of the bases in a stately trot. Sultan for a day. Could things ever be so simple? In the bottom of the ninth, with the score tied at 5 and Raina's kids full of Coke, hot dogs, peanuts, and ice cream and getting restless, with Asuncion clutching her rosary as if she were drowning and Hector Jr.'s nose stuck in some book, Dupuy taps him to hit for the pitcher with 2 down and fast Freddie Phelan on second. The 8th man in the lineup, Spider Martinez from Muchas Vacas, DR, has just whiffed on 3 straight pitches, and Corcoran, the Braves' left-handed relief man, is all of a sudden pouring it on. Throughout the stadium a hush has fallen over the crowd, the torpor of supper time, the game poised at apogee. Shadows are lengthening in the outfield, swallows flitting across the face of the scoreboard. Here a fan drops into his beer, there a big mama gathers up her purse, her knitting, her shopping bags and parasol, and thinks of dinner. Hector sees it all. This is the moment of catharsis, the moment to take it out. As Martinez slumps toward the dugout, Dupuy, a laconic, embittered man who keeps his suffering inside and drinks Gelusil like water, takes hold of Hector's arm. His eyes are red-rimmed and paunchy, doleful as a basset-hound's. "Bring the runner in, champ," he rasps. First pitch, fake a bunt, then hit away. "Watch Booger at third." "Uh-huh," Hector mumbles, snapping his gum. Then he slides his bat from the rack. White ash, tape-wrapped grip. Personally blessed by the Archbishop of Guadalajara and his 27 acolytes, and starts for the dugout steps, knowing the course of the next 3 minutes as surely as his blood knows the course of his veins. The familiar cry will go up, "Cheese, cheese, cheeses!" And he'll amble up to the batter's box, knocking imaginary dirt from his spikes, adjusting the straps of his golf gloves, tugging at his underwear, and fiddling with his batting helmet. His face will be impenetrable. Corcoran will work the ball in his glove, maybe tip back his cap for a little hair grease, and then give him a look of psychopathic hatred. Hector has seen it before. Me against you, my record, my career, my house, my family, my life, my mutual funds, and beer distributorship against yours. He's been hit in the elbow, the knee, the groin, the head. Nothing phases him, nothing. murmuring a prayer to Santa Griselda, patroness of the sun-blasted Sonoran village where he was born, like a heat blister on his mother's womb, Hector Hernan Jesus y Maria Quesadilla will step into the batter's box, ready for anything. But it's a game of infinite surprises. Before Hector can set foot on the playing field, Corcoran suddenly doubles up in pain. Phelan goes slack at second, and the catcher and shortstop are hustling out to the mound, tailed an instant later by trainer and pitching coach. First thing Hector thinks is a groin pull, then appendicitis, and finally, as Corcoran goes down on one knee, poison. He'd once seen a man shot in the gut at Obregon City, but the report had been loud as a thunderclap, and he hears nothing now but the enveloping hum of the crowd. Corcoran is rising shakily, the trainer and pitching coach supporting him, while the catcher kicks meditatively in the dirt. And now Mueller, the Atlanta cabeza, is striding big-bellied out of the dugout, head down as if to be sure his feet are following orders. Halfway to the mound, Mueller flicks his right hand across his ear, quick as a horse flicking its tail, and it's all she wrote for Corcoran. Poised on the dugout steps like a bird dog, Hector waits, his eyes riveted on the bullpen. "Please," he whispers, praying for the intercession of the Niño and pledging 100 votary candles, at least, can it be? Yes, milk of my mother, yes. Kerensky himself strutting out onto the field like a fighting cock. Kerensky! "Come to the birthday boy, Kerensky," he murmurs, so certain he's going to put it in the stands he could point like the immeasurable Bambino. His tired old legs shuffle with impatience as Kerensky stalks across the field. And then he's turning to pick Asuncion out of the crowd. She's on her feet now, Raina too. The kids come alive beside her. And Hector Jr., the book forgotten, his face transfigured with the look of rapture he used to get when he was a boy sitting on the steps of the dugout. Hector can't help himself. He grins and gives them the thumbs-up sign. Then, as Kerensky fires his warm-up smoke, the loudspeaker crackles, and Hector emerges from the shadow of the dugout into the tapering golden shafts of the late afternoon sun. "That pitch, I want that one," he mutters, carrying his bat like a javelin and shooting a glare at Kerensky. But something's wrong here. The announcer's got it screwed up. "Batting for Raritan, number 39, Dave Toole." What the? And now somebody's tugging at his sleeve, and he's turning to gape with incomprehension at the freckle-faced bat boy, Dave Toole, striding out of the dugout with his big 42-ounce stick, Dupuy's face locked up like a vault, and the crowd on its feet, chanting, "Toole, Toole, Toole." For a moment he just stands there, frozen with disbelief. Then Toole is brushing by him, and the idiot of a bat boy is leading him toward the dugout as he were an old blind fisherman poised on the edge of the dock. He feels as if his legs have been cut from under him. "Toole!" Dupuy is yanking him for Toole. For what? So he can play the lefty-righty percentages like some chess head or something. Toole, of all people. Toole with his 35 home runs a season and lifetime BA of 234. Toole, who's worn so many uniforms they had to expand the league to make room for him. What's he going to do? Raging, Hector flings down his bat and comes at Dupuy like a cat tossed in a bag. "You crazy, you jerk," he sputters. "I would have hit him. I would have won the game. I dreamed it." And then, his voice breaking, "It's my birthday, for Christ's sake." But Dupuy can't answer him, because on the first pitch, Toole slams a real worm-burner to short, and the game is going into extra innings. By 7 o'clock, half the fans have given up and gone home. In the top of the 14th, when the visitors came up with a pair of runs on a 2-out pinch-hit home run, there was a real exodus, but then the Dodgers struck back for 2 to knot it up again. Then it was 3 up and 3 down, regular as clockwork. Now, at the end of the 19th, with the score deadlocked at 7-all and the players dragging themselves around the field like gut-shot horses, Hector is beginning to think he may get a second chance after all. especially the way Dupuy's been using up players like some crazy general on the Western Front, yanking pitchers, juggling his defense, throwing in pinch runners and pinch hitters until he's just about gone through the entire roster. Asuncion is still there among the faithful, the foolish, and the self-deluded, fumbling with her rosary and mouthing prayers for Jesus Christ our Lord, the Madonna, Hector, the home team, and her departed mother in that order. Reina, too, looking like the survivor of some disaster, Franklin and Alfredo asleep in their seats, the Niñitas gone off somewhere, for coke and dogs, maybe. And Hector Jr. looks like he's going to stick it out, too, though he should be back in his closet writing about the mystical so-and-so and the way he illustrates his poems with gods and men and serpents. Watching him, Hector can feel his heart turn over. In the bottom of the 20th, with one down and Gilly on first, he's a starting pitcher, but Dupuy sent him in to run for Manfredonia after Manfredonia jammed his ankle like a turkey and had to be helped off the field. Hector pushes himself up from the bench and ambles down to where Dupuy sits in the corner, contemplatively spitting a gout of tobacco juice and saliva into the drain at his feet. "Let me hit, Bernard. Come on," Hector says, easing down beside him. "Can't," comes the reply, and Dupuy never even raises his head. "Can't risk it, champ. Look around you." And here the manager's voice quavers with uncertainty, with fear and despair and the dull edge of hopelessness. "I got nobody left." "I hit you. I got to play you." No, you don't understand. I'm going to win it, I swear." And then the two of them, like old bankrupts on a bench in Miami Beach, look up to watch Phelan hit into a double play. A buzz runs through the crowd when the Dodgers take the field for the top of the 22nd. Though Phelan is limping, Thorkelson's asleep on his feet, and Dorfman, fresh on the mound, is the only pitcher left on the roster. The moment is electric. One more inning, and they tie the record set by the Mets and Giants back in '64, and then they're making history. Drunk, sober, and then drunk again, saturated with fats and nitrates and sugar, the crowd begins to come to life. "Go Dodgers! Eat shit! Yo mama! Phelan's a bum!" Hector can feel it too. The rage and frustration that had consumed him back in the 9th are gone, replaced by a dawning sense of wonder. He could have won it then, yes, and against his nemesis Kerensky, too. But the Niño and Santa Griselda have been saving him for something greater. He sees it now, knows it in his bones. He's going to be the hero of the longest game in history. As if to bear him out, Dorfman, the kid from Albuquerque, puts in a good inning, cutting the bushed Braves down in order. In the dugout, Doc Pusser, the team physician, is handing out the little green pills that keep your eyes open, and Dupuy is blowing into a cup of coffee and staring morosely out at the playing field. Hector watches as Toole, who'd stayed in the game at first base, fans on 3 straight pitches. Then he shoves in beside Dorfman and tells the kids he's looking good out there. With his big Cornhusker's ears and nose like a tweezer, Dorfman could be a caricature of the green rookie. He says nothing. "Hey, don't let it get to you, kid. I'm going to win this one for you. Next inning, or maybe the inning after." Then he tells him how he saw it in a vision and how it's his birthday and the kid's going to get the victory, one of the biggest of all time, 24 or 25 innings, maybe. Hector had heard of a game once in the Mexican League that took 3 days to play and went 73 innings. Did Dorfman know that? It was down in Culiacan. Chito Marti, the converted bullfighter, had finally ended it by dropping down dead of exhaustion in center field, allowing Sexto Silvestro, who'd broken his leg rounding third, to crawl home with the winning run. But Hector doesn't think this game will go that long. Dorfman sighs and extracts a bit of wax from his ear as Pantaleo, the third-string catcher, hits back to the pitcher to end the inning. "I hope not," he says, uncoiling himself from the bench. "My arm'd fall off." 10 o'clock comes and goes. Dorfman still in there, throwing breaking stuff and a little smoke at the Braves, who look as if they just stepped out of Night of the Living Dead. The home team isn't doing much better. Dupuy's run through the whole team but for Hector, and 3 or 4 of the guys have been in there since 2 in the afternoon. The rest are a bunch of ginks and gimps who can barely stand up. Out in the stands, the fans look grim. The vendors ran out of beer an hour back. and they haven't had dogs or kraut or coke or anything since 8:30. In the bottom of the 27th, Phelan goes berserk in the dugout, and Dupuy has to pin him to the floor, while Doc Pusser shoves something up his nose to calm him. Next inning, the balls and strikes passes out cold, and Dorfman, who's beginning to look a little fagged, walks the first two batters, but manages to weasel his way out of the inning without giving up the go-ahead run. Meanwhile, Thorkelson has been dropping ice cubes down his trousers to keep awake. Martinez is smoking something suspicious in the can, and Ferenc Fortnoy, the third baseman, has begun talking to himself in a tortured Slovene dialect. For his part, Hector feels stronger and more alert as the game goes on. Though he hasn't had a bite since breakfast, he feels impervious to the pangs of hunger, as if he were preparing himself, mortifying his flesh like a saint in the desert. And then, in the top of the 31st, with half the fans asleep and the other half staring into nothingness like the inmates of the asylum of Our Lady of Guadalupe, where Hector had once visited his half-wit uncle when he was a boy, Pluto Morales cracks one down the first baseline, and Toole flubs it. Right away it looks like trouble, because Chester Bubo is running around right field looking up at the sky like a bird-watcher, while the ball snakes through the grass, caroms off his left foot, and coasts like silk to the edge of the warning track. Morales, meanwhile, is rounding second and coming on for third, running in slow motion, flat-footed and humpbacked, his face drained of color, arms flapping like the undersized wings of some big flightless bird. It's not even close. By the time Bubo can locate the ball, Morales is 10 feet from the plate, pitching into a face-first slide that's at least 3 parts collapse, and that's it. The Braves are up by 1. It looks black for the home team. But Dorfman, though his arm has begun to swell like a sausage, shows some grit, bears down and retires the side to end the historic top of the unprecedented 31st inning. Now, at long last, the hour has come. It'll be Bubo, Dorfman, and Toole for the Dodgers in their half of the inning, which means that Hector will hit for Dorfman. "I've been saving you, champ," Dupuy rasps, the empty Gelusil bottle clenched in his fist like a hand grenade. "Go on in there," he murmurs, and his voice fades away to nothing as Bubo pops the first pitch up in back of the plate. "Go on in there and do your stuff." Sucking in his gut, Hector strides out onto the brightly lit field like a 19-year-old, the familiar cry in his ears, the haggard fans on their feet, a sickle moon sketched in overhead as if in some cartoon strip featuring drunken husbands and the milkman. Asuncion looks as if she's been nailed to the cross. Reina wakes with a start and shakes the little ones into consciousness, and Hector Jr. staggers to his feet like a battered middleweight coming out for the 15th round. They're all watching him. The fans whose lives are like empty sacks, the wife who wants him home in front of the TV, his divorced daughter with the 4 kids and another on the way, his son, pride of his life, who reads for the doctor of philosophy while his crazy Padrecito puts on a pair of long stockings and chases around after a little white ball like a case of arrested development. He'll show them. He'll show them some cojones, some true grit and desire. The game's not over yet. On the mound for the Braves is Bo Brannerman, a big, mustachioed machine of a man, normally a starter, but pressed into desperate relief service tonight. A fine pitcher, Hector would be the first to admit it, but he just pitched 2 nights ago, and he's worn thin as wire. Hector steps up to the plate, feeling legendary. He glances over at Toole in the on-deck circle, and then down at Booger, the third base coach. All systems go. He cuts at the air twice, and then watches Brannerman rear back and release the ball. Strike 1. Hector smiles. Why rush things? Give them a thrill. He watches a low outside slider that just about bounces to even the count, and then stands there like a statue as Brannerman slices the corner of the plate for strike 2. From the stands, a chant of "Viejo, viejo!" and Asuncion's piercing soprano, "Hit him, Hector!" Hector has no worries. The moment eternal, replayed through games uncountable with pitchers who were over the hill when he was a rookie with San Whittier, with pups like Brannerman, with big leaguers and Hall of Famers. Here it comes, Hector, 92 miles per hour, the big gringo trying to throw it by you, the matchless wrists, the flawless swing, one terrific moment of suspended animation, and all of a sudden you're starring in your own movie. How does it go? The ball cutting through the night sky like a comet, arching high over the center fielder's hapless, scrambling form to slam off the wall while your legs churn up the base paths, rounding first in a gallop, taking second and heading for third. But wait, you spill hot coffee on your hand and you can't feel it. The demons apply the live wire to your tailbone. The legs give out and they cut you down at third while the stadium erupts in howls of execration and abuse, and the niñitos break down, faces flooded with tears of humiliation. Hector Jr. turning his back in disgust, and Asunción raging like harpy, "Abuelo! Abuelo! Abuelo!" Stunned, shrunken, humiliated, you stagger back to the dugout in a maelstrom of abuse, paper cups, flying spittle, your life a waste, the game a cheat, and then, crowning irony, that bum tool, worthless all the way back to the washerwoman grandmother and the drunken, muttering, whey-faced tribe that gave him suck, stands tall like a giant and sends the first pitch out of the park to tie it. Oh, the pain! Flat feet, fire in your legs, your poor tired old heart skipping a beat in mortification. And now Dupuy, red in the face, shouting, "The game could be over but for you, you crazy, gimpy old beaner washout! You want to hide in your locker, bury yourself under the shower-room floor, but you have to watch as the next two men reach base and you pray with fervor that they'll score and put an end to your debasement. But no, Thorkelson whiffs, and the new inning dawns as inevitably as the new minute, the new hour, the new day. Endless, implacable, world without end. But wait. Who's going to pitch? Dorfman's out. There's nobody left. The astonishing 32nd inning is marching across the scoreboard like an invading army, and suddenly Dupuy is standing over you. No, he's down on one knee, begging. Hector, he's saying, "Didn't you used to pitch down in Mexico when you were a kid? Didn't I hear that someplace?" "Yes, you're saying yes, but that was—" And then you're out on the mound, in command once again, elevated like some half-mad old king in a play, and throwing smoke. The first two batters go down on strikes, and the fans are rabid with excitement. Asunción will raise a shrine. Hector Jr. worships you more than all the poets that ever lived. But can it be? You walk the next three, and then give up the grand slam to little Tommy Oshimizi. Mother of God, will it never cease? But wait. Here comes the bottom of the 32nd, and Brannerman's wild. He walks a couple, gets a couple out. Somebody reaches on an infield single, and the bases are loaded for you, Hector Quesadilla, stepping up to the plate now like the Iron Man himself. The wind-up, the delivery, the ball hanging there like a piñata, like a birthday gift, and then the stick flashes in your hands like an archangel's sword, and the game goes on forever. Nominated by Sarah Vaughan. Agriculture. Fiction by William Kittredge. From Confluence Press. In this old beginning of the end, Streeter thinks about starting out in agriculture, and remembers coming home drunk from Winnemucca in the morning hours before daylight and finding a man named Andre Lehman sitting on the front steps and smoking a cigarette, his long chin and concave cheeks briefly illuminated when he touched the cigarette to his lips. It was June, and the barley crop was in the ground, and the alfalfa haying wouldn't start for another couple of weeks, a time of brief freedom which had led Streeter to a spate of drinking and running the back roads. This night had brought him miles from the tavern in Paradise Valley, without much memory of more than sagebrush, desert, flowing at the edges of his headlights, and he was surprised by the year-old Ford pickup with a caved-in tailgate which was parked by his front gate, and then by the glow of cigarette over there on the concrete steps to the house. "Takes you long enough?" the man said, and then he told Streeter about being a flyer and wanting the brush-spraying contract. "Been sitting here 6 hours, he said, "which must mean something." "Means you got more time than sense," Streeter said, almost at once hating the sourness of drink in himself which led to such talk. So he offered this Andre Lehman a hit from the pint of Old Crow he was packing, and asked him to wait until the next day for any serious talk, and stumbled into the house and into his bedroom, where his wife was sleeping with the 2 children in the bed, one on each side of her, and no room left for him. Streeter went back to the living room and slept about an hour and a half on the couch, then slipped out so his wife wouldn't hear him, and drove slowly to a circle of willows near the upper limits of his property, where the headgates were flowing with water out of the creek. The flyer, Andre Lehman, found him there just after noon, asleep and sweating in the sun, with his feet hanging out the windows on the driver's side of the pickup. He shook Streeter's foot. "Been hunting all over for you," he said, when Streeter had got himself awake and washed his face in the cold water come off the snow in the Warner Mountains. "Sorry," Streeter said, but this Andre Lehman had already gone limping off to his pickup. He came back with his own half-empty pint of Old Crow, and they sat together on the wooden frame of the headgate, resting in the sun and sipping whiskey and talking about the deal on the brush spraying. Like most of those old-time spray pilots, Lehman flew an ancient Stearman biplane, one of those rough-looking remnants of the 20s and 30s, with a massive, stub-nosed radial engine and a maze of struts and wires between the wings. Heavy-looking aircraft, with an open cockpit, where the pilots with their leather helmets and goggles looked like World War I flying aces, dropping their aircraft close to the earth in the stillness of an early morning and churning along over the cool, dewy croplands, leaving an undulating path of misty chemical spray while their wheels sometimes skimmed the leaves. Lehman claimed to have inherited his Stearman from his father, who caught a Baptist church steeple while spraying cotton in Arkansas. The old man had been crippled for life, and the Stearman mostly wrecked, but now it was rebuilt and ready for work. Lehman didn't say why he had brought it so far from Arkansas to Idaho. "I've been around this all my life," he said. "I can do you good work, close down as anybody. I was in Korea flying a little Piper, and they kicked me out." He shook his head over this bit of old history, as if the motives of some men and organizations were impossible to imagine. "I've been doing this ever since," he said. They finished the whiskey, and Streeter gave him the job. Lehman was new in the country and had nobody to vouch for him, but Streeter liked that hour or so in the sun, talking about foreign lands beyond the Pacific between little sips of whiskey, and that was reason enough. A week later, Lehman showed up with the old silver-painted Stearman and 2 boys to flag for him in the brush, one of them driving his Ford pickup with the crushed tailgate, and the other bringing his '59 flatbed International truck with a 500-gallon mix tank chained down on the back. It was all shipshape, 3 yellow 55-gallon drums of chemical in the back of the pickup, and the chain binder tied secure with heavy telephone company wire. It was early daybreak when Lehman buzzed the main house twice, and Streeter came floundering out of sleep and got himself down to the highway, wearing only house slippers on his feet and no socks. Lehman brought the Stearman soft onto the narrow, pitted asphalt, and taxied up to where Streeter stood and revved the radial engine to a crackling roar and shut it down and grinned. Dust from the prop wash settled out into the pretty morning, and the birds took up again, and the day was perfect, with smoke rising in an unwavering string from the crooked pipe over one of the tin-sided houses where 2 of Streeter's ranch-hand pensioners batched together. Lehman stood down off the wing of the Stearman and stretched like his back was aching, and rubbed his hands over his whisker stubble, then twanged one of the strut wires like he was tinkering with a stringed instrument. "She never lets me down," he said. "Not hard, anyways." He grinned at Streeter. And things went fine. Lehman was good at his work. Streeter sent a man with him to help out on the mix truck, pumping chemicals from the yellow concentrate drums to dilute with creek water in the big tank, and then over to the spray tanks on the Stearman. The contract was for spraying almost 4,000 acres of brush on land where the native grasses had been killed out by overgrazing. Given time, with the sage knocked down, the feed would come back. That was the theory. The work involved endless trips with the Stearman and had to be done in the absolute stillness of early morning so the spray would not drift. By the time a gusty little breeze came up just before noon of that first day, Lehman had already covered a little more than 400 acres, and he was staying down close, as a spray pilot should. and it was fine to watch in the clear light, the mist swirling out behind in the draught from the propeller, and turning through bright rainbows over the smoky green of the sage. With any sort of luck, the job wouldn't take more than 10 days, or 2 weeks at the most. Streeter asked Lehman to dinner that night, and Lehman showed up carrying another pint of whiskey, cleaned up and new-shaven, with his hair slicked down. "Gift," Lehman said, and he shoved the flat bottle into Streeter's hands. "This here is my wife," Streeter said. "Her name is Patty." Lehman nodded his head and looked like she was a surprise, and Streeter wondered how long since Lehman had eaten a meal in somebody's house, cooked by a wife. After they had finished the steaks and mashed potatoes and spinach and cauliflower under some yellow sauce, Streeter and Lehman sat around the living room while Patty stacked the dishes in the dishwasher, and Streeter began to wonder if he had made a mistake with this invitation. Lehman wouldn't talk. Streeter would say something about the work, and Lehman would nod his head, and then they would sit in silence another couple of minutes until Patty came in with a tray and 3 whiskey glasses of creme de menthe. "What's it like?" she asked, looking at Lehman once they were all settled and through the first sip. Patty was sitting across from them on a footstool, and all at once Streeter wished she would pull down her skirt. Her reddish hair was curled tight around her head that summer, and she was wearing a plain white blouse that was tight around her breasts, and Lehman was looking at her in a curious way as he turned the glass of creme de menthe in his hands. Finally he shook his head like he didn't understand. "Flying so close to the ground," Patty said. "I'd like to see what it was like." She scooted forward on the stool. "I mean, there must be a moment," she went on, "when you settle down to the field and it looks like it would come right up around you, and you've got to stop yourself from sinking. I've been trying to imagine it." "I guess you don't think much about it," Lehman said. "Seems like a swing," Patty said. "You go down, but you know you can never go so low. You can never really touch even when it seems like you will." "Never thought about it that way." Patty went on like she was excited, twisting on the stool and leaning forward with that glass held in both her hands, and pretty soon trying to talk Lehman into giving her a ride in the Stearman. Her skirt had worked higher, and Streeter was thinking he ought to break this up when Lehman said, "Tomorrow, when the breeze comes up." "You get out there," Lehman said, "and I'll give you a ride." Then he looked to Streeter to see if it was all right, and swallowed the last of his drink and stood up. "Sun comes early," he said, and then he was out the door and heading toward his pickup. Patty was in the kitchen washing the drink glasses when Streeter looked around from the doorway. After that they argued a little, and she made it up to him in bed like they hadn't done in months. She surprised Streeter that night like she would do every so often, and he lay awake when she was sleeping and knew it was a good thing she wanted to get out and do something. The breeze came early the next day, and by 11 o'clock Streeter had Patty up on the gravel roadway through the brush Lehman had been using as a landing strip. Lehman was pumping fuel into his aircraft from the barrels in the back of his pickup with an old hand-crank pump, and Patty was biting at her lower lip as she watched. Remembering that morning, Streeter would think he had never felt so good with Patty since they were married, children, as he boosted her onto the wing and held her hand to steady her as she climbed over into the cockpit. "Don't dump her out," Streeter shouted, and Lehman smiled. Patty was wearing a Levi's jacket of Streeter's, with the sleeves turned up a couple of rolls, and her hair was tied down with a silk bandana. As she waved over the sides of the open cockpit, Streeter thought she looked like some girl he might have dreamed about years before and could have known if they hadn't got married at 18. Dust blew and the engine roared, and Streeter stood back as the Stearman bounced along and then lifted from the gravel roadway, Streeter watching until they turned low over the rolling sand hills and dropped from sight against the sun. And he thought about Patty, frightened, and felt sorry for her because she would be angry with herself when this was over, and say she should have known better, and he couldn't blame her for wanting to try something. Streeter ducked his head in the wind, which was coming in gusts from the southwest, like it did sometimes in early summer, and sat in the pickup and nipped on another little pint of Old Crow. The Stearman was gone longer than he had guessed, and he wondered if the wind meant rain. Late spring storms would most often come riding a blow like this, the country dry and already blowing dust one minute and then moist the next morning, the tilled soil dark and the sage softened and green under the soft rain. Streeter had sipped at the whiskey 4 or 5 times when the steersman returned, skimming low over the brush and then rising slightly and wheeling in the sky and dropping to the gravel roadway, touching down and bouncing slightly and then braking abruptly before taxiing toward Streeter, where he stood beside his pickup. The prop wash was still blowing dust behind them when Patty leaned forward from behind the pilot's seat and shouted something in Lehman's ear, gesturing at Streeter and then repeating whatever it was until Lehman shook his head and waved Streeter toward them. Lehman pulled his goggles up over his old leather helmet and grinned. "Piggyback!" he shouted over the dull noise of the idling engine, gesturing toward the cockpit where Patty was crouching behind the surprisingly small and cramped pilot's seat, her knees on a grease-stained sofa cushion. There were no safety straps for the rider, nothing to keep you in but gravity and your grasp on the tubing around the cockpit. Streeter thought, "What the hell?" and crawled awkwardly in behind her and wedged himself, hunched forward with his arms around her and hands clamped to the cockpit edge. Lehman revved the engine, dust and wind stinging around them, and the steersman bumped and hurtled forward, rising as the sound diminished, and they were skimming out over the sage flatlands before dropping over the rim along the north side of the valley swamps and down over the hayland meadows, lifting and falling over the sloughs and running sometimes only 8 or 10 feet off the ground, rising away from their shadow to flow over the banks of willow and wild rose along the fence lines and then falling so slightly again until they were at the highway and lifting and nosing toward the sun and turning as they ascended over the roadside string of Lombardy poplar and falling into the turn as Streeter knew he was going to be sick. The familiar fields and patterns were foreign and swept to a lost, featureless blurring, like the sea under a green summer evening as the tipping horizon fell sideways in a long, jerking sweep, and the warm bourbon came into Streeter's mouth as he managed to turn and twist himself, straining against the solid bulk of his wife as the horizon went on revolving, and then the vomit was gone, just that quick, in a long spew lost in the wind, and he was hunched there half out of the cockpit, with Patty looking back to him and grinning as he wiped at his mouth. The steersman began to lift and throttle into another steeply banking turn as Patty ducked to huddle her head against the back of Lehman's seat. Her expression in the quick glance Streeter caught not so much sickened as haggard, as if watching him had turned her old while he fought to keep from falling. A week later it did rain, and the work was stopped with maybe 4 or 5 hours to go. After breakfasting with his crew in the bunkhouse, Streeter turned them loose for the day and went home to crawl into bed with Patty, the bedroom door locked against the children who were playing in the living room. It was almost noon when Streeter left the house again, and he took the children with him, a little boy and little girl, maybe 4 or 5 at the time, standing in the pickup seat beside him and keeping quiet and being good, as if awed by this special favor as Streeter drove the muddy meadow roads for an hour or so, checking his irrigation water, the wipers sweeping at the windshield, and Streeter drawn to sadness with himself, which left him surprised when he came home to find Lehman's pickup with the crushed tailgate parked in front of the house. Patty opened the door as the children came running through the rain, and Lehman was sitting in the living room with a half-empty beer in his hand. Patty seated herself on the hassock stool again, sitting there hunched forward and nobody saying anything, studying her hands. After a slight hesitation, Lehman lifted his beer to Streeter as though in salute. "I ain't going to finish," he said, which was putting Streeter in a bind, and Streeter told him so. "Who the hell am I going to get?" Streeter asked. "You got any ideas?" "Not a one," Lehman said. "I'm sorry about that, but I'm pulling out." He looked away from Streeter and shifted his feet a little and finished the beer. "You know what I wish?" Patty said. "I wish I could just go off like that. I really do, for the rest of my life." "She says she does," Lehman said, "but she don't." There was a little quiet, and then Lehman got to his feet. "I'll be seeing you," he said. "Maybe you could write my check." "My privilege," Streeter said, and he took out his personal checkbook and looked to Patty for a pen. She sat looking back to him like he was gone crazy if he expected her to fetch him anything. "Need something to write with," Streeter said, and there was no sense to the anger in her eyes as she sat unmoving, the 3 of them locked there in place, until Lehman fished in his shirt pocket and came out with an old giveaway ballpoint. "Try this," he said. "Just round it off," Lehman said.
at 5,000. "Since I'm leaving you early," Lehman said, and he folded the yellow check into his shirt pocket and clipped the ballpoint there and was out the door. "I could have gone, I wish I could," Patty said. "With him. I would have made him get me an airflow trailer, and I would have gone, easy." Streeter was running his fingers back and forth on the smooth hardwood of the mantel above his fireplace, just feeling the slight texture of the wood he had sanded and varnished so many years before. "How come?" he said. "I could have asked him," she said. "He might have done it." "Sounds to me like you did." This wasn't anything Streeter could imagine with any ease, and after one last swipe along the mantel, where Patty polished away the dust every day, he slipped his hands flat into his back pockets and asked what this was getting at. "I don't think this is making any sense," he said. Patty just sat there and shook her head like she was about to cry while the rain streaked the windows, and Streeter walked to the kitchen and back, and then they heard the crackling roar of the Stearman from where it was parked over by the highway, and listened as it was climbing through the rain and turning and leaving until the dull throb of it was gone. "It's nothing to do with flying," Patty said, looking up to Streeter and no longer fighting back her tears. "He just understood what things were worth." There was no sensible answer. "Sounds to me like he turned you down," Streeter said, and the bottom of what he knew of himself was falling away, because it was true for sure. And he walked out and spent the next 11 days sleeping down at the bunkhouse under the old blankets and heavy tarp from his hunting camp bedroll, until one night he was drunk and went up to the house, and Patty shrieked at him for a fool, which seemed correct when he thought about it, and they ended up in bed. The next morning was silent, and they began a weary series of days in which nothing more was ever explained, while the motions of their lives began to reassert themselves, and they slowly came together again as if nothing had ever happened, and maybe it hadn't. Streeter could never bring himself to really ask. In the end it wasn't so bad, and Streeter could lie in their bedroom before sleep and in the eye of his imagination see someone who might be her with another man, just the man's white and muscular naked back, and feel them trembling, and try again to understand that transgressions and betrayals and violations of trust and guilt had nothing to do with anything which was his life, while the children grew and the grass grew back where the brush had been killed by chemicals, and Patty learned to laugh and study him like only another problem in her life which would never be solved on the ground. Nominated by Raymond Carver, DeWitt Henry, and Theodore Willents. Cranes, by Annika Campbell. From Telescope. Your 5-month belly leads. You follow the nurse whose black braid bounces against white. She milks a vial of blood from your arm, a drop from your finger, to fan red molecules on glass for tests. You fear a harm that can't be measured. The doctor enters. Oh, Isha-san is young, you think, born since then. We'll take special care of you, he nods, he smiles. 39 is late to start a child. You cut the picture from the paper 1 week before your wedding, decided on the pill. Amchitka Island, a crack in the globe. 2 scientists with their white faces in hiking boots and dark down jackets inspect effects of underground explosion, their stances jaunty like explorers over Everest, pointing at the earth's peeling skin. You waited and you read. Do not expose yourself to X-rays, to paints and fumes, to children with contagious diseases, to litter boxes and lead. Avoid coffee, tea, salt, sushi, and undercooked red meat. Attach a water filter to the faucet. Don't drink, don't smoke, don't take drugs, not even aspirin. And don't forget the placental barrier is a myth. The doctor lays a warm hand on the curved shelf of your belly. He asks why you didn't come here sooner. There were too many reasons to hold back. You studied photographs of a fetus growing, traced its steps of evolution in the womb, praying to harbor these exact same stages. Then it happened. You felt movement, a being touched inside by fingers of air and light, You wanted to shout, "It moves, it lives." But awe took your voice, and joy like a flight of cranes taking off in your blood. You felt awe at 7 years of age, standing on Inasa mountain, staring down at where the day before a city lived under these same stars. Now only a pillar of fire climbed the sky to burn the wan new moon. You felt awe at the twisted trees' midsummer bareness, at the quiet herd crossing Kojin Bridge, slow as in sleep. They were men or women shedding skin, they were red mud moving, whispering with their 1,000 voices, water. The doctor reads your birthplace in the chart. He's read studies of the Hibakusha. His voice grows gentle, but his questions pry and probe, more intimate than his gloved hand inside you. The words that leave your lips are thin as paper. That bright blue morning mother left to buy pickled plums at market left the sleeping baby in your care. You played in shade of latticed bamboo, and suddenly the light, the sound, roared down to your knees. You were pinned to ground by air. You couldn't still your brother's cries, pull roof tiles from the cradle. You saw across the field, coming running, that slight familiar figure. You felt so reassured. Nearer, mother looked funny. She freed the baby, held him close to suck. You watched the nipple come away, and from the torn breast squirted red milk. Mother lay down. Big black drops of rain began to fall on the white mud wall. The doctor brushes water from his eyes. He places the dop tone on your belly to magnify the fetal heart. You feel a moment's fear pulsate at your throat, one moment of no right to this fragile flutter of life before the rapturous rhythm beats like a wild horse into the room. You want to hug this man in white. You want to tell him what might heal the crack in the globe. Nominated by Maura Stanton. Cloud Painter by Jane Flanders. From Poetry. Suggested by the life and art of John Constable. At first, as you know, the sky is incidental, a drape, a backdrop for trees and steeples. Here an oak clutches a rock, already he works outdoors. A wall buckles but does not break. Water purls through a lock, a hay wain trembles. The pleasures of landscape are endless. What we see around us should be enough. Horizons are typically high and far away. Still, clouds let us drift and remember. He is, after all, a miller's son, used to trying to read the future in the sky, seeing instead ships, horses, instruments of flight. Is that his mother's wash flapping on the line, his schoolbook smudged, illegible? In this period the sky becomes significant. Cloud forms are technically correct. Mare's tails, sheep in the meadow, thunderheads. You can almost tell which scenes have been interrupted by summer showers. Now his young wife dies. His landscapes achieve belated success. He is invited to join the academy. I forget whether he accepts or not. In any case, the literal forms give way to something spectral, nameless. His palette shrinks to gray, blue, white, the colors of charity. Horizons sink and fade. Trees draw back till they are little more than frames. Then they too disappear. Finally, the canvas itself begins to vibrate with waning light, as if the wind could paint, and we too at last stare into a space which tells us nothing except that the world can vanish along with our need for it. Nominated by Philip Dacey and Maura Stanton. Birthday Star Atlas by Charles Simic. From the Missouri Review. Wildest dream, Miss Emily, then the coldly dawning suspicion, always at the loss. Come day, large black birds overtaking men who sleep in ditches. A whiff of winter in the air, sovereign blue, blue that stands for intellectual clarity over a street deserted except for a far-off dog, a police car, a light at the vanishing point. For the children to solve on the blackboard today, Blind children at the school you and I know about, their grey nightgowns creased by the north wind, their fingernails bitten from time immemorial. We're in a long line outside a dead letter office. We're dust mice under a conjugal bed carved with exotic fishes and monkeys. We're in a slow drifting coal barge huddled around the television set, which has a wire coat hanger for an antenna. A quick view by satellite of the polar regions maternally tucked in for the long night. Then some sort of interference. Parallel lines like the ivory-boned needles of your grandmother knitting our fates together. All things ambiguous and lovely in their ambiguity, like the nebulae in my new star atlas, pale ovals where the ancestral portraits have been taken down, the gods with their goatees and their faint smiles, in company of their bombshell spouses, naked and statuesque as if entering a death camp. They smile, too, stroke the Triton wrapped around the mantel clock when they are not showing the whites of their eyes in theatrical ecstasy. Nostalgias for the theological vaudeville. A false springtime cleverly painted on cardboard for the couple in the last row to sigh over while holding hands which, unknown to them, flutter like bird-shaped scissors. Emily, the birthday atlas. I kept turning its pages, awed and delighted by the size of the unimaginable. The great nowhere, the everlasting nothing, pure and serene doggedness for the hell of it, and love, our nightly stroll, the color of silence and time. Nominated by David Bromwich, Rodney Jones, Edmund Keeley, Sherrod Santos, and Mary Peterson. Heaven and Earth. Fiction by Antonio Benitez-Rojo. From New England Review and Bread Loaf Quarterly. Pedro Limon said goodbye to Pascasio and told him in Creole, so that he would know that he still remembered, and that in spite of all the time between them he was still one of them, that it was good to see him working in the sugar refinery, taking apart the machines and reading engineering manuals. Then he put on his pack, and looking back every now and then, left, taking the path of red earth and sun that connected the Bateyes, where the cane cutters of the Camagüey region lived. Initially, Pascasio had not recognized him behind the face that had been pasted together bit by bit in the hospital, the sad face that burned through to the bone on muggy nights, and that, according to the doctor, had turned out all right, but really should be touched up for the last time in a couple of years. It was always the last time. But straight off he asked Pascasio about Tibois, and Pascasio let go of the ropes and smiled, extending his arm and shaking his hand, and Tibois was fine, grumbling when he wasn't communicating with the greatest voodoo spirits, complaining that the young men from Guanamaca left to hang on the fine black women from Florida and Esmeralda, preaching to the old hags that Fidel was crazy and had shaken up the world, taking for himself the land that the bon Dieu had given to the Cubans. He then had no choice but to tell Pascasio about his life in the army, in the Sierra, in Havana, of the shrapnel that struck him in the face during the Bay of Pigs thing, and later his discharge, the hospital alternating with the teaching school. The things that he had learned, the things that he had done thinking about the people from Guanamaca. He was about to say, thinking about your brother Ariston, but didn't get it out. Thinking of you and Tibois and Aspirin and Julio Mani and of the rest, and of Leone. And now Pascasio had moved to the main factory, and was an assistant mechanic, and was studying. He pointed to the book with boiler diagrams on the cover, and since we only received that one letter of yours, we thought they had killed you in the Sierra. No, we never knew about your parents. Leone lives with me now, and we have a son, a 6-year-old. Yes, Pedro Limon. Leone lives with Pascasio, and just yesterday they moved to the factory neighborhood. Julio Mani became a mason, and he builds shelters for cane cutters in the south of the province. Aspirin married, quite legally, a widow from Florida, and went there to drive a cab. You know that he was always a good talker, anyway. And Pascasio laughed, and then you understood that those who you loved most will never return to Guanamaca. And only Tibois remained,
the Unguin scaring the women and the kids, filling the afternoons of the old folks, the solitary, shriveled old men from the cabins, with his stories, the sorcerer Tibois, as the whites called him, Pascasio and Ariston's grandfather, also your grandfather in some ways. Pedro Limon stopped following the curve of the railroad tracks and walked down by the narrow road that ran by the cranes of the Bateyes, and he picked up a yellow sugar cane that had slid off some crate. He took off his boots and socks, and the grass by the edge of the railway was warm. He pulled his knife from the sheath and cut a section of cane. He peeled it and bit into the sweet, light nectar, and suddenly he was a child again, a naive Haitian youngster, who killed the hunger of the flower spirit with a shot of cane juice fought for, tooth and nail, and he'd better get going because Mama and Papa, carrying baby Georgette, would already be at Adelaide Macombe's, Tibois' oldest daughter, with all of their bundles, and surely they must have already sent Pascasio and Ariston to find him around the tracks, for the harvest was over and they were going to Oriente in the rented car of one of Adelaide's mulatto friends. They were going to the mountains near Guantanamo to fill coffee cans on the land of Monsieur Bissy Pochette, honorary consul of the Haitian Republic. We walked to the highway with all our bundles under the strong sun. The driver was already at the roadside stand having a beer. Papa took a nickel from his pocket and asked for a soda with plenty of ice. He didn't give me a single piece. The driver didn't care if we arrived late. He had another beer and started joking around with us until he finally offered a glass to Adelaide, who sweated a lot. He knew some Creole. Maybe that's why Papa unbuttoned his jacket, removed the straw hat which he had worn when he got off the boat before he met Mama, and started to fan himself with it, and later used it to wave away the flies that surrounded Georgette. And he no longer looked as stiff as before, and he accepted a drink from the man, and that time let me suck on some ice. The driver put Adelaide's wooden suitcase in the trunk of the car and helped Papa to arrange our things on the roof, and he tied them with rope, and he left the doors open to cool off the car a bit, and then we left, with me between Pascasio and Ariston in the front seat. Every now and then you could see water at the end of the highway, but when we got closer it disappeared. We counted many imaginary puddles. Many. Ariston slapped me awake, and it is almost night, and we have to push. It could be that the battery is dead. Surely with one little push it will start, and Papa takes off his white linen jacket and folds it carefully over the back of the seat. Then everyone gets out and gives it everything they've got until the car picks up speed, and I push next to Adelaide, and I hear her puff and puff. Adelaide is too fat. The motor starts at the bottom of the hill, and the car doesn't stop. We don't either. We run, we shout. Adelaide falls down. The car doesn't stop, so we have to let it go. We shout again. Nothing. It's leaving. It is left with all our baggage and with Papa's money sewn into the lining of his jacket. Adelaide gets up and casts a spell on the driver that can't miss. She says Tibois taught it to her. My father is in the middle of the road, with his arms outstretched. I have never seen him so long and so thin. He doesn't move. He looks like the Jew that we burned last year during Easter week. Mama has stayed behind with Georgette, but I hear her cry. We slept in the sewer that night. We are halfway there, and Adelaide wants to keep going. Papa doesn't know. He looks at Mama and Georgette, shakes his head, and looks at them again. He says that he has 12 cents, that we would have to walk for 2 days, that we are too many for any truck to take us. Mama gets on her feet and begins to walk with Georgette. Papa follows her, thinking that it is insane. He doesn't think that it's worth it, because 2 days from now he is not going to find work, nor I, nor Adelaide, nor the kids, no one. Mama starts to sing. Adelaide starts to sing too, and she forces Pascasio and Ariston to sing along. Then I begin, and later so does Papa. We were still singing when the winds arrived, and with the wind the dust, and Papa said that it's been a while since it rained, and if we got jobs the work was going to be tough. And Adelaide removed the coloured scarves from around her waist, and we covered our faces as if we were bandits, and we continued to sing beneath the dust and the scarves, and we arrived. Monsieur Bissy Pochette didn't need more people, although Adelaide screamed right into his face that he must have been lying to say he was a Haitian. We returned to Guanamaca on foot. That summer we went hungry, and my sister Georgette died.
Although I talked about the war, Pascasio didn't mention Ariston. He only said, "And since we only received the one letter of yours, we thought that they had killed you in the Sierra." And he said it almost smiling, without resentment in his eyes. And who knows, maybe they don't hate me in Guanamaca after all. Maybe they understood the letter, they understood that I did my duty. It's also possible that Pascasio doesn't know, that no one knows that Maurice had kept it from them. Maurice, such a good person, the most educated man in Guanamaca, my father's best friend. Papa looked again at the 20 cents and put them in Tibois' hand, and by the afternoon the 4 pesos had been collected so that Maurice could run across the Biram Mountains and get to Santiago de Cuba to see the new consul. Because we did not agree with the forced deportation, the law that the Cubans had created to throw us out of their country so that we could no longer work for less pay and not take jobs away from anyone. But no, we did not agree. No, sir. We are ashamed to get off the boat and have the family over there see us without clothes and without money after so many years. And we were still against it, although Maurice had returned within the week without having seen the consul, and we already knew that it was useless. "The ships have arrived. They are waiting in the docks," said the spirit of President Dessalines through Tibois' mouth. And the next day the rural police galloped 2 by 2 past the border patrol with their machetes in hand. Inside their hats they carry a list of the families that must leave. Without dismounting they go from bate to bate, shouting the names that the Cubans have given us, the names that appear on the plantation's payroll because the French surnames are too difficult, those names that they coined at the social welfare centers, that complicated any transaction: Jose Codfish, Antonio Pepsi-Cola, Juan First, Juan Second, Andres Silent, Alberto Hardhead, Ambrosio Limon, Ambrosio Limon. And my father comes to the doorway laden with bundles, and later my mother, dropping their eyes to the garden of sweet potatoes and squash, so that the officials wouldn't see them cry. We are a proud race, we have a history, we are a race of warriors that defeated Napoleon's armies. But now something is wrong. They are crowding us into the center of the bate. They do a head count. They whip and herd us to the refinery train. The boats are waiting. The train leaves. I do not see it. I do not leave with Papa and Mamma. I fled 3 days ago, and am far from the refinery. I am staying here because I was born in Cuba, and I love Leonie since I lay with her in the cane fields, and she's not on the list, and I don't want to look for more hunger in Haiti, and I may end up there like a zombie without a name. I live in Adelaide's shack next to Tibois. My parents' shack was burned down by the rural police, believing that I was inside. I sleep with Pascasio and Ariston. They fall asleep right away. I don't. Through the cracks in the boards I hear Tibois talking with the gods and the dead. Tibois is a powerful Unguin who even knows Cuban black magic. He also turns into a snake and eats the plantation's owner's chickens. I respect him very much. Tibois loves Ariston more than any of his grandchildren. He says that he will make Ariston un Unguin, that he will teach him how to shed his skin and turn into an owl or a snake. That would frighten me. What I want to do is work enough to be able to live with Leonie. Some day I will dare to ask Tibois for this. That summer I go and make money from the coffee growers of Oriente, and buy 2 shirts, a pair of pants, and a hat. I bring Leonie a dark red dress, almost new. Julio Magny, a distant grandson of Tibois, appears with a box of shoes. He calls everyone around to see them. He wants to amaze them. They are 2-tone shoes, an American brand. Julio Magny is happy. Now he breaks the string and opens the box, but there are no shoes. They have cheated him, and inside there is only a brick. Tibois starts to hit him with his cane. The rural police must have already forgotten about me. Besides, you have grown and are almost as tall as a man. But nonetheless, I am afraid to ask for a job in the cane fields. Adelaide pushes me because you owe me lots of room and board and you must make money. And I go. And nothing happens. Nothing bad. They are going to pay me for lifting the cane that Ariston cuts. I am pleased because I know that no one will cut more cane than he. And that's what happens.
Tibois has been preparing his arms with magical herbs and snake lard, and now the blade is like lightning in his hand, and people look at him, and he has many friends and women. Once he argued with Splinter, a Jamaican who has killed 2 people. We agreed to the duel. We went out into the plain, we followed the narrow path that leads to the locust trees. We scared away the cows and sat in the shade of the green sky. Tibois starts making signs with his cane and calls the spirits of the air and the earth. Splinter laughs. He is a black man who believes in the whites' religion. He takes a gulp of rum and then spits it out noisily, splashing Tibois, and he takes out his machete and confronts Ariston. Splinter knows a lot. He continues to laugh and dodges Ariston's wild sweeps with the machete. He jumps around, making faces and mocking him, and so the time passes. He has tried to tire out Ariston, but it is he who is tired, and he no longer laughs. He doesn't look confident or serene any more. Ariston shouts and jumps him with rapid-fire punches that sound like a swarm of wasps. Splinter jumps back. He arches away too late. Ariston has cut into his belly, and now he can only look into his guts. That night Tibois assured us that Auguin Ferraille had entered Ariston, that he had spoken with the god, and he was very pleased to have been able to move and fight inside the muscles of his grandson. We all thought this very fine. During those days Adelaide received many visitors, many gifts of rum, tobacco, codfish, lard, flour, and beef. She gathered her friends around her, and it was funny to see her tell of the fight, playing the part of Splinter and of her son, jumping around, sweating and choking and shouting curses, but no one laughed. Finally, when she had to stop, she struck her chest and waved her arms, speaking just like Ariston. "I will be a greater Auguin than Tibois. Auguin Ferraille protects me. Auguin the marshal, Auguin the captain, Auguin of iron, Auguin of war. I am Auguin." Ariston was gone for a week, precisely the week when Adelaide Macomb was dying from a burst vein. He didn't see her alive. He didn't see her dead. He returned to the Bâté a day after the burial, a Sunday afternoon, with palm fronds on his shoulder. He walked like a god, very straight and tall, and stepped firmly on the red earth. The children ran after him, touching his thighs and the case of his machete. He sighed when Pascasio told him about Adelaide. Then he turned solemn. He put the palm fronds under the bed, ate half a bunch of bananas, and went to sleep. At dawn, before we left for work, he called me and Pascasio over, and he pulled from the palm fronds a Paraguayan machete, a rifle, an ammunition belt, and a hat from the rural police. Right there I dug a hole and buried the stuff wrapped in one of Adelaide's dresses. He didn't answer a single question, but in the cane fields we learned that a sergeant had been found mutilated on the outskirts of Esmeralda. In the Bâté we all guessed who the killer was, and we were proud. Before Easter week I spoke with Léonie's parents. It turns out that I was too young, was in the country illegally, didn't have money for a steady job, and you must understand that we aren't going to give away Léonie just like that. I didn't insist, and that disturbed Léonie, but they really were right. Anyway, they can't keep me from seeing you. I will speak with Tibois, and he will find me a good job, you will see. Ariston, Pascasio, and I joined the Bande Rara that Maurice organized. Maurice organized everything in Guanamaca. The whites called him Mayor. He could also read the newspaper and write letters in Spanish. Nicole, his wife, was the reina, and we practiced at night in the back of his house, lighting the place with oil lamps. Léonie played Princesa and marched with Nicole. The lead machete was played by Ariston. It was thrilling to see him do tricks with it. Pascasio was chosen as lead baton, but I was not skilled enough and only got the part of flag-bearer. We left on Ash Wednesday after dinner, dressed in costumes that the women had made, singing and dancing with the entire Bâté following behind us. We returned on Saturday, tired from visiting the villages and all the Bâtés of the plain. Tired already of so much rum, so much merengue, so much fiesta. We followed the ancient custom and burned the Jew and drank the ashes of the rags mixed in water and sugar. Of all my weeks, this was the happiest. The happiest? Yes, because in some way, like they say in Havana, Guanamaca was, in spite of all the misery, my little piece of heaven.
and I was never happier than during those nights with Léonie next to Thibois' bonfire, beneath the trees of the plain, listening to him tell stories of the old country, listening to him speak of the maimed Macondal, of how he had put 3 handkerchiefs in his glass, and then removed them one by one, first the yellow one, then the white one, and finally the black one, the race that would reign in Saint-Domingue. And that is how it had been, and that is how it will be one day all over the world. And then I would kiss Léonie, and Maurice would start to play the harmonica, and Pedro Mani would play the conch, and the dancing and singing would begin again until the new day would find us in another bâté, and we would meet up with another fiesta. The happiest, I say. And now I sit on the train tracks, and I put on my socks and my boots. I'm not going to go into Guanamaca barefoot. 2 kilometers, and someone may see me. I put down my backpack. It weighs more than usual. I'm carrying lots of things, presents for Thibois and for the old men from the cabins who are so influential. I also stop to have a cigarette, and suddenly I realize that I have bought these things because I am afraid. Me, afraid. It infuriates me. I am tough, a man of blood and fire, a young Marxist-Leninist Haitian. Lies. I am afraid of Guanamaca, afraid to inaugurate the school and have no one show up, afraid of failure, that they will not want to see me because of the Ariston thing, and that they will throw the presents in my face, at this face of mine. Now I am nothing more than a poor school teacher with the face of a zombie, and I am afraid. And it is not only Guanamaca that I fear. I am afraid of everything, afraid of the gunshots, of the officials, of books, of doctors, hospitals. I am afraid of women, of children who stare at me. I am just like my father, a poor bastard of a Haitian not worth shit. "If you don't come fight with me, I'll kill you," Ariston said to me one night, and I had also felt afraid. Auguin says that I have to fight, to set the earth on fire, that I have to fight at your side, that you are my protection, and that the bullets will not harm me if you are there. They will not touch you either. Auguin told me, and he said the same to Thibois. Fight, or I kill you. Choose. And because I was afraid, I left Léonie, and I followed Ariston to the mountains of Oriente. This time we weren't going to pick coffee beans. We were going to war because Auguin had demanded it, to fight against the tanks and cannons of Batista that rolled down the highway. We were going to fight against the airplanes, against the ships, and against the army. We, who had not meddled in the white men's things for a long time, were fighting. Aspirin, Maurice's son, knew the way. The people from the Bâté called him that because he was always buying aspirin at the boss's drugstore. His headache never went away. As a kid, a horse had trampled him during the uproar over the deportation. In spite of this, he was a very bright guy, and Maurice had taught him to speak like the whites in the office of the refinery. He liked to get out of Guanamaca and roam around for days, and a man once told him, "Look, in those hills over there the rebels are holed up," and in order to fulfill Auguin's wishes, we had to join them. I spent the entire afternoon with Léonie. We went to the fields, but I could do nothing. Nothing more than listen to her assure me that she would wait for me all my life, and I was silent. We left at night. Thibois said that Toussaint Louverture's soul was with us, and he gave us sweets to offer to Papa Leba, the owner of the roads. We said goodbye. Goodbye, Léonie. Goodbye, Pascasio. Goodbye, Auguin Thibois. The sun rose when we had already crossed the plains, and Ariston sang to the sun. Ariston would sing to the trees, to the rain, to everything. He knew lots of songs that Adelaide had made up, and he had learned them unconsciously and would always sing them. We soon entered the hill plantations at the foot of the Sierras where the coffee was grown, and there were the soldiers. Ariston was dressed in the uniform of the rural police. I was afraid that they would stop us. I told him to at least take off the hat, but he insisted that as long as I was at his side, misfortune could not touch us. In addition, he had Adelaide's magic scarves hanging from his waist. "No, Pedro Limon, nothing can happen to us." And it was true. When the airplane saw us, and Ariston pulled out his machete and shouted to it to come down if it dared, that he was going to cut off its wings, when it turned around and flew down low, firing many shots, and I threw myself in the stream listening to Ariston's insults. when the plane flew by again and dropped a bomb, and there were no sounds, as they had said there would be. And I saw him crouching, trying to dig it up. Then I realized that it was true, that Ariston and Thibois were right, and then I was less afraid, because certainly Auguin would also protect me. Aspirin didn't show up, so it was difficult for us to find the rebels. At first they didn't want to accept us, but Ariston's arrival with the bomb counted for something. Pedro Limon gets himself together and secures his pack. He looks at the smoke coming from the chimney of the refinery. He continues looking at it for some time. Now he turns his back to it, throws away his cigarette, touches his face, and begins to walk towards the island of palms in the middle of the cane fields. Behind those palms is Guanamaca, he thinks. Pascasio wanted him to stop, if only for a moment. To see Leonie, it would make her so happy, as they passed by the offices of the refinery and had given him the address of the house, new and painted indigo blue. But he had chosen the long way around, the path that skirted the Batey. Fear, and again his face before Leonie's so suddenly, his face repaired with blade and buttock skin. The look compassionate at best, the mistrust of the child barely 6 years old. A 6-year-old son, what do you think, Pedro Limon? Oh, how we are growing old, how quickly life flies away, yes. There is no one who could kill me, Ariston would say, charged by the spirit of Auguin. It was curious watching him fight. Before the first gunshot, as we watched the passage of the tanks and the trucks full of soldiers, Auguin would take possession of him. He would come into him silently like a snake. Ariston wouldn't notice. He let himself be swallowed up without moving, and his skin became scaly and cold and ashen. His eyes became like those of dead oxen killed in the floods, the god coming through his eyes and his skin, Auguin Ferraille. Much later, when we stayed close to camp and I learned to read, the man from Havana closed the book, lit his cigar, and began to speak of the gods, of Ariston, of Thibois, of Haiti, of Guanamaca. He spoke of them as if he had been there in the middle of the Batey or in the mountains of the old country. That night we didn't sleep. We stayed practically out in the open, beneath the branches of a tree, and he talking and talking while the stars moved across the skies, explaining everything in great detail and with much patience, like when he taught me to read. And I have never heard anyone explain things as well as he. No, no one put things together in quite that way to get them into one's head. And he told me that he was happy to know that I had made my plans, and that after the war they would need people like me, and it was then that he spoke of studying to become a teacher, and I understood why he had refused to write down all that had happened to Ariston. But now we were only beginning the war, and I did not dream of reading, and the discipline was too severe, and the leaders kept saying that morale must remain high. I didn't have any problems. I remembered every single one of the habanero's words about the regulations. Ariston, yes, they had promoted him 3 times, and each time he was left without stripes. It's a shame that he has no brain, a man so strong, a man who has balls, said the habanero. Although Ariston could really care less, all he cared about was fighting and killing. That dawn the habanero got me out of my hammock and later woke Ariston. It was still a while before daylight. We had coffee with some of the other men, and we received our orders. There was word that they were preparing a siege, and it was necessary to make sure. If it was true, we would have to move the camp, go further up to the summit of the Sierra. The habanero divided us up into squads. Ariston and I and the blonde, a student from Manzanillo, would take care of the northern quadrant. I was leading. Ariston had a poor sense of direction, and the blonde was pretty new to this. Soon it was daybreak, and Ariston decided to sing, and there was no way to shut him up. The blonde got nervous. He wanted to cover Ariston's mouth. I took a green mango from my pocket and gave it to Ariston. That shut him up. But he didn't finish eating it. He stood still, smelling the fibers stuck to the seed, and when he looked up it was no longer Ariston who looked at us, and I knew that Auguin had caught the scent not of the mango but of war. And suddenly a flash of light exploded over the boulders and struck the blonde and infuriated Ariston. The shots didn't last long, although we killed 3 men. Ariston killed the last one with his machete because we ran out of ammunition. I crouched next to the blonde, and he was dead. And suddenly shells began to fly and explode like ripe guanabanas, and we had to leave the blonde and run into the hills. We weren't fleeing. Rather, I was fleeing, and he wasn't. Because Ariston didn't know what fleeing was. Auguin must have warned him that the fighting was far away, that he could no longer kill, and that that type of war didn't interest him. I was afraid, and I was fleeing. I flee. And now we return sweating through the weeds, to the camp, and I look back and I don't see Ariston pushing back the branches that I've just parted. I only see the edge of the line of plants dazzling in the afternoon next to the broken cane, the cane that sweetens the air of Guanamaca. And in the distance there is an old man making signs with a twisted reed, and some women and children, and they wait for me, and it is going to be something like another war, but I am no longer afraid. The news of the siege was true, and we had to leave there, retreat into the clouds. Ariston still walked with the god inside him, maybe because he still wanted to fight, and his feet came down hard like children when they play soldier, very tall and dignified, carrying his machete on his shoulder and his rifle slung across his chest. I looked for the habanero to tell him the news. He was with some other man from the plains who came and went with messages for the camps. "I don't know what happened. I think we met up with an entire patrol of them," I said, and I told him about the shooting, the shower of shells, and what happened to the blonde. There are people who shouldn't speak, who shouldn't open their mouths because all they do is offend, and the man from the plains was one of them. "What happened is that you are a pair of asshole niggers, a pair of faggots who shit as soon as you hear a gunshot. If I had anything to say about it, I'd execute you right this minute." He couldn't continue talking. Ariston raised his machete and split his head in two with a single blow, right through the middle, from top to bottom, as if it had been a papaya. That is what the man from the plains died from, immediately. The trial was also quick. That night we had to leave the campsite. Ariston was there, standing, surrounded by the troops, silence. The leaders were over there, sitting on the crates of rifles that had arrived just the other week, all very stern and speaking softly. He didn't defend himself. He began to move his head just like a horse, and began to say that he didn't remember anything, that he was very sorry and that he wouldn't do it again, and no one could make him say more. And since the habanero was the judge, it was me who had to tell them what happened and tell them about Thibois and Auguin. When the captain pronounced the sentence, he stalled a bit. Later he explained carefully, as they always did, why things had to happen that way, that no one wanted to be on the firing squad, no one. Then Ariston raised his head, smiled, and asked permission to choose the men, and I was the first. "Pedro Limon," he said, and then he named the others. "Don't worry," he said to me as they tied his hands. "If you are with me, nothing can happen." We walked along the sewer towards the ceiba tree. Every 3 or 4 steps he turned his head and spoke to me of the scare they were going to have when Auguin performed the miracle. Finally we reached the tree. He let himself be blindfolded and turned his back to the tree. The firing squad formed a line about 12 paces away from him. "Ready!" yelled the habanero, and I cocked my Springfield. Ariston was, as usual, cheerful with his rural police hat, the rim pinned up with the religious medals of the Virgin that he had taken from the dead, placed sideways on his kinky hair, dirty with earth. I looked at him to imprint him on my memory, in case Auguin turned him into an owl or something. And I saw that he wore 2 beaded necklaces, and I had always thought that there had been more, and the colours of Adelaide's scarves were white, black, and yellow, and I had to look really hard as they were ripped and faded. And I looked at his face again, and it had already turned grey, and certainly the noise of the firearms had brought Auguin down, and now the fun would begin. "Aim! I am Auguin Ferraille. No one can kill me with Pedro Limon here. Fire!" He bounced against the tree. He made a sound like a cough, and let out a mouthful of blood. He slipped slowly down the trunk. He sighed and sunk into the thicket. The habanero walked to the ceiba tree with his pistol in his hand. He bent down. I don't know what kind of snake it was, but when the smoke from the shooting settled, A wisp of ashes ran through his legs and lost itself up in the mountains. It was not my imagination. We all remained looking up at the slope of the hill. The next day, after settling down at a new campsite, I asked the habanero to write a letter for me, to write to Maurice, so that they could know what happened to Ariston. I asked him to explain it clearly, as he knew how to say things, but the habanero did not want to say anything about the snake. He refused, he who explained everything in such detail. He looked at me directly for a long time, and then began to write, and without looking up he told me to leave, and to decide, because in life men have always had to decide between heaven and earth, and it was about time that I did so. Translated by Marta Siberio. Nominated by Sharon Doubiago.